Chapter 851 Strongest? Leonel's eyes narrowed. He suddenly felt that his entire body was being chained down by something. He had a feeling that if he tried to cast a mage art, it would fall flat. He was even having a difficult time communicating with his lineage factors. In fact, of all his lineage factors, his spear domain lineage factor was the only one he could sense clearly. After some thought, Leonel realized that the only reason he could sense his lineage factors at all was likely due to King's Might. If it wasn't for the will of King's Might, it might have been possible that all of his strength would have been locked away. As for why he could sense his spear domain lineage factor the clearest, it was definitely because he currently held a spear in his hands. The combination of King's Might, and this was likely why, these were only speculations in the end. Leonel had no way of being certain that his deductions were correct. What he did know, though, was that his body suddenly felt heavy without his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. He hadn't realized just how much he had relied on it. Due to the heaviness of his metal body, he was meant to be inherently slow and lumbering, especially at Tier 9. Of course, this problem was mostly mitigated because the metal synergy lineage factor was so high level, so the drawbacks weren't as obvious as other defensive lineage factors. However, that didn't mean there wasn't any trouble at all. Unfortunately, while these invisible chains could seal away much of his strength, it couldn't change the heaviness of his Tier 9 metal body. Now, not only did he have the drawbacks of a heavy body, he couldn't even activate his runes to maximize its usage. Fantastic, Leonel smiled bitterly as the illusory spirit before him finally formed. The spirit became a semi-transparent blue that looked like a paler shade of the star in the far-off distance. It didn't have a face, but it wore an elaborate armor. Whether by coincidence or intention, it too wielded a spear as it faced Leonel. Without warning, the spirit shot forward, its spear whistling. No, it wasn't whistling, at least not in the normal, slicing through wind sense. From what Leonel could tell, the spirit and its weapon was unobstructed by wind as though they had become one with it. What was causing the whistling was the spiraling star force that accumulated at the spear's very tip. However, even when the spear was just half a foot from his face, Leonel had yet to move. It wasn't because he was frozen stiff, but rather because it was too easy. If there was one opponent Leonel feared the least in going against, it was a spearman, especially a pure spearman who didn't seem to have any other abilities. Leonel had seen so many styles of the spear and used just as many of them. His dream world was filled with a countless range of techniques, each with their unique quirks, triggers, and weaknesses immaculately marked down. Even though his spear domain ring didn't seem to activate against an illusory spear, it didn't matter. Leonel's spear shot forward in an almost casual arc. The spirit couldn't react before it was bisected from the shoulder to the opposite hip, its spear completely losing its momentum. As it fell, it turned into motes of light that entered Leonel's body. But this only caused Leonel to frown all the more. One would have thought that defeating the spirit should come with a reward. So why was it that his body felt even heavier instead? It was just a small change, maybe only as small as a fraction of a gram, not even heavy enough to match up to a feather. But how could Leonel miss something like this, even if it was so subtle? The moment he had noticed that he was being suppressed, he had focused many of his minds onto monitoring every change in his body from now on. He wouldn't miss this even if he was absent-minded, let alone now that he was intentionally looking out for such a thing. If this trial only added more chains to you as more and more powerful enemies came and went, it would be troublesome indeed. But none of this explained where that overwhelming feeling of danger came from. There were, indeed, multiple other roads of light leading to the same star. The moment Leonel's feet had touched down, it was as though something numerous had been waiting for finally began. Leonel seemed to be the only one unaware that he was not alone. With how swiftly and almost without caution the other youths were moving, it was easy to tell that they were racing against an enemy they couldn't see, bringing out as much speed as they could to try and widen the gap between themselves and the others. Unfortunately, the roads were simply too far apart. Just how massive was a star even in the third dimension? Even if there were thousands, tens of thousands of roads even, with how long they were and with how large the blue star was, it would be a long while before any of them set sights on one another. Still, that didn't mean there weren't a few among the group who were just as leisurely as Leonel. The unfortunate part was that even though they were moving forward as though they were taking a stroll, they were still moving along much faster than Leonel was. It seemed that rather than taking things casually, these few young men and women were instead pacing themselves. Even with their measured speed, they were keenly aware that their swiftness would soon begin to matter. But it was difficult to tell if this was because their placement was important or if there was a time limit. The trouble was that this ignorance was the least of Leonel's worries. Even the weakest of these participants were in the fifth dimension. As for the strongest, they had long since entered the sixth. Chapter 852, all that was left. Chapter 852, all that was left. Ina dove into her father's arms, her tears falling like rain. For some odd reason, though, she was completely silent, her shoulders hardly trembling and her sobs having been completely stifled. Mael couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. One, because Ina had jumped from a still-moving ship. 2, because his daughter was far taller than he thought she could be, and that was saying something considering his own height. And 3, because she was actually crying. Miel had never seen his daughter cry before. Aina had never personally witnessed her mother's death. Miel hadn't allowed her to. However, Aina had definitely experienced every bit of the curse being etched into her body as a little girl, and she hadn't shed a single tear then, something that definitely couldn't be said for Miel himself. Even when Miel was forced to separate from Aina, leaving her to Earth's orphanage system, he hadn't seen Aina shed a single tear. So, what exactly was happening here? Was he seeing things? Was this maybe not his daughter at all? But with his demeanor and presence, who else would ignore it all just to hug him if not for his daughter? What Miel didn't know was that it wasn't that his daughter had never cried, it was just that she had never cried in his presence. This could be said to be the very first time it had happened, and he wasn't exactly sure how to react to it. If he knew this truth, he could probably guess why. After all, his method of training Aina in her youth had been no different from how he would have treated her had she been his son rather than his daughter. If he was honest, had Aina come sniveling and crying to him when she was 5 years old, it would have been more likely for her to receive a reprimanding as opposed to any sort of care and attention. If there was anything of the sort in Aina's life, it had only come from her mother who had long since passed. But, oddly enough, now that Aina was a grown woman of 21 years of age, Miel didn't have the instinctual reaction he would have normally had. This wasn't because he didn't want to have it, but rather because he was too caught off guard. If you have never seen your daughter cry before you as a toddler, only for them to suddenly burst like a dam when they should have been an adult, how would you react exactly? Maybe that was exactly why Aina wasn't sobbing. For the first time, she couldn't completely control herself before her father, so she had controlled what she could. After several moments, Aina felt 2 strong hands grip her slender shoulders. She sniffled slightly, but didn't dare to look up at her father. She knew that all she would see is disappointment in his eyes, and she didn't want to see it. By this point, her tears had already stopped, a decision marking out a place in her heart. Emotions? She didn't need them. This could be considered the last time she would display them. Miel opened his mouth to speak, but it was at that moment that Aina had regained enough calm to look up. Whatever words he was going to say vanished within the depths of coldness he saw. Staring back at him, a pair of bright amber eyes seemed suffused in a layer of frigid ice, indifference, apathy. An unfeeling calculation, that was all that was left. Miel's mouth slowly closed, his lips almost completely covered by the thickness of his crimson beard. He looked down at his daughter silently. Even through her black mask, he could almost see the ice carving that must have been her face at this moment. It was difficult to tell just what it was he was thinking in the depths of his mind. Leonel shook his spear lightly, his gaze reflecting a cold light. Another spirit fell, but Leonel himself wasn't nearly as healthy or fresh as he had been before. The road ahead seemed endless, but Leonel had already been marked by a number of shallow injuries. Though his revamped chain necklace had been able to repair the rips in his clothing, it didn't nothing about the blood that marred them. Things had started off so easy, especially since all the experts Leonel faced were spearmen. But as time progressed, Leonel's body grew more sluggish and heavy. His mind was just as fast as it had always been, but his reactions were lagging behind further and further, as though a burden was being strapped onto his shoulders as more and more weight was added. To make matters worse, without his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor, or access to forces other than the force that swam through his force nodes due to dimensional cleanse, he couldn't even heal himself. The only good news was that his wounds were mostly superficial, as he was able to avoid more fatal wounds. But the bad news was that many of these superficial wounds were still bleeding, refusing to harden. Leonel was certain that this was due to the odd blue force the spirits were using, but there was nothing he could do about it. Looking ahead, Leonel shook his head. Despite what he had been through, he felt as though he hadn't made any progress at all. The star was so large that he couldn't even tell if he had gotten closer or not. Regardless, the path ahead still seemed to be without end. Am I really doing this right? It took brain power to enter this place, but now it's suddenly nothing but fighting and battle? Is that really the end of it, or is there something more? Leonel's frown deepened. There was a possibility that the test to come to this place was enough to prove his intelligence, and as such, whoever made this space felt that it was no longer necessary to test this aspect. It was because of this logic that Leonel hadn't looked for another way until now. However, there was also the possibility that Leonel was missing something very important, something that would give him more of a chance than he seemed to have now. Chapter 853, Reason? Chapter 853, Reason? Leonel released a steam-laden breath. He slipped his back foot further backward, anchoring himself with power, strength, and leverage as he pierced forward. The moment he released the attack, he knew that his trajectory was off. This wasn't because he had aimed incorrectly, but rather because the spirits were becoming smarter and more skilled. It was maybe the world's greatest irony that on the day Leonel faced the most spearmen he had in his lifetime, that his spear domain heirloom, which was supposedly invincible against them, had become completely useless. Of course, he knew that this was likely because these were energy spears rather than real, tangible ones. But that didn't mean he didn't feel aggrieved. Leonel knew that it was too late to change his spear's path. Shifting his momentum had been easy in the past, but his current self was too slow and lacking in agility. His mind spun through several calculations before he made a choice. His body's momentum continued forward while falling slightly to the side. The anchor that had been his feet wavered, weakening his strike. But he also managed to just barely survive with just a graze to his shoulder. He used his fall to turn his pierce into a downward sweeping motion, raking his spear across the chest of the spirit. Damn it, not deep enough. The good news was that Leonel's quasi-silver spear was still very much effective against his enemies. Usually, as long as he could land a strike, it would be enough to end the battle. The bad news, however, was that the spirits were becoming sturdy to the point that even his quasi-silver spear didn't seem to have as great of an affect as it had once had. Leonel knew how dangerous this journey would be. That was why he hadn't even bothered to try to use his quasi-bronze spears, trying to gain as much of an edge as he could. But he had never expected for his once reliable trump card to become neutered before he even made a dent in his journey. At that moment, the spirit reacted as Leonel fell to the ground. Its illusory spear spun in its hands before piercing downward with stifling momentum. Leonel's pupils constricted. His mind had already thought of numerous countermeasures, but his body wasn't fast enough to execute even a single one of them. His hair stood on end, his muscles constricting and his nerves firing. Death wafted about his neck and whispered into his ear as though it was ready to descend, coaxing him toward the other side. Whatever it is that was, Leonel knew that if this spear struck true, he was finished. Not to mention the fact he didn't have access to his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor to heal himself. Even if he did, he had just used it to bring him back from the brink of death just a few weeks ago. It hadn't been nearly enough time for that life-saving measure to replenish itself. At that moment, Leonel's mind went blank. His silver spear vanished, replaced by a jet-black quasi-bronze spear in an instant. He reached out a palm as he fell to the ground. The instant it made contact, and not a moment sooner or later, a mighty chain domain appeared around him. A chain hooked around his ankle, whipping his body to the side with his singular palm as an anchor. The illusory blue spear missed Leonel by a hair, clanging against the light road as Leonel was spun to its back. The spirit couldn't react in time before a spear was suddenly jetted to its chest, its body becoming another cluster of light that entered Leonel. Leonel collapsed to the ground, his breathing heavy. He really thought for a second there that he was finished. This trial was truly something else. He didn't even have the luxury of lying here to rest. He had already tried to do that before. But after a few minutes of not moving forward, the same spirit would manifest again, and the penalty for defeating it was the same. That meant that if Leonel wanted rest, he also had to accumulate more weight to himself. Whoever made this trial was definitely a sadistic bastard. Why couldn't they go back to doing puzzles? That had been fun. Leonel was pushing himself up when he suddenly sensed something odd. His chain domain felt different at the moment. In fact, now that he thought about it, it wasn't his mind that had come up with a plan to avoid that deadly strike. Rather, it was more like his chain domain spear had called out to him. Called out to him was what it felt like if he tried to attach some logic to it. But, in practice, it was more like he instinctually knew what to do. The issue was that this instinct hadn't come from the primitive consciousnesses that he had absorbed, but had rather come from— Leonel frowned, turning his senses toward his ethereal glabella to gaze upon a silently floating spear embryo. This was all too confusing. Was he right about the reason his spear domain lineage factor felt so clear to him right now? Or was there another reason that had nothing to do with him holding spears or his king's might? If his king's might could keep his spear domain active, why not do so for the more useful Snowy Star Owl lineage factor? Was there another purpose for this, or was he overthinking things? Maybe this space was able to suppress lineage factors that gave direct boost to the body, but allowed more ethereal lineage factors like king's might or spear domain to thrive. That was possible, after all. Dimensional cleanse gave the most benefits to the mind, not the body, so it would make sense. But none of that explained the odd feeling Leonel had just experienced. Of his lineage factors, it would be accurate to say that his spear domain was the most neglected. Could it be that that neglect had caused him to miss something so life-changing? Chapter 854, 99%, Chapter 854, 99%. Leonel took deep breaths, pushing himself up the rest of the way. If this most recent thought of his was correct, that would mean that the creator of Dimensional Cleanse, or at least whoever it was that set up this competition, did in fact want him to use his mind over the raw strength of his body. It was just that now, rather than applying it to puzzles, he or she wanted it applied in battle. Leonel would still remember the borderline narcissistic comments the creator of Dimensional Cleanse had left in the first part of their technique. Back then, Leonel had been in the Joan zone, and his life was on the line every minute of every day, and yet he still couldn't help but chuckle. Even now, with his body in such a state, he was caught between rolling his eyes and laughing some more. When he framed things like this, if the creator was really the one who set up this fiasco, it was no wonder it was all so sadistic. That person was really a bastard. 97 seconds, Leonel thought to himself. He had to make it to the next spirit in that time, or else he would have to fight the one he just had again. The distance wasn't far, just a kilometer. But in this endless stretch of road, Leonel felt like banging his head against a wall. There's got to be something to this. The truth was that Leonel was at a striking disadvantage. It was very rare for those with powerful bodies to choose dimensional cleanse of all things to practice. They would usually pick a technique that could supplement their power, not their mind. But back when Leonel was choosing dimensional cleanse, he hadn't awakened any of his lineage factors. His mind was the only strength he had thanks to his ability. He hadn't really had a choice. He had simply made the best choice he could. Unfortunately, that led to a state where now his metal body, rather than being an asset, was actually the worst detriment to him. He shouldn't feel so heavy right now, at least not at such early stages. But the situation was exasperated by his metal synergy lineage factor. Ironically, Leonel would have had an easier time had he left his metal body at Tier 1 before entering this place. Not only was his body heavier to start, but the blue force that entered his body after every victory worked on percentages. This meant that the added weight he experienced was also greater than that of others. It was as though the creator of Dimensional Cleanse was snubbing his nose at Leonel for being a musclehead that dared to pine after his precious technique. As though this wasn't bad enough, this place was located in an unknown higher dimension. The pressure Leonel was experiencing as someone in the mere third was simply unprecedented. The misfortune of it all was that Leonel didn't have the luxury of whining about it. There was no road back. Leonel's force arts didn't work, so he couldn't even try to teleport away from this place. Stepping off of the light road meant certain death. And, to top it all off, there was nothing but an endless abyss to his back. If it wasn't for the beauty of the blue star, all of this would feel like nothing more than a death trap. Leonel took a measured step forward. He had already calculated the pace he needed to maximize his rest time while not being forced to fight the same spirit again. But now, he had to think of a solution. He couldn't just continue like this. If he did, there would eventually come a point where he couldn't hold on any longer, and by then, only death would await. Leonel wasn't a fool. In fact, he was being overly optimistic right this moment. The truth was that he had already reached his limit. Every subsequent spirit was always between 5 to 6% more difficult to defeat. This was calculated using a combination of Leonel's added weight, along with the spirit's increase in defenses and skill. If Leonel fought more passively, he felt that he could at most defeat 3 more spirits. But even if he couldn't see to the end of the light road, he could definitely see 3 kilometers ahead. And that was enough to know that that put him no closer to his destination. What was the conclusion? 100% chance of death. For Leonel, whose very foundations were rooted in logic, there was no false hope birthed in his heart, nor was there a steely determination. All there was left was the acceptance that if he didn't change something, he was finished. And he had 97 seconds to think of it. Even though he would last 3 more rounds, he had already calculated that he would suffer grievous wounds after just the first. They would definitely be terrible enough that even if he did figure something out, he would be finished. Leonel's gaze was left with nothing but an eerie calm. They say that when one faced death, their lives would flash before their eyes. But nothing of the sort happened to Leonel. Maybe it was because he wasn't like other individuals, or maybe it was because the control he had over his mind was too great. Whatever it was, it saved him valuable mental strength, all of which was focused on a solution. What did he have? He had his king's might, he had his spear domain, and he had his spears. He knew that this trial would never allow him to rely on anyone else, so he didn't even consider using Little Black Star, Candle, or Vice. He also knew that there was no force allowed to be used here other than the force Dimensional Cleanse produced, which should be Star Force. Leonel's eyes narrowed. Maybe that meant that it wasn't that his force or mage arts were useless, but rather that mage arts that used forces other than Star Force couldn't gather the energy they needed with these restrictions. A small crack opened in Leonel's logic as the chance of death fell to 99%. Chapter 855 Coexist. Chapter 855 Coexist. Leonel's Dream Force acted. Thanks to his Dream Force having fused with his 3-star constitution, it wasn't restricted by the laws of this place. This thought led one of Leonel's split minds to explore the possibility of fusing other forces with his stars, but it was quickly dismissed. It had required a very special set of circumstances to allow for this. Leonel soon ran into another problem, though. He had never constructed any star elemental mage arts. It took a second of his time left, more than he had even spent to deduce things to this level, to reformulate a simple arrow spell to be formed with a star elemental foundation. The moment the mage art was complete, to Leonel's pleasant surprise, an arrow of sparkling star force radiating a pure silverish white appeared. In fact, Leonel realized the abundance of star force was so great in this place that the spell was completed about 10% faster than it would have otherwise been. Leonel nodded to himself. This was a good sign. He was learning more about this place. Though he was inwardly kicking himself for not trying to deduce these things earlier, it was better now than never. To Leonel, 97 seconds with his thinking speed and split minds might as well have been days. Though that 97 seconds was now 96, he adjusted himself, realizing the next time he calculated the restructuring of a spell, he would have to assign more minds to it to cut down on the time. Though it was a shame he never formulated any star elemental spells, there was no use crying over spilt milk. Now was a unique opportunity, but he also wasn't foolish enough to believe that this alone was enough. The road ahead was nearly endless. Now that he could use spells, he would indeed have some added flexibility in battle, but it wasn't enough to be life-changing. At the very least, he would need time to formulate more powerful spells that would have a greater impact. That placed him right back at square one. King's Might and his spear domain. In that moment of life and death before, his mind had gone blank and his instinct had taken over. Leonel wasn't a fool. He knew well what this meant. The instinct he hated so much, or rather disliked, had actually been the very thing to save his life. As Leonel's mind grew powerful, he unfortunately fell into a very human-like trap. The very same trap so many fell into when they gained new wealth. It was simply human nature. What happened when someone came into new money? Usually, those who managed to take advantage did the opposite of what was in their nature. If someone received a promotion at work, they might choose to move into a larger apartment or house, buy a fancier or faster car, maybe have another kid or two to celebrate. What these actions ultimately did was raise their cost of living to the point that even with their promotion, they were once again living life the same way they always had. How did this apply to Leonel? Every time he gained a +1 to his split mind and his cognitive function became more powerful, he would assign his ability to do more and more things, to accomplish and seek after more and more. The result was him feeling that even with the capability of splitting his mind more than 1,000 ways, that it still wasn't enough. In battle against an opponent he couldn't properly react to, this shone through like a sore thumb. Leonel's mind was calculating so many things, weeding through so many possibilities, but he hadn't been able to come up with something actionable in those final moments that could save his life. It had been up to his instinct to act for him, the very thing he had looked down upon from the beginning. Leonel was very stubborn in his own way. It didn't display itself as overt arrogance, at least not often. But it was there nonetheless. His feelings and the way he did things were quite rigid even when others might tell him to do different. Why was it that his spear domain was his weakest and most neglected lineage factor? It was because he kept trying to fit its square peg into a triangular hole. Every time Leonel mastered a new spear, rather than fusing it with his fighting style, he would build another dreamscape and add it to his existing one. Then, he would try to calculate when it was the most optimal to use in battle. Every time Leonel did this, he added another shackle to his spear domain. It was meant to be a lineage factor all about feel, instinct, and fluidity. But Leonel was constantly trying to break it down into an exact science that could be brewed and reproduced. In a lot of ways, having the spear domain heirloom by his side only exasperated the problem. With so many styles and techniques at his fingertips, it fed into his philosophy all the more. He always thought that maybe, just maybe, if he memorized enough spear techniques, absorbed enough spear consciousnesses, and mastered enough spear domains, he would reach a level where he could instantly react to almost any situation. And therein lied the problem. Leonel had over 1,000 minds that could think at once, and he only had access to about 900 of them now. How could he possibly compute things fast enough to react to what was effectively an almost infinite series of possibilities? He might be able to get away with it if his opponents were relatively tame and his body was in its peak condition. But, as his enemies grew stronger and his body grew heavier, he might as well have been putting the chains around his own neck. That was the problem. But what exactly was the solution? Was it even possible to reconcile his lineage factor with his ability? No, that wasn't the question, because the answer didn't matter. If he couldn't do so, he would die. The trouble was, how could you allow for computation and feel to coexist? Chapter 856, Speechless. Chapter 856, Speechless. 3 young women and a large man shared a table in the private room of a restaurant. Among them, the blonde young girl clenched her hands tightly on her lap, staring down at the wooden patterns before her. Savon felt like she was walking on pins and needles. This had to be the oddest family dynamic she had ever been a part of. Miel hadn't even asked her about who she was or what she was doing here. After Yuri casually introduced her, that was the end of it, and he hadn't said a single word to her. In fact, he barely nodded, something she almost missed because she found it difficult to look him in the eye. The father was expressionless. The daughter was expressionless. The adoptive daughter was expressionless. This sort of family almost made her thankful that her own didn't have to step into the oddity of this world. Even if she had to be alone because of it, at least she and them would never reach a point where this was how they interacted. Finally, a waitress came into with large amounts of food. A bit of the pressure Savon felt was finally alleviated because someone with a normal smile and expressions had come. Unfortunately, seemingly sensing the atmosphere, the waitress didn't dare to stay long and practically bolted away, holding up the hem of her skirt. Things only became worse after the food came. What once was an atmosphere of silence became filled with gnawing, cracking, and chewing. If Sivan closed her eyes, she would have thought that she was sitting amidst a pack of wolves. To Sivan's right, Yuri elegantly cut apart her food with a fork and knife. However, across from her, the father and daughter pair seemed to be fighting to the death. Their elbows clashed every so often, causing resounding booms to reverberate through the air. It sounded almost like claps of thunder every time they struck. And yet, they continued to bite at the piles of meat and bone as though nothing had happened. Sivan had never known that Aina could eat so much. But, even if she could eat so much, how had she suddenly become a barbarian? It was as though any womanly elegance she had had in the past completely vanished. If Sivan didn't know better, she would have felt that Aina's hair and irises were slowly tinging red as though she was becoming more and more of a Brazinger with every passing moment. She really had no idea how to process all of this. It took several more orders and another hour before the father-daughter pair finally stopped eating. By some miracle, their clothes, hands, and faces were completely stainless of food. Even though Sivan had watched from start to end, she had no idea how they had accomplished it at all. Then, as though nothing had happened at all, Meal began to speak. His voice sounded like smooth stones slowly grinding against one another. But his word choice was short and succinct. It was as though he didn't want to waste a single breath more than he had to. I am a vassal of the Viola family. The reason that I've called you here is because I now have enough capital and cachet to not fear direct action from the Brazinger family. Your growth here will be faster. Use the resources well. I give you 10 years. With that, Meal vanished. No, he didn't vanish. He simply moved too fast for them all to register. His words, though, left far too much information out. It was all so vague and open-ended that it was difficult to draw any solid conclusions from anything, and it said even less about how he had managed to carve a path from Earth to become a vassal of such an important family within the sixth dimension. However, rather than looking toward where her father had left, Aina simply looked toward Yuri. For as long as Aina had known her, Yuri had always been the interpreter of her father. In a lot of ways, one would think that Yuri understood more about him than she did as his biological daughter. Still, she seemed unmoved by this as she waited for a deeper explanation. Luckily, Yuri didn't disappoint. At these higher dimensions, it's impossible to find a powerful family without the backing of an even larger family. Adoptive father has become respected and useful enough to the Viola family that they won't casually get rid of him for some benefits. At the same time, the Viola family has enough backing from higher places that targeted their assets would be something one would need to think twice or thrice about. Though adoptive father used the term vassal, he is more important than this. It could be said that he is an integral part of the Viola family's combat prowess. We can take advantage of this to grow beneath their umbrella. Under the proper circumstances, it may become possible to gain a chance from the backers of the Viola family to take a look at the seventh dimension and gain even more benefits. But this will be difficult, and the Viola family will not casually give such benefits to outsiders. The only way to circumvent these barriers is by doing as father did and become more useful than they could possibly ignore. But it will be difficult because even adoptive father has not had a chance to look at the seventh dimension. He has always been passed up not due to his lack of skill, but rather due to the fact the Viola family elders don't want to use their few opportunities on an outsider. Sivan looked from Aina to Yuri and back again a few times. She was very much confused. Brazinger family? Wasn't that Aina's last name, so she hated her family? Alright, she could accept that. But the problem was, why did it take a sixth-dimensional family with backing from the seventh dimension to finally make it safe for Aina's father to bring her here? Wasn't the Brazinger family from Earth? Weren't there protections for lower worlds from higher ones? What was going on? Ho, how strong is the Brazinger family? Sivan finally managed to ask. Aina and Yuri looked over toward her together. We don't know. The answer left Sivan speechless. Chapter 85796. Seconds. Chapter 85796. Seconds. On one hand, there was Leonel's ability. As powerful as his lineage factors were, he still felt that it carried much of the burden for how he had made it this far. On the other, there was his spear domain lineage factor. It had been mostly neglected, but now it was practically his only path toward salvation. As powerful as his King's Might lineage factor had the potential to be, not only did Leonel not have enough subordinates to scale it properly, it was ultimately just a supplement to strength he already had. This led him right back to his spear domain lineage factor. Leonel's brows furrowed as the time continued to tick by. It was an impossible question. It had taken him fractions of a second to think to this point. The moment he came up to this blockage, time seemed to flow like water, and its speed was only getting faster. Even after 80 seconds was left, Leonel still hadn't made any headway to answering this question. Did he just have to abandon his ability entirely? But that couldn't be right. Cutting off his ability would feel no different from losing an arm to him. Who was to say that there wouldn't be a point in battle where it would be useful? But Leonel couldn't just leave things as is. It obviously wasn't working how things were now. If he just tried to press forward, he really could be that brainless meathead the creator was trying their best to weed out completely. 60 seconds. It was like trying to hold two extremes at once. Was it even possible? Leonel could execute two different styles at once because he could split his minds, but this felt even more fundamental than that. It resided on a layer deeper than just a style, and was almost ingrained into Leonel's very bones. If he could just split his mind and solve the problem, he would have already done it. 50 seconds. Leonel could almost feel his silver spear chuckling. The little bastard had always hated him ever since he broke the rules to reach it. He was supposed to use his comprehension of the spear to move forward, but Leonel had always used his strong soul and dream force to travel further than he should have been able to. But therein lied the problem he was forced to deal with now. 40 seconds. Was this really days worth of thinking to a normal person? Leonel felt as though time was moving faster than it ever had for him before. Even as his measured steps continued forward and he approached the next trial faster and faster, the coldness in his gaze seemed to only deepen. Maybe he really had relied on his ability too much. He had been so confident that 97 seconds would be enough to think of a solution. Who other than himself would actually be so arrogant as to think that? 97 seconds wasn't even long enough to cook a proper meal, but it was enough to change the entire philosophy of a person stuck in his ways. 30 seconds. Leonel's blood slowed to a crawl, his bodily functions shutting down one after another. This wasn't because he was feeling the looming fear of guaranteed death, but rather because he was diverting all his brain power to his singular task. He barely left just enough thought to keep his body moving forward and store away his thoughts and feelings toward Ina. 20 seconds. Time was like an endless drain on Leonel's psyche at this point. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't find a solution. He felt as though he was stuck in a box. His thinking was too rigid, almost as though he was a two-dimensional construct observing something created by a third-dimensional construct. He had a viewpoint that wouldn't allow him to understand no matter how hard he tried. Understanding, this was the first time Leonel had ever run into something he truly couldn't wrap his head around. Should he just do it? Should he just give in? If he didn't change something, he would be finished anyway. Wasn't it better if he just took a leap of faith and hoped that his instinct could carry him through this battle? But why was it that he had such a strong revulsion toward such a thing? He felt as though he was ripping out a piece of his own soul just thinking about something like this. 10 seconds. Leonel's jaw steeled. He was less than 100 meters away. He felt like he had overturned every possibility and simulated everything he could. At this point, he felt that he had wasted his time. Would he have been in a better situation if he had turned all of his brain power toward formulating new star elemental force spells? However, Leonel knew that this was a foolish thought to have. Even he would need days to formulate new mage arts that could battle near and at a fifth-dimensional level. Even if he dug through his memories and found some arts from Camelot, they would all be at a third to fourth-dimensional level at best. 5 seconds. Leonel had no choice. He unleashed all more than 1,000 of his split minds. Waves of emotion he had long since suppressed practically blindsided him despite the fact he thought he was ready. But it still caused him to lose a second, his mind spiraling into a well of memories. 4 seconds. It's not the first time I've seen it. Ina's voice might as well have been whispering into his ears. The were-rat and the other weremen lay dead beneath their blades, and the man's primitive consciousness had taken hold of Leonel's body, forcing him to pull down his pants. Even now, Leonel had no idea what Ina had meant by that. What did she mean she had seen it before? 3 seconds. Leonel's footsteps froze. He faced a line that demarcated his life and death. He hadn't even taken the first step toward his goal yet. Would he really die like this? Chapter 858, Domain, Chapter 858, Domain. The memory suddenly hit Leonel like a ton of bricks. It was as though he had thought of something, but the true ramifications, or maybe more accurately, implications of it didn't hit him until a moment later. It felt like he was on a roller coaster with everything whizzing by so fast it was difficult for his eyes to keep track. But there was just that one small moment that appeared for just long enough to catch his attention just barely. That day, that was the first and one of the only times Leonel had ever allowed one of the consciousnesses to take over his body. It had given him combat prowess far beyond his means at that time. Ultimately, though, what he had done that day was out of necessity rather than desire. After all, he had only just stepped out of his second zone and hadn't even really understood what it meant to wield a spear. It also had to be remembered that he had had the spear domain heirloom for all of a few minutes at that point, so he wasn't even really sure what he was getting himself into. However, what was especially memorable and important about that time was the fact that the primitive consciousness hadn't snatched his body away forcefully. In fact, Leonel was able to take his mind back as he pleased. He never truly felt that he wasn't in control. Leonel wasn't sure if this was how things were supposed to have gone, or if he had been meant to struggle to keep his mind safe, but all of that was irrelevant. The fact that he was so clearly unaffected was a very good thing. The issue with allowing consciousnesses to take over his body was the blurring of the lines between what was you and what wasn't. But Leonel was able to define this line so clearly and easily that there wasn't even a chance at such confusion. The question was the answer to allow his body to be taken over? What was so powerful about that memory was that Leonel had been able to take a back seat and observe everything while his body was being controlled by another. If things were like this, then he could take a step back and calculate the progression of battle. This would allow him to step in should he ever be needed. However, the trouble was which consciousness should he allow to take over his body? The logical answer was the consciousness of the quasi-silver spear. The issue with that, though, was that Leonel had forcibly snatched the spear, and let alone experiencing its consciousness, he hadn't even experienced its domain yet. As far as he knew, the quasi-silver spear didn't even have a domain, which was definitely untrue. This was just only one problem, though. Something about allowing others to control his body while he observed left a bad taste in Leonel's mouth. It was like he wasn't earning it. And if he wasn't earning it, was he truly winning? Could that even be considered the path of a true king? I feel like I'm close, so close to something. 2 seconds. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Spear domain. What did those 2 words truly mean? What did they represent? Leonel had gotten mixed up in the power-ups each spear provided. He had spears with elemental domains, ones with restrictive domains, and even others with boosting domains. Every spear he added to his arsenal felt like another button he could press when the going got tough, so he got lost in them. With every spear he claimed, the problem only became worse and worse. However, if Leonel broke things down as logically as possible, there was a disconnect here. There were the spear domains of the actual spears. Then there was the spear domain heirloom, which shared the same name. Then, even beyond that, there was his spear domain lineage factor. Of these 3, the only one Leonel ever really paid attention to was the first. He treated the second like a one-stop shop for spears. And he treated the third like a mere boost in sharpness for his spear force, yet another one of his neglected abilities. Leonel's Snowy Star Owl lineage factor allowed him access to the abilities of a Snowy Star Owl. Leonel's Metal Synergy lineage factor allowed him a oneness with metal that could both improve his body and his control. Leonel's Spear Domain lineage factor was used how, exactly? 1 second. Leonel suddenly took a step forward, crossing a line of no return. His gaze was just as cold as always, his palm flipping over to replace his chain-laced black spear with a spear that sparkled like a shimmering ruby. Even if Leonel held this spear up to his face, he would be able to see his palm right through it. It seemed as though it was carved out of delicate crystals, yet it had a heft beyond the 50-kilogram chain domain spear, and completely lacked any sort of flexibility whatsoever. What was the most shocking about this spear, though, was that it didn't have a blade. It looked like a rod or a staff, something that had baffled Leonel until he learned exactly how it was meant to be used. Due to its abilities, of all the star elemental domain spears he had, Leonel chose to start with this one. As the spirit began to form, the star force in the surroundings began to whip about. Leonel's spear twirled about in his hands. With every spin, it became faster and faster, Leonel's gaze becoming sharp as the spirit grew more and more solid. Wheels of a metallic blue star force followed the arc of Leonel's spear. Star domain. The blue star force surged, connecting with Leonel's crystal red spear and suddenly flashing toward a blinding ruby color. In that moment, the blade spear suddenly gained a vibrant crimson point. Within Leonel's ethereal glabella, his spear force embryo trembled. The sharp sound of blades colliding began to flow all around Leonel, his pale violet eyes beginning to glow brighter. Chapter 859, 2 Things. Chapter 859, 2 Things. The blade of red energy looked no different from a real blade. It shook the surrounding air, sparkling with a translucent sheen that emitted a grandiose power. However, its majesty was overwhelmed by the ever-growing sound of blades clanging against one another. A strong force whipped about Leonel, forming into a growing dome of strength that enveloped him, and eventually even the spirit before him. What did it mean to have a spear domain lineage factor? All this time, Leonel had focused too much on the spear aspect. However, it was precisely due to this that he had ended up neglecting one of the most powerful cards in his hand. It was like a clash of memories was finally coming together into one, forming a full picture that Leonel had completely missed until now. That day his consciousness was taken over. That day he mastered the primitive consciousness for the first time. That day he touched upon the true form of universal force, causing him to step upon the king's path. That day he finally realized that he was truly meant to be a king. What was a domain? What was the spear domain lineage factor? An indifferent light reflected in Leonel's gaze. He took a step forward, his spear spinning in his hand, following an elegant arc. His spear force embryo continued to tremble fiercer and fiercer. It grew in size, becoming larger and more prominent. Eventually, it grew so large that it began to manifest in Leonel's surroundings, the striking mark of a golden spear etching itself onto his forehead. Rather than ruining his appearance, it gave him a mysterious, exotic air that bordered on intoxicating. The mark of the spear grew brighter and brighter as Leonel clashed with the spirit. His steps were so steady and his strike so perfect that the sturdy spirit stumbled a step backward, its spear rebounding away from Leonel's own. Leonel took another step forward, his spear spinning. Swirls of blue star force came into being, forming a second blade that slashed at the spirit. Recovering quickly, the spirit blocked with the body of its spear. However, Leonel wasn't fooled. He could almost feel the imbalance of the spirit, causing him to instinctually apply pressure just a bit more to its right. The spirit's steps faltered, clearly not having recovered as much as it had seemed to. Leonel's spear didn't stop. With a third spin, the head of the spirit shot into the air, an arc of crimson slicing through the air without a single sound. The spirit vanished into motes of light, sinking into Leonel's body and adding to its heft once again. Leonel's gaze narrowed as he took deep, steady breaths. Every time he had mastered a spear, he slotted what he learned into his dream world for his later use. But this not only put a greater burden on his mind, slowing his cognitive function, but it also neglected the true form of what his spear domain lineage factor was meant to be. His spear force embryo wasn't a spear force embryo at all, it was a spear domain embryo. Its purpose was to store Leonel's comprehensions of the spear, forming it all into a unique path that could match up to its master. Of all the owners of spear domain, there were practically none that had systematically mastered so many spears at once. And then there were those with the spear domain lineage factor who would never touch the heirloom a day in their lives. Yet, Leonel had the conceptions of so many spear masters in his mind. But, rather than using them as he was meant to, he practically tried to reformulate the spear domain lineage factor in his own image. What did it mean to have a spear domain? If one was referring to an individual spear, it was a narrow avenue of power related to an element or a restriction. If one was referring to the heirloom, it was a graveyard of spear masters of the past, an homage to the greats that once lived. And, if one was referring to the lineage factor, it was an area of absolute control, confidence, and kingship. It was a region where delicate and masterful control of the spear was demanded, a region where the spear was almighty and all must kneel before it. In those few seconds, Leonel had only managed to fuel his spear domain embryo with just a few lower-level consciousnesses and had yet to fill it with all the spears he had mastered, of which there were tens of thousands. And yet, the change to his combat prowess was mind-numbing. I understand, I'm not supposed to simply fill my spear domain embryo with all sorts of spear disciplines. What I'm supposed to do is select those that match with my combat prowess the most, and fuse those, and those alone, with my spear domain embryo, allowing it to truly become my own. That's the true strength of the spear domain lineage factor. I can also tell that there's more waiting for me as I help it to grow stronger. However, that is just for others. Others don't have minds capable of housing a spear domain embryo with endless assortments of spear disciplines. As such, they must be extremely selective. But my mind is strong enough. Leonel had finally come to understand. This was where feel and computation met and fused into one. He didn't have to allow his body to be taken over. From the very beginning, his lineage factor was designed to take on all the feel for himself. It was already one with him from the very beginning. It was just like he was taking a test he had studied thoroughly for, but had forgotten at the critical moment how to apply that knowledge. But now, Leonel shot forward, the mark on his forehead growing brighter and brighter with every passing moment. It resonated with a luminescence that seemed intent on outshining even the star before him. All of it. Fuse with all of it. A young man paused, the spirit he had felled with his sword turning into motes of light that fused with his body. He had quite the disposition. He had a starriness in his eyes that would make women swoon, his deep black irises somehow twinkling with their own light. He had long, sweeping jet black hair only tied at its very end. It made his hair almost look like a perfect flow of water. However, what was maybe the most shocking about this young man were two things in specific. The first was an eerily familiar ring that could be found on his finger. The second was the bright sword mark that was etched onto his forehead. Chapter 860, Star Force. Chapter 860, Star Force. The young man's sword slightly twisted in his hand, the flat of its blade catching the blue rays of sun coming from the distance and sparkling with a translucent sheen. He wasn't sure why it was he had looked in that direction. It was just the feeling of something familiar. As for what it was, he had no idea. Curious. His robes fluttered, his steps seemingly slow, but his true pace being at tens of meters a second. He seemed to effortlessly glide forward. His sword vibrated in his hands continuously, almost eager to the point of flying out of his hand. Ha! He could no longer hold back his grin. It's been a long while since I, the sword deity, has met something that made my blade thirst. Sword deity was, of course, not his name. In fact, it wasn't even close. The truth was that even others hadn't given him this name like one might expect. He had named himself. If one went even deeper to the true root of the matter, no one even knew of him. After the humor of it all faded away, those who understood how the strongest powers of the dimensional verse worked would sink into their own solemn expressions, looking toward this young man with arrogance that could poke a hole in the skies with the utmost seriousness. To put matters into proper perspective, even if one was born into a higher dimensional world, everyone would start at the third dimension. However, if one thought that made everyone equal, you would be sorely mistaken. It seemed that Leonel was capable of punching above his weight because his individual abilities added up toward such a result, but it was far deeper than this. To put things in the simplest way possible, Leonel was a cup that could be filled to the 7th dimension, but with only enough water in it to match up to the 3rd. There was a difference between a cup filled to its brim and one with so much room to maneuver. If Leonel was fierce enough with his cup, he could cause the water that made up his strength to slosh about and reach toward a height it shouldn't be able to reach. However, if someone with a smaller cup tried to do the same, their water would just spill over and be wasted. Why was all of this important now? It was important because, depending on the strength of a family, it required a youth to reach a certain level of strength before they could leave and begin to experience the world. The stronger the family or organization, the stronger a youth of talent would have to be to meet their requirements. This young man was already in the 6th dimension. And, yet, not only was he arrogant enough to call himself the sword deity, he was a complete unknown to the world. So, the question was, how strong did his organization need to be to think that only the 6th dimension was decent enough to finally let him out? It likely wouldn't be long before the name Amory, the sword deity, was known far and wide. Leonel took deep breaths as he continued to move forward. Unfortunately, his recent breakthrough hadn't done much to alleviate his previous fatigue, but it was gradually getting better for him. As his battles grew more efficient and wasted less energy, the gaps between them became more and more beneficial to his recovery. If it wasn't because the battles also grew more difficult, he might have already been able to catch his breath. Leonel didn't grow complacent, though. His battle prowess continued to grow as he integrated more and more of his comprehensions into his spear domain embryo, but he was also keenly aware that this was not enough. At this rate, if the road was really as endless as it seemed and not just an illusion to test his mental fortitude, he would practically be nothing more than a stone by the time he reached the halfway point. Leonel was already felt twice as heavy as he should be, something that effectively meant he was dealing with what felt like double gravity. In addition, it was only growing worse with every passing battle. The good news was that Leonel felt with his progression, it shouldn't be a problem to continue for a long while. The bad news, however, was that he was certain he would eventually reach his limits again. Leonel wouldn't make the same mistake, though. There was no need to wait until the final moment and hope and pray for another breakthrough. What he needed to do was think of a path of progression for himself that guaranteed improvement. He had to assume that he would be stuck here for years and act accordingly. Leonel's head tilted slightly to the side, his free hand shooting up with a coating of star force forming a force skin over it. With a sturdy grip, he latched onto the spirit's spear and pierced forward with his free hand at the same time. Moments later, Leonel's body grew a small measure heavier as he continued forward. His steps maximized the time he would have between battles, both for recovery and so that he could continue to think. His best options for improvement were Star Elemental Mage Arts, mastering more spears within Spear Domain, and thirdly, there was Universal Force. If there was one force that still functioned just fine in this place aside from Star Force, it was Universal Force. If not for this, Leonel wouldn't have been able to keep up for so long. After all, Universal Force was one of the core reasons he was able to battle above his dimensional level. The current Leonel used it so frequently and fluidly that he hardly even thought about it consciously anymore. But that ironically led to it being neglected as well. Funny enough, Leonel found it difficult to use Dream Path on himself. However, that didn't mean he had any intention of giving up so easily. Interesting, I haven't felt any hunger or fatigue since I've been here. Is it because of this star force that keeps entering my body? If Leonel had to lament one thing about being stuck here for so long, it would definitely be the fact that he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep, but as time passed, he realized that he felt neither. Once Leonel realized this, he started paying more attention to his body. He had already been doing so, but he had mostly been monitoring weight. Now, however, he was trying to find out what this mysterious star force was doing to him. The conclusion he reached, though, was quite surprising, because the answer was nothing. The blue star force didn't do anything after entering his body except for fuse into his flesh and bone. After that, there were no surprising mechanisms, no subtle changes, no hidden dangers, or even benefits. It seemed like it just fused and vanished. Interesting. If there was one part of Leonel's body that was completely untouched, it was his right kidney. It sparkled like a polished golden-red crystal, swirling about with a gaseous-like energy that looked like smoke being lit by vibrant gold and crimson light. Whenever the blue star force tried to fuse with this kidney of his, it would be eradicated. In truth, Leonel's current body was only functioning on one kidney, as he didn't dare to allow his scarlet star force to move about as it pleased. If it did, he might as well prepare himself an urn right this moment because nothing but ash would be left. Even now, Leonel had no illusions toward allowing it to go throughout his body right this moment just to deal with the blue star force. The exchange wouldn't be worth it, especially since Leonel was no longer certain that the blue star force was harming him. There was no denying that this blue star force was making him heavier, but at the same time, it was also the reason he didn't need food or rest, two abilities that were all too important to actually completing this trial. Maybe? Leonel suddenly thought of something that made his eyes narrow. Back on Earth, especially during its less technologically advanced eras, everything was reliant on the sun. Plants needed the sun to produce their food. Herbivores consumed these plants for their energy, and then omni and carnivores would consume these herbivores. This was how the cycle of life worked. All the most fundamental energies that allowed for life originated from the sun itself. Even when Earth continued to evolve and began to produce some energies itself, was it really self-reliant from the sun? Even on 25th century Earth, the greatest source of power was nuclear fusion, the very same process the sun relied on to produce the energy it did. Earth, even when it began to be self-sufficient, was still just doing its best to imitate what a star could do innately. When Leonel thought of Starforce, he thought of many of its abilities. He thought of its abilities to purify and cleanse. He thought of its heft and weight. However, he never really considered what it was most fundamentally, a power source. At that moment, it suddenly clicked. Why was it that he wasn't feeling tired or hungry? The real question was, why would he believe that he should feel those things when his body was being saturated with the purest form of energy the universe had to offer? For the second time in just as many days, Leonel's worldview had been flipped on its head. So, I've been using Starforce all wrong. But if its core use is as energy, why am I still breathing so hard? Leonel's eyes narrowed, seemingly having thought of something. Maybe the creator of Dimensional Cleanse wasn't as much of a bastard as he thought. It was either that, or he or she was even worse than Leonel believed. Chapter 861, Viola Estate. Chapter 861, Viola Estate. The Viola family estate was impossibly large. One might think that this meant a few hundred acres, or maybe they owned a small forest to themselves, but even this wasn't thinking nearly large enough. The estate of this family wasn't limited to such a small range. In fact, even a large city wasn't enough to cover it all. Instead, it was constructed by a network of 10 large cities that encompassed an area equivalent to a small state, about 30,000 sound square kilometers. Despite the impossibly large region for just a single estate, it was difficult to find even a single blade of grass that was out of place. And this was despite the fact that much of the region between the 10 cities were used as tempering grounds for the younger generation. One would think that it was nothing but an enormous and well-kept garden. This estate was, of course, just private property. Only the members of the Viola family and their vassals were allowed to step foot in the region. The only exception was when the family hosted some competitions in their tempering regions. But even then, it would mostly be youths from comparatively powerful families participating. Rarely, the Viola family would hold such competitions to find new vassals like Ina's father. But this had many hoops to jump through to even be considered, the least of which were exorbitant fees, not to mention many rounds of screening. It could be said that not only were vassals extremely rare in comparison to the number of the Viola family members, each one was a talent that could even match up to the heirs of the family, not that they would ever have a chance at succession. As the only daughter of a Viola family vassal, Ina had certain privileges as well. Due to the rarity of vassals and given the size of the estate, it wasn't surprising that the father-daughter pair would have a large mansion and room all to their own. In fact, their living abode could be considered to be an estate as well, just that it was more normal in size. The accommodations left by the Viola family for their subordinates were quite excellent. Most vassals who managed to succeed would move their entire families over to subordinate themselves to the Viola family, so Miel had enough room to accommodate thousands of people, but there was usually no one but himself. Now, though, he had gained 3 young women and his daughter, his adoptive daughter, and their friend. It didn't take the girls very long to settle into their new lives. They had endless space to train, all the sparring partners they could ever want or need at their fingertips. Their meals were handled by elite force pill crafters far beyond Ina in skill. The precious resources that made up their meals were so rare and nutrient-rich that single bites for fourth-dimensional existences like themselves made them feel as though they wouldn't have to train another day in their lives in order to reach the top of the universe. Of course, this was all nothing but an illusion. Very soon, as the impurities of their bodies were flushed out and they became accustomed to such treatment, their rapid progress would slow, that is, if they didn't know how to take advantage. But were they like this? Let alone resting on her laurels, Ina seemed to become a madwoman. She ate more meals in a given day than words she might speak in the same time frame. She blazed through the elite sparring partners of the Viola family as though they were cannon fodder, ate enough food for 10 grown men in the 5th dimension, and honed her skill to a mind-numbing degree. Everyone knew that the vassal title wasn't hereditary. There might be less hoops to jump through for someone with a connection to a vassal, but there would be hoops nonetheless. However, with the way Ina was going, it might not be long before she gained such a right herself. It was just unfortunate for the Viola family that something that would start off so innocent would ultimately end in their prestige built over tens of thousands of years being plundered and their estate being razed to the ground. In a familiar land several folds of reality away, a young man who was just as familiar pinched down on one of his nostrils with a thumb before blowing hard. A jet of blood sprayed out along with not nearly enough snot. However you looked at it, this young man's nose was a mangled mess, and yet it didn't do much to detract from his handsome features. This young man was none other than Elthor, the Oryx Prince Leonel had sent to handle affairs on planet Valiant. But clearly he wasn't having as good a time as one might hope he would. In fact, he was having a hard time not pulling out his blade to deal with every situation. Of course, as an Oryx, this was the preferred method. But the issue was that he wasn't strong enough to simply rule with an iron fist just yet. One might think that the Oryx might be like beasts, just submitting to those with the greatest bloodline, or in their case, the strongest pheromones. But this was far from the case. They were a race that relied on their minds just as much as humans would. Elthor's appearance had definitely been seen as a great sign by the members of the Oryx, but this didn't simultaneously mean that they would just hand over all the reins to him. There were simply too many questions. Where was he from? What was his purpose? What right did he have to take command of all of them? Leonel had definitely prepped Elthor to handle all of these questions far in advance after thoroughly studying Oryx culture. But this didn't mean that the plan would be without its bumps and bruises. It also didn't help that practically every Oryx female was in love with Elthor, and there wasn't a single male Oryx who was a fan of this at all. Chapter 862, Good or Bad? Chapter 862, Good or Bad? Elthor slowly picked himself up, shaking his head. He was getting really tired of having to get into all of these fights, not because he hated fighting, but because he always had to hold back. The ones he could kill, he couldn't kill. As for the ones he couldn't kill even if he tried, those were even more agonizing. Did they get off from beating a kid like him? Just because your wife was giving me googly eyes doesn't mean I touched her. Shouldn't you blame yourself for her eyes wandering? Elthor looked up and glared at the gorilla-sized bastard he had just knocked out. His fists were really too itchy at this point. At that moment, though, Elthor's pupils suddenly constricted. His head snapped up to the skies, his eyes narrowing. This is most definitely not part of the plan, Elthor mumbled to himself. The Oryx community, despite their advancements toward the importance of the mind in conjunction with the body, was still quite primitive. Their sanitation wasn't the best. Their roads were still paved of dirt. Their homes were simple constructs of wood, mud, and dried grass. They were ultimately still living in a time countless centuries behind everyone else. One of the tasks Elthor was left with by Leonel was to improve this. However, the method in which he did so was also important. Elthor was supposed to become their future leader, not their plumber or construction worker. He couldn't just roll up his sleeves and get to shoveling. As shallow as that sounded, the minds of sentient beings all worked similarly. If Elthor did this, his image would be tainted in the eyes of most. As feel-good as it sounded for a leader to get in the dirt and weeds with their subjects, most didn't have the capacity to appreciate this and would even take it for granted. Of course, such an approach could be taken after power was already in your hands. But if you had to shake off the label of commoner or poverty first, history would tell you how difficult that would be, and even those that succeeded would have to wage war or lead an uprising, something Leonel had expressly told Elthor to avoid. As such, Elthor's path toward improving the Oryx was to instead present his ideas through legislation. It was much slower this way, but it also gave him the opportunity to display his leadership qualities and to subtly prove himself. This would be the most difficult. Elthor's combat prowess was clear enough. No one at his age was able to defeat him, and even matured adults often lost to him. It was just that he couldn't match up to the true warriors of the Oryx yet, and likely wouldn't be able to for a long while. However, this didn't matter because that was just a matter of time. Proving that he was the most appropriate leader, though, and also dealing with the fallout of those he would have to push out of the way to claim it, would be what really challenged him. The irony wasn't lost on Elthor. He had never wanted to become a king in his life, and yet in order to become the general he wanted to be, he would have to become a king first. Life truly liked to play tricks on the weary. At this moment, though, Elthor wasn't thinking about all of this, at least not in his conscious mind. Due to the structure of the Oryx, they were quite closed off from the outside world and didn't have diplomatic relations with any others. However, just moments ago, a ship had very clearly descended the skies, not bothering to hide its presence. There were only two possible explanations for this. It was either a declaration of war, or it was just the best way to establish contact with a race that was so primitive in its technology. Just minutes later, it became clear that it was the latter. The Oryx tribe's meeting room was among the first things Elthor had proposed to fix. As a result, it was the cleanest and most well-established. It took up the center of the tribe, and though it wasn't made of precious materials, there was no denying the care that went into making it. At the very least, there was no dirt, mud, or grime to be seen. There was nothing but well-polished, dark wood all around. The focus of the Oryx and Elthor, though, wasn't their well-built meeting room, but rather the group of diplomats that had come from parts unknown. The current leader of the Oryx, a wizened older man by the name of Raymundus, sat upon a wooden throne. Though his eyes were murky and his hair was grayed, his back still sat straight and his breathing was steady. He both looked like he could keel over at any moment, but simultaneously burst with an undying strength. To Raymundus's left and right were two guards in their prime. Both were among the strongest warriors of the Oryx, and their momentum was stifling. No matter how one felt about the Oryx, their presence alone was enough to force whatever disdain this group of diplomats might have had in their hearts down. The group was led by a young woman wearing a fluttering yellow dress. She didn't seem off-put by the strong smell of the Oryx in the slightest, and simply bowed with respect before Raymundus, causing the latter's aged eyes to twinkle with a hint of intelligence. "I've heard of the Oryx tribe for a very long while," she began with a sweet voice. "Please don't take this as useless flattery. Valiant Hurt Mountain was once the strongest power in this quadrant, even beyond the Milky Way Guild, and yet your Oryx tribe has managed to protect your lands from them, effectively hindering their path toward uniting this world and the world spirit. My organization has taken a great interest in working with you all." Elthor watched all of this in silence. Of all the plans, counterplans, and fail-safes Leonel had given him, a contingency for this was not amongst them. Even Leonel couldn't plan for every change ahead of time. To make matters worse, Elthor had no way of recognizing this woman. In fact, even if he had seen her face before, he still wouldn't because her features had changed. This woman was none other than Era. Is this a good or a bad thing? Elthor thought to himself. Chapter 863 Puzzle. Chapter 863. Puzzle Leonel had no idea what was going on so far away from himself. It was true that he had never considered the possibility that someone would try to form diplomatic relations with the Oryx, but this was mostly because of how unlikely that it was. The Oryx were not human. This was maybe the most important reason. Though racism wasn't very prevalent amongst humans any longer, at least not in Leonel's experience. That was only because it was replaced by another sort of race war, one between species. Unfortunately, no matter where you were, racism was an almost inevitable part of life. There was nothing people liked to do more than participate in tribalism. The grotesque part of it all was that it was rooted in good. People had the inherent want to be connected and feel connected to one another. It was just unfortunate that this good was often twisted and contorted into what Leonel believed to be the ugliest thing in the world. What better way to feel more connected to those around you than to exclude the others? If everyone was connected, was anyone connected at all? It was these kind of thoughts that had always pervaded the psyche of the dimensional verse, and it manifested in the form of race wars all too often. It could be said that the only reason Earth had weeded out racism was because of its hands-on approach. The Ascension Empire fused the continents into one. A monolithic culture was formed. There were no large swaths of communities where only a single type of face could be seen. Of course, Earth still had its own in groups and outgroups, that being the people who could call the surface home and those that could not. But they had still made great leaps and bounds in that direction, and it was about the only thing Leonel respected about his grandfather's empire. However, outside of Earth, these things couldn't be said to be the same. The Milky Way happened to be a galaxy of humans, so these matters weren't very prevalent on a large scale. But they still appeared in small doses here and there, one of which was the Oryx themselves. Leonel had never thought that anyone would reach out a hand to ally with the Oryx because of these reasons. He felt that he understood human psychology very well, at least enough to be quite firm in his predictions against this happening, but what he never considered was the fact that someone would make this move precisely because they felt that no one else would do so. The trouble was that now, even though Leonel had the initiative and the advantage of race on his side, he wasn't able to plan out his next move because he was stuck in this trial world. It would all be up to Elthor. Leonel took deep, sweeping breaths. Every time he did so, large swaths of blue star force swarmed into his mouth, spiraling about the air and into a funnel formation. Leonel sealed his lips almost as though he was tasting something, but the truth was that he was monitoring the change in his body, trying to see if the changes he had made were functioning properly or if he needed to make more adjustments. Fascinating. The more time Leonel spent in this trial, the more he realized just how much of a genius this creator was. It seemed as though this was nothing but a long, drawn-out trial of battle, but with every new discovery Leonel made, he realized how far from the truth this was. Logically speaking, it didn't make sense that a star force that could stop him from feeling hungry or tired couldn't also help his stamina. At least this was the case if he was correct about Star Force being this all-encompassing energy source that could be applied to anything, but who was to say that this was true? Anyone with half a brain knew that depending on the device, it would need a different power source. Or, at the very least, that power source would have to be packaged in a different way. Back in the 21st century, Earth had batteries that were split into all sorts of rankings. Technically, they all functioned similarly and had near identical mechanisms by which they worked, but they came in all different shapes and sizes and couldn't be casually swapped out for one another. Leonel believed that this blue star force was like a single type of those batteries. In its base form, it was capable of halting fatigue and hunger, but did nothing for muscle recovery, oxygen supplementation, or anything of the like. However, Leonel then realized something else. Technically, this blue star force should be unable to become the blade of his weapon, right? After all, it wasn't an attack-type star force like Leonel's Scarlet Star Force was. And yet, hadn't it fused with his blade just fine? That was when Leonel understood that this was a hidden puzzle. In fact, maybe the gradual weight his body was gaining was a puzzle as well. As for what Leonel's task was, it was adjust the uses of this blue star force to fit his needs better than they already were. Even if he didn't feel hunger or the need to sleep, if his stamina hit a wall, what good would that do for him? So Leonel got to work. His first goal? To have this star force become capable of replacing his oxygen intake with far more efficiency. Funny enough, this brought Leonel right back to mage arts and their creation. This time, he focused everything he had on the star element, trying to formulate a force art that would allow him to satiate his body's thirst for air. Once he finished that, he would move on to his muscle fatigue and attack that weakness as well. With the abundance of star force there was in the air, how could he not take advantage? Due to his measured steps and far weaker body, Leonel only fell further and further behind the others, completely unaware that he even had competitors. However, the further toward completion he approached with this force art, the brighter Leonel's gaze glowed. Chapter 864, Wrong Shape. Chapter 864, Wrong Shape. Leonel took another large breath. The spiraling of blue star force this time was even more violent and rampant. Every ounce of force within 10 meters surged toward him, filling his lungs to the point they seemed like they might burst. Not quite, almost there, Leonel's mind spun, undergoing several calculations at a time as he continuously adjusted the force art. However, as Leonel progressed, he quickly realized he was approaching a bottleneck. His progress was slowing, and he subconsciously felt that he would reach a barrier he couldn't push past with more calculations very soon. This wasn't the first time Leonel had run into such a problem. While he was force crafting, there were many times the blueprints he thought of couldn't quite meet he marked the wanted them to. When things reached that point, the best choice was to always scrap the design and start anew, because this barrier definitely meant that there was a fundamental flaw to his approach. A fundamental flaw, Leonel's gaze suddenly sharpened as he took a heavy step backward. A blade of blue swung down heavily before him, missing the tip of his nose by just a hair. A fine line of blood trickled down and dripped from Leonel's nostrils, his pupils constricting to an extreme. This wasn't a kilometer. This was 500 meters. The parameters had changed again. Had he been just a moment late in his reaction, he would have been sliced in two. No, if it wasn't for his dream counter, he would be dead right this very moment. Leonel reacted quickly, his spear jetting forth so fast that it cast a inescapable net. Ding, ding, ding. The spirit countered with a deft skill, its speed far beyond Leonel's. If it wasn't for Leonel's own skill surpassing it, allowing him to use a single attack or defense to block multiple assaults, he would have been riddled with holes by now. Leonel's gaze sharpened, his short hair wafting about in a slight breeze as the spear etched onto his forehead grew ever brighter. Leonel stepped to the side, the blue illusory spear ripping a gash along his black compression shirt but missing just enough to leave not a single mark on his skin. Leonel spun his spear in one hand and clamped down his free forearm and elbow. After trapping the spirit's spear, he pierced its throat through, kicking it off his blade just a moment later. Exhaling a long breath, Leonel's brow furrowed. Was it going to be every 500 meters now? Did that also cut down the time he would have to think in between? Leonel decided not to make a rash guess. Since things were like this, he might as well wait here until the spirit appeared again, even if it meant he would have to take on additional weight once more. The time ticked by, and in less than 50 seconds, the spirit reformed. Leonel sighed. Fantastic. Leonel shook his head as he began to battle the spirit again. At least the distance was also cut in half. If he had to cover the same distance in half the time, it would be even harder for him to restore his stamina. I'm missing something, still missing something. Leonel felled the spirit again, accepting the same penalty twice. He knew that he had to change something drastic. However, he didn't know how. When he failed with a crafting design, there were any number of paths for him to take. He could try a completely new design, he could swap out the materials he used, he could even try a different tempering technique. But what would he do in this case? The equivalent changes would probably be to try and use a new force art language. Maybe it would be more receptive to what he was trying to do. But Leonel only knew 2 languages. 3 if he counted what he learned from that time he almost lost control of his body in the Joan Zone, a mystery he had still yet to properly solve. The first language he learned was in the Joan Zone incident. That was from the mysterious entity with the ability to turn abilities into force arts and bestow them upon people. The second language he learned was from his father and the Morales family teachings. The third language he learned was from Camelot's magic system, and it was also the one he was currently using. At this point, the problem was obvious. The first language was restricted to the third dimension for Leonel. The second language was constructed for use in creating crafts, and though it could be adapted, Leonel was still certain that the third language was best suited to this. Why? This was because Camelot's magic system and language was perfect for integrating the body and magic. If Leonel wanted to take force and use it to energize his body, it was by far the best choice. And if it wasn't working, that meant that Leonel had run into a dead end. Leonel's brows furrowed. He absent-mindedly stared at the looming blue star in the distance that didn't seem to be getting any closer. Someone else at his strength level might have already felt like they were finished. Wait, Leonel's steps came to a grinding halt. The combination of body and magic, was that correct? Or was it more accurately described as the body and mind? Didn't magic manifest itself from soul force? Wasn't that how force arts were drawn? Leonel's pupils constricted. The battery is in the wrong shape? Is that the real purpose of this trial? If that's the case, then where should I put it? All the while, Leonel's gaze couldn't be torn away from the blue star in the distance, his cold eyes giving way to a burst of passion that hadn't been there in a long while. Leonel ignored everything and suddenly took another massive breath. But this time, he didn't seem on stopping even as a tornado of blue star force began to form above his head, growing by tens of meters at a time. At that moment, a door had creaked open. As for what it led to, it was the fourth dimension. Chapter 865, Blue Star Force. Chapter 865, Blue Star Force. Leonel felt his body surging toward a barrier with such momentum that even he himself couldn't stop it even if he chose to. Leonel believed that he had understood the purpose of this trial. Maybe it wasn't that this was a puzzle at all, and maybe there wasn't the reward of the remaining portions of dimensional cleanse waiting at the end for him. What if the entire purpose of this road was to comprehend the next step of dimensional cleanse yourself? What did it mean for Leonel to say that battery was the wrong shape? Well, all this time, the perfect image was hanging before him. He continuously tried to use the blue star force as though it was normal air he could breathe in, before then trying to adjust it to function like oxygen would. But was that the right way to do things? Then there was the blue star force that fused into his body and kept making him heavier. Why did it feel like the process was eerily similar to what one experienced when entering the fourth dimension? Wasn't that the dimensional realm one spent time tempering their bodies and drawing more nodal pathways? On top of that, there was the fact that Leonel felt he was using the blue star force all wrong. He felt that if he wanted to get the most out of it, taking star force from the surroundings and directly applying it to himself was the wrong method. If he wanted to flip the table and approach this from a completely different angle, then he believed that the best course of action to take would be to accept the star force into his body, convert it into the form he needed, and only then would he apply it to himself. But this process, how was it any different from his 3-star constitution? When Leonel completed the first phase of dimensional cleanse, he managed to complete what the creator called a near impossible feat and form a 3-star constitution. Back then, he had felt like the creator only knew how to exaggerate because he hadn't even struggled. One had to remember that forming 9 nodes didn't guarantee the formation of a star. Rather, it only allowed one the capacity and chance to form one. Every 3 nodes one formed with the dimensional cleanse technique gave one the chance to form another star. However, Leonel's own stars had formed immediately and without his conscious effort the moment he met the threshold requirements. How could Leonel not think the creator was exaggerating in such a situation? For Leonel, who didn't often get lost in the thick of his own emotion, it all sounded like a simple mind game. If the creator was lost in his or her own narcissism and wanted as many people to use their technique as possible, what would they do? They would probably make said person feel like they were part of a special elites group that could accomplish something almost impossible. Leonel concluded that the formation of his 3-star constitution was likely something similar. However, that didn't mean he couldn't recognize the importance of them. At the very least, he felt he could trust the strength of the technique because he felt like he could trust Uncle Montez. What Leonel didn't know, though, was that the creator hadn't exaggerated in the slightest. And what he also didn't know was that the 3-star constitution was just the beginning, or rather, he didn't know until this very moment. Leonel's body began to tremble with a violent abandon. Within his ethereal glabella, 3 slowly rotating stars of pure silver white suddenly began to pulse. At first it was subtle, but in just a few moments they began to expand and contract so wildly that they would double and even triple in size in one moment before shrinking to the size of a fist in the next. Such violent movements made Leonel's mind feel as though it might collapse at any moment. His 3 stars were the root of much of his mental prowess. Thanks to it, he was able to quickly and continuously replenish his dream force. As a result, he was able to use his ability with an almost negligent abandon. With it suddenly becoming unstable like this, surging out with pulses of power that shook Leonel's ethereal glabella, it felt like the situation might turn bad. The truth of the matter was that this wasn't the fault of the technique. The 3-star constitution, at least at its current state, was designed to be used with 3rd-dimensional soul force. And yet, not only did Leonel use the more powerful dream force, it was even at the 5th dimension. However, where there was danger, there also came benefit. With the 3 stars seemingly evolving under the pressure of 5th-dimensional dream force, their overall character and quality were improving by leaps and bounds. If the creator of dimensional cleanse had been observing, they would be able to tell that despite the fact Leonel was suddenly pushing toward the 4th dimension, the quality of his 3 stars were actually closing in on something closer to the 5th. This, though, was just the tip of the iceberg. It was right then that the blue star force tore a path into Leonel's ethereal glabella, rotating about as though under the influence of savage winds. It felt like it wanted to tear everything in its path apart, and compared to the more docile silver-white star force, it had the heft and strength to do so. Luckily, the barriers of Leonel's ethereal glabella were comparable to an existence at the fifth dimension thanks to his snowy star owl lineage factor's wisdom branch. As a result, though the surroundings quaked and a splitting headache shook Leonel's mind, everything managed to remain together. The swirling blue star force began to rotate faster and faster. As time passed and it swept through the entirety of Leonel's ethereal glabella, its form became clearer and clearer. Or rather, its three forms did. The blue star force began to form three more stars that very instant. Chapter 866, one sweep. Chapter 866, one sweep. The three swirling masses of blue star force began to compress as the silver-white star force continued to pulse. They fed off one another, seemingly trying to find some sort of balance. However, maybe in the history of the dimensional cleanse technique, no one had ever formed all three stars of the fourth dimension at once. There were three foundation layers for dimensional cleanse. The first was for the third dimension, the second for the fourth, and the last for the fifth. Each would produce a maximum of 3 stars, of which most wouldn't be capable of forming even one. However, let alone not forming even one, Leonel had suddenly begun to form 3 at once, and no matter how he tried to slow the process so that this splitting headache would leave him alone, nothing would work. The truth of the matter was that Leonel's body had been ready to spill over to the next dimension for too long now. Not to mention the fact he had one parent who was bestowed the complete world spirit of a world with 8th dimension potential on one hand. On the other, he had a parent born from a 7th dimensional world that had birthed the clan with a lineage factor with 8th dimensional potential as well. The fact he had remained in the 3rd dimension for so long, all while spreading his limits thin through his metal body and his dream force, was almost a form of blaspheming. If it wasn't for the fact his body didn't know how to progress to the next level, it would have long since done so. It was like a hole had been poked through the barrier toward Leonel's next advantage, large waves of crashing waters ramming through it and forcing it wider and wider. If it was said that the best breakthrough was one that came naturally, this was more than just natural. It was almost like a wine locked away for thousands of years, fermenting to the point of achieving a potency that could knock someone out with a single whiff, let alone a sip. The trouble was that Leonel's body had to be the bottle that contained it all, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Leonel roared into the skies, his body pulsing with a blinding light. He could feel every individual cell in his body being washed over by a seemingly endless torrent of energy. His blood vessels dilated, his nerves fires continuously, impurities poured out of his body like a flood, pooling around him just to be incinerated by the star force in the surroundings. At that moment, enough time had passed for yet another spirit to form, but it could hardly mold itself into a silhouette before it suddenly found itself obliterated, unable to withstand even a single strand of the moment of Leonel's breakthrough. Leonel's hair began to fall from his scalp once again, only to rapidly grow to lengths that would put some rivers to shame. His skin's pores opened and closed as though it was breathing, pouring out with foul-smelling odors that would put even the oryx to shame. Leonel could feel his mind and body transcending. It was the very first time he had ever experienced such a thing. Leonel had thought he could predict how his breakthrough into the 4th dimension would go. After all, he had experienced it before with his metal body and his dream force. Wasn't it the same thing? But he was wrong. He couldn't have been more wrong. This was a completely different experience. It felt like, rather than breaking through, he was becoming a completely different person, as though he was shedding away what he once had been to become something new. If Leonel had to describe the difference, it felt like he had been in charge of constructing an enormous building. But for some reason or another, he had started to build the foundation with wooden planks. Feeling like this wasn't good enough, he hid those wooden planks underground and swapped out the upper tiers of the building for more elaborate building materials like steel beams decorated with polished glass. However, ultimately, the foundation of his building was still weak. The wooden beams could hardly hold up its heft, and the structural integrity was lacking to a great degree. Finally, he decided that he had made a mistake. But how would one rebuild a foundation? The only answer was to tear everything down and build it up again. Leonel felt as though every single one of his cells was being reborn. It was simultaneously like he was both the weakest he had ever been and the strongest all at the same time. As his body reconstructed itself, it remembered the previous blueprint with ease. It reconstructed his metal body, making Leonel feel as though it had become what felt like hundreds of times more powerful in the blink of an eye. At the same time, it reconstructed his mind and his dream force. Even if some of the foundation was still too weak for 5th dimensional dream force, it was powerful enough that Leonel improved by leaps and bounds. Leonel had once only been able to split his mind just over 1,000 ways. But now, he felt that even splitting himself 50 W0'd ways wouldn't be difficult in the slightest. And he still felt as though his mind was only growing more and more powerful, like chains that had held it down for the longest time were finally being released one after another. Leonel's roar grew louder. Blinding lights that erupted from his body began to incinerate his clothing and the impurities it was dripping with. Within Leonel's ethereal glabella, the 6 reforming stars began to grow explosively in size along with the boundaries of his mind. At the same time, the body of his mage core grew along with it, its foliage becoming more exaggerated and the trunk of its stem expanding all the more. In one sweep, Leonel had stepped from the 3rd dimension to the very peak of the 4th. Chapter 867, Oops, Chapter 867, Oops. Leonel's body, which had been lifted from the star road, fell back down heavily upon it. He landed on his feet, but his face was obstructed by the sheer length of his light violet hair. It covered his body and his face, cascading for hundreds of meters as though it had a mind of its own. Leonel exhaled a breath. Even from beneath his endless pile of hair, the billowing steam made its presence known. Leonel's long hair blew out of the way, revealing a body that put even Hephaestus's to shame. Despite the fact Leonel had never been as obsessed with training his body as Hephaestus was, it seemed that his breakthrough had reformed his image into something the Romans would have carved out from white stone. From top to bottom, Leonel was covered in a sheen of colorless sweat that still pumped out what remained of his body's impurities. However, by this point, his body had grown so pure that even his sweat itself released a refreshing aura, smelling like a faint cinnamon with just the slightest touch of honey. The fibers of his muscles could be seen from beneath his skin, their steel cord-like construction wiggling about and following the contours of his tan. His abs seemed to have one too many pairs for a normal human, and large veins pumped throughout his body, giving him a vascularity that put most bodybuilders to shame. And yet, he was a lean, explosive machine, even down to his defined quads and calves of his legs. Leonel knew that this must be the result of his metal body. He had never had such defined muscles in his life, despite the fact he had always been fit. That was definitely the only explanation, and he was correct. When Leonel's body was reconstructed, the explosive strength of his metal body could finally manifest itself. The bulging strength that had been hiding all this time made itself known, threatening to burst out from Leonel's skin. If one peeled all of Leonel's skin off and took a look at the muscles beneath, rather than a pure healthy pink, it would be tinted with a slight bronze that made it look as though his body itself was becoming a machine. Even though Leonel could tell that he was also far heavier than he had been in the past, he somehow simultaneously felt as light as a feather. His every breath filled him with a seemingly endless energy, his every heartbeat circulating his blood at impossible speeds. Still, Leonel hadn't expected to step to the top of the 4th dimension in one sweep like this. He had yet to branch out his nodal pathways, so it was quite shocking that he had managed to do so, at least on first inspection. Ultimately, the 4th dimension was all about bringing the body up to standard to deal with subsequent evolutions one would undergo in the future. However, Leonel, who had a Tier 9 metal body, had already laid out the perfect foundation for this. The 4th dimension made use of nodal pathways to accomplish this, but Leonel's metal body made use of his bronze runes. One had to remember that because Leonel had managed to open the 4th dimensional gate of his metal synergy lineage factor to the 9th level, even his very bones had been carved with his runes. Do you want to read more chapters? Come to Panda Novel Com thanks to this. The depth and completeness of Leonel's metal body was at the highest possible level, allowing it to complete the same task nodal pathways would be able to, and thus allowing his body to be capable of withstanding being filled to the brim with star force immediately upon his breakthrough. Of course, this didn't mean that Leonel's runes could replace his nodal pathways. If he didn't begin to form them on his own, it would cause problems in the future. But, at least for now, there was no problem treating them interchangeably. Leonel nodded to himself, rolling his forearms before his eyes. He still couldn't believe all the veins popping up across his body. It almost felt unnatural to him. Once I finish forming my nodal pathways, I should be able to step into the 5th dimension right away then. I don't think that would take more than a few months. The unfortunate part about Leonel's metal body was that due to its sturdiness, rearranging his cells and forming new pathways was now far more difficult. Had he not had a metal body, maybe just a few days would have been enough to finish, since he had more than enough star force and wouldn't face bottlenecks. But Leonel wasn't too disappointed. There were people stuck at the 4th dimension all their lives. Plus, a few months would probably still have him stuck in this place, so it didn't make much of a difference one way or another. Leonel shook his head, grabbing at his hair and slicing it short again. He felt that his hair was easily tens of times tougher than it had been in the past, but thanks to his king's might, it was just as easy to cut. Still no beard. Leonel shook his head, rubbing his chin in disappointment. Somewhere deep inside, Leonel felt that he had no beard because he was progressing too quickly. What if he felt like he was 21, but his body still felt like he was 17? How depressing would that be? Not that a 17-year-old without any facial hair whatsoever was exactly normal to begin with. Maybe he just didn't win the genetic lottery. Of course, if others heard him think such a thing, there wouldn't be enough tomatoes in the world to throw at him. Forget it, I'll just stay baby-faced forever. Leonel stored his hair away as he had done before. He wasn't sure why he did this, but he just felt it would be a shame to get rid of it for some reason. Who knows, maybe one day it would come in handy. With that, Leonel shot forward. What he hadn't expected, though, was for his speed to be so fast that he would leap across over 200 meters in the blink of an eye. By the time he had skidded to a stop, he was already at the next 500-meter mark. Chapter 868, not just a single step. Chapter 868, not just a single step. Leonel's fist shot forward, blasting the head of the spirit into pieces. After he was done, he almost felt bad about it. He had just reacted as quickly as he could and didn't even think much. The poor guy didn't even get a chance to take a good look at his face. I should put on some clothes. Leonel, unfortunately, didn't have another pair of sweatpants, so he could only use Valiant Heart Mountain's white pair of hammer pants. It would have to do for now. Despite his success, Leonel didn't feel any sort of complacency. The road ahead still seemed endless, and it was impossible to tell how many more opponents he would need to face. Who knew, maybe after 100 more rounds, he would be right back to gasping for air. Thinking to this point, Leonel measured the change of his strength he calculated with his last leap, then adjusted himself immediately. It only made sense that he had missed the mark like this. Though Leonel had been taking measured steps in the past, that didn't mean he was going slow, at least not in the eyes of a normal human. After all, he had to cover a kilometer in less than 100 seconds. That would be like running that 100 meters 10 times at world-class third-dimensional speed. He had been trying to tap into that speed once again, but forgot to account for the change in his body's strength because he knew he was running out of time before the spirit appeared again. He didn't want to take on any added weight he didn't have to. Leonel blinked. His weight, it hadn't increased. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Could it be that this hadn't been the trial? Or could it be that he was still at the fourth dimensional level, and as such, since he had cleared the mark, he wouldn't have to deal with any of the drawbacks for now? Do you want to read more chapters? Leonel wasn't sure which it was. He really didn't have enough information. He had already tried to ask the dictionary about it, but it mostly functioned on scanning things. The information it stored was limited, and it seemed to not be capable of scanning this trial region. The further Leonel progressed, the less enigmatic and omniscient the dictionary seemed to become. Leonel pressed forward, but having adjusted himself, his steps were still calm and perfect. Since he didn't know how long this would go for, he needed to use all the time he had to improve as much as possible. The next mystery he chose to tackle was quite a simple one on the surface, but the further he dug, the more his gaze narrowed. Why was it that his silver-white stars were silver-white while his blue stars were blue? It was an innocent enough question. The answer also seemed to be obvious as well. There was only silver-white star force on Earth and only blue star force here. Mystery solved, right? If one concluded this, though, didn't that mean that the strength or abilities of your star were dependent on where you formed them? In that case, did that mean that Leonel was at a disadvantage because he formed his first 3 stars on a third-dimensional world? Something so important, shouldn't the creator have mentioned it? Or was that sadistic bastard playing tricks again? It was easy to fall into this belief. Even Leonel felt that it might be true. But something about it all felt off. As though Leonel was missing something important. Of course, there was also the possibility that Leonel was wrong and this was true. But in that case, could he replace the foundational energy of his stars? With far more minds to work with, Leonel assigned one to forging out his nodal pathways, then split the rest between his spear domain, comprehending his stars, and formulating new star elemental mage arts. As for why he only assigned a single one to his nodal pathways, it was because the more he formed at once, the more star force it would take. It wouldn't be smart to drain himself in such an intensive battle environment. Leonel continued forward like a madman with only improvement on his mind. All he could think about was becoming a step more powerful with every second, not knowing what kind of challenge laid ahead for him. Of course, he had no idea that he was currently dead last, and even the second-to-last individual was several hundred battles ahead of him. All right, Ina spoke indifferently, brandishing her axe. Despite the speed at which she swung it, there was no sound of whistling wind, nor did the air shift at all. Her father simply nodded and vanished once again. Just now, Miel had come to bring her news of an opportunity to enter a sub-dimensional zone of the Viola family. Entering a zone on a 6-dimensional world was a fool's dream for the current Ina. One had to remember that a normal zone was a location where higher dimensional realms touched upon lower dimensional ones. This meant that the zones that would appear here may very well have 7th-dimensional threats. That said, the Viola family controlled more than just a single world, and among them, there were more appropriate zones that could be entered, especially if things were accomplished as a team. Days later, Aina found herself not on another world, but rather a moon. The atmosphere was thin, the ground dusted by dry red sand and rock, and the beaming stars in the distance made one feel an undying dread for the heat. By her side, both Yuri and Savan were present, all of them wearing what could be considered to be excellent flexible armors even for warriors of the 5th dimension, accentuating their figures quite perfectly. At that moment, a young man with deep black hair and twinkling violet eyes stepped forward. I am Samson, a junior general of the 6th city. I know that some of you may be disappointed, as it is usually Richard's job to introduce potential vassals to their first trial, but he was suddenly summoned some weeks ago for an important mission. so you'll have to settle for me." Samson smiled lightly. Despite his candor and warmth, though, the disappointment on the face of many couldn't be hidden. How had they gone from Richard, a potential heir to the Viola family, to Samson, someone from the Sixth City? This wasn't just a single step down. Chapter 869, The Weak and the Strong, Chapter 869, The Weak and the Strong. A junior general couldn't be looked down upon. In fact, beside being a potential heir, it was the highest ranking a youth of the Viola bloodline could have. When a world reached a certain level, especially for the Viola families that had reached the pinnacle of its potential, the only way to grow and expand was by conquering the lands of other worlds. Of course, the best way to do this wasn't by fighting it out with worlds at your level. Rather, the best way was by targeting worlds beneath you. Lower-level worlds had certain protections. That came either from tacit agreements, protection by higher-level worlds, and/or natural barriers. Earth, for example, is among a few lower-level worlds that had all three of these layers of protection. Due to its talent, it had gained the favor of numerous high-level worlds, all of which had invested in some way or another toward their continued progress. In addition, due to its exceptionally low dimensional level, the natural barriers of protection it had were leaps and bounds beyond most. One had to understand that crossing between folds of reality was always dangerous. However, crossing from a higher dimensional fold of reality to a lower fold as a higher dimensional being was both exceptionally difficult and exceptionally dangerous. The only exception to this is if one had a certain affinity for the fold of reality in question, for example, having been born there. This was all to say that the junior generals of the Viola family played a large role in bolstering their strength. It was they who led campaigns to lower-level worlds and conquered them in the name of their family. To gain such a right definitely meant that you were among the best the Viola family had to offer. However, being from the Sixth City was a small knock on Samson's prestige among them. Do you want to read more chapters? The estate of the Viola family was formed of 10 cities. These were named by number and went from 9th to 1st. The 10th city was known as the main city. Competition within the family was fierce, and even which city you took up living accommodations in was regarded as a measuring stick for your value. Being from the 6th city meant that though Samson wasn't at the bottom of the barrel in terms of talent, he wasn't very prestigious either. This was especially so since among the youths here, many of them lived in the main city. Of course, their living accommodations had nothing to do with their own strength. Their parents were vassals that had proven their worth over a long period of time and, as such, had gained the right to live in the main city among the most important members of the elder generation. This number included Aina, Yuri, and Savan. Since Miel didn't have any other family, they of course moved to the main city as well and had maybe the best living accommodations of all those present. However, unlike many of the other youths here, they didn't feel any disdain, nor did they show it on their face. They hadn't been here long enough to build up such an elitist attitude. And, even if they had been, they were led by Aina, who couldn't be bothered to care about such superfluous nonsense. Her emotions were practically even-keeled all the time these days. Samson's gaze swept over the youths, his hands clasped behind his back and his smile slowly fading. I see. You all think that because I'm from the 6th city, and many of you probably live in the main or first city, that you all are above me? For the mere children of vassals, you all really do have quite some nerve. Richard asked me to come so that I could scout out if there would be anyone worthy of joining his retainers and helping him claim the right to succession, but I see that you all are nothing but trash. The disdain the group had immediately flipped toward rage. A young man wearing a heavy set of dull gray took a heavy step forward. Beneath the somewhat weaker gravity of the red moon, his movements were large and unrestrained. I'm not going to stand here and be insulted by a 6th city swin, then sit. Bang! The young man couldn't even finish his sentence before he found his face being twisted into the red rock that should have been beneath his feet. Samson stood before him, grinding his face into the dirt with a foot. Hardly anyone had seen him move. His speed was beyond them. His means were beyond them. His strength was beyond them. The muffled voice of the young man was practically swallowed by the ground. No matter how hard he moved, he couldn't seem to free himself. To make matters worse, when he thought he would succeed, he felt that if he continued, he would end up ripping his own neck from his own body. You all must think you're very special, Samson's friendly smile had turned to an almost fiendish grin, his black hair waving about even in the absence of wind. Do you ever wonder why it seems like there's always another vassal family being escorted out of the Viola family estate every day? It's because you're all even more useless than the young masters you purport to hate. You vassal heirs are rarely good enough to take up the mantle of your fathers and mothers. While we of Viola blood have to scratch and claw for everything we have, you all live a life of luxury, not having to worry about succession, not having to worry about being backstabbed, not having to worry about protecting yourselves from your own brothers. It's quite funny, if you ask me. You all dare to look down on me when it's the blood, sweat, and tears of people like me that keep you all so carefree. Do you know why you all dare to be like this? Because you are weak, and there's a sucker out there stronger than you willing to protect your fragile little existences. To make things worse, you think they owe you this protection, but what are you going to do when that person's gone? Chapter 870, Spades, Chapter 870, Spades. Samson removed his foot from the armored youth's head and kicked him away toward a relay station not far from them. Get this bastard out of my sight. I have no interest in protecting dead weight. There weren't a small number of youths of the Viola bloodline that were unsatisfied with the vassal system, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't have the power to change things, and even when most of them did gain power, they chose to leave things as they were. The trouble was that vassals didn't have a very strong connection to the family to begin with. They were essentially glorified hired guns. So, the best method the Viola family had to keep these experts by their side was to treat their families well. If a vassal died in the line of duty, their family would also be well taken care of. However, should that vassal not have an heir, their family would not be allowed to stay in the Viola estate. The trouble was that the descendants of vassals had an overinflated sense of worth, and this was especially so for descendants from vassals in the second, first, and main cities. This was because the vassals in these cities were amongst the most important to rope in for succession wars. In such a situation, wouldn't it be too foolish to offend a family member of such a vassal? So why was it that Samson dared to do this at all? It was because Richard was a special case. He had the support of one of the two eternal vassals, one of the only two vassal families that managed to pass down their title from generation to generation. In addition to this, his mother's background wasn't simple, and should he succeed on the current expedition he was on, there was a 60% chance the claim to succession would be his. On top of that, the youth he had just kicked away had a father who was a vassal from the second city, and, considering his lack of talent, there was no way this title would be passed down. Also, as far as Samson was concerned, the potential heirs that didn't dare to offend the youths of vassals never stood a chance at the head position to begin with. All right. Samson clapped, feeling that he had established his authority well enough. This zone is quite a special one. According to our analysis tools, it actually seems to be related to General Phi. After doing some research, I found out why. This region was among those the general conquered back in his youth. It was only after the empire fell that it then fell into our hands. Samson was about to continue explain, but he saw the blank looks on all their faces. Even the few he thought were comparatively better than the others, like those 3 masked women over there, didn't seem to know what he was talking about. Do you want to read more chapters? He shook his head, lamenting the state of these youths as though he wasn't actually younger than a lot of them. From a young age, he had been training to be a general. In addition, as a member of the Viola family's main bloodline, he had also been drilled with all sorts of history. However, the legend of General Phi shouldn't be one that one had to be a history buff to know. How could one be in the 6th dimension and have never heard of the Silver Empire? The name sounded simple, but it was just an unfortunate part of the language being lost in translation. To General Phi and his people, silver represented the highest prestige, an unmatched glory, but most importantly, an underestimated, unrefined talent that rose to the top. This last definition is why silver was the most appropriate translation, as it always lost out to more precious materials like gold, diamond, or platinum, but it still wasn't exactly perfect. Our tri-pillar galaxy, forget it, I'm not wasting my breath. All you need to know that it is very possible that we will have to face General Phi in his youth. I don't have the time or patience to protect all of you, so some might die. If you don't want to see your coffin lids close early, follow my instructions and cut the bullshit. With that, Samson turned and vanished into a swirling portal, almost a dozen youths following after him. It was an odd feeling indeed. Zones seemed to pass down legends of an age-long past, but what would happen if that age hadn't exactly ended yet? The discussion between Ira and the Oryx didn't seem to last very long, just 3 hours. And yet it felt like the tribe had suddenly become a swaying rowboat amidst an ocean of waves in just that small moment. The promises she made were quite monumental. She promised to hand this world over to them. She promised that they would have a place in this galaxy, and she promised that her success would be theirs. The Oryx weren't so naive to simply believe everything that was thrown at them. After all, they were an intelligent race of people. And they had more than enough experience dealing with humans, and even the much more powerful Valiant Heart Mountain, or rather, the Valiant Heart Mountain of the past. However, the temptation was also great. In their current state of hyper-evolution, the Oryx had a very small window to either rocket to greater heights or crash, never to rise up again. Hyper-evolution wasn't something you could just sit idly by for and reap the benefits of. It was the last chance this world was giving them to claim what was theirs. If they couldn't fight for it, they would be finished. But if they got lost in the weeds battling the dying Valiant Heart Mountain, leaving themselves without enough room to expand beyond this world, then they would have wasted a golden opportunity. Of all the things, thoughts and plans Elthor had come with, what he was lacking the most in were the resources the Oryx tribe needed to crash through the barriers that were holding them back, resources Era had in spades. Chapter 871, Elsu, Chapter 871, Elsu Era did not overstay her welcome. She very cleverly didn't push too hard and turned to leave the moment she had said her piece. The only thing she left behind was a method of contacting her and nothing else. Long after she was gone, a silence weighed over the council room. Even Raymundus didn't say anything. Elthor sat in a corner, his brow furrowed. He really was being pushed into a position he didn't know how to deal with. The good news was that while Elthor knew nothing about Ira, what he did know was of the strain between the Milky Way Guild and Leonel. After all, Leonel wouldn't leave him without such a valuable piece of information, and most definitely had a way of contacting Elthor. The issue was that Elthor had tried to contact Leonel, but had failed to do so repeatedly. Leonel had said that this might be a possibility, but that didn't stop it from being a huge problem when it actually did happen. From then on, there was nothing but problems. Elthor had no idea who Aira was, so he still wasn't sure if he should be cautious of her or not. And, at the same time, he didn't have a rebuttal for the benefits she would potentially be providing. The most obvious thing to do would be to use the card of distrust. The problem was that there was no real reason to distrust Aira with the exception of one: she was human. For obvious reasons, Elthor would be a fool to use this card to try and sway the Oryx. Why? Because in just another few months to a couple years at most, Elthor would definitely have to transfer over whatever strength he gained from the Oryx to Leonel. If at this moment he tried to stifle their growth by using distrust of humans as an excuse, then what would he do when that time came? When it was exposed that he had been working for a human all along, not only would any trust he had built up crumble, any shot they had at a smooth transition would go up in smoke. It was already contentious since Leonel had ties with Valiant Heart Mountain, which had been oppressing them for so long. They really couldn't afford any more variable to ruin things like this. Elthor entered a state of calm. Stress wasn't something he was unaccustomed to dealing with. He was the prince of an empire, after all, and he wanted to be a great general. Since when did such people give up before even trying? At this moment, they all believe that I come from an Oryx empire, and that much is true. It isn't a lie. The trouble is that my brothers and the others are still trapped within that silver tablet. And, since my father died, Leonel has no way of resurrecting him in a short time. It's even possible that my father would never be able to come back. Elthor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The pressure of this potential deal will push this Oryx tribe in two directions. The first is that they will grasp at this opportunity for the sake of taking advantage of their hyper-evolution. I wouldn't be mad at them for taking this chance. We didn't manage to take advantage of our own very well. In Elthor's world, he had heard of the hyper-evolution state of his people. In fact, his seemingly human-like appearance, with the exception of his horns along with his battle form, were all elements of this. However, Elthor's people didn't manage to maximize their hyper-evolution. If they had, they wouldn't have been forced to share their world with Alexandra. Though Elthor kept referring to things like this, the reality was that the world he had experienced was just one of the many potential branching futures of Planet Valiant. So, he was well aware of just how important the hyper-evolution state was. Though he had benefited from it, he would be even more powerful if his ancestors had made better use of it. So, he really couldn't blame this tribe for being tempted. The second option or path is that their dislike of humans will cause the pressure I face to increase. More and more will want to learn more about my origins. They'll want to know where my people are, what they'd have to do to go. Their urgency will be on another level. Elthor exhaled a long breath. The only way to fix this is resources. They need resources. The Oryx tribe didn't need things like weapons or treasures. What they needed was nutrition and energy. They needed to stimulate and be able to train their bodies to maximize their potential. They needed training and sparring to push themselves to their limits. Only like this would they be able to maximize their hyper-evolution state. The latter could be provided by Aira. Obviously, she would want to send them into countless battles, or else she would have never come here. However, if they also relied on Aira for the former EA, the food and energy sources, then they wouldn't be just warriors, they would be slaves. Being warriors was easy enough to extricate themselves out of, but if they became dependents, that was how they'd be controlled. The truth was that the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. Just like Leonel didn't know what Ira was up to, neither was Ira aware that Leonel was slowly pulling the Oryx to his side. If Elthor could manage to make it so that the Oryx could use Ira but not be manipulated or abused by her, then this might very well be a good thing. The ultimate question, though, was how. At that moment, just as Elthor was racking his brain, he felt movement within his spatial ring that made his eyes narrow. When he heard the message he received, he fell into deep thought before nodding inwardly. The message wasn't from Leonel, but, "Little one, what do you think of all of this?" Raymundus's words interrupted Elthor's thoughts. Right then, numerous gazes shifted over to the overly handsome Oryx Prince. Chapter 872, Accept. Chapter 872, Accept. Elthor looked up to meet the murky gaze of the head of the tribe. He didn't answer immediately, instead looking around and gauging the reactions of everyone else. As one might expect, not everyone was happy that Elthor would express his opinion first. Though the men who were on the Oryx Council were much more measured than the ones who would pick fights with him day in and day out, as far as Elthor was concerned, they were just better at hiding it. No amount of maturity would make a man okay with his wife being so attracted to another. Toward this, Elthor could only shake his head. His smell wasn't even present while he was in his normal form. But in order to prove that he was an Oryx back then, he had no choice but to enter his battle form, which had practically imprinted his scent in the minds of everyone. Luckily, Leonel had expected this and constructed a few counterplans, but they would still take time to implement. That much couldn't be changed. That said, this was an opportunity to bring up the due date by a few measures. I believe that we should accept, let alone the others. Even Raymundus was surprised by these words. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that Elthor had been brought over to rope them all in. If anything, Era's appearance was no different from throwing a wrench in his plans. The fact that Elthor wanted them to join him wasn't a secret. This wasn't something that he could hide. The only real secret was that he was working at the behest of Leonel rather than some mysterious, unknown Oryx kingdom. This information was more than enough for them to understand that Elthor may very well be against this. Raymundus had asked Elthor first precisely because he knew all of this. He didn't want his small tribe to end up in a power struggle between two entities. They knew too little about the worlds outside of Planet Valiant. There very well could be an Oryx kingdom that they had never heard of. But think for a moment, why would such a kingdom go so far out of their way to send a prince to recruit them? Even if they were from the same race, one only needs to see the interaction between humans to know that this isn't normally enough to maintain peace. There's no reason for such a kingdom to care about a group they'd see as no different from a bunch of hillbillies. Why then would Elthor come? Wasn't it obvious? He needed their strength. And if that was the case, didn't that mean that this kingdom was in trouble? It was a very logical conclusion to leap to, and one that neither Leonel nor Elthor would blame them for having. In fact, it was almost preferable that they believed this. It was in the nature of the intelligent to not believe in what was too good to be true. Someone who was wizened and had seen much of the world wouldn't easily accept that some higher power was helping them out of the kindness of their heart. As long as Raymundus and the others believed that Elthor had a purpose for using them, they could then assess the situation themselves. If things were in the form of a transaction, it would be easier to swallow, especially if the Oryx felt they had some use. Oryx weren't afraid of battle. What they wanted to maintain was their pride and dignity. Beyond that, they wouldn't even mind drowning in a river of blood. However, it was exactly for all of these reasons that Elthor's words were so baffling. Him saying this made Raymundus raise his guard. It felt almost too good to be true and nearly reset Elthor right back to square one. Until, that is, Raymundus continued, the same way they want to use us, can we not use them as well? Elthor said. Raymundus's murky gaze narrowed. Continue. Your tribe is currently in a state of hyper-evolution. What I failed to tell you all before is that my kingdom had once been in such a state as well. That is why I have two forms I can enter, one of which is capable of hiding my scent. Raymundus looked toward the other elders, and they all simultaneously nodded. It seemed that they had reached this conclusion long ago as well. But this was perfect for Elthor. It made him more believable, especially since he was already using large kernels of truth. Unfortunately, though I am quite talented as a result of our hyper-evolution period, we never took full advantage of it. My father always said, had we prepared adequately, even the galaxy itself would be in the palm of our hands. The temperature of the room seemed to rise, the blood of warriors that ran through their veins surging at faster speeds. I myself never wanted to be a king. In my opinion, we Oryx aren't meant to rule, we are meant to conquer. Whatever means that we can grab at that greater strength with is the path that we should take. There is no illusion here. I do want you all to join my kingdom as warriors beneath our flag. However, I am also keenly aware of my kingdom's current weakness and its inability to help you all. At the same time, I don't want to see my fellow Oryx fall into the hands of someone who only wants to use you without understanding you. So, I say to use her. Take her as a chance to see the broader universe, to fight on larger battlefields. I will be there to fight by your sides. I can also guarantee that my king will do everything in his power to ensure that you aren't reliant on outsiders. We can use this opportunity to make this galaxy, no, this universe, fear the name of the Oryx. Elthor's voice boomed. Even if he never wanted to be a king, what general couldn't rally his soldiers? This burning passion he was seeing reflecting back in their eyes, this was exactly what he wanted. The Oryx would rise again. Elthor rolled his spatial ring between his fingers, an undisguised determination lighting his eyes. Chapter 873, Stars Bonus. Chapter 873, Stars Bonus Chapter. Many hours later, Elthor returned to a small home of wood and hay. When he closed the door, he breathed out a long sigh. He wasn't sure if he had made the right choice or not, but his instinct told him that this was the best-case scenario for the current moment. Whether or not that yellow-dressed woman's intentions were pure or not, he had no idea. He could only do his best to ensure that this Oryx tribe survived. Sitting down on a mat of tied-together thin strips of wood, Elthor calmed his breathing. It was about time he started his training regimen for the night. But, first, Elthor pulled out the talisman from within his spatial ring. He didn't worry about being overheard because Leonel had already left certain failsafes for this. He replayed the message he received earlier and nodded to himself. Like he had thought before, this message wasn't from Leonel, rather it was from a person named Alan. He remembered Leonel describing him as a man who wore glasses for the hell of it. If he recalled correctly, Leonel seemed to have been laughing a bit too hard at that prospect, humor he didn't quite understand. Of course, he had no way of knowing that Leonel's own father wore glasses for no reason as well. It didn't make sense in the past considering Earth's technology, and it made even less sense now that Leonel knew how powerful his father probably was. Leonel, for some reason, found it amusing to compare Alan to his father, another thing that Elthor wouldn't understand. If Elthor knew Alan, though, he'd know why Leonel found it so hilarious. Before Leonel's breakthrough into the fourth dimension, it could be said that Alan's physique was the greatest out of all of them. The man was chiseled year-round and never took a break on anything, whether it came to his diet or training. But at the same time, he didn't chase women. He always wore baggy clothing, and he cosplayed like he was a nerd, even to the point of being obsessed with computer programming. If it wasn't because they shared a locker room together, none of them would ever know how ripped Alan was. Leonel had known Alan for so long that it all seemed normal to him by this point. But he realized when he was trying to describe him to Elthor that all his teammates were a bunch of weirdos, so he had laughed beside himself. This aside, Alan had contacted Elthor to let him know that he had managed to establish contact with Kayla and the other former members of the Polished Glass faction. Very soon, Elthor would be able to accept a shipment that would be a great boon. Leonel didn't detail his other plans to him, but it seemed that Alan and the Polish Glass faction would become the backbone of raising funds while Leonel was away. With their help and Leonel's support from the background, they should be able to accumulate enough fairly quickly. In the past, there used to be many Oryx tribes, but war and attrition had whittled them down to just one. This singular Oryx tribe contained about 10 Eurosounds in Oryx, a number that almost made it a shame to consider them as a mere tribe. It was just unfortunate that their living conditions were so sorely lacking. The Oryx had emphasized fighting prowess for the sake of survival so much that they had lagged behind in other aspects from sanitation all the way up to agriculture. Though there would be too much stress for Leonel to support so many, so early on, it shouldn't be a problem to keep the elites well fed. As the skill of Alan and the others grew, it would only become easier to accommodate them all. We need to hurry, Elthor thought, putting the talisman away as he took deep breaths. So, the unknown organization led by that woman isn't going to give us the time we need. It all depended on how fast Leonel could get back here. Leonel's spear shot forward again, piercing through yet another spirit. He had already been in this place for 3 months by this point, and if it wasn't for the fact his mind wouldn't let him forget, he would have lost count of the number of battles he had fought. By now, Leonel was certain of one thing. The first was that the color of his stars was indeed reliant on his environment, and they didn't seem capable of being changed. Even when he tried to flood blue star force toward his white stars, it was purified back into white. However, this didn't seem to be as big of a problem as he thought, because he could evolve his stars as he pleased. The only issue lay in the fact his stars were out of whack. The foundation of the third dimension was supposed to be energy. The foundation for the fourth was meant to be the body. And the foundation for the fifth was supposed to be the mind. But, while Leonel's blue star force was perfectly tailored for his body, the silver-white star force he had absorbed for the third dimension worked best for his mind. His blue stars weren't as good as his silver-white stars at replenishing his mind. And, in the vice versa, his silver-white stars had never been very good at helping his body out. After a while of panicking about this, Leonel realized that he was overthinking things. The star force that formed his star constitution wasn't tied to the dimensional cleanse technique at all. Whenever Leonel used dimensional cleanse, he didn't have to communicate with his stars first. It was more accurate to say that his stars were a byproduct allowed by cultivating the technique and priming the body properly. They could almost be seen as a separate existence. This was excellent. This meant that even if Leonel had wanted 9 stars to be entirely focused on his mind, or 9 entirely focused on his body, it wouldn't be a problem. This also meant that when he formed his 7th to 9th stars, he could use a star force that would be perfectly suited for his energy. And he had a feeling that he had the perfect star force to fulfill that role already. Leonel's lip curled as his senses swept over his kidney. What better choice than his scarlet star force? In these 3 months, he had already managed to complete all of his nodal pathways. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, Leonel's upturned smile faded. This road hasn't given me any clues about the next part of dimensional cleanse. I have no idea how to continue. How much longer is it? Leonel still had no idea that he hadn't been meant to deduce the next stage of dimensional cleanse himself at all. However, what was once a peaceful journey forward was very soon to become something much different. Leonel looked up, his pupils constricting. There, just barely peeking over the horizon, Leonel finally caught sight of a second road. I'm not alone? Chapter 874, Confusion. Chapter 874, Confusion up ahead. What must have been at least a dozen kilometers, Leonel caught sight of the faint luminescence of another road. It was a bit of a jump for him to assume that there must be others due to this alone, but the angle of approach the light road was taking was far too damning. From what Leonel could tell, both his road and the other were converging toward one another. But what was particularly interesting about this was that they were converging toward the star. If this was simply another road for Leonel to take, why would it have the same destination as the road he was already on? There were only two possible explanations for this. The first was that there were multiple potential starting points of this trial, and he just so happened to be given a memory ore tied to this road as opposed to that one. In that case, it wasn't necessarily true that there was someone else over there. The second option, though, was that he was never alone to begin with, and the roads were just so far apart that even with his senses, he couldn't spot them until now. It didn't take long for Leonel to realize that the second was the answer. By the time he crossed the dozen of kilometers that separated him from the distant road, and he could finally see where and how the two roads of light connected, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. In the distance, a young lady sat cross-legged with her back facing him. However, something told Leonel that she had already sensed his presence long ago. Not just that, but the strength she radiated made Leonel's skin tingle. It didn't take Leonel long at all to realize that she was the most powerful individual he had ever met. Whether or not this was true, even Leonel had to admit he wasn't certain. It might have been more accurate to say that she was the most powerful individual he had ever met, who also had limits he could actually sense. These two statements were very different from one another. Leonel eventually came to a stop when he was just about 100 meters from where their roads met. Something told him that there weren't any more spirits to worry about, at least not until he passed her. At that moment, the young lady placed a hand on her knee and pushed herself up. She had a graceful bearing that made it almost a shame that she wasn't wearing a dress, but rather a tight-fitting flexible armor that clung to her curves. Despite the well-defined outline of her silhouette, her clothing didn't seem raunchy or overly sexual in the slightest. One almost couldn't see even a single hint of her skin. It was to the point where her flexible armor rose up from her collarbone to form a half-mask that revealed nothing but her eyes and her forehead. She had deep, warm blue eyes and delicate brown skin that looked smooth even under Leonel's scrutiny. It was almost a shame that the only piece of it available for observation was on her forehead. "I don't know if I should thank you or hate you for making me wait 2 months." The young woman suddenly spoke, her voice sounding far louder than anything Leonel had expected. Every stereotype he had formulated about this woman seemed to fly out of the window in just that single instant of time alone. He had expected her to not talk at all, or even if he pressed her to, that her voice would either be cold and detached or soft and restrained. And yet, it was none of those things. Loud really was the best way Leonel could describe it, almost to the point of being grating on the ears. It wasn't that her voice sounded annoying, but rather that it was hard to appreciate it when she put so much power behind it. It was like Leonel was listening to a speaker with the volume up so high that the sound distorted. 2 months? Leonel blinked. I guess it makes sense now, though. You actually entered this place at the 4th dimension. Who are your elders exactly? What were they thinking? You know, you only ever get 2 chances at this. Forget it. This is good news for me. I got to rest for so long amid such revitalizing star force, and I get an easy ticket out of the first round. The young woman blinked innocently. Even though Leonel couldn't see the rest of her face beneath that mask, he still felt that she seemed quite adorable. As for being angry at her words, he really didn't feel bothered at all. If anything, he took it as a joke. He was much more interested in getting information out of this woman. "First round?" Leonel asked. The young woman blinked before shaking her head. "Oh, you poor, poor child. You must be one of those stragglers that stumbled on one of the map pieces, right?" The young woman shook her head before freezing. "Wait, if you're one of them, then how did you solve the puzzle? Are you trying to feign ignorance to get me to lower my guard?" The young woman looked at Leonel for a moment before bursting into a boisterous laughter even more booming than her voice. Never mind. I guess if you have a strong soul force type ability or lineage factor, the peak of the 4th dimension might be barely enough to stumble through the puzzle. Leonel's lip twitched. Why did it seem like this woman was perfectly content having a conversation all by herself? He could hardly get a word in, but her assumptions were only getting wilder with each passing moment. "Anyway, I don't mind telling you about it so that you don't waste your second chance. Next time, enter at the peak of the 5th dimension if you can help it. In fact, the 6th would be even better. Though you'll have to restart from the beginning, dimensional cleanse is worth it." Leonel blinked, feeling more confused than he ever had before. Chapter 875, Can't He Catch a Break? Chapter 875, Can't Catch a Break? Firstly, you could restart from the beginning? Had Leonel known this, why would he waste all this time being stuck at the 3rd dimension? He would have switched to another technique as a placeholder to bolster his strength. By then, would all of the things that had happened in the past months even have a chance at getting off the ground? Of course, Leonel knew that he was being naive. When it came to things between he and Aina, they had ignored a lot of the problems that had been creeping up for too long. If it wasn't this, then it would have been something else down the road that separated them. And that separation, having festered for even longer, might have been even worse than this one. Leonel shook his head, ignoring these useless thoughts. "You can restart?" Leonel cut the young woman who was about to go on a rant off. He had to know this. "Oh, right, you probably don't know this either. Dimensional cleanse is a very special technique. It's very compatible with pretty much everything. You don't necessarily have to restart, but you do recultivate from the beginning. You can then layer dimensional cleanse and your other technique for a stronger effect. Most, though, only practice the first 3 layers of dimensional cleanse, because even a 1-star constitution is a massive boost to someone's combat prowess. If you're lucky enough to get 2 or 3 out of 9, you'll be set for a lifetime. Leonel raised his brows. So, that was how it was. Should he be layering another technique with dimensional cleanse then? Or did it matter at all? Anyway, like I was saying before, this is the first round. The 3rd dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse is pretty much widely spread, but it's really too difficult to form stars from that layer. Most say that it's easiest to form stars at the 5th dimensional layer of the technique, but still quite difficult. I say you might as well give yourself as many chances as you can. Oh, right, the first round. Like I was saying, the trial before is just the first leg. The real test starts now. When I win this round, they'll give me the 4th dimensional layer of the technique. I'll have to win the next round to earn the 5th dimensional layer, and so on. I see. And are all the rounds like this? The mask the young woman wore moved in a way that made Leonel believe she had to be pouting. That's why I don't know if I should thank you or not. Up ahead, there will more complicated battle structures where 3 or even 4 roads come together as one. In those cases, only one will be able to pass by, yet I've wasted so much time here. Even if I got to rest a bit, the enemies I'll have to face ahead will have ample time to rest too, while I'll have to hurry up. It's not fair. Leonel shrugged. Why hurry then? Take your time since you know they'll get there before you no matter what. Ah, the young woman blinked. That's not a bad idea. Seems you're not a bad guy after all. What's your name? I'm Kira Salvatine. Leonel smiled lightly. Leonel Morales. The young woman fell into silence before her brows furrowed in an unhappy frown. You really did trick me. Did you make me explain all of this so that you could rest? Leonel was speechless. He hadn't been tired since the moment he got here. Was that not obvious enough? He wasn't even sweating. In this environment, he was practically invincible in terms of stamina. There was so much blue star force around that every breath of his was filled with life and vitality. The young woman's mask moved again. This time, Leonel was certain that her pout had become even more pronounced. I didn't know that the Morales family had such a shameless junior now. The young woman shot forward, stepping onto Leonel's road without a care. Her palms flipped over to reveal twin sabers with blades that radiated a rose-gold light. Each was as thin as a cicada's wings and seemed to flutter gently along with the young woman's hair. Leonel shook his head. He could only describe this woman as an adorable airhead. They had only been talking for a minute or two. Was that even enough for anyone to recover in a large capacity? How was he tricking her then? Still, Leonel took these trials a measure more seriously now, even more than he did before when he realized his life was on the line. Kira recognized the Morales family's name instantly. On top of that, there was none of the reverence that he had seen from Valiant Heart Mountain. The conclusion then was clear. Those participating in this trial most definitely had backgrounds close, equal, or potentially even surpassing a 7th dimensional family. And, to make matters worse, Kira said the peak of the 5th dimension was the minimum. Leonel sighed. Just can't catch a break. Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing a familiar crystalline red rod. He didn't dare to underestimate an opponent that had managed to clear the road he just faced so quickly. Without hesitation, he activated his spear domain lineage factor, lighting his forehead up with the mark of a golden spear. You really are from the Morales family. Damn it, to think I helped you. In any other situation, Leonel would have chuckled. It was rare to find such an innocent and sweet heart in the dimensional verse. At least, he hadn't been able to find one outside of Earth. Everyone seemed enraptured by their own benefits and improvement. But maybe this was just the luxury Kira had due to being from such an outstanding family or organization. Still, Leonel's emotions were one thing. This battle, however, was another. Leonel's gaze suddenly gained a biting cold at the same time Kira's did. Both of them no longer said a word as blue star force began to rotate about around them. Bang! Chapter 876, unfortunately. Chapter 876, unfortunately Leonel blocked the twin sabers with the body of his spear, but his gaze still narrowed. He was so used to his weapons and treasures being far beyond that of his opponent that he was somewhat caught off guard when he was finally on the losing end for once. According to his calculations, if not for the large swaths of blue star force in the surroundings, his spear might have already been cut in 3 pieces. Those twin sabers are both silver-grade weapons. Leonel's lip twitched. Even his best weapon at the moment was a quasi-silver spear. Of course, it could be used for more than just its sharpness, but he had a feeling that Kira's sabers were the same. It was just that he hadn't managed to push her into using them to their full potential. Is it normal to give 5th-dimensional youths 6th-dimensional weapons like this? Leonel lamented this as though he hadn't been using 5th-dimensional weapons at the 3rd dimension. At the same time, he had no idea that Kira had only been loaned these weapons for the sake of the trial. They would be taken right back after she was done. In fact, if not for her status, even borrowing would have been impossible. Of course, Leonel could access silver spears now as well. It was just that it wasn't worth it. Only the spear that claimed a peak would have a domain to learn, and Leonel wasn't quite ready to claim a quasi-gold spear just yet. He would have to cross into the 5th dimension first for that, and even then it would be difficult. Leonel had all of these thoughts in an instant, but Kira had already reacted quickly. Realizing that she couldn't slice Leonel's weapon apart like she wanted, she pressed forward, raising her sabers again to maintain her forward momentum. However, Leonel, who had been standing in place all this time, swept his spear downward toward Kira's legs. The timing was so immaculate that it almost seemed as though Kira was presenting her thigh to be chopped off as she stepped toward him. Kira's eyes flashed, her wrist twisting as one of her sabers blocked. Though Leonel's actions had stifled her forward momentum, she was still able to brandish her second saber, spiraling it toward his neck with another twist of her wrist. Leonel's calm gaze didn't falter. He shifted his spear's trajectory slightly, causing Kira's saber to perfectly collide with its blade. Using the downward momentum of Kira's swing, he allowed the upper end of his spear to swing upward, blocking Kira's second, twisting strike. This wasn't the first time Leonel was battling a dual wielder, but it was most definitely the first time he was battling one with such deft skill. Neither one of Kira's hands seemed to be dominant. Her attacks were swift, controlled, measured, and powerful. Her close combat instinct didn't seem to lose out to Leonel, who was both relying on his spear domain lineage factor and his innate ability. In fact, Leonel found himself constantly being on the defensive. Her body is heavier than what it should be. It's either that she also has a defensive lineage factor that's been locked away by this place. Or, Leonel's brows raised. Was he really so lucky? Hey, Kira. Kira didn't respond, her sabers becoming swifter and swifter. Her body began to sway in a unique rhythm, her mind becoming lost in a dance of blades. Every one of her strikes left a trail of blade force in its wake. The paths it took were etched into Leonel's mind even without conscious effort. But when he put them together, he felt a slight hint of awe. It was the most beautiful budding rose he had ever seen. He watched its progression from start to finish. First it was small and closed off. Kira's blades in that moment were sharp, compact, and sturdy, emphasizing stability and a slow, steady rate of growth. And then it opened for the first time, blooming into a youthful maturity. Kira's blades grew more wild, unrestrained, filled with a willingness to see the world and to have the world see her. A gorgeous dance of passion, excitement, and curiosity. The flower began to age, its stem weakened, its beautiful rose petals grayed, and it gave the world the last rays it had left to offer. It was then that Kira's blades became the most deadly, filled with a death-like energy. The energy itself never truly appeared or manifested, suppressed and disregarded by this world of Starforce. But Leonel had a feeling that if he ever had to truly meet it in battle, his life wouldn't be in just a small amount of danger. And yet, even now, Leonel felt as though he was battling with his life on the line. Kira's blades didn't carry the intent to kill, but if they did, Leonel's jaw clenched. I thought I could beat you without using it. Kira suddenly spoke, her voice softer than Leonel had ever heard it before. At that moment, Leonel could finally hear the intricate layers of her cadence and the delicate softness of a beautiful sound that matched Kira's original elegance perfectly. The only voice Leonel had ever heard that made him swoon more was Ina's, and that was only when she was in her uncursed form. But you're way too strong for someone in the fourth dimension. You learned the true form of universal force. I guess I have to use it too. Kira suddenly began the dance again. But this time, the air around it was completely different. Leonel, who already had cuts all over his body after the first time, had to face the same dance again. This time, however, Kira wouldn't be holding back. What once was nothing but an illusion suddenly became so corporeal that Leonel felt that he could reach out and touch it. Universal force surged all around. Unfortunately, it wasn't at the Four Seasons realm. It was at the Heavenly Body realm. Chapter 877, One Place. Chapter 877, One Place. Leonel's eyes narrowed, his body explosively shooting backward without hesitation. There simply wasn't enough space to maneuver. The road might have seemed quite wide, being at least 10 meters in width, but with his speed, this number might as well have been a single meter. In order to prevent accidents, he had been purposely leaving a meter of buffer space between himself and the edge, so this further cut down his room to just 8 meters. This made it all the more difficult to avoid Kira and her thin sabers. Leonel knew that Kira was in Tier 4 of the 5th dimension. It was clear that she hadn't listened to her own advice when coming here, or maybe she just believed that she didn't have to be restrained by the same rules Leonel did. However, Leonel didn't blame her, even if the latter was the truth. He could tell that if it wasn't for the Star Force weighing her down, he wouldn't be a match for Kira. In fact, even if the Star Force was weighing her down, as long as she had access to her lineage factors and her ability, dealing with Leonel would be child's play. What Leonel had yet to realize even to this point was the fact that had his own ability not been related to the mind, it too would have been suppressed in this place just like Kira's. That said, Leonel also didn't feel bad that Kira was at such a disadvantage. What greater disadvantage could there be outside of being an entire dimension beneath her? Thanks to all of this, the playing field had been leveled, until, that is, Kira suddenly began to use her universal force. Not only that, but it was also an entire level beyond Leonel, a complete heavenly body realm comprehension. Leonel smiled bitterly as Kira's energy rose explosively. Her strength increased by more than 10 times, and whatever heft her steps had been limited by seemed to practically vanish. She became like a leaf floating in hurricane-force winds, and yet her seemingly frail body was unaffected, following the ebbs and flows with a deft skill. A map of the stars appeared behind Kira. Leonel could see the streaking meteors, the sparkling moons, the vibrant planets, and the radiant stars. All of it revolved around a delicately sculpted rose. It had more petals and layers than a lotus. Its color was as crimson as a drop of blood, and more beautiful than a twinkling ruby. Amidst it all, Kira's figure followed the strokes of the flower, her blade dancing in gorgeous arcs that left Leonel at a loss for words. The cuts that ran across Leonel's body increased explosively in number. At times, the blade didn't even seem to touch him before a streak of blood was forced out, following the arcs of Kira's force as though to become one with her saber as well. Still, amidst all of this, Leonel could tell that the only reason he was still here was because Kira had no real intent to kill. He could see it from the twitch of her muscles to the trembling of her blade that she didn't seem to want to take that final step. Of course, it wasn't because she was scared to kill. Leonel felt that wasn't it. Rather, it was more like pity. She actually felt bad for him. Hey Kira, what do you say about becoming one of my generals? Leonel once again shamelessly asked such a question, his pale violet eyes sparkling as he observed every one of Kira's movement. Compared to Emna, not only was Kira far better in terms of strength, she also had character that Leonel was fond of. Of course, Kira was also a bit of an airhead, so she wasn't as intelligent as Emna was. Kira was speechless. Couldn't this annoying brat tell that she was holding back? Was he trying to take advantage of her again? My family has never participated in the Morales air wars, nor will it ever. Plus, even if I participated under my own name, it would cause some problems if I chose to help you as opposed to that annoying guy. Wait a minute. You're an heir? Kira had spoken offhandedly at first, just assuming what Leonel meant by general, but when she thought of the implications, she was left speechless again. To be an heir of the Morales family, one had to have both of their lineage factors. Now that she thought about it, the Morales family metal synergy lineage factor would be suppressed here. I don't mean just for the air wars, I mean permanently, Leonel replied with a smile. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Kira looked toward Leonel through her blades as though he was crazy. Forget it, you're too weak to recruit me anyway. Save me some time and just give up, will you? Just jump over the edge of the road and you'll be teleported back to where you came from. Leonel blinked. So that abyss wasn't an instant death? He felt that he could believe Kira's words, but he obviously had no intention of giving up. So, if I can beat you, that's a yes? Kira's brows furrowed. No, wait, you can't beat me anyway. Stop asking stupid questions. You're trying to take advantage of me again. Leonel couldn't help but chuckled. You're so powerful, why are you always worried about people taking advantage of you? Just chop them up with your sabers. That's what my mom said to do too. But I can't chop everyone up. That annoying cousin of yours is one of them. I really want to chop him up too, but I can't. Leonel's lip twitched. He didn't know he had a cousin to begin with. Well, aside from a certain young man from Earth. Did his father have brothers or sisters? Or did she just say cousin because they were loosely related? Leonel wasn't sure. How about this? Leonel's lip curled. If I beat you here, you have to promise to become my general. Ah, that sounds like a terrible deal. Dad always says to not accept one-sided deals. What are you giving up if you lose? If I lose, I'll craft you a pair of silver-grade sabers perfectly tailored to you. Kira blinked. You're a silver crafter? Leonel's lip twitched as he avoided Kira's gaze. He wasn't one, yet. But it was only a matter of time, right? Soon, I'll be one soon. Very soon, Leonel lied shamelessly. Kira blinked again. But during all this time, her sabers had never stopped. In fact, they only seemed to be growing more and more powerful. Okay, but it's not like you can beat me anyway. Kira's mask moved in a way that could only have been caused by a bright smile. Leonel laughed heartily. Remember, you said it. It's not very good for people to lie. Leonel's body suddenly began to shimmer. Runes were forcefully manifested all over his body, but rather than having the bronze color they usually had, they sparkled like a translucent blue diamond, coating Leonel's chiseled frame in a beautiful light blue. Kira's eyes widened. That's impossible. You shouldn't be able to use that here. You're cheating. Leonel's grin only widened as his speed increased explosively. Dense force began to billow out from his body like solar flares, and yet, despite how much he was giving up, he seemed to swallow even more, an endless supply funneling into him from the surroundings. All of Leonel's pores seemed to open up at once, steam billowing from his body faster and faster with every breath. In just a split moment, his strength stepped over an unimaginable threshold. Star fusion. Leonel's irises became so bright that they shimmered like two floating balls of amethyst. He shot forward, breaking through Kira's initial defenses with a shocking ease. The latter was so taken aback that she forgot to hold back, but just when she was panicking at having unleashed her full strength, she found that even that wasn't enough. What? Kira was at a loss. Crossing dimensional barriers to do battle was something you only heard about in lower dimensions. Such a thing happening in the highest 7th or 8th dimensions was absolutely unheard of, especially not when the person in question was a genius like her. Unfortunately, Kira was at too much of a disadvantage. Leonel had formed 3 stars with the special blue star force in the surroundings, something even the creator could never have predicted. As a result, he was completely immune to the increases to his weight, a privilege Kira obviously didn't have. To make matters worse, Kira's lineage factor and ability were sealed. She couldn't use any of the elemental forces she was practiced with. And, as though all of that wasn't bad enough, she was facing an opponent who had an endless supply of energy thanks to the gorgeous blue star that was up ahead. Before she realized what was happening, she felt the ruby blade of a spear resting on her shoulder, just barely pressing against the skin of her neck. Leonel stood before her, his hair a stream of radiant blue energy even down to his brows. Diamond blue runes pulsed about his skin, even forming a crown upon his head. His whole figure radiated a striking hue that made one believe that he, himself, was a star. He looked as though he was a spirit deity, grinning down at her mischievously. If there was one place Leonel felt he was almost invincible, it was here. Announcement below. Chapter 878U, Chapter 878U, I win. Leonel grinned, his teeth practically sparkling like shimmering diamonds as the energy continued to billow around him. Kira, was truly speechless this time, even to the point she forgot to shout out her words like she normally did. She almost sounded like a little girl who had been wronged at this point, the pout beneath her mask becoming more and more pronounced. Remember, you have to keep your word. Leonel's grin didn't fade. Humph, you cheated. How did you use your metal synergy runes? They should be blocked in this place. Leonel smiled knowingly, but didn't explain. If he did, he would also have to explain how he had formed 3 stars in this place by deducing the 4th dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. Even if he was unaware before, it was impossible for him to still be ignorant now. Obviously, he hadn't been meant to deduce anything. In fact, Leonel felt that he understood what was supposed to have happened here now that he had interacted with Kira. That blue star in the distance radiated a special energy that was quite good at revitalizing the body. It was chosen not for the sake of allowing comprehension of the 4th dimensional layer, but rather so that those taking this trial wouldn't have to worry about sleep or food. At the same time, though, due to the special properties of the star, it had the side effect of adding to your weight. This did well to allow the star to double as a positive and negative for this trial. On the one hand, you wouldn't need to worry about fatigue or hunger, but on the other, it made the challenge tougher. Leonel, though, foolishly thought that he was meant to deduce the next layer from the context clues left behind. However, it seemed that he had really overthought things this time. This, unfortunately, left some lingering worries. If the test wasn't designed for him to deduce things, then that meant it was very possible that he could have missed something important. Now, he was even more eager to get his hands on the real version so that he could compare and contrast. Luckily, he hadn't been able to deduce the next layer, or else things might have been difficult to reverse should he really have made a mistake. Even with all of this said, there was still something else that Leonel was completely unaware of. That blue stars in the distance was no simple blue star. In fact, to call it as such was doing a disservice to its true ability. Among the top 10 star forces in existence, the force that this star produced was among the only 2 that were made of pure star force without the addition of other elements. This blue star force was known as vital star force. It was among the rarest star forces in all of existence, and the stars that produced it were even rarer. In fact, it might not be an exaggeration to say that this vital star was the only one of its kind left. The Dyson sphere that spun around the vital star wasn't there to just harness its energy, it was also in place to keep the star living far beyond its normal lifespan. What did this mean? Well, Leonel was probably the only one to be foolish enough to deduce a cultivation method amidst a battle trial. He was also probably the only one foolish enough to not only deduce it, but actually act upon what he deduced. He was further the only one foolish and lucky enough to have the affinity necessary to form not just 1 star but 3 simultaneously. This was all to say that maybe in the entire dimensional verse, Leonel was the only one currently living to have formed 3 stars of vital star force. You're not going to go back on your word, right? Leonel blinked innocently. You, shameless? Mother said to avoid shameless men like you. Leonel laughed. He had no idea how Kira's family felt confident in sending such a naive young lady here to fend for herself. Then again, considering her strength, maybe they didn't feel like they had anything to worry about. Whatever, I can't help you with the air wars, even if I wanted to. It would cause too many problems, and my mom and dad would have to get yelled at again. I don't want them to get yelled at. Leonel sighed. Even though Kira was clearly going back on her word, he had never seriously expected her to accept so easily in the first place. With the plans he had in mind, it would most definitely be powerful families like Kira's own that stood in his way the most, so he couldn't very well ask someone who hardly knew him to betray their family, right? Ironically, though, this all seemed to be tied to that cousin of his. Even without really knowing what was happening, Leonel could only think of 2 explanations. The first was that this cousin had blood ties to Kira's family. These ties were most likely related to one of their parents or grandparents at the very worst. Since the air wars relied on gathering outside help, families' ties were among the most important. So, Leonel wouldn't be surprised if his competition had strong backing from either their mother or father's side. The second possibility was a marriage alliance. In that case, Kira would be betrothed to one of his cousins. That would make it even more difficult for her to side with Leonel regardless of the situation. Truth be told, Leonel didn't really want Kira for the air wars. He was thinking far beyond this. As far as he was concerned, the air wars were just a convenient and seamless way to take over the Morales family. Nothing more, nothing less. All right, fine. I should have known I couldn't trust you, Leonel said teasingly. Go ahead and jump over the side then. Kira stamped her foot. You cheated. It definitely doesn't count. Chapter 879, Ocean Drop Vial. Chapter 879, Ocean Drop Vial. Leonel was speechless. This girl was really an airhead. If it was so easy to cheat in this place, why didn't everyone do it? Okay, I cheated. But you still lost. Kira glared at Leonel and began muttering to herself. Clearly she was feeling conflicted. After all, their competition hadn't said that no such cheating was allowed. So, Leonel hadn't done anything wrong. Leonel laughed to himself as he could practically see the gears turning in her little head through her radiant blue eyes. He was caught between believing that this young woman was quite attractive and thinking that she was an adorable little girl. Of course, Kira was at most a year or two younger than he was, but that was neither here nor there. Fine, Kira stomped her foot. Before Leonel could react, he found a delicately sculpted vial being pushed into his chest in thanks to Kira's palm. He felt a slight cold sweat mat his brow because that airhead was actually still holding her saber at the same time. If she was just a little careless, she might have cut him in half. This? Leonel blinked in confusion, tilting his head. The vial was filled with a dense red liquid, but what shocked Leonel was that when he caught it, his hand almost crashed to the ground. By the time he picked himself up, Kira was already at the edge of the light road, glaring back at him. Consider that as compensation. Oh, and remember that you only get to step off the road like this on your first attempt. During your second attempt, you're only allowed to quit after gaining a fragment of dimensional cleanse. Quitting at any other moment means death. Humph, I don't know why I'm explaining these things to you. You're clearly a cheater. With that, Kira stepped off the road as though there wasn't an endless abyss below. Even Leonel couldn't help but slightly panic for her. But before he could do anything, she had vanished. Leonel's brow furrowed. He found himself hoping that she was okay. Even though she was an airhead, she had clearly helped him more than he could put into words. And this thing, Leonel's frown deepened as he struggled to pick up the vial. Even his fingers themselves struggled to keep their grip around it. If not for him still being in his Star Force form, he would have already dropped it with hardly any hope of picking it up. Now that Leonel thought about it, even Kira hadn't exactly lifted it. She had pressed her palm against his chest, then took it out of her spatial ring, passing it off to him. Remembering this, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she wanted to get one more dig in before she left. At least she had a conscience, though. Hey dictionary, what the hell is this thing? Ping. Replying to Seed, this is an ocean drop vial. Leonel raised a brow. He had meant the liquid within, but he had almost forgotten how specific he needed to be with the dictionary. Now, though, he was curious about this ocean drop vial. What does an ocean drop vial do? Ping it. Can turn an ocean's worth of liquid into a single drop. It is especially good at preserving the vitality of blood. It can decrease the weight of the liquid within it by a factor of up to 10,000. Leonel's pupils constricted. 10,000? And it was still so heavy. Wait, if it could hold an ocean's worth of liquid, even a factor of 10,000 wasn't nearly enough. And what is within it? Leonel asked slowly. Ping. Leonel's pupils constricted once again, his expression becoming serious. The lag between the ping and response was about a millisecond off. The only time this happened was when a recorded message was about to play. And if that was happening, it meant whatever was in this vial was important enough for his father to leave a message behind about it. As expected, Leonel's ability never failed him. Soon, a shimmering hologram of his father appeared for the first time in a long while. The projection of his father blinked, looked around, and finally focused on Leonel, who was above it. Hey, brat, what's up? Been a while, huh? Leonel's face remained expressionless. Did this old man really expect him to fall for this same prank call bit again? He had already done it once before. He didn't plan on doing it again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Leonel was no fool. He would just let his father's practical joke play itself out. He was more interested in hearing about just what was in this vial. The curiosity was itching at him. Huh? You can't say hello to your own father after so long? After all the years I spent raising you? After birthing you from my seed? Leonel's lip twitched. The old man was really laying it on thick this time, huh? He really wasn't in the mood. In fact, he was running out of time. With Kira gone, who knows if the spirits would start to appear again? Ah, I get it. You think I'm pranking you again. I had my fun already. It's really me this time. Leonel remained silent, staring back at the hologram without a word. This game of chicken, he had no intention of losing. He could almost see the moment of victory when his father burst into a fit of laughter, saying it was a pre-recording, only for him to not have fallen for it at all. Fine, fine. Leonel's father shook his head. I get it. I can see that look in your eye. You're angry about something. What is it? Your little girlfriend dumped you? Leonel's eye twitched. His dad always had a way of reading his mind when no else could. After the metamorphosis, Leonel almost wanted to believe that that was his ability. Listen, kid, I always told you women were complicated. You spent 4 years chasing after that little girl. She probably thinks you'll always be there for her whenever it is she wants to come back, so of course she'll leave you. Let alone women. People in general can't appreciate something until they can't have it when they want it. Come on, talk to your old man. Us Morales men are better than this. Leonel froze, his father's words echoing in his mind. His eyes glazed over as though he was trying to think of how to respond when a boisterous laughter suddenly shook him awake. Fuck, damn it, I can't breathe. Just imagining the look on your face. My son's a dumbass. You actually fell for it again. Leonel was speechless. He really had. He suddenly felt the need to find where his father was right now and strangle him to death. Chapter 880. Void Invalids. Chapter 880. Void Invalids. Leonel shook his head. Maybe someone else would have been truly enraged by now. After all, making jokes about such a sensitive subject was enough to trigger a lot of people, especially when it was about themselves. But Leonel had always been good at compartmentalizing things. At least he hadn't said too much before his father went off. This old man was really getting more and more annoying with age. The good news was that this was less likely to be a serious matter. After all, the last time a recording of his father was triggered, it was about the death of his paternal grandfather. Back then, there hadn't been any room for joking at all. In fact, Leonel distinctly remembered his father being on the brink of rage, an emotion Leonel had never seen on him before. Since his father could joke now, at least that meant that this was a lighter matter. Unfortunately, Leonel couldn't have been more wrong. Leonel speechlessly looked from the dictionary to the vial and back again after his father's hologram faded. For a long while, or at least what would have felt like it with how many things ran through his mind, he didn't move or say anything. Void Invalids. If it could be said that invalids were the failures of the universe and variant invalids were among the greatest threat, then void invalids were the creature lurking in the night, not in the sense that they were a bedtime fairy tale, but in that they were an existential threat to all. Invalids, as failures, were often the carbon copy of the races they supposedly failed from. Leonel had never thought about it before because all the invalids he had ever come across were humans. But what if the invalid in question was from another race? There had to be invalid beasts, maybe invalid oryx, or invalids of any myriad of other races, right? Void invalids were invalids of a particular race, a race that would have ruled over the dimensional verse had they still existed. His father called these creatures void beasts. Void beasts had never had a world to call home. They were birthed from celestial bodies and roamed space with the same freedom that birds roam the skies. They swallowed worlds as snacks and burped out stars for relief. These were the kind of creatures that were simply far too beyond Leonel's understanding to grasp. The current Leonel couldn't even sustain himself in the depths of space without special equipment. In fact, only sixth dimension existence with special abilities and upward could do such a thing. However, from infancy, such void beasts took what he would find difficult as a time of leisure. And yet, they were not only extinct, they had been devoured by the invalids of their race, creating an all-new category of invalids all to their own, void invalids. The truth was that this blood wasn't from a void invalid. As far as Leonel knew, invalids didn't really have blood. Or rather, they did, only up until their death, wherein their bodies became motes of light and force. The blood that Kira had given him was from the corpse of a void beast. According to the dictionary, it had less than 1% of its original potency left by the time Kira's Salvatine family had found it. From analysis, the original void beast had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, likely longer than even that. The dictionary had further deduced that the void invalid that killed it likely only snatched away its ethereal glabella, swallowing it for its evolution. As for the rest of the void beast's body, it was fairly useless to it. Leonel could imagine a mountain corpse the size of a planet floating about in space, an endless river of red orbiting about it. It was said that the empty space in the universe was so vast that even if you pointed in a random direction and headed in it without deviating to the left or right, there was an almost 100% chance you would reach the end of it all without touching a single thing. For a beast as massive as the Void Beast, this was likely still true. Who knew how long its death had been an unknown blight on the world? Leonel was suddenly reminded of another thought experiment. If a tree fell in a forest with no one to witness it, does it make a sound? If you die alone in the vastness of space without a friend or family to remember you, did you really die? It was quite chilling. The Void Beasts were so powerful, and yet there were so few. They had no parents, no friends. They could hold the fate of the dimensional verse in the palms of their hands. But what did that count for? Leonel clenched the vial tightly. Just months ago, he was worrying over exactly how to continue to press Little Black Star's evolution forward, only for such a boon to end up in his hand. Even though the potency was less than 1% what it was originally, Void Beasts were still the rulers of all Shadow Sovereigns. Even though Little Black Star's ability placed him at the very pinnacle, he was greatly limited by how ordinary his origins were. The small body of Earth's minks weren't entirely conducive to producing powerful beings. This was why Leonel needed to help Little Black Star's evolution along with the blood of stronger beasts. The stronger Little Black Star's body became, the easier he would be able to accommodate the strength of his ability, and the faster he would grow. After absorbing the mimicry bat's blood, Little Black Star's talent shone through, and he was immediately able to awaken the strongest form of mimicry, Ability Steal. Right now, this was already one of Leonel's strongest trump cards toward building the ideal world he had in mind. This alone was enough to prove just how strong Little Black Star's talent was. Leonel was curious to see just how much Little Black Star would progress after fusing with the blood of a void beast. Leonel's subsequent pace was just as slow. He took his own advice quite well. Since he would be behind no matter what, why would he ruin his own stamina just to not catch up anyway? Even though Leonel didn't have to worry about stamina at all in this place, he still chose this route. This was because the time he gained to not only strengthen himself but to reflect and think was invaluable. With every day that passed, Leonel grew by leaps and bounds. Star fusion was a technique Leonel formed using Camelot's magic system. He was able to further improve upon it by using his bronze runes as a medium. Star fusion could be considered a knight's technique rather than a mage technique. It essentially used his body as a core of a star, combusting energy to boost everything from his strength to his speed to even his reaction time. Leonel calculated that in the real world, he would probably last a few minutes in that state, and it would give him the strength of an entire dimension above himself, something that proved just how fearsome Vital Star Force was. At least, this was the case when the gap between the fourth and fifth dimension was the target. However, in this world, with a vital star looming and the location being saturated with it, Leonel could stay in that state for as long as he wanted to. The only real limitation was the stress on his body, but even that had been fixed thanks to using his bronze runes. When Leonel activated his bronze runes, his body became sturdier and more solid. It was essentially like releasing hidden shackles on his metal body and allowing him to become even stronger. The reason this was necessary was quite obvious. Skin would never be as sturdy as metal, and metal would never be as flexible as skin. In order to gain advantages of them both, some sacrifices had to be made, sacrifices that were unnecessary once bronze runes were activated. In their activated state, Leonel's body became both as hard as metal and as flexible and spongy as flesh, giving him the best of both worlds. By using his bronze runes as the passageways for his vital star force, Leonel was essentially forcefully awakening his metal synergy lineage factor without truly activating it. This gave his body added strength. The vital star force was able to feed off of in a feedback loop. Vital star force would make his body more explosive and powerful. This would result in his bronze runes becoming stronger and make his body more durable and harder. And, due to his body becoming more durable, vital star force could make him even stronger. It could be said that the formation of Leonel's vital stars and his creation of star fusion was enough to make this trip more than worth it even if he didn't gain a single other thing. And that was ignoring the fact he had found Little Black Star the perfect path toward evolution. Of course, the best part that Leonel was happy to find out was that he really had perfectly deduced the fourth dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. After defeating Kira, it had appeared in his mind as though it had always been there. The result was Leonel being impressed with even himself. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Leonel chuckled. Oh, Leonel's gaze narrowed slightly. There, up ahead, he realized that he had made it to the next round after another 3 months. This time, however, there wasn't just a single road meeting his own, there were two. The two young men seemed to sense him at the same time, their gazes glowing with a hidden sharpness. It seems that they weren't nearly as friendly as Kira. Chapter 81, Pressure. Chapter 81, Pressure. Leonel's steps slowed, his mouth shaping into a small O as he sucked in a long breath. The wind reacted to his action, a vacuum of swirling blue moving about as his chest expanded. Even before he stepped into the range of the two young men before him, his body was filled to the brim with force. The two young men looked at one another. Much like Kira, they had been waiting here for a long while. They couldn't exactly be considered as friends and were just acquaintances. However, what they did have was a tacit agreement. The easiest target here was as bright as day. Who else could it be if not the man who hadn't had a chance to rest? In a three-way battle, the number of variables were too numerous to account for. It was much easier to deal with what might come their way if they only had a single other person to worry about. In the end, the choice was obvious. Kill Leonel first. The two young men slowly rose to their feet. He's in the fourth dimension, Richard. All the more reason to get rid of him as soon as possible. What are the odds, though, that he managed to meet up with someone weaker than himself during the first round? Something smells fishy. Richard's gaze narrowed. Now that he thought about it, making it through round 1 wasn't the only challenge in getting to this place. There was a month worth of battles to survive through as well. Though those battles were scaled by your own strength, helping you slowly squeeze out your own potential, by the time you got to this point, strength at the fifth dimension was a must. For most who entered this trial, succeeding in this second round was their goal. The 3 foundational layers of dimensional cleanse, along with the potential to birth up to 9 stars, was what was most enticing. As a result of this, it could be said that the first and second rounds were a massive filter. The creator couldn't just allow people a chance just because they wanted one, right? That wasn't how things worked. But it was exactly because this was such a great filter that Leonel's being here was so baffling. The moment Leonel's breath ended, his aura suddenly blazed. His runes burst to life, a gaseous star force emitting out from his hair, skin, and even eyes. It was clear that in the last 3 months his star fusion had grown even more powerful. In fact, it had grown powerful to the point he knew that without opening the 5th dimensional gates of his metal synergy lineage factor, he didn't stand a chance at using it outside of this world. His hair became a long, gaseous, almost illusory river of force. His eyes lost the distinction of its irises, pupils, and whites, becoming an orb of blue that encompassed it all. His body was wrapped by a beautiful blue fog, his runes shining a brighter and brighter diamond blue. The pupils of the 2 young men constricted, but Leonel had already bolted forth. If they could make the deduction that Leonel was the easiest target, how could Leonel not deduce what they were thinking? However, as far as he was concerned, it simply didn't matter. In this place, against those of the 5th dimension, he was invincible. Richard pulled out a long rod. It was pitch black to the point it seemed to warp all the light that hung around it. Just by gazing upon it, one could feel its weight and heft. The second young man, who went by the name of Higlis, reacted just as quickly, a large hammer appearing with just a flip of his palm. It only took a single glance for Leonel to tell that these 2 were well into the 5th dimension. In fact, both were at tier 7, their strength was undeniable, and yet still several measures beneath Kira. It was clear to Leonel that neither was from a family anywhere near as strong as Kira's. Either that, or their talent simply couldn't match up. At least, the second was still a possibility until Leonel activated his spear domain lineage factor, causing his forehead to shimmer with a bright gold amidst all the sparkling blue. The moment he saw that the 2 before him didn't seem to recognize his lineage factor, it became obvious that the former was true. The only chance these 2 had was if their teamwork was seamless. Unfortunately, Leonel appeared before Higlis, his aura blazing. He had swapped a heavy spear into his hands, his momentum causing the air to fizzle and crack as it raced to get out of his way. His spear descended from above, his swing so forceful that even its sturdy polearm warped. Higlis's expression was unsightly. This level of strength, he would be hard-pressed to find it even in a person a half-step from the 6th dimension. What the hell was this nonsense? He had heard of geniuses that were capable of relying on universal force to cross dimensional barriers. But this was very clearly not universal force. In fact, the universal force he could sense was at the mere 4 seasons realm, not nearly enough to cross such a large gap between them. Higlis had never felt so humiliated in his life. He had always had the utmost confidence in his strength, and yet that was what he was about to lose in? Bang! Higlis's expression changed as a weapon cracked and shattered to pieces. He would have bet everything that it would be his own, and yet it was Leonel's own heavy spear that couldn't withstand the impact. And yet he didn't even have the time to celebrate. It was right at the moment of his elation that the wall of pressure slammed into him. His legs bent to the point his back slammed onto the road. The polearm of his hammer was pressed into his chest, threatening to split his body in 2, and worse of all, he felt his orifices burst beneath the pressure. His body feeling as though it might implode from the inside out. Chapter 882, Smoldering Fury. Chapter 882, Smoldering Fury. Higlis violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. But, due to the fact he was facing the sky, he nearly choked on it all to death a moment later. Richard, who still had his rod brandished, couldn't help but narrowed his eyes, gazing at Leonel, who was currently looking at the now bladeless spear in his hand. Leonel sighed and shook his head. He knew that this heavy spear of his was only at the quasi-bronze level, but he hadn't expected for just a single blow to leave it in such a state. Luckily, it had lasted just long enough to leave Higlis in a state where he could obviously no longer battle, or else maybe he would have been on the losing end. Higlis rolled his head to the side, continuing to cough. His blood, which should have pooled on the surface of the light road, was instantly purified, vanishing into thin air without even the slightest puff of smoke. Such a sight left Leonel sighing. How many people had died on this road, only to be purified away in that exact fashion? There weren't even any lingering markings remaining of what once was. Leonel gazed down at Higlis. At the moment, the young man had still not begged for a word of mercy. Truth be told, Leonel didn't plan on killing if he didn't have to. It wasn't like they were meeting on a battlefield. They were forced to go head-to-head for the sake of this technique. Still, the fact he hadn't gave Leonel a faint amount of respect for him. With a single movement, Leonel hooked his foot at Higlis's hip and kicked him over the side of the road. Of course, he had no idea if this was an act of mercy or not. For all he knew, this was Higlis's second attempt and not his first. If it was the second, that would mean that Higlis would die. But there was nothing that Leonel could do about that. He had no intention of giving up a chance to complete dimensional cleanse just for the sake of kindness. He was slowly learning how to balance his morality with what he felt like he had to do. Ultimately, he knew well that if Higlis had the chance, he would have killed him. So, this was the best Leonel could do for such an enemy. Higlis obviously couldn't fight back. But his gaze seemed to lock onto Leonel in those final moments as though trying to sear the memory of his face into his mind. Leonel turned his attention toward Richard. The latter was a well-dressed young man with long cascading black hair and deep violet eyes. The rod he held trembled slightly, but it seemed to be more due to its heft than fear. Leonel felt that this young man had probably taken out a weapon beyond his ability to control after he realized just how powerful Leonel was. With a movement, Leonel put away his heavy spear. He wasn't worried about it being broken since the spear domain heirloom had the ability to repair breaks to spears it had recognized. It seemed that he had gone a bit overboard. With Star Fusion Infusion, the version he had used against Kira, he could have already defeated these two. However, he was using the second version, Star Fusion, Combustion at the moment, which was most definitely overkill. It was unfortunate. He had wanted to test the third version he had come up with, but it seemed that he wouldn't get the chance to this time around. "May I know your name?" Richard asked, a smoldering fury hidden within the depths of his eyes. He had really needed to succeed here. He just had one step to go, yet such a roadblock had appeared. How could he not be infuriated? However, he was a person used to setbacks. He had been fighting against his brothers and cousins all his life. After many decades of hard work, he finally managed to get his hands on a map to the Dimensional Cleanse trials and had prepared for years for this very moment. The trouble was that even though this was just his first attempt, who knew when the next round would begin? Leonie thought that he was alone initially precisely because the trial began the moment he solved his puzzle. So, how could he not think this? But the truth of the matter was that this trial would only begin after a certain number of individuals activated the map. Leonel thought the world revolved around him when it was just that he just so happened to be the last to activate his own. One might think that this was a simple task, but this couldn't have been further from the truth. There were more maps than there were the number of people who could enter the trial at any given time. However, this didn't mean that meeting the quota was simple. How many were on their first try currently? How many would dare to start up their second trial immediately after the first despite knowing the risks? Wouldn't they take their time to grow much more powerful before trying again? How many were on their second trial currently? What would happen to their map pieces after they were teleported out of here? Whose hands would it fall into? How long would it take that person to decipher the puzzle? Most would enter from a safe, secluded place, so who knew how long it would take to find their map fragments again? With all these variables in place, it took an average of 100 or so years for the trial to reset itself and begin again. At the shortest, it was a decade. At the longest, it could even take a millennia or several of them. Leonel had no idea about all of this, or else he would have been in awe of Kira's integrity rather than making fun of her for not keeping her word. At the same time, he would also understand why Richard was smoldering with unwillingness and rage at this moment. "My name is Leonel Morales. And you?" Leonel asked politely, despite the fact he didn't particularly care. Richard frowned. "Morales?" It felt both familiar and foreign to him for some reason. "My name is Richard Viola. Let's have a good battle." Chapter 80A3, released Chapter 83, released the two shot forward simultaneously. Though he knew that it would be overkill, Leonel didn't want to waste another spear. He could tell how powerful Richard's rod was, and it was made of a material that reminded him of Elthor's chaotic particle force. It had heft, an almost tangible gravitational pull to it, and it seemed like an endless void fashioned into a pole. However, it didn't seem to matter very much. Leonel could tell that Richard's skill was top-notch, even beyond his own. Leonel was still refining his spear domain and hadn't touched many spears at the 5th dimensional level. In addition, he had spent much of the past few months tweaking and refining Star Fusion because he knew how important it would be to his combat prowess in his world. However, though it was faintly beyond him, the gap wasn't enormous. And, while there was a small gap in skill, the gap in power was an almost endless abyss. Richard's skill wasn't great enough to pin Leonel down, and his strength was far too weak to last more than a few dozen exchanges. After just several minutes, Richard found himself standing on the edge of the road, his heels not even touching ground anymore. He continued to glare at Leonel through the striking of their weapons. In this place, he couldn't make use of even a single % of his true strength. His body was heavy, his lineage factor and ability was sealed away, and to make matters worse, this young man he was fighting didn't seem to have any of these limitations. He could tell that Leonel was holding back for some reason. And even though he didn't know what that reason was, it only infuriated him more. He was so close. There was just a single person blocking his path towards securing the Viola family's airship for himself. And yet, he had actually run into such a roadblock. Richard grit his teeth and shook his head. It wasn't worth it. If he used it now, he would waste it, and his intuition told him that it wouldn't fix much of anything. The gap between his current self and Leonel was far too wide. However, he held on so that he could continue to analyze Leonel. If there were two things he was, it was patient and vengeful. He didn't know if he would ever run into this Leonel Morales again, but when he did, he would pay him back 100-fold. He likely has either a Star Force lineage factor or ability. It gives him a massive leg up in this place. But outside, he won't have nearly as much Star Force to work with. The only way to match up to this density of Star Force would be to battle near a star. However, unless you were in the 6th dimension, you couldn't even consider battling in space. And unless you were in the 7th, approaching even a 3rd-dimensional star was asking for death without appropriate protection. Stars, black holes, and other celestial bodies were among the existences in the dimensional verse that were dangerous regardless of their dimension. Depending on how you looked at it, this could either be an intriguing mystery, completely irrelevant, or something that made little to no sense. When Richard found he could no longer hold on, he didn't give Leonel even the chance to kill him. He slipped a foot back, hooking his toes beneath the light road before pushing back with his remaining foot. His rod spun in his hand as he swung at the bottom of the road with all his might. Like an arrow out of a cannon, he shot into the abyss below, his 2 flickering violet irises, the last things that were visible before he completely vanished. Leonel didn't react much to this. He hadn't been planning on killing Richard to begin with. That said, he hadn't been holding back to spare him, but rather to focus on his star fusion and see if there was anything that could be tweaked and fixed. At that moment, a flood of information entered Leonel's mind, causing him to close his eyes. He took long, steady breaths, his mind assimilating it all very quickly. Compared to the 4th dimension segment, the 5th dimensional was a lot more involved. Ironically though, also compared to the 4th dimension, cultivation within the 5th dimension was far easier as well, especially for someone like Leonel, depending on how you looked at it, that is. Even as early as the 3rd dimension, one had to restructure their body on a cellular level. This was a massive leap for anyone. The difficulty was already beyond the understanding of most. Within the 4th dimension, this became even more complicated. Rather than just forming nodes and the connection between them, one had to essentially form a completely new circulatory system that could connect, fuse, and make use of all of their inner organs, muscles, and bones. Back then, just for the sake of adding a node to his brainstem, Leonel had to rearrange the pathways of tens of thousands of his neural cells. Now, one could imagine the level of rearranging that would be necessary for someone to make a new circulatory system for themselves. However, the 5th dimension didn't require any of this. In fact, it could be said that the reformation of the body could be considered to be complete, for now. The 5th dimension was entirely focused on the mind and eliciting growth within it. There were no new cells or nodes to form. One could entirely focus on increasing the size, durability, and strength of their ethereal glabella. It could even be said that from now on, one's ethereal glabella would only become more and more important. Leonel had been disappointed that his number of minds had only increased to 50 W0 after reaching the peak of the 4th dimension. This might sound like a lot, but when he already had 1,000 at the peak of the 3rd dimension, the number seemed too small. How could there only be a 50x difference between the 3rd and 4th dimensions, let alone that being the gap of their peaks? But now he understood. The 5th dimension would be where the shackles of his mind were truly released. Chapter 884, Catching Up. Chapter 884, Catching Up. Leonel's eyes opened, his gaze narrow. I'll be ready soon. If there was anything staying in the 3rd dimension for so long taught him, it was that there was always far more potential left to squeeze out than he thought. There was a point in the 3rd dimension where he thought that his limit was 60 split minds, only for him to end up with over 1,000. Of course, this wasn't to say that Leonel planned to spend several more years in the 4th dimension. In fact, he planned on breaking through on this road so long as he was forced to. If he wasn't forced to, he would break through the moment he left this place. His reasoning was simple. The reason he had been able to go from 60 to 1,000 split minds wasn't because he had that much potential to squeeze out, but rather because his mind was already in the 5th dimension. It had long since been far more ready to reach that level than he had given it credit for. Such a large difference could be explained by his body slowly acclimating and growing stronger within the limitation of the 3rd dimension. Leonel had a feeling that even if he had broken through back when he only had 60 split minds, he would have still gained more than 10,000 after reaching the peak of the 4th dimension. Still, the reason Leonel wasn't breaking through immediately wasn't for his mind. He felt that no matter what, he would be able to bring it to its full potential. Rather, the reason he was holding back was due to his body. He had barely tasted 4th dimensional force, and he was still acclimating himself to it. His star fusion and these last 3 months had sped up the process tremendously, especially the former. He felt it wouldn't be long before he spilled over in the 5th dimension, much like he had the 4th. I've spent a lot of time here. It's probably time to speed up a bit, Leonel shot forward. It's interesting, though. I feel like I could tell anyone I want about the 4th dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. But for some reason, there's a barrier when it comes to the 5th. Kira had jumped off before Leonel got a chance to call out to her. But he had wanted to give her the 4th dimensional layer at least before she left. He hadn't felt anything stopping him, so he thought it would be the same for all the layers. And yet, he found that the fifth-dimensional layer was locked away in his mind with no intentions of allowing him to speak of it. In fact, Leonel got a small headache whenever he tried. Is it because I comprehended the fourth-dimensional layer on my own? Leonel frowned. When he heard that dimensional cleanse could be practiced alongside other techniques, he had already had thoughts of passing it down to his brothers. But now, it seemed that things weren't so simple. What if I dissect and comprehend the fifth-dimensional layer on my own too? Would that be possible? Leonel wasn't sure, honestly. Could you learn something you already knew? Leonel felt that there was a subtle difference he might be able to take advantage of. Of course, what he didn't seem to realize was just how utterly ridiculous what he was thinking of doing was. Comprehending the fourth-dimensional layer on your own was shocking enough. But to even attempt to do so for the fifth, suddenly, Leonel's eyes widened. He crossed the barrier at which a spirit warrior should have appeared. By now, they were appearing every 20 or so meters, so he had already been prepared to go all out. But the reality was different from what he expected. A spirit hadn't appeared at the 20-meter mark. In fact, even after traveling over a kilometer, he didn't find one. When he was about to hit 10 kilometers, Leonel's senses caught onto the faint traces of a barrier. It was the same barrier he sensed whenever he had yet to defeat a spirit, and also the same barrier he sensed during his battle with Kira and those two young men from before. But, this time, there was no spirit warrior. A puzzle, Leonel blinked before his lips spread into a wide grin. This was what he was best at. What he didn't expect, though, was that for the subsequent puzzles to take all 50 zeros on of his split minds to complete. There was nothing simple about this trial in the slightest. However, Leonel's speed compared to others at this point was like a night and day switch of before. By the time he made it to round 3, there was no one around but himself. He had actually managed to bridge a gap of almost half a year in a single round. On a moon covered in red dust and sand, a portal opened up. Slowly but surely, several figures walked out, each more ravaged and injured than the last. Even still, many of them could only look toward the back of a particular young woman with reverence clear in their eyes. Her armor was caked with blood from top to bottom, some of it having yet to completely dry. The grip she had over her battle axe hadn't weakened, not even a single measure in all this time, and, even now, her back was straight and true. The depths of her eyes carried an emotionless cold that was hard to meet with any gaze. Samson was among the last to come out. In truth, he seemed to be in the worst condition, even having lost an arm. He would have died had it not been for Aina being far stronger than any of them thought. In fact, all of them would have died. He looked toward her back with a hint of worship. He had never managed to catch a glimpse of her face, but maybe that was for the best. He felt that such a warrior shouldn't be blasphemed in this way just because she was a woman. It seems that the Brazingers will be yet another hereditary vassal family. I will have to tell Richard about her as soon as possible. The girls by her side aren't bad either. Who would have thought that this would have been a unique zone? Chapter 885, unless, Richard appeared back within a familiar space, his expression the mark of coldness. Every one of his features seemed to have been etched out of a slab of marble, remaining unmoving for several moments past what was natural. It was only after half of an hour passed that he took his first breath, expelling all of the rage that had built up within him. Looking down at the map piece in his hand, he stored it within a hidden spatial compartment in his belt, his expression returning to a normal baseline, as though nothing had happened. After another deep breath, he steadied himself completely. There were still a few years left. He already had a lead amongst all the other potential heirs, and this would have just placed him far above them. But, since things had ended like this, he would have to find another way to end this competition for good. He had still managed to gain the fourth-dimensional layer. If he combined it with the third-dimensional layer, should he be lucky enough, he might not have to worry about not having received the fifth-dimensional layer. By now, the others should have found the stars I'm looking for. I'll complete the first 2 layers first before moving on with the next step of my plan. Richard was about to make a move to communicate with his subordinates covertly, not wanting anyone to know that he had returned just yet, when he realized that he had actually already received a message. Toward this, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Anyone with the specifications of this talisman knew that he didn't want to be disturbed. The only reason they would dare to reach out to him anyway was if the matter was of the utmost importance. As expected, Richard had hardly begun reading into the specifics when his pupils constricted. A unique zone related to the Silver Empire. Even for Richard, who had seen a lot of things in his life, such a thing couldn't help but make his heart skip a beat. The truth was that Silver Empire zones were not rare. It might have collapsed long ago, but its territory had been wide and expansive. The number of situations that would have occurred in such a large region to trigger the creation of a zone into the future was enormous. However, any empire of that size, as a form of protection to themselves, would have numerous fail-safes against the formation of zones. Although they wouldn't be able to stop them from being formed, what they could do was twist and distort the connection, making whatever gains one could make in their zones bordering on useless. One might wonder what the point of all of this was. But the answer was plain as long as Leonel's experiences were taken into account. When Leonel entered the Joan Zone, he had truly stepped foot into medieval France. If he had wanted, he could have learned what most historians would spend a lifetime unearthing just with a few moments of patience. He was able to fight in wars they could only speculate about, meet Joan of Arc who they could only deify, and he had even shared a building with a king that had died centuries ago. If he had wanted, he could have learned even what underwear Joan wore on a daily basis. It was just that all of this information was meaningless to him as a person from the 25th century. However, what if the target in question was an almighty empire who, at the height of their powers, ruled over several galaxies and stood atop seventh-dimensional worlds? In that case, wouldn't a single zone be a gateway to a wealth of information they could only dream about? The concept was the same for Earth, honestly, depending on the situation. Some conspiracy theorists believed that things like the former Egyptian empires were formed by aliens. Some others even believed in lost cities of gold or mythical cities like Atlantis. Wouldn't such pivotal events be stored in zones as well? What sort of secrets might be hidden in the tale and legend of such events? This ultimately led to a problem. It was fine if an empire was already destroyed. But if these zones were popping up erratically all over their empire while they were still reigning, wouldn't these zones also give their enemies a chance at their secrets? One might say at this point that it wasn't like zones were safe havens. After all, if Leonel had wanted to learn the secrets of the French, he would have still had to put his life on the line. This was even more so for an empire like the Silver Empire. However, think of this for a moment. When an empire is growing, they obviously start at the lowest levels. They might start as a bronze organization before becoming a silver organization and finally growing to a gold organization or empire like the Silver Empire had. What if the secret to your success had been with you since the very beginning? What if there was an ability you wanted to hide, a lineage factor you wanted to keep secret, an unworldly treasure you didn't want others to know of? But, as you grow, wouldn't the enemies you had to face also grow stronger? If those enemies targeted zones where you still had the strength of a bronze organization while they had the strength of a gold one, wouldn't all your secrets be laid bare? This was exactly why powerful organizations, families, kingdoms, and empires all chose a completely different path. By using an unfathomable amount of resources, they were able to distort what one would find in zones. These distortions made it impossible to tell what was true and what wasn't, leaving their enemies with no information at all. These distorted zones were useless for information and could only be used for training, unless it became a unique zone. Chapter 886, Familiar. Chapter 886, Familiar by definition, distorted zones were technically unique zones to begin with. Unique zones were zones where outside influence changed the initial difficulty. Distorted zones were zones warped by outside influences as well. It was just that their difficulty didn't tend to change much at all. However, there were exceptions to this rule, and that was reserved for zones formed as the fall of an empire neared or its formation was nigh. At these two opposing points in an empire's history, its impact on the timeline was the greatest, making any attempted distortion very difficult. The result would be a unique zones whose difficult was far and above away what it should have been. Not only would the distortion fail, but the likelihood of death would skyrocket. Even still, many would clamber at the chance to enter such a zone, some even more so than mythological zones. After all, a mythological zone was a random spin of the wheel. There was no telling if you would get a magic system that was powerful or weak. However, a unique zone that had been distorted was almost a guaranteed jackpot as long as the empire was powerful. By now, Richard's reaction to it all was more than just a little bit justified. The Silver Empire more than fit the bill for what was worth it. However, he soon calmed himself. For one, the timeline that Ina and the others had entered had been the Empire's infancy, not near their downfall. Samson had long since said that they would be meeting a young General Phi. That alone spoke for itself. Though it was possible for the Silver Empire to have grown off the back of some ultra treasure that this zone would unveil the existence of, the likelihood was small. Most empires didn't rise like that, so Richard wouldn't put his hopes into such a thing. Many of an empire's trump cards came later as they accumulated wealth over thousands of years. The second reason Richard calmed himself was because of the rules of the Viola family. He could probably ignore them usually, but Samson had been tasked to do a duty that he was meant to have done. Obviously, this meant that all those who participated were high profile and exactly the people the rules were created for. Simply put, he couldn't just snatch their gains because he felt like it. It would be one thing if Samson was the one to accumulate all the wealth of information, but from what he could tell from this recounting, the one to having likely benefited the most was a woman by the name of Ina Brasinger. Richard's eyes narrowed. Samson had left behind a glowing assessment of this woman, and he trusted Samson's judgment. She also seemed to be the daughter of vassal Miel Brasinger, which was good because Miel hadn't chosen a side yet. He seemed to have wanted to stay neutral. If Richard could get Ina to his side, wouldn't it be like also having Miel as well? Even if Miel didn't see it this way, what would the other heirs think? This could work. But geniuses like this are often haughty, and she seems to have the right to be. Samson describes her as cold and detached. Approaching such a woman would border on impossible. Richard wasn't foolish enough to believe that he could charm his way through such a situation. Even though he was quite confident in himself in this regard, to have such a woman warm up would take years. In fact, in his experience, unless you got to her quite young, it would be almost impossible. At the same time, though, depending on the kind of cold and detached she was, things could also be easier. If she was the prideful type, then Richard could forget it. But if she was simply the cold and unfeeling type, she would be easy to convince with logic and reasoning. The latter type of woman wouldn't hesitate to even marry him so long as his pitch was convincing enough to her. One step at a time, Richard thought as he read the information to himself all over again. This Yuri seems like the best bet. She is far more social and open than Ina is. Also, this Ina seems obsessed with training as well. For now, I don't need my training resources. Giving them to her in exchange for her joining my side might be something she finds easy to accept as well. Richard thought of many plans. All of them he felt were viable. So, he put several into motion. Once he was finished sending out orders, his gaze flashed with a cold light. See if you can find a Leonel Morales for me. He should have either a strong Star Force lineage factor or ability. He uses a spear as his main weapon of choice. I also believe that he has a body-related ability or lineage factor as well. It's likely that he comes from a family as powerful as ours, if not more so be covert about Ita. Also, you know what to do. There are too many people who know about this unique zone. Either shut them up or have them succumb to their injuries. Leonel looked around, baffled. There really was no one else around. But looking at the roads, it seemed that 6 people were supposed to meet together. Was this supposed to be another battle like before, or was everything going to be related to puzzles now? Leonel was actually quite eager for the 6th dimension layer. He had been analyzing the 5th dimensional layer for a few weeks now, and the more he delved into it, the more fascinating it became. Practicing the 5th dimensional layer, unlike the previous 2, was like an act of silent meditation. It all happened in the mind, and one's concentration and comprehension of the technique decided how fast it went, and how pure the force you absorbed was. It was just that Leonel had never expected it to grow so complicated. But the more and more he observed it, the more he got the feeling that the 5th dimensional layer reminded him of something oh so familiar. Something so familiar that he practically worked with them every day. Force Arts. Chapter 887, Visualization. Chapter 887, Visualization. The first step of the 5th dimensional layer was to clear your mind of distracting thoughts. After this was the visualization. Back on Earth, even in the 25th century, there were entire sciences based around state of mind and its importance. In order to understand, one only need to look towards stories of mothers lifting cars up and off of their children. In those moments, it wasn't about whether or not they could accomplish it, but rather they had to no matter what, or else they would lose something precious. Visualization was a way of artificially allowing a person to reach such a state. There were athletes and pro lifters who could place themselves in the most horrid of situations mentally, all for the sake of gaining that extra boost in strength. Simply put, the mind was a powerful thing. That said, the 5th dimensional layer didn't take advantage of this in a physical aspect, or, more accurately, not directly. Rather, it allowed the mind to reach the optimal state for large influxes of force. This would then in turn allow the body to reach a higher state of being by proxy. The 5th dimension could be seen as a process of using the mind to undo the artificial shackles on the body, bringing you to a higher state of being. However, Leonel couldn't help but feel that the visualization needed to accomplish this was eerily familiar to Force Arts. Rather than relying on raw emotion or the imagining of terrible events to raise strength, the 5th dimensional layer of Dimensional Cleanse used a complex series of patterns. At first, it felt like it was directing you in how to circulate your energy. But as Leonel layered these patterns atop of one another in his dream world and it became more and more complex, he realized that it was indeed just one big force art. Force arts can be used like this too? Leonel was stunned. It felt like an all-new world was opening up to him and he could hardly believe it. The possibilities seemed endless. Every time he thought that he had grasped force arts, it felt like an all-new door would suddenly swing wide open. First it was crafting, then it was mage arts, and now it was visualizations. None of these 3 even mentioned the fact the first time Leonel had ever come into contact with force arts, it was under the ability of a person who could not only use it to control others, but even to replicate abilities. Back then, Leonel understood too little about the world to understand just how shocking this was. But the more he learned, the more he felt that the individual with such an ability was most definitely among maybe the most powerful existences in the dimensional verse without a doubt. If I combine this concept of visualization with Camelot's magic system, Leonel's gaze suddenly felt like 2 blazing torches. Raising your mind to a higher state of being before casting a mage art. Just what kind of effect would that have? Would it allow him to cast mage arts beyond his capability? Would it allow him to use less dream force in exchange for the same power output? What kind of effects would it have on his night arts? Leonel knew that he was getting far too ahead of himself. This was no longer a simple matter of observing and analyzing the natural force art that encompassed Camelot's magic system. It would also require manipulating and changing it. Something like that would be difficult to do without a full grasp of Camelot's magic system. and, at least with how things stood now, he was a long way away from that. A more realistic goal for now would be to take the next step forward in the wisdom branch of my snowy star owl lineage factor. One had to remember that much of the reason Leonel's mind was so powerful wasn't just because of his ability, but also because he had awakened the Luxnix's family's wisdom branch so early on. This had allowed his mind to gain the fortitude of the fifth dimension immediately, which basically saved him from facing any bottlenecks from the third to fifth dimension in terms of dream force. But now, Leonel was obviously about to reach the limit of the snowy star owl. After all, it had to be remembered that they were a sixth-dimensional beast. Obviously, its abilities wouldn't be able to help him beyond that cap. Still, there was no use in lamenting such a thing if Leonel hadn't even reached its peak potential yet. He could worry about not having a lineage factor for his mind to rely on when that time came. But, for now, he had to find a way to progress first. The good news was that Leonel already had a pretty good idea. The evolution paths for the snowy star owl were quite narrow when it came to the wisdom branch. Leonel had already faintly touched on the next layer as well, the snowy star owl's eyes. When Leonel evoked his snowy star owl lineage factor, sometimes its eyes would appear to his back. It didn't take much thinking for him to realize that this only happened when he entered his most calculative states. Leonel had been confused about this in the past, but after piecing together the intricacies of visualization to the fifth dimension, what if the snowy star owl's eyes were intricately tied with this? What would happen if instead of just manifesting those sharp eyes, he imagined and meditated on them? An interesting thought, it might work. Leonel lulled his boredom away with countless streams of thoughts, eliminating the useless, lingering around the maybes, and latching on to the most promising. However, just as he was ready to wait for months like he had done to others, he suddenly sensed the barriers before him vanish. Leonel was shocked. He didn't have to fight? What was going on? Leonel didn't even get the chance to think very much before a flood of information that almost split his skull in two assaulted his mind. Chapter 888, Scandal. Chapter 8888, Scandal. Leonel frowned deeply. Though he was soon able to spread out the trouble through his more than 50 Euro-Zero minds, he still felt a slight cold sweat mat his back. The difference between taking in the fifth and sixth dimensional layers was actually so great. He felt that if he had tried to do this while still in the third dimension, his head would have exploded into bits of bones and gore. He hadn't even realized that there was such a lurking danger in this place. But he was even more surprised by the fact that there was actually no one around him at all. What Leonel didn't know was that the reason there were so many roads connecting into one was precisely because it was so rare for many to make it this far. After the first two rounds, things only became more difficult. There weren't a small number of individuals who were forced to give up after reaching a puzzle that was far too difficult for them to complete. Those on their second attempt who weren't confident in crossing to the third round would definitely leave after getting the fifth dimensional layer. As for those on their first attempt, it was rare for them to even clear the second round, let alone making it into the sixth. Most would drop out after gathering the first 3 layers of dimensional cleanse because they were all aware of one simple fact. Unless you could form at least 3 stars between the first 3 layers, completing the 6th dimensional layer and beyond was impossible. The result of all of this was the second round becoming a major watershed moment where most would drop out. Usually this would mean that one would gain an easy pass to the next round. However, the road of puzzles had something different in mind. When Leonel finally regained his bearings and felt okay to move again, the first puzzle he came across made his lip twitch. The creator was truly a sadistic bastard. How was he supposed to do this? It had already taken him up to several days to complete the last of the puzzles leading up to round 3. But, just at a cursory glance, Leonel could tell that it would take him that long just to make a dent in this one. As for how long it would take him to actually complete it, at least a couple weeks, unless Leonel's gaze sharpened. It had been a long while since he used this. As time passed, his mind grew so powerful that he simply didn't need it. But now, it seemed that he would definitely have to rely on it again. At that moment, a heavy, ancient aura began to accumulate around Leonel. Auspicious air, ancient aura, heavenly enlightenment. Whenever Leonel gazed upon the natural force art he had gained from the force crystal mine eruption, his mind would enter into a state of overdrive that even his ability alone couldn't reach. Leonel had been worried that the affect it would have would lessen due to the fact it was a fourth-dimensional existence while he was already in the fifth, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that this wasn't the case. Though it was less helpful than in the past, it wasn't by an exaggerated amount. In fact, Leonel suddenly felt confident. I had only completed 99% of it in the past, yet it had this effect. I feel like I can finally do it. Leonel couldn't help but be excited. He had been stuck at this level for such a long time. Even though he had neglected this natural force art, he had never forgotten just how useful it had been to him in the past. Much of his quick progression could even be assigned to it. He felt that reaching from 99% to 100% wouldn't just be the change of a single percentage point. It would be an evolution just as whole as crossing a dimensional barrier. What kind of benefits would it give him? It seemed like that bet he made in the hive all those years ago was finally about to pay off big time. What Leonel didn't know, though, was at this point there was only a single other person still within the trial with him. This person was also gaining the benefit of not having to fight a single person as he leisurely strolled forward, completing the puzzles with even greater ease than Leonel. He hummed a small tune, almost carelessly swinging his sword from time to time. But anyone who looked closely enough would be able to tell that this young man's every stroke was filled with an enigmatic mystery. He was none other than Amory, the sword deity. "You found the information I want?" Richard was a bit surprised. He had expected it to take several months to even years to receive information back about that Leonel Morales. After all, the dimensional verse was an enormous place. Finding a single family, even if it was one as powerful as a sixth-dimensional one, would be almost impossible in a short time, anyway. Yet Samson had come back to him with an answer barely a week later. At that moment, Richard was flying in a sleek black space shuttle. It was outfitted with the latest stealth technology. Though it couldn't hide his activity from the old fogies of his family, he didn't need to hide from them. He just needed to keep his movements secret from the other heir candidates. From his vantage point, he could see the 3 planets that revolved around one another. In truth, each of these 3 planets was ruled by a different sixth-dimensional family. The black and purple one was for their Viola family. The other 2, the planet with the mountains that looked like horns, and the other that looked like a polished golden marble with swirling white clouds, were controlled by 2 families just as powerful. As for the history behind this, it was long and complicated. Whenever Richard saw the 3 of them like this, he couldn't help but think back to it. After hearing Samson's explanation, though, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. "I thought it would take a long while too, young heir. But I stumbled upon the truth not long after I started looking. That Leonel Morales' name came up in an information network related to a scandal that was buried a long while ago. According to what I could find out, for some reason, the name Leonel Morales was struck out and erased from the ancestral lineage tomes of the Luxnix family EHE. The parameters you mentioned fit perfectly, even down to the Star Force-related lineage factor." Richard suddenly couldn't take his eyes off the golden white planet even as his ship sped into the distance. Chapter 88-9, Litty Did Matter. Chapter 88-9, Litty Did Matter. The Viola family. The Tora family. The Luxnix family. The 3 revolve around one another, maintaining a balance within this region of their tri-pillar galaxy. It could be said that they were friends, rivals, and enemies all in one, each keeping the other in check, but all 3 being interdependent on one another. In his wildest dreams, Richard never thought that he would run into such a matter. In fact, it was even more shocking that such a matter had been hidden from him for so long. The potential implications of such a thing weren't simple at all. If he used it properly, this bit of information could be even more useful to him toward claiming heirship than even the 5th-dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse would have been. Of course, that was also depending on the details surrounding this case as well. However, Richard felt that he had grasped 90% of the story the instant Samson passed this information on to him. What was clear and obvious immediately was that Leonel didn't share the Luxnix name. This meant that it was the maternal side of his family. This point alone made a lot of things make sense, especially since it coincided with some things that the Luxnix family hadn't managed to hide so well. Wasn't such a thing all too common? Woman of a powerful family falls in love with a weak man. The result is a child out of wedlock that is looked down upon by his family. Ultimately, the man and son are either killed off and chased away, while the woman is locked up under house arrest as a reminder to future generations to not dare to make the same mistake. All the while, the son's name is stricken from the family records as an undying stain on his life and legacy. This story was simple enough, and it lined up with quite a few things. About 50 years ago, the Luxnix family suddenly came out guns blazing with a genius on the level of which the 3 families had never seen before. The most shocking part was that she was a member of Richard's generation, so he had personally lost handily at her hands once before. It was the kind of loss that left an untenable mark on his psyche that he hadn't managed to leap over even after all this time. To make matters worse, back then he had already been well into his teens while that little girl was barely over 10 years old. However, that girl also vanished years later without word, rhyme, or reason. The Luxnix family seemed to have completely forgotten about her as though she never existed. If those 2 timelines were fused into one, Richard's eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce light. Would he really get revenge on that little girl in such a way so decades later? He had always wanted to wash that shame away, but he had always meant to do so with his fists. However, that girl had already vanished even after he became so confident in himself. Richard's lip curled. What a present. What a present indeed. He had thought that Leonel was a devil come to ruin all of his plans and test his resolve. Who would have known that he was actually a guardian angel come to hand him such a victory on a silver platter? Not only would he get revenge on a foe of long ago, he just might be able to guarantee this victory for himself. Richard thought for several more moments before he suddenly began to write out a detailed message. E-leak through some covert channels, make sure that Osan is the first to get his hands on it, set up some extra defenses around the mansion in case of potential retaliation, but don't be too obvious about it. After that fool Osan acts, take a step back, no matter how juicy the meat looks, ignore it. Even as Richard began to scheme, he had no idea that the story he had deduced couldn't have been further from the truth. However, there was a reason he didn't bother to wait to see if his deductions would be correct or not. It was because it didn't matter. The mere fact he could comfortably deduce this at all made it believable, and believable was all he needed. Leonel had no idea what was happening so far away, nor did he know what kind of storm such a casual interaction would bring about. In truth, he had already mostly forgotten about Richard. How big was the universe? How could he ever just assume that he would have such a connection with this person? And, even if he did, how could he know that the young man would actually be petty enough to seek out revenge for something a 10-year-old girl had done to him? Of course, to be fair, Richard was at most 14 or 15 back then. But by now, he was a man who was almost 70 years old. At some point, you had to let bygones be bygones, right? Unfortunately, Richard was a petty man who was simultaneously patient to an extreme, and, at the same time, this information was far too useful to him. Even if he wouldn't be able to get revenge at all, he would still do it. In fact, even if not a word of it was true, it would still have the very same effect. That was the beauty of it all. It didn't matter to him whether the little girl from back then was really Leonel's mother or not. The optics of it all was all he needed. What Richard didn't know, though, was that it did in fact matter, because that little 10-year-old girl from back then had grown into a powerful woman who met a man by the name of Velasco Morales. Years later, the two birthed a child by the name of Leonel Morales. And Leonel Morales happened to love his mother very much. Chapter 890, can't continue. Chapter 890, can't continue, bang. The aura around Leonel suddenly shifted. Despite the fact he hadn't aged even a single day, the presence he gave off was old and wizened. Short of a long head of white hair, his every movement exuded a scholarly and ancient air. It took Leonel an entire 3 days to complete the natural force art, but the result was far outside his expectations. He suddenly realized at that moment that visualization wasn't new to him in the slightest. Wasn't this natural force art exactly that? Just gazing upon it rose his mind to an elevated state. Even if it wasn't permanent, with Leonel's mental fortitude, he could sustain it for much longer than most others would be able to. At the same time, as long as he was in this elevated state, he felt like his mental capacity had risen by more than 10 times. Something clicked for Leonel at that moment. The fifth dimensional layer, I can't describe all of it, but I suddenly feel like if I tried, I could pass down some portions of it without being stopped by that mysterious force. Leonel had grasped that subtle difference between knowing and understanding. The moment he crossed that barrier, it felt like the shackles around his knowledge of dimensional cleanse had loosened once again. So that's how it is. The fifth dimensional layer is evoking a natural force to raise the state of the mind. It's milder than the natural force art I have, but its effects are also more permanent, especially when used over a long period of time. I was having some issues drawing a line between my soul and dream force versus what the fifth dimension asked of me. After all, both were related to the mind, and yet my dream force was already at the fifth dimension. I thought I might be able to step into the sixth dimension immediately, but it seems like this isn't the case. In fact, the more powerful my mind is, the longer I'll have to spend in the fifth dimension, but this will also simultaneously lead to even better benefits from the realm as well. Leonel had, indeed, believed this. After all, if his metal body could prime his body for the fourth dimension, why couldn't his wisdom branch prime his mind? But the functions were completely different. In the fourth dimension, there was only so much fourth dimensional force could do. In fact, the fact Leonel had had such a massive spike in his body's potential was more related to just how good Vital Star Force was as opposed to it being in thanks to the fourth dimension itself. That said, elevating one's state of mind depended on the initial foundation one was starting with. In addition, one had to remember that the fifth dimension might start with the mind, but it still connected back to the body. With how powerful Leonel's mind was, it had far more potential to release the shackles that might be found holding his body back. However, it was precisely because it was so powerful that Leonel's body would need so much time to adjust. This wasn't a bad thing. Even though it would take more time, Leonel would also have more steps forward to take compared to anyone else, allowing his growth to be far greater as well. Awakening his wisdom branch so early on had already been a great help to him in the recent years, but it was only about to get even more useful. Let's finish this. Leonel's eyes opened, auspicious air still hanging around him in a heavy fog. He only had 50 0,000 or so minds to split, but with its help he felt more like he had 500 0,000. The weeks he thought it would take to complete this puzzle had suddenly been cut to a few hours. Leonel's speed couldn't be compared to the past. He found himself sweeping through puzzle after puzzle, each more complicated than the last, with an ever-increasing pace. Although he couldn't use his auspicious air continuously and endlessly, it was for more than long enough to get solid breaks in between. At the same time, Leonel was realizing that these puzzles themselves weren't so simple either, and that wasn't just about their complexity. All of these puzzles seemed to be variations on the map puzzle that allowed him to come here. Leonel didn't believe that the creator wasn't creative enough to think of a different format. The best explanation was that this sequence of puzzles wouldn't likely be useful sometime in the future. Unfortunately, even after completing the natural force art, Leonel got the sinking feeling that he wouldn't be able to reach the end of this road. The path toward the fourth round was growing in difficulty with every passing second. In fact, the progression of the difficulty was far faster than it had been on the path to the third round. By now, the puzzles were already down to clusters of just a few billion atoms while the scope was simultaneously growing larger and larger. Every minute change had an exponential effect on the surroundings that was giving Leonel an increasing headache. If things continue like this, I'll be forced to break into the fifth dimension before I even reach the fourth round, but if I am, how could I ever make it to the fifth? The truth was that Leonel didn't even know if there was a fifth round at all. A fifth round would imply that Dimensional Cleanse had an eighth dimensional layer, while a sixth would guarantee a ninth dimensional layer. Due to the silver tablet, Leonel had already been made aware of legends of a ninth dimension, but even the dictionary only mentioned the eighth. And, when it did so, it spoke of the eighth dimension exactly like the silver tablet spoke of the ninth, an ethereal, mythical state that might not exist at all, except for the fact the Morales family's metal synergy lineage factor also had 5 rounds. But the question was Dimensional Cleanse also so transcendent? Leonel bit his teeth hard. I need to break through. What Leonel didn't expect, though, was that soon after breaking through and making it to the fourth round, he would find a young man curiously observing him from top to bottom, all before that young man's gaze landed on the spear domain heirloom on his finger. Huh, how interesting. How did such a thing end up in your hands? Just 2 today. Chapter 891, L don't like. Chapter 891, L don't like Leonel. Never thought he would feel such an intoxicating feeling so soon again. At least, he didn't think he would leave the fourth dimension so soon. However, he hardly got to enjoy it because he realized it was just barely enough. The high of entering yet another dimension felt full when you realized your power wasn't as amazing as you thought it would be. Of course, if others knew Leonel's thoughts, they'd deem him to be insane. In just a single step, Leonel's split minds now approach 1,000,000. On top of this, he felt the gates of his metal synergy lineage factor calling out to him. Compared to the last time when he struggled, opening the gates before he had even completed his 9 nodes, this time would be a completely different animal. At the same time, Leonel's star fusion reached a new height, now fueled by 5th dimensional vital star force, and Leonel also finally felt that he could use his scarlet star force for a few split seconds before his body imploded into a pile of ash. There were sweeping changes with Leonel's lineage factors. He felt that the burden of using his divine armor was practically non-existent now, and on top of all of that, his ability seemed to have transcended to a new height. Even though Leonel would never be able to cross the savant barrier and reach manifestation, Leonel had been able to cross into the 4th level, control. This allowed him to control his own body as though it was a machine his mind was within. In fact, Leonel felt that he had reached a point where he could even control the speed of his own cell division. This was the absolute greatest height that Leonel's Dream Force ability could reach. Of course, Leonel had yet to have any practice with it. And, controlling the body down to a cellular level with only 1,000,000 split minds was a fool's game. In addition, even if he could control his cell division, anyone with even the faintest background in biology would be able to tell you that such a thing required energy to execute. The good news was that Vital Star Force was among the best energies to fuel such a thing. The bad news was that it would only be an endless supply for Leonel in this place. Anywhere else, and he would have to slowly catalyze and store it for himself with the help of his vital stars. None of this even mentioned the fact that Leonel hadn't had the time to create new branching abilities based on his new peak, and he hadn't gotten time to learn to control or practice with it either. It could be said that he had been given a big railgun that he was far too small to use at this point. The best way Leonel could describe it was like he felt that he was just a hair away from having and controlling as much power as a savant. And yet, he didn't have nearly their luck in receiving the blessings of the dimensional verse. He had to figure everything out and, most importantly, power everything with his own energy. All of this, not to mention the ever-increasing difficulty of the puzzles he continued to run into, dampened what should have been a happy moment considerably. The only good news was that he had been here for long enough to solidify himself in the 4th dimension, but it seemed that the bad news was intent on continuing to come. Pa and a novel, Leonel stared at the young man in front of him. Though his expression was closed off and gave nothing away, he felt a solemn feeling welling up in his heart. The intuition of the primitive consciousness had only grown stronger and more potent after being incorporated into Leonel's spear domain lineage factor. With that potency came an increased sensitivity toward danger. It was just that Leonel hadn't run into any such opponents since he realized the true purpose of his spear domain lineage factor. However, right now, it was screaming at him, screaming that even if he used the 3rd form of star fusion, even if he was released from the shackles this world had on him, even if this young man was under double the suppression he was currently under, none of it would change the inevitable outcome. Leonel didn't respond to the young man's question. Instead, he looked at the sword in his hand. It only took a glance for Leonel to tell that the young man was holding a normal wooden sword. It reminded Leonel of the first primitive spear he had ever managed to take out of the spear domain heirloom. However, Leonel knew for a fact that if he took out the primitive spear right this moment, the level of danger he exuded wouldn't even be half of the young man's. Ameri didn't seem to care very much for Leonel's response. He only continued to look at the ring. Well, this is pretty lucky, if I do say so myself. Ameri smiled. I'm quite a fan of competition, but if I'm to be honest, I could have defeated you back when I was still a toddler. So I don't think there's any real point to this, right? I'm not a bloodthirsty man, so I can let you live, but you'll have to hand over that ring. I happen to know someone that would be far better suited to it than you. I'd like to have a good battle when the time comes, and I have a feeling you won't be able to give me one. Leonel didn't respond to this, but that didn't change the fact that he was confused by the young man's words. He wanted to give his ring to someone else so that, when the time came, he could have a better battle than he would have otherwise had with Leonel. What was that supposed to mean? Seeing that Leonel didn't respond, Ameri sighed and shook his head. Forget it. Every time I try not to end things with blood, no one wants to listen. Ameri took a step forward and brandished his wooden sword. I don't like to give second chances. Chapter 892, Wooden Blade. Chapter 892, Wooden Blade. Could Leonel give Spear Domain over just to save his own life? The answer was obviously no. This was something his father had left behind for him, and it was the heirloom of the Morales family. He had no intention of losing it in this place. But at the same time, Leonel felt like he had really painted himself into a corner. He already knew that receiving the next portion of Dimensional Cleanse had become impossible. He had no illusions about defeating Ameri. However, the main issue was that though jumping from the edge of the road seemed to be just 2 steps away, in the current situation, Leonel felt like it was a world away. That was how far apart the skill between the 2 young men were. Still, the more helpless it all seemed, the colder and colder Leonel's expression became. By the time Ameri had raised his foot to take a second step, Leonel's countenance was like an iceberg, his features all individually carved out in the strongest of lines. Ameri paused, scanning Leonel up and down before shaking his head. Definitely not worthy. Emotionless, blockheads like you should stick to fighting with your fists. At least that way you won't be drawing a line between yourself and your weapon. How can you hear your blade if you don't want to hear it? What a sad excuse for a spearman. Leonel didn't react to this in the slightest. Even though they were said in a different way, hadn't he already heard these words once before? It was exactly what Old Man Hutch had told him when he tried to get him to switch to the machete. Leonel simply didn't believe that a weapon needed to be loved. He had said it then, and he would say it again. He had chosen the spear out of convenience because he just so happened to have been born with a lineage factor that suited it. If he had affinity with a sword or saber or a machete, he would have chosen that as well. All this rambling about loving your weapon and communicating with it sounded like the ravings of a madman to Leonel. To him, it felt like Old Man Hutch and this young man before him were both abstract artists trying to convince you that the banana they taped to the wall had a deeper underlying meaning you were just missing because you didn't get it. Their words fell into the same pot of ridiculousness for Leonel. As far as he was concerned, these 2 just had talent in the blades they chose and explained away their innate gifts with nonsense like loves and emotion, when the truth was that they were just better suited to those weapons in comparison to others. To Leonel, it was just that simple. However, at least now, he understood why it was that Ameri said he wasn't worthy. Unfortunately, that changed nothing. How would Leonel face his father if he lost the heirloom he had been entrusted with? How would he subdue the Morales family if he lost something so precious to them without having even earned the right to have it in the first place? How would he look himself in the mirror if he couldn't manage to take 2 steps to the left against an enemy no older than himself? Leonel's palm flipped over, his body suddenly erupting with vital star force from head to toe. But this time it felt far different than it had in the past, even as his runes flickered to life. Rather than a billowing diamond blue steam, he suddenly began to radiate an incomparably majestic amethyst. From top to bottom, his body was surrounded by a delicate light violet hue, his hair becoming an endless river of foggy energy and his eyes becoming homogeneous with it all. This was Leonel's 3rd form of Star Fusion, King's Might. Even with his aura rising like a tide, Leonel didn't make a single move. He brandished his spear, his nerves walking a cliff's edge. However, it was then that it happened. Compared to Leonel, Ameri's aura was a wisp of nothingness. He stood there, his robes completely unaffected by what should have been winds that would put any hurricane to shame. In one instant, he was 10 meters from Leonel, his body having not moved a single inch. In the next, Leonel's pupils constricted to an extreme. A wooden blade appeared before his nose, slashing downward with a slow, unhurried momentum that simultaneously weighed as heavy as a mountain. Despite how much effort Leonel had put into watching his every action, despite how much care and attention he had placed toward predicting his next movement, it had all been completely useless. Leonel's life flashed before his eyes. No matter how hard he thought, He couldn't seem to think of a method to survive. It was crushing. In just those few milliseconds, Leonel's mind seemed to slow down the events into a stretched length of time that spanned what almost felt like several days. What did it feel like to be contemplating your own death for so long? One would think that it would be enough to drive a person mad. It was like a ticking clock set to come to a stop the moment you breathed your last. How would it feel to know the exact date, time, and second of your death? How would one feel as the moments waned and the sand within the hourglass became lesser and lesser? How would you feel watching a guillotine being taken to your future aspirations and goals? Maybe you might even find the humor in it all. Why was it that your mind was slowing everything down to such an extent now, but couldn't have done so while the person who wanted your life was swinging his sword? Leonel was in exactly this sort of hopeless situation, a lethal wooden blade descending like a heavenly punishment to sever his ties to the world. Chapter 893. Not bad. Chapter 893. Not bad indeed. Why is it all so slow now? That must be why. Leonel was unaware of the vast difference between the fifth and sixth dimensions. But someone moving so fast that even his own internal sight couldn't keep up with it was enough to lay it out to bear right in front of him. It was clear that Amory was on a level so far beyond himself that it was impossible to fathom, and that was even while being weighed down by 4 rounds worth of vital star force. Now that he knew, he realized why his intuition had been screaming at him to run all this time. But running was impossible. The moment he took a step back, he would be finished. Leonel's spear was held between both hands in the most defensive stance that he could muster. And yet, Amory had a complete disregard for it as he attacked as though his spear wasn't there at all. However, it was exactly this disregard that gave Leonel the faintest hope for survival. Leonel's arm exploded. This wasn't a metaphor. It wasn't a fancily worded set of prose, but rather an accurate description of exactly what happened. Right at his elbow, Leonel's arm imploded into a rain of blood and gore. It was such a vicious, cold-hearted, blood-curdling wound that even Amory's brow furrowed lightly even as his sword continued downward. However, it was this explosion that erupted Leonel's arm into movement, arching his spear upward in a move that was seemingly intent on forcing it into the path of Amory's blade. Amory's furrowed brow smoothed out just as quickly as it formed. To him, this didn't matter in the slightest. He would show Leonel the difference between the two of them as clear as day. His wooden spear was of a common grade. It couldn't even be ranked among fourth-dimensional weapons, and even Earth's third-dimensional cold weapons would be able to slash it apart 10 out of 10 times. At the same time, Leonel was holding a double-sided quasi-silver spear. The difference in quality was as clear as day. It should be a given that the latter would block the former, and yet Amory felt that anyone would be a fool to believe such a thing. A quasi-silver weapon? It might as well have been a piece of tinfoil to him. He had already given Leonel a chance to live. Since he didn't want it, this would be his deathbed. Amory's sword continued to descend, an air of confidence hanging around him. One could tell from the aura he exuded that no matter what stood before him, he would slice it apart. It was an air that matched Leonel's king's might, and even far surpassed it, and yet it wasn't contingent on subordinates or a number of them. It was entirely reliant on Amory's belief in himself and his blade. Goodbye. Hana novel. Bong. Amory's expression suddenly changed. It was just a small flicker of light within his irises, but it was a change nonetheless. Leonel's hand exploded into a mist of blood, his bones sprinkling down like ash and his flesh falling like lumps of processed meat. In that very instant, what had once been the hand of an elite force crafter had become nothing but a mangled mess, impossible to see the start or finish of. Leonel flew backward like an arrow leaving a bowstring, a side of his body completely collapsing to the point that his inner organs threatened to spill out. Just a casual strike from Amory left him in a half-dead state, his breathing hardly holding on. If it wasn't for the fact he had entered the control level of his ability index, allowing him to force his inner organs to stay functioning as best he could, he really might have died to just that single strike. Leonel crashed along the road, sliding back to the point he landed on its very edge. Even though the vital star force within him was trying to quickly fuel Leonel's cells to begin repairing themselves, they found that no amount of energy they provided was enough. Something was far too special about Amory's force. It seemed to hinder Leonel from being able to heal himself, at least through normal means like this. It was only after Leonel began to fight back against Amory's aura with his own king's might that things began to shift. But even then, it was only because it was a casual swing on Amory's part. Not bad. Amory spoke. He seemed to truly mean his words. There wasn't a hint of derision or disdain hidden within them. He was actually praising Leonel. You knew that your spear wouldn't be enough, so you used the ring to block even at the cost of your hand. I believe it was the Morales family that had the spear domain ring, right? Hands are quite important to you force crafters. I guess I don't have to feel too bad about you surviving that strike then. Leonel didn't respond. Even now, as he sat at the edge of the road, a step away from surviving, his senses had never stopped locking onto Amory. This time, however, he used his auspicious air and kept his body in a state of near death, slowing down everything to an extreme. It had taken a few seconds for Amory to speak those words, and yet, to Leonel, it felt like it had taken him hours to finish. Well, I guess you've earned it then. Next time we meet, I definitely won't make the same mistake again. The domain rings shouldn't be in the hands of people who can't appreciate them. Leonel didn't say a single word. Even with his mangled hand, he managed to pin the spear domain ring between the ground meat that was it and his badly caved-in chest. He rolled over the edge of the road, just barely dodging a secret strike of Amory's. The spear domain ring tightly clenched to his heart. You dodged that one too, huh? Not bad indeed. Amory's laughter was all Leonel could hear as his body whistled through the abyss below. Make sure to remember my name well. I am Amory, the sword deity. When next we meet, I'll take your life. Chapter 894, twice, Chapter 894. Twice Leonel instantly appeared on the very same abandoned planet he had left from, hanging onto his life by a thread. But the situation instantly became several times worse. There wasn't a hint of oxygen to be found on this planet, but that was only the first issue. At Leonel's current level, holding his breath for several hours wasn't a problem. The trouble came from the lack of air pressure. In that instant, his bodily fluids seemed to want to boil themselves to oblivion. If it wasn't for the fact Leonel had stepped into the fifth dimension, he would already be finished. It only made matters worse that the temperature felt far below negative 100 degrees Celsius. As Leonel progressed, temperature began to feel different to him and was adjusted not just based on the dimension, but also how he felt within that dimension. For him to experience such cold right now, it could only be said that this planet was not just a little bit harsh. Without his space shuttle to protect him, Leonel was facing all the elements by himself, his body far too weak to protect himself from it all. With the last hints of strength he had, Leonel managed to use his internal sight to pull the segmented cube out from his spatial ring and teleport inside. Leonel instantly took a massive breath, one he just as quickly regretted. His nerves were completely fried, the constant firing of pain receptors making his mind feel as though it was in a minefield, flashbangs sounding time and time again with every minor movement he made. At that moment, Leonel's expression would have warped into quite an ugly one if he could have afforded the energy. He had thought that after so many months within the Dimensional Cleanse trial world, his healing branch's instant recovery would have already recovered after he used it to survive the Valiant Zone. But now he realized that he had made a massive mistake. Why did his instant recovery have such a variable refresh date to the point where even Leonel could only vaguely say that it would take a few months? It was because of the process his lineage factor went through to prepare it. Instant recovery required a special fusion of light elemental and star elemental forces to combine to be completed. However, Leonel had just spent months in a place where no force other than star force was allowed, so how could his instant recovery have possibly recovered? Leonel had no choice but to try to use vital star force again, but once again the world seemed to want to see him suffer. First, he was slapped in the face with the reality that the large amounts of vital star force he had become used to was gone. Even to call it a fraction of what he once had was an insult, it was more like a sliver. Second, he realized that Amory's odd energy still hadn't disappeared, and it was still hindering his body from healing itself. It was borderline infuriating. What Leonel didn't know was that this was how things were meant to be. Being injured by someone an entire dimension above you made the same wound far more difficult to heal. A cut caused by fifth-dimensional force, even at the same size and depth as one caused by fourth-dimensional force, would be far more difficult to deal with. Leonel had never experienced this issue before because of his own talent, but now he had met someone just as if not more talented than himself for the very first time. On top of that, that person was within the sixth dimension whose gap with the fifth dimension was far larger than the latter's gap with the fourth, and so on. As though all of that wasn't enough, Leonel's illusion that Amory had access to an ability similar to King's Might wasn't wrong, and this energy hindered Leonel's ability to heal far more than even Amory's sixth-dimensional force did. Yep. Little Black Star appeared above Leonel, jumping to and fro with a panicked expression on his little face. He had thought that it was great that Leonel was finally back. He had been bored of just playing with little Tolly all the time. Plus, for safety, Leonel had locked Candle and Vice away in the snow globes before he left to the trial because they simply progressed too fast, so there was no one else. And yet, just when he came to greet Leonel, he found him in a half-dead state in a hallway of the abode setting, with blood pooling around him faster and faster. The sound was like the sound of an angel to Leonel. Little Black Star, drag me to the bathhouse. Leonel had been too focused on just getting into the segmented cube to think about exactly where it would be best that he went. Luckily, Black Star had appeared, or else he really might be finished this time. Maybe, if he was lucky enough, the cleansing waters would be able to purge his body of Amory's aura, or at least help him suppress it. Little Black Star didn't take long to understand. A black fog appeared beneath Leonel and acted as a bed to pull him along. Little Blackstar struggled to maintain it as Amari's aura corroded even his dark elemental force, but he managed to grit his teeth through it. Leonel never thought he would end up in such a sorry state. His intuition had told him that Amari would easily slice his spear in two along with his body if he tried to block with it. So, his only choice had been to use the spear domain heirloom as a last-effort defense, believing that it definitely had to be a top-quality treasure. Unfortunately, just to get it in Amari's way, he had to shatter his own elbow and explode it with Star Force to get it to move fast enough. Then, as though all that wasn't bad enough, the form of the ring was obviously far too small to give him any extra protection. The result was Amari's strength dispersing around it and nearly killing Leonel. The good news? As expected, the ring didn't have a single scratch on it. The bad news? Well, just look at him. When Little Blackstar finally got him to the cleansing waters, Leonel let out a roar that threatened to shatter the segmented cube apart. Leonel had seemingly forgotten something else. What did the segmented cube need to evolve? It was fifth-dimensional force, was it not? Where had the segmented cube been for the last almost year? Was it not in a place that not only had large amounts of fifth-dimensional force, but also large amounts of sixth and even seventh-dimensional force? The cleansing waters Leonel had just had. Little Blackstar drop him into was no longer the fourth-dimensional cleansing waters he had become used to. In fact, it was a completely different beast entirely. At that moment, Leonel felt like he was being boiled from the inside out. The more pain and setbacks he experienced, the more muddled his mind seemed to become and the more mistakes he seemed to make. And, clearly, this was another one. The segmented cube had evolved not just once in the past several months, but twice. Chapter 895, Bite You to Death. Chapter 895, Bite You to Death. Leonel felt like he was being boiled from the inside out. He immediately realized that this weren't the cleansing waters he had been expecting. In fact, if not for the fact he was so focused on keeping his body alive and couldn't spare internal sight to take a glance at his surroundings, he would have realized that the segmented cube he had come to know was a completely different beast at this moment. What Leonel didn't know was that these were sixth-dimensional cleansing waters as opposed to the fourth-dimensional waters he had become accustomed to. It was a bit exaggerated to say that these waters were like rubbing alcohol to Leonel, but it was functionally the same at this very moment. These cleansing water were too good at wiping away foreign objects from existence. The issue was that it had decided that much of what was in Leonel's body could be classified as such. When one was trying to measure the body of a fifth-dimensional existence, especially when Leonel's metal body was still within the fourth dimension, up against the standards of a sixth-dimensional one, the gap was simply too wide and the process could be seen as abrasive. The cleansing waters were essentially flushing out all the impurities of Leonel's body, but it had chosen the absolute worst time to do exactly that because Leonel had open flesh wounds all over himself. Even as jets of ink black shot out from his body and Amari's aura was completely purged, the process of them flooding out from him was so savage that Leonel felt as though he was being ripped from the inside out. If Leonel's father had been here, he would have coughed up a lung from laughing so hard. Only his idiot son could possibly turn one of the gentlest existences in the whole of the dimensional verse into one of the most dangerous just because he forgot to use his head. Leonel tried to remain lucid, but it was growing in difficulty the more and more time passed. He hardly registered when the last of Amari's aura shot out from himself, so he also didn't realize that he should be doing his very best to heal at this moment. At the same time, his consciousness began to slip away, his mind jarred by the flashbangs of pain. It had been a long time since Leonel had run dry of his dream force, but, truth be told, he really didn't have a choice this time. Had he not poured everything he had into his battle with Amari, he wouldn't even be able to scream out in pain this way, because he would be dead. Unfortunately, because he ran out of dream force, he no longer had the ability to use dream sense to dull his pain receptors, and his mind also became incredibly foggy at the same time. If not for the pain, he would have long since passed out. And the moment he did lose consciousness, he would be finished. What Leonel couldn't see at this moment, though, was that a little girl who was all motes of light from the waist down was hanging in the air, looking down at him as though she was gazing upon the world's greatest idiot. What is wrong with this gene pool? Both father and son are fools. Foolish, 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 foolish. Humph, I should just let him die. The little girl was adorable to an extreme. Her eyes were large and sparkling, her chubby cheeks triggered the impulse to pinch, and the way her small little hands rested on her waist made her look like a miniature adult that could make even the most stoic man's heart burst with a willingness to die protecting her. And yet, the words she spoke were so vicious. Though the little girl was visibly annoyed, she still waved a hand and caused Leonel's half-unconscious body to rise up from the water. The truth was that his state was terrible. His arm had imploded at the elbow and its hand was nothing more than a mangled mess. Beneath that, his chest had half caved in and was threatening to leak out inner organs of its own. His face was a sickly shade of white, and his hair, which was usually a sparkling light violet, had lost whatever color it usually had as he hung on by a thread. Annoying, I was so close to the 7th dimension, but this little fool made me wake up early. Now all that energy is disappearing. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Who knows when he'll enter a 7th dimensional world with such rich energy like that again. Even while she was enraged, the little girl still continued to wave her hands about. Activate force conversion. Set target to vital star force. Convert to. The little girl sent a gaze toward Leonel. Snow force. The moment the little girl finished these words, rays of light began to fall upon Leonel. They looked like falling snowflakes at one moment, but soon began to look like falling feathers in the next. The purity was unmatched, and the sights were gorgeous to an extreme. In just a few seconds, Leonel's instant recovery was filled to the brim and dream counter activated due to his near-death state. The moment this happened, Leonel began to recover at a speed even the naked eye had a hard time keeping up with. However, the little girl didn't seem satisfied. She continued to shake her head, looking at Leonel's hand. She was clearly hesitating about something. The instant recovery of a 6th-dimensional beast is not enough to heal that injury. His hand won't ever be the same if I let it heal like this. Forget it, just take this as payment for the future. If you can't raise me to the 9th dimension like your father promised me you would, I'll bite you to death. The little girl knew that there'd be a price to pay for doing this, but she had no choice. Change conversion to 6th-dimensional life force. Chapter 896, Factory. Chapter 896, Factory. Leonel shot up. He jumped so high that he thought he would have crashed into the ceiling barely halfway up, but he soon realized that somehow the walls of the segmented cube had become far taller. In fact, when he looked around, even as he began to fall back to the ground, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Leonel was still in the bathhouse. At this point, any blood that had been here had long since disappeared. But this was to be expected. After all, the self-cleaning function of the segmented cube's bathhouse was unmatched for obvious reasons. However, what Leonel saw wasn't the bathhouse he was used to, but what felt more like a bath mansion. No, a bath estate. No, a bath island? What the hell was going on? The bathhouse had suddenly become enormous. The pool couldn't even be described in meters anymore, but could only have its dimensions broken down in kilometers. It was impossibly vast and could accommodate tens of thousands of people without issue. At the same time, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Leonel could see that there were several more bathrooms, resting rooms, in addition to new additions like saunas and massage rooms. It felt like an ultimate destination resort where the pools had instead become the beachfront for everyone to admire. What was most shocking was that in the sky, it was the fact that there was an actual sky at all. The dome of the bathhouse had become glass, and above, blue skies, white clouds, and a yellow sun could be seen. Leonel had the feeling that it was artificial, maybe due to a faint connection he had with the segmented cube, but it nonetheless all looked so real. When Leonel finally snapped out of it, he shuddered remembering what had happened to him. He could vaguely remember the sight of a little girl with motes of light for feet and legs in his half-unconscious state. But right now she was nowhere to be seen. Without a choice, Leonel could only do what he did best and ask the dictionary for help. Luckily, it was able to give him the straight answers he needed. There were 3 types of answers the dictionary could provide. One was where it scanned and provided an answer. This was where its greatest limitations lied. The second were recorded segments. This was where his father got a chance to be annoying. And the final were recorded answers. Recorded answers were a bit different because they weren't recordings of his father, but rather recordings of things Leonel believed his father had written. For example, Leonel's force crafting lessons were recorded answers, and now the deeper matters of the segmented cube seemed to have been unlocked as lessons as well. Leonel blinked. He hadn't known that the dictionary had hidden another tutorial for him. Usually, he needed to figure out the new abilities of the segmented cube on his own, and the only way he could do that was by walking around. But obviously, with how large it had suddenly gotten, there was absolutely no way that he would be able to do the same now. Even though he could try, it was even more likely that he would miss something. Leonel, though, was quickly overwhelmed. As deep as his force crafting lessons were, the operation manual of the segmented cube was just as if not more intensive. It was a lab, a home, a hideout, and a spaceship all in one. The fact that even Leonel was overwhelmed wasn't a surprise in the slightest. He had expected it to gain 1 or 2 more benefits with each step forward, but this was an exponential change he wasn't quite ready for. Yip, Leonel smiled as little Blackstar jumped into his arms. If there was anyone who was worried, it was this little guy. Unfortunately, after bringing Leonel to the pool, there was nothing else he could have done. Don't worry, I'm here now, aren't I? I have a present for you. Leonel grinned and was about to take out a certain vial when he remembered how heavy it would be. He was definitely under no illusion that he would be able to easily carry it now. Leonel could have given little Blackstar the vial to absorb previously. But he had been worried about the little guy running into trouble during a moment he couldn't reach out to help. Now, though, the fact he waited made these matters almost too perfect. The suspended animation ability of the segmented cube had evolved from freezing biological processes to now being able to accelerate them as well. With its help, little Blackstar would be able to absorb the blood in a stable environment while also finishing with greater speed. How long will it take little Blackstar to finish absorbing the Void Beast's blood with the help of accelerated animation? Leonel asked. Ping 13 months. Leonel raised an eyebrow. That long? How long would it take without accelerated animation? Ping 21 years, a 20 times acceleration? I guess I can't be mad at that. Is there anything else I should prepare? Usually asking open-ended questions like this to the dictionary resulted in it rambling for hours, but Leonel still did so. This was little Blackstar's life after all. He couldn't play around with it. Ping it is advised that Seed read the Force Conversion Manual, Force Conversion. Wasn't that what that little girl had said? The more Leonel listened in on what Force Conversion could do, the more shocked he became. And the more shocked he became, the more possibilities sprang up in his mind. Each plan seemed crazier than the last. With the segmented cube's help and his crafting skill, he should become a very rich man, very quickly. If he used this properly, his plans would immediately take several enormous leaps forward. In the end, he came to a simple conclusion. The segmented cube was a Force Crystal factory. Chapter 897, Force Crystals. Chapter 897, Force Crystals. Force Crystal mines were quite rare existences. Even after all of Leonel's travel, his stints on Planet Valiant, and even his robbery on Planet Vincero, Leonel had still yet to run into a second Force Crystal mine after the one he found on Earth. What Leonel hadn't known back then was just how rare Force Crystal mines were. To be produced, they not only needed time, but they also needed a world of a certain talent to produce the force density that would be required. Even something like a force eruption, which had the function of quickly increasing the energy density of a world, was an absolutely rare event only the most talented of worlds would experience. Other worlds would have to slowly accumulate their force over time rather than being gifted it. If one thought about it, didn't it make more sense for the common currency of the dimensional verse to be force crystals as opposed to Urbi ore? Well, the harsh truth was that force crystals were so rare that it simply didn't make sense to demand them for payment. It would be the equivalent of 21st century Earth suddenly demanding that all services be paid for in diamonds. However, the segmented cube had a very unique ability called force conversion. The first and most obvious thing that could be accomplished was the conversion of one force to another. This alone was a shocking feat enough to shake the dimensional verse. It was a shocking enough ability that even though the Morales family allowed many to know of the existence of the Spear Domain heirloom, a very rare few were even aware of the existence of the segmented cube. To change from one form of energy to a higher form of it was practically the work of a god. Of course, there were drawbacks to this. Obviously, if you were converting from a lower-level energy to a higher Tier 1, it would require exponentially more of the lower level. However, this price alone was one most would scramble to match no matter what the cost. Not only could the segmented cube form higher levels of energy, it also had the ability to raise it to a higher dimension as well. In fact, the only cap on this was dependent on the level the segmented cube was at currently. At the moment, the segmented cube was in Phase 4. As such, it could only raise a given force to the 6th dimension at best. But this was still shocking to an extreme, and it was just the first part. Leonel couldn't help but look toward his hand. As he was being healed, his consciousness was also slowly recovering. That had allowed him to see just how poorly his right hand had been healing. Had it been allowed to continue, Leonel was able to guess that he would probably have to deal with some phantom pain and countless layers of scar tissue for the rest of his life, or, at the very least, until he broke into the 7th dimension. But, near the end, a far higher source of force, in comparison to the snowy star owl's snow force, had invaded his wound and saved him from such a life. Toward this, Leonel could only be endlessly grateful. Without his hands in top condition, his force crafting would take a hit, and he would have to change a lot of things about his plans. Leonel wanted to thank that little girl, but he had no idea where she was at this point. Shaking his head, Leonel turned his attention back to force conversion. Maybe even more fearsome than the first ability. Force conversion was able to concentrate force into an incredibly pure form and create force crystals with them. The uses for force crystals were practically endless. They could be used to power weapons of extraordinary power. They could be used as the energy source for high-level, grand-scale force crafts. They could be used to speed up practice or meditation speed. They could be used to break through bottlenecks. They could be used to comprehend the use of new forces. They could be used to almost instantly replenish your stamina in battle. The list seemed to go on forever. Leonel had had no choice but to cut the dictionary off at one point. But he had latched on to one particular ability. Used to comprehend new forces? Everyone had an affinity, but this didn't mean that they couldn't use other elements. In addition, there were many with certain affinities that had always been boxed into using one particular kind of their element without ever exploring other options. Two examples of this were Snow Force and Scarlet Star Force for Leonel. Snow Force was a name Leonel was just learning today, having heard the young girl use it. Despite its name, it wasn't related to the water or ice element, but was rather a fusion of light and star force. Compared to the fusion of Leonel's Scarlet Star Force, which was also a combination of both those elements along with fire, of course, Snow Force was very much lacking. One was top 10 among Star Force, top 3 among Light Force, and top 1 amongst Fire Force. But the other would be lucky to be ranked in the top 1,000 of Star Force, while it was not even top 100 in Light Force. What was the point of this? Well, it was all to say that Leonel had an exceptionally high affinity for the light and stars, but the only forms of the light element or star element he used were the ones he was innately aware of how to use. This was the same for most everyone else as well. It was difficult to grasp new forms of elemental energies. Many were simply forced to stick with what you were born with. However, force crystals in high enough concentrations would form their own natural force arts. By observing and comprehending these natural force arts, one could learn to use and evoke new forms of their elemental energies. After reaching this point in his thoughts, something in Leonel's mind clicked, and he suddenly had a maddening idea he almost couldn't help but grin about. Chapter 898, could he? Chapter 898, could he? Leonel smiled as he rubbed Little Black Star's head. At the moment, the two were within the lab setting, which had also gotten a massive upgrade. Rather than a single lab, it might as well have been an entire campus focused entirely on research and higher learning. Leonel even missed the small space and the ambience of it all, honestly. But at least there were several private rooms he could still take refuge in, like this one. Little Black Star curled up within a large glass tube, which had an opening that had yet to be closed. The vial of void beast blood had been inserted into a mechanism to the side. It seemed that the segmented cube practically had everything for such an event prepared. Next time I see you, you'll have become a little monster. Leonel chuckled. Yip, yip. Little Black Star's long whiskers excitedly twitched. He kept looking over to the void beast blood. If not for the fact he knew things would be easier like this, he would have already tried to swallow it whole. Clearly, the little guy liked this present very much. Leonel laughed. I'll introduce you to Kira later. You'll have to thank her properly. Yip, yip. Leonel reached out a fist, and Little Black Star bumped it with his little claw. Taking a deep breath, Leonel closed the opening, watching as it filled up with a dense liquid, and Little Black Star fell into a peaceful sleep. Though Leonel had double, triple, even quadruple checked everything, even to the point of converting a lot of the 7th dimension force the segmented cube had remaining into 6th dimension life force for Little Black Star, he couldn't help but be worried. As a mink, Little Black Star's body was his greatest weakness. Though his talent in the dark element was even greater than Leonel's own in the light element, and his evasion abilities were the greatest Leonel had ever seen, his origins would always be a limiting factor. After all, what was a little mink to all those grand and mythical creatures that existed in the dimensional verse? This void beast blood was a chance to loosen and maybe break some of those shackles. But with that came some risk. Leonel had minimized it as much as he could. The rest was up to Little Black Star. Leonel soon found himself strolling through an enormous garden. It was nothing but long stretches of green grass for as far as he could see. He assumed that it was meant to be used for growing vegetation or high-level plants, but there was obviously nothing here. Well, except for the apple cinnamon flowers Leonel had planted for Ina's sake. Soon, Leonel felt that he'd have to hop into battle again, so he chose to take the time to decompress. He also had to open the next gate of his metal synergy lineage factor before he left, so he just wanted to organize his thoughts first. Though he thought he preferred the smaller, more compact, segmented cube. It was nice to be able to do this. Leonel wasn't feeling particularly down about his loss to Amory. He didn't like to lose, but losing wasn't something that caused his confidence to waver in the slightest. In fact, Amory's threats had no impact on him, and Amory's ideology had long since been thrown from his mind. Leonel didn't believe that there was anything in this world that didn't have an explanation, nothing that couldn't be broken down into nuts and bolts and analyzed piece by piece. The idea of listening or feeling a weapon was and always would be asinine to him. Leonel felt that as long as he reached a high enough level, even lineage factors would be able to be taken apart and reconstructed by him. That he was confident in. And it was because of this confidence that he had allowed this insane idea of his to proliferate to the point he couldn't get it out of his head. At this moment, Leonel felt that his snowy star lineage factor was quickly reaching the end of its rope. It was quite a funny thought to have, considering he wasn't anywhere close to the 6th dimension, but it was a thought that he had nonetheless. If he had to pinpoint the weakness of this lineage factor, it wasn't in the abilities themselves, but rather in the limitation of Snowforce. If Snowforce was swapped for a more powerful or potent light elemental force, the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor would instantly be comparable to many 7th dimensional lineage factors. The question was, how? Well, if Leonel was a sane, well-put-together individual, he might move on to a new idea right this moment. Messing with such a thing was beyond people, most would say. Or was it? Lineage factors had to be birthed from somewhere, right? From what Leonel understood, they could be passed down from parents, and in some rare cases, they could come from the future imprinting itself onto the past as well. Leonel had just stepped into the control level of his ability. He could now, theoretically, control his own body down to a cellular level. In addition to this, he had just gained the backing of the Phase 4 segmented cube, allowing him to convert force and form highly pure force crystals. Force crystals themselves were rare enough, but pure force crystals were rare to the point that even force crystal mines seemed ubiquitous compared to them. And yet, Leonel now had the ability to exchange a price for them. At the same time, Leonel had comprehension abilities that transcended the understanding of most, his mind putting even supercomputers to shame. So, the question was, if Leonel could pick out the perfect force to replace Snow Force, if he could find a force that could replicate its nourishment of the mind, its great healing, and its supreme speed, even surpassing it in all these aspects and maybe even granting the Snowy Star Owl abilities it had never had before, could he upgrade his own lineage factor? Chapter 899, Breaking Down Lineage Factors. Chapter 899, Breaking Down Lineage Factors. Leonel was absolutely fascinated by the idea, but he had so much to learn about it. How were lineage factors formed and passed along? Were they just like the DNA of humans, or was there another method? How were lineage factors birthed? If they could come from the future, were there complex time laws to take into consideration? Or was it less about the future and more about a much higher dimension rewriting something it considered to be trivial in a lower dimension? Could lineage factors be snatched and taken? What really was the difference between abilities and lineage factors other than the fact the latter was hereditary while the former was not? The ability Steel Force Arts Leonel had run into in the Jones Zone, could they be used on lineage factors as well? Was there much of a difference to begin with? But this line of questioning also led back to what could possibly separate a lineage factor from an ability. As far as Leonel could tell, in a broad sense, lineage factors were more wildly variable than abilities were. With the exception of unique abilities like Sale and Arnold's, most if not all abilities could be documented into an ability index, separated into levels, and have their abilities described in incredible detail. However, lineage factors weren't like this at all. Some manifested like abilities, but many were so unique and variable that they were mostly kept close to the chest. This conclusion was wildly different from what Leonel had originally thought of lineage factors. Back when he was much younger, he had thought that lineage factors were simple boosts to strength, speed, and the like. In fact, Leonel very clearly remembered questioning just how it could be possible to pass down affinity for a weapon from generation to generation. Such a thing baffled him. He almost hadn't believed Ina when she told him he had a spear lineage factor. However, Leonel wasn't as ignorant as he was in the past. He realized that his spear domain lineage factor wasn't giving him affinity for a weapon, it was giving him affinity for a certain kind of force that was perfect for the speary spear force. It was a step deeper than this as well. Through his analysis, Leonel found that the spear domain lineage factor essentially rewired a portion of his forebrain for its use. This rewiring of his brain made it easier for him to digest techniques while simultaneously routing his muscle memory in such a way that it was perfectly primed for usage. If Leonel took it a step deeper, he would find it that this lineage factor not only made it easier for him to rewrite his muscle memory to take in large amounts of techniques, but it was also done in such a way that it made it particularly easy to use the spear. If one wanted to route muscle memory for a sword, one would focus on flexible fibers and fast twitch muscles. However, Leonel's was routed in a way that emphasized power and balance more. The more Leonel learned about his body, the more he realized just how scientific even the originally unknown could be. Leonel had grown to the point where he could describe the basic function of his spear domain lineage factor and why it worked so much better than Dreamscape did in learning spear techniques. However, it also made him keenly aware of just how far he was away from ever deeming to even attempt to improve such a lineage factor. Still, Leonel found it all to be fascinating. On Earth, muscle memory wasn't real per se. It was essentially a conditioned response to something that had been practiced over and over again, but here it was quite literal. Leonel could even follow the path of his firing neurons down to their final destination. It's beautiful, Leonel thought to himself. Not only are the connections there, they only grow the more techniques I learn. However, while it happens immediately, it also works like memory. The memory of a human was fascinating. Clusters of neurons would be assigned to certain events, and a memory would become more robust the more pathways to those neurons lighting up existed. This meant something very simple. Just using his split minds to master spears wasn't enough. Leonel had to also practice and apply these. Now that Leonel thought about it, Ameri had a weird habit of continuously swinging his sword even when he wasn't in battle. Each swing seemed normal, but they each had a profound truth behind it that Leonel couldn't grasp since he wasn't a swordsman. Ameri's habit must have been born out of him realizing this. He lived and breathed the sword. Leonel was certain that if he could analyze Ameri's body like he was doing his own, he was certain that the memory clusters, their connections, and their routes toward his muscles would be thousands of times more robust than his own. A part of that would be due to the fact Ameri had had more practice. Another part would be because Ameri was of a higher dimension, and thus had a mind with greater capacity. And the last part would be that Ameri was far more obsessive than Leonel was. What Leonel realized was that he couldn't just simulate this practice with his dream clones. Practicing in his dream world wouldn't allow the neurons a chance to fire and proceed along the paths they were meant to. He needed to form a connection between the actual movement of his muscles and his memory. It was no wonder his dreamscape was so much weaker than his spear domain lineage factor. Leonel felt that there would come a day where he could control his cells to the point that even this could be simulated by him. But for now, with his capacity so limited, he would have to do things the old-fashioned way. Leonel became more than just a small bit fascinated about all of this. When he turned his attention to his metal synergy lineage factor, he found more points of interest. For example, his bronze runes worked like an entire organ system all to their own. It was they that both allowed Leonel's body the ability to digest and use metals to supplement his strength, almost like a cross between a digestive and circulatory system. The process of opening the gates within his body was essentially like opening the valves of a plumbing system. The more gates he opened, the more complex the bronze rune organ system would become, and the more layers and power it would manifest. Of all Leonel's lineage factors, the only one he couldn't make heads or tails of was his King's Might lineage factor, at least not in a scientific sense. But at the same time, his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was the absolute simplest of the bunch. Chapter 900, Littlest Nova, Chapter 900, Littlest Nova. The Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was the most straightforward. It too caused a change down to the cellular level, but it was in Leonel's blood. Usually, blood was formed of plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, and finally platelets. Leonel's blood, though, had all sorts of extra oddities in it, one of which had the signature of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. Since Leonel didn't know what one would call it, he just called them owl cells. This nameless cell was what Leonel believed gave him the innate affinity toward Snowforce, and there were about 50 trillion of them in Leonel's blood. And each one of these owl cells had a special organelle within them that Leonel felt was very reminiscent of mitochondria. According to a theory from 21st century Earth, the mitochondria was formerly a bacteria absorbed by a larger eukaryotic cell. The result were the two existences gaining a codependent relationship and continuing their evolution together. Eventually, humans evolved from these ancestors, and the mitochondria is now boiled down to being the powerhouse of the cell. Obviously, Leonel's body wasn't exactly like those humans of old. After all, his lineage was technically a quarter from Earth, with the rest originating from higher dimensional worlds. The result was the insides of Leonel's body being far different from what he had learned from school, and yet surprisingly similar at the same time. This aside, his mitochondria were likely among the greatest changes, as they had no business being in a human. In fact, if Leonel had to hazard a guess, these mitochondria were likely identical to what he might find in a snowy star owl. Of course, Leonel wasn't certain it was appropriate to call this organelle a mitochondria, but after just some observation, it was indeed responsible for allowing his conversion of light elemental force into snow force. Obviously, trying to change each one of these owl cells would be foolish. If Leonel wanted to change how they worked, he would need to change the source. He would have to look into his bones. The more Leonel thought about it, the more lost he became in his own world. He felt like everything was in the palm of his hands, but he was also keenly aware of how foolish it would be to believe that things would be so simple. How many things in history sounded good in theory, but were actually extraordinary mountains to climb? Leonel didn't have Ina's ability. He couldn't rely on feel. He had to comprehend everything from the ground up. He had no choice but to take things one step at a time. At the same time, though, Leonel felt that he had opened a gate, one it just might be possible for him to walk through. Leonel thought of the silver tablet. If it was possible to have a treasure that could resurrect people in this world, he didn't believe that he couldn't break down something even less fundamental than life itself into its nuts and bolts as well. Leonel took a deep breath. He had to push these matters aside for now. He wasn't quite informed enough to even attempt to do any of this. He would first need more information. In the meantime, it was about time he entered the next stage of his metal synergy lineage factor. There's movement. In a familiar world with incense sticks as tall as mountains looming in the distance, a group of elders were alerted to movement on the family tomes. In their old age, without much hope for further advancement, some of their best entertainment came from watching these advancements take place. With the billions of Morales family members there were depicted here, there was almost always something going on. It was just that most of the time it was uninteresting, so most movement ended up being ignored. After all, who cared much about someone past their prime making a breakthrough they should have made years earlier? Oh, it's a good one. It didn't take long for the elders to realize that the movement had come from the Nova generation, causing some of them to perk up. If there were two movements that were the most entertaining to watch, it would be the oldest generation tablets and the newest generation. For the oldest generation, movement near the top of the tablet would lead to worldwide commotion. For the newest generation, the Nova generation, movement from anywhere was worth a look. It had to be remembered that names were ranked in terms of birth date before the Air Wars. Only after the Air Wars would they be ranked based on potential and strength. It wasn't long before many gazes focused on the name at the very bottom of the tome. Oh, It's the littlest Nova again? It's been how long? 3 years? A bit over that? To take that long to go from the first gate toward opening the second is a bit slow. The elders all nodded. The third and fourth dimensions were practically speedruns for talented youths. At the fastest, some would only take a few months at most. Things only began to slow down in the fifth dimension and became especially slow after stepping into the sixth. With how much drama there had been around Leonel's first breakthrough, for him to take so long was a bit disappointing indeed. But, since he was one of the heir candidates, they didn't turn their attention away. It can't be helped. How could his resources compare to the others? Humph, that stubborn brat stole the heirlooms for himself. What more resources could they need? Clearly, this brat they referred to was no longer Leonel, and it was a fair point indeed. Of course, they had no idea that Leonel was basically flying blind. Plus, he was in worlds with not nearly the same force density, not to mention the fact he had waited to get the latter portions of Dimensional Cleanse. How long do you think it'll take? You think he will open all 9 doors this time, too? That's a tough ask, don't you think? It already took 3 years to get to this point. Plus, opening up the 7th is pretty good for a first attempt at the second gate. Of course, for an elder to say pretty good, this essentially meant elite amongst elite. Only such a level was worthy of a pretty good evaluation. That aura? What is it, Mila? That's the 5th dimension of Dimensional Cleanse, I'm certain. I didn't say anything the first time because everyone has the 3rd dimensional layer of Dimensional Cleanse, and it could be considered an excellent foundational technique, but this, the elders blinked. Not many of them used Dimensional Cleanse. In fact, Mila was among the very few that did. It required a deep familiarity to pick out something like that from the mere aura of a shining name. But what this observation meant was even deeper than just that. The elders looked toward one another, their eyes sparkling. What? The elders were startled awake by a shout, their heads snapping in a particular direction. What the hell is wrong with you? Have you gone senile? The elder in question didn't say a single word. Instead, he extended a wrinkled finger toward the Nova Generation tablet. Chapter 901, Second Gate. The elders were frozen in shock. One would think that this was because of some overwhelming phenomena, maybe some flashing lights or a rare occurrence not seen in thousands of years. But this couldn't have been further from the truth. The reality could be described in a single word, nothing. That was right, nothing was happening. The flashing lights had dimmed, Leonel's aura had vanished, and the tablet had returned to its previous state. In fact, the elders were so speechless by this change that 5 minutes later, when yet another Morales family member began making a breakthrough, none of them even turned their heads in that direction. That's it. These elders weren't fools. The markers for failure were not there. At the same time, the change in Leonel's name couldn't have been clearer. He had succeeded. The issue was, why the hell was it so fast? How long had it been since he started his breakthrough? A minute? Less than that? What the hell was going on? If 3 years to prepare for a breakthrough from the first to second gate was slow, then what could opening the second gate in such a short time count as? In all their years, the elders couldn't remember ever seeing such a thing. His aura was very pure, Mila said slowly. It felt like he spent a very long time in Tier 9 of the first gate. But it also feels like this isn't enough to explain that. I have a feeling that he hasn't just awakened 1 or 2 stars of Dimensional Cleanse. Aside from being one of the only few to practice Dimensional Cleanse, he also happened to have some of the sharpest senses amongst them. It had to be remembered that during Leonel's first breakthrough, the elders had even been able to see through how many cells he used to form his nodes. If it wasn't for the fact they had all been distracted when Mila said Leonel practiced Dimensional Cleanse, they would have been able to pick up on some of these things as well, though it wasn't an exact science. He's a madman just like his father. An elder shook his head. To enter the 5th dimension with Dimensional Cleanse would mean that he entered that vital star trial world at what level? The 3rd dimension? Does he have a death wish? The lips of the elders twitched. It was a shame. Had Leonel built his foundation with a different technique, he could have entered the trial world with more strength backing him. Then, he might have been able to succeed in one sweep. Now, if he wanted the rest, he would have to put his life on the line. Though most only wanted the first 3 layers of Dimensional Cleanse for the sake of the stars it would allow them to form, it was clear that Leonel wanted to cultivate past that point. It was hard to tell without seeing him break through whether he had gained the 6th or higher dimensional layers, but they felt that the odds were slim. He was lucky to have left with his life. This brat is always doing reckless things. If he wins the Air Wars, I can see years of headaches coming our way. First, Leonel opened his first gate after only forming 6 nodes. Then he entered the Vital Star Trial world at the 3rd dimension. And now he had opened the second gate in under a minute, not even allowing his body to slowly acclimate to the changes. How much pain had Leonel suffered through just from the first gate? Now he was experiencing much more pain than that all at once. If he wasn't a madman, then what was he? Despite the words of the elder, though, the group of old men and women suddenly began to laugh. They laughed so heartily that the hidden world of the Morales family began to tremble. A madman? Who of the Morales family wasn't exactly that? Contrary to what the elders thought, Leonel sat in silent meditation as though his body wasn't being carved into piece by piece. Before, this pain had truly been unbearable for him. But now, he had dream sense, which allowed him to split his sensory perception between several minds. At this moment, Leonel had used 1,000 of his more than million minds to dull the pain by that factor. Of course, he could have used even more minds to make it all almost negligible, but he did not do so. Something about dulling his pain entirely made it feel like he was losing a piece of his humanity. It was a rare emotional decision for someone like Leonel who usually didn't care for such things. That said, there was another reason as well. Leonel had turned his other minds toward observing each and every aspect of his body and the changes it was undergoing. He wanted to see what changed now that he was entering the next level of his metal body, how the organ system of runes evolved, and how it might synergize, suppress, or coexist with the other lineage factors of his body. Leonel had hardly realized just how easy it had been for him to open the second gate. But this obviously wasn't without reason. Elder Mila was also correct in assuming that he didn't have the full picture, and it could be said that there were two main reasons. The first was that Leonel had formed 6 stars before even stepping into the 5th dimension. His body had been purged of its impurities to the point he was practically like a newborn baby who had immediately stepped into such a height. However, the second reason might be even more important. Not only did Leonel receive the cleansing of 6 stars, but he had also been baptized by 6th-dimensional cleansing waters. Let alone the second gate, if it wasn't for the fact he had yet to bring his metal body to Tier 9 once again, he could have likely opened even the third gate now. Chapter 9 U2, Contain. Chapter 9 U2. Contain. Leonel exhaled a long breath, the runes dancing across his skin dimming before vanishing completely. Not only had the internal runes gained far more pathways, but they had also grown thicker while simultaneously gaining some life to them. Before, Leonel's bronze runes were static and unmoving, but now they pulsed as though they had their own heart. They were truly beginning to look and act more like they had life to them, as though they really were an organ system. What was truly fascinating was that Leonel felt that his divine armor had gained an upgrade as well. It had firmly stepped into the 5th dimension, gaining a qualitative change to it. The result was something that made Leonel's gaze sparkle beside himself. Dad was right. It had to be remembered that Leonel had formed his divine armor with evolution ore as its core foundation. This allowed what should have been his 4th-dimensional armor to display power far beyond its means. And now it was displaying even more power than before, feeding off of Leonel's advancement to improve itself. At the same time, Leonel felt that his control over the spatial element had skyrocketed along with the advancement of his armor. In the past, it was difficult for him to displace himself just a single meter within a 5th-dimensional world. But at the moment, the segmented cube space was as sturdy as a 6th-dimensional world's, and yet Leonel could still move about half a meter in any direction. Since that was the case, just how far could he move in a 5th-dimensional world? And how far would he be able to move if he activated his divine armor? Excellent. It's time. I need resources to build my metal body back up from Tier 1, and what better target than the Milky Way Guild? The situation in Valiant Heart Mountain could be said to only be getting worse day after day. Not long after Leonel's disappearance, a full-blown effort toward finding him had been put into effect. Unfortunately, how could they possibly succeed in such a thing? Leonel had entered a trial world which even had 7th-dimensional force in abundance. It was a place that those who deemed to call him enemy would never see in their lifetimes. The result of this failure was an even further suppression of Valiant Heart Mountain. It had to be remembered that Misty Woods, Crimson Hall, and Rusted Blade had all been implicated by Leonel's actions. This had given Valiant Heart Mountain a small bit of breathing room. But, as the 3 organizations panicked at their inability to find Leonel, pressure was ramped up once again on Valiant Heart. This matter hadn't happened naturally. After being punished thoroughly by the guild, it was Greta who led the charge for revenge. As a child of the frequented women, she had to scratch and claw for every merit she received. She couldn't allow herself to be passive and allow all the prestige she had worked for to crumble. The result of Greta pressing so hard were the 3 rival organizations of Valiant Heart Mountain beginning to press them from all directions. Their territory was eaten away at, their resources were snatched and co-opted, and they found themselves further and further on their back foot. The irony of it all was that the only thing keeping Valiant Heart afloat was Leonel's little shop. Somehow, it managed to continuously pump out treasures that allowed them to hold on, bolstering their strength and power bit by bit every day. Unfortunately, there was nothing that Greta could do about this, let alone the fact that even the elders of Valiant Heart themselves were completely unaware of how it was they were doing this. Even if they did know, there was nothing they'd be able to do about it. The secret to the success of Leonel's Belaxstar shop couldn't be found on Planet Valiant at all. The root of it all was in the Force Crafting Guild. As for why even the Milky Way Guild would be able to do nothing about this was because the Force Crafting Guild had a scope far beyond just the Milky Way. Much like Shield Cross stars, they had establishments across all corners of the dimensional verse. The Milky Way Guild, and least of all Greta, would have no way of stopping their interaction. Leonel had no one else to thank but Jacques Benalla for making him aware of the existence of the Force Crafting Guild, something that would have been the irony of all ironies to the man in question. And, in addition to this, with Jacques Benalla having been chased away by Leonel, the Valiant Heart organization had no choice but to rely on Leonel's small shop entirely. The trouble was that this alone wasn't enough. As quickly as Alan, Kira, and the others were improving their skill with the help of Leonel's resources, they still hadn't caught up to Leonel. Even the best of them, Kira, even after Leonel had vanished for 2 years, was still only a Tier 9 black crafter. She was still a measure away from being able to craft quasi-bronze treasures, and was even further from entering the ranks of 5th-dimensional crafters. This couldn't be helped. Not everyone had the perfect lineage factor, ability, not to mention a metal spirit to support their advancements in crafting. Without more help, it would be impossible for them to have progressed any more than this, and it could be said that Kira's improvement was a testament to her hidden talent. Unfortunately, 4th-dimensional treasures weren't enough to turn the tide of battle between organizations who had 5th-dimensional existences as their main backbone. At best, it was able to stall for some time. But how long would that be exactly? If Greta had anything to say about it, not long at all. At this moment, she had already laid out the plans for her first full-scale invasion of Valiant Heart Mountain and had begun to press toward the core of their territory. The space field surrounding the mostly earthen planet suddenly trembled beneath the presence of a mighty ship. The planet's magnetic field twisted and bent, its atmosphere growing volatile as an enormous kilometer-long ship descended from above. At the helm, Greta stood expressionlessly, a fiery red dress clinging to her curves. But her once delicate features were marred by a red, pulsing scar that ran from her cheek, across the bridge of her nose, and finally ended by cutting across her eyebrow, leaving a thick hairless slash through it. Though Greta's face seemed to give nothing away, the trembling of this scar seemed to contain all her rage. Chapter 903, Genius Deductions. Chapter 903, Genius Deductions. Valiant Heart Mountain instantly found itself to be under a lot of pressure. Greta hadn't moved to attack in several days, and yet she also hadn't tried to hide her presence. Whether it was the lowest worker in the organization up to the highest standing elder, there wasn't a single soul that didn't know that Valiant Heart Mountain had finally reached the end of its rope. What was especially odd was that the Oryx tribe had been quiet for several months already. This alone had made many feel like something was fishy. But before they could learn what was happening, they landed in this situation. Within Blackstar, Kira, the twins, and Rum were present. If the rest of Valiant Heart Mountain could be described to be in a panic, these 4 were tranquil. Even the usually reserved and panicky Lisha managed to exude the same confidence as her more boisterous younger sister, Medea. "Do you think they will really attack?" Madia asked Kira. I don't think so," Kira said after a moment of thought, her gaze still focused on the craft she was working on. Those familiar with training crafters would immediately recognize that Kira might have been drawing force arts with her quill, but she wasn't actually crafting. Rather, her target was what looked like a solid piece of wood. And yet, beads of sweat fell from her forehead with every stroke she made. This wood seemed simple, but it was actually a very hard substance with an irregular pattern of grain. This combination of characteristics made it especially difficult to control a crafting quill. The substance being dense and tough made things difficult enough, but the irregular grain patterns made it so that the quill tended to want to follow the path of said grains rather in the direction a force crafter wanted. The result was a perfect training tool for those who wanted to increase their skill. Oh, why not? Medea had been certain that the Milky Way Guild would eventually attack. Still, she wasn't very worried about it. Worst case scenario, they would just flash the badges they had earned from the Force Crafting Guild. Unless the circumstances were very particular, no one would harm a crafter without reason. Of course, in order to not put their lives in the hands of others, there were all sorts of other things they could do. For example, hiring a bodyguard from the guild was possible. They could also simply leave Planet Valiant for the guild as well, so it was no wonder none of them were worried about their safety. That said, leaving the planet would be an absolute last resort precisely because the optics would be poor. Whether they liked it or not, they were still representing Leonel even now. Though outsiders didn't know it, the people of Valiant Heart did. If they failed to live up to this ideal, it would make Leonel's future plans more difficult. As far as they were concerned, Leonel was the reason they could live a life of such leisure now. They had gone from a faction no one wanted to work with to the most important crafters of the organization in just a few years. If it wasn't for Leonel so graciously sharing his crafting knowledge with them, how could they ever accomplish such a thing? Though it was impossible to tell if their resolve would hold firm even to the point of death, at least for now when their lives weren't an immediate path of harm, they had no reason to betray Leonel. "The same reason why we can't just leave," Kira replied. "The optics would be terrible. The Milky Way Guild is a guild of merchants. What is most important to merchants is profit, connections, and most essentially, neutrality. If they had managed to handle things back on planet Vincero, it would have been fine. After all, that was their territory being encroached upon. They had the right to defend it. But now, they're baring their teeth toward others." Whether they want it to or not, this action suddenly reminds everyone that this friendly group of merchants they've allowed into every corner of their lives might not be so friendlies anymore as long as they make one wrong move. If the Milky Way Guild really bares their fangs completely, nothing might change initially, but soon they'd find themselves slowly being suppressed in the future. It might start with a demand for higher taxes from the territories they operate in, and then it might become their operations having to be overseen in case of illegal activity. Then it might become smaller merchant guilds eating up contracts they had held onto for years. It could all eventually snowball to the point the Milky Way Guild of old would be no more. Ah, Kira, you're so smart. Leisha's innocent, childlike eyes lit up. Kira coughed lightly, her crafting quill deviating from the path she had planned. Yes, of course, she said, hiding the tinge of red that colored her cheeks. It was actually Leonel who had said all of this. He had left behind an explanation of what might happen with Alan, who had passed it on to Kira. But now she was being praised for something Leonel had deduced months ago. But then why are they here if they won't attack? Medea asked after a while. Well, Kira started, they're probably trying to apply pressure. Also, there are probably very few people who are certain that that ship is from the Milky Way Guild, and that's only because we have information on the ships they sent to Planet Vincero. To a layman, though, those ships are unmarked. If I had to take a guess as to what might happen, they plan on pushing us into a corner. When we're thoroughly suppressed, lacking in supplies, and low on morale, they'll probably send in the 3 organizations to deal a decisive blow to us. Of course, they might sneak in a few elite soldiers from their personal fleet. But by then, who will really pay attention to such a small detail? Kira coughed lightly, giving out her well-thought-out opinion eloquently and even taking some pauses to make it seem more authentic. When she saw the worshipful gaze in Leisha's eyes, she couldn't help but grin to herself. At that moment, though, Philly came rushing in, pushing up his glasses as he hurriedly spoke. They're attacking. They sent down a first wave. Chapter 904, Moping. Chapter 904. Moping Philly seemed to have appeared from thin air. Clearly, he had just teleported into Belakstar's top floor, as they all had the right to do. Without knowing when the Milky Way Guild, or more accurately its lackeys, would take action, some of them had been sent to continuously monitor the situation. Of course, that fell on the shoulders of the other members of the former Polish Glass faction. After all, Alan and the others, not to mention most definitely not Elthor, couldn't casually stroll around Valiant City. By this point, the organization had been on high alert for a very long while. They weren't caught off guard by this sudden attack, but this didn't mean that their nerves weren't fried. Many of those tasked with the first line of defense hadn't had proper rest in weeks, and those on the back line weren't much better. A first wave? They've grown impatient. They should have waited at least another week. Kira spoke based on Leonel's analysis once again. If they had waited that long, Valiant Heart would collapse in a day or two at most. Whoever is commanding them is either pressed for time or immature. Do you know what the first wave is wearing? They seem to be a cluster from all 3 organizations. But they're all in the 4th dimension. The strongest amongst them is at the quasi-5th dimension. They're still holding back. Kira shook her head. Leonel had left behind several archetypes for what sort of commander might be leading this charge, and he had ranked them all from most dangerous to least dangerous, or, as Kira liked to put it, smartest to dumbest. The most dangerous commander they could face was one that not only waited an extra week like Kira had expected, but said commander would also swarm Valiant Heart with its full power immediately, not holding anything back and claiming the city in one sweep. As for the least dangerous and dumbest commander, they would not only be impatient, but they would also be wishy-washy in their impatience, choosing to balance their early attack with probing strikes. In Leonel's opinion, such a commander was a fool. Sending out probing strikes would give their enemy a chance to solidify and reaffirm their resolve. Without sending out a group that could immediately crush them, you would allow the light of hope to burn. By the time your enemy realized they should be despairing, you would have suffered casualties just as great as they did. Of course, these were all based on Leonel's simulations that were only growing better and more accurate by the day, and this was only one thing to consider. The commander was Greta. She was the one directing the 3 organizations. As such, not only did she not care about casualties, the more of them they suffered, the better. The importance of a merchant guild's neutrality wasn't lost on her. In Greta's mind, she was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only would she take out an enemy, but she would also weaken 4 organizations who had seen their teeth being bared. Wasn't this the perfect result? Unfortunately for Greta, Leonel still thought she was a fool. Though her actions would indeed weaken the 3 organizations, she had not only missed a golden opportunity, but she had brought the Milky Way Guild back to square one. Those observing this battle from the sidelines weren't fools. They knew who the mastermind behind it all was. They could turn a blind eye to it if it was just the Milky Way Guild observing things. But if it was the Milky Way Guild forcing 4 organizations to suffer such resounding losses, what was the difference between this and the Milky Way Guild acting personally? Of course, there was still a small difference, and the guild might have slightly more leeway taking this action. But it would still result in some pushback the guild would have to take delicate steps to resolve. And it was all caused by Greta outsmarting herself. What even Leonel didn't know, though, was that Greta wouldn't usually be so foggy-minded despite her abrasive personality. She hadn't climbed out a heap of Augustus's children just because of her fists. She had her mind as well. The trouble was, just a couple months ago, after suffering a terrible punishment from the guild, she was finally sent out on another mission. During this mission, though, she suffered another resounding loss, this time at the hands of a troop of oryx, creatures she had never personally laid eyes on before. The result of that loss was the scar that now ran down her face. Even now it continued to throb, filling her with an endless rage. After suffering 2 losses back-to-back, Greta was on the verge of collapsing. She didn't care about the future of the guild, she just needed results right now, no matter what the cost. Even if the guild suffered pushback later, it would still be difficult to pin all the blame on her. This win, she needed it. She had crawled up so far through a bed of needles. She refused to cough back up the rewards of her labor so easily. Should we go and fight? Rum suddenly spoke up for the first time, his large frame sitting up. Though he was so massive, he was basically an enormous teddy bear. Let alone fighting, he didn't even like to raise his voice. No, we'd done our job as force crafters. All the frontline men and women are equipped with the best we can give them. How long they survive is up to them, Kira said with a heavy tone. The group fell into silence. In truth, they all had complicated emotions. Somewhere deep inside, they knew that Valiant Heart Mountain was finished even as the first wave charged up the mountain pass. It was hard to tell how they should feel. Before Leonel, they had experienced nothing but bullying at the hands of the Valiant Heart system. But it had still been their home for several decades. Should they rejoice, or should they feel sad? What are you all moping around for? The sudden voice cut through all their thoughts. Leonel. Chapter 905, Resolve. Chapter 905, Resolve. Leonel suddenly appeared amongst them all, a casual smile on his face. But, the instant he did, the members of Polish Glass felt like prostrating themselves, their very souls trembling in his presence. They couldn't wrap their heads around what they were feeling for a long time until Kira's eyes suddenly widened, a shocking realization hitting her. You're not in the 3rd dimension anymore. The shock sunk in for them all at once. They were so used to Leonel doing ridiculous things that they had completely forgotten that he was an entire dimension below them. Now that he was suddenly a dimension above them, it felt like they were in the presence of a god. Despite the fact Leonel's clothing couldn't have been more casual, even down to the sneakers on his feet, they still felt like they should be worshipping him. All right, Leonel grinned. I broke through. That's why I had to leave for such a long time. The next pieces of the technique I practice require passing a trial to get to. Kira suddenly felt itchy all over. Leonel's strength was already so ridiculous in the 3rd dimension, he had even managed to run from a building filled with 5th-dimensional existences. Of course, they hadn't been prepared for his sudden murder of their young heiress, or else it wouldn't have been so simple. But the fact still stood. Now that Leonel was in the 4th, no, Kira's eyes widened. You're not in the 4th dimension, Kira gulped, taking 8 or 9 months to cross an entire dimension. What kind of monster was he? Leonel had already told them all that he was from a family in the 7th dimension. He didn't seem to care about hiding massive matters most others would keep close to their chest, and that was especially so when he was around his own people. This was all to say that Kira knew that he would be a monster. But wasn't this too exaggerated? Of course, if she knew that the Morales family still thought he was slow, she wouldn't know where to bow her head in shame. Let's forget about those little details. They're attacking, right? I can feel it. Leonel's affinity for the earth was on another level. In fact, he directly took off his sneakers even as he spoke, feeling the diamond-etched flooring beneath his feet. In that instant, he felt as though he could feel the vibrations throughout the whole of the planet. If he coupled this with the now ridiculous range of his internal sight, hardly anything would escape his notice, even if it occurred hundreds of miles from him. Yes, they're attacking. But there's no one of the 5th dimension. Leonel's lip curled. So the least dangerous commander, huh? Kira grinned mischievously, nodding in agreement. Then we can have a little bit of fun. But Kira hesitated. I know what you want to say. I'm no longer in the 4th dimension, so my going out will force their hand, right? Not just that, but you're also the one they're looking for. If you go out, they'll ignore everything else and just target you. Leonel chuckled. That was a fair point. He was so excited to jump into battle again he had almost neglected this. He could already hear his blood rushing and his heart pumping. Also, Leonel, what is your goal exactly? If you save Valiant Heart, then what? Philly suddenly spoke up, his eyes flickering nervously behind his glasses. Unlike Alan, it seemed that Philly really did need his glasses. Leonel hadn't been able to tell before, but now it caught his attention, making him quite curious. I'll be giving this planet to the Oryx, Leonel spoke without hesitation. As for Valiant Heart Mountain, as presently constructed, they have reached the end of their road. The room fell into silence. As for Leonel, his eyes narrowed. The first clash had begun. Through his feet and his internal sight, Leonel's gaze was practically transported dozens of kilometers away. As though he was right there, he watched the first clash happen. The first spurt of blood, the first clang of two weapons, the first mournful cry. The reason Leonel hesitated wasn't because he was worried about his safety. It would take a lot to threaten his life right now. What he was worried about was the implications it would have for Valiant Heart Mountain. By now, Shield Cross Stars had definitely heard of these events. So, if he appeared now, not only would the Milky Way Guild think the organization had been harboring him, but Shield Cross Stars would likely also begin to target them in an above-board manner for colluding with a fugitive. But Philly's question had put everything into perspective for him. He had already decided that Valiant Heart Mountain couldn't exist anymore. In fact, the pressure that would be applied by both the Guild and Shield Cross Stars would make it even easier for the Oryx to take this planet. I'll have to apologize to Sail when I get the chance. Hopefully she won't hate me too much. After all, I owe her a favor for removing the slave brand from my forehead. Leonel bent down, rolling up his sweats until both legs rested at his calves. His palm flipped over, revealing a simple wooden spear. It seemed pristinely crafted, but there wasn't an ounce of a special aura coming from it or its blade. You guys head to the Force Crafting Guild. After I am done here, I will go meet up with you. Leave the treasures in the shop behind. They can consider it as a final farewell gift. Without another word, Leonel vanished. When he appeared again, he stood so high in the skies that he was nothing but a faint dot to most. His aura spread out, a rumbling might shaking the battlefield as though to alert them all of the presence. A warlord of the battlefield had come, and his purpose was singular. Then, Leonel began to fall. Chapter 906, Apology. Chapter 906, Apology. On the ground below, the blue belt-wearing seniors had taken up the vanguard. Those that were left were absolutely loyal to Valiant Heart, and surprisingly, both Hephaestus and Raelian were present. With their talent, most organizations would accept them. In fact, many of the Blue Belt seniors had long since found reasons for leave. Whether it was to visit their families after such a long times, or to go out on an adventure, and sometimes it was completely without reason, many of them slipped away. However, maybe the two men Leonel hated the most were still here, holding down the front line. The former brandished his two daggers with ever-growing ferocity. The latter made a 10-meter radius around him an absolute death zone. Anyone who stepped foot into his range was crushed into minced meat without warning. To their side, Sail flourished as well, the petals and vines of her unique constitution taking on the role of both offense and defense, not to mention giving them an even greater advantage in terrain. Not only did the Valiant Heart army hold the advantage of high ground as they defended the mountain pass, with the help of Sail's vines, the smooth terrain had become treacherous to cross. The combination of these three geniuses made it feel like they had a chance, but there was only so much they could do. Valiant Heart was completely outnumbered. Though the impact of those three was quite large, there was only so much of the battlefield that they could cover for. And, without the support of other geniuses like Leonel or Ina, who hadn't appeared in almost a year now, they were all the organization had. Since their enemies hadn't sent out fifth-dimensional existences, this became a tacit agreement that such powerhouses wouldn't participate just yet. This was their best chance to make an impact with their strength, so they had to go all out. But how much could they do as three against an army of tens of thousands, among which were geniuses just as great as them? At that moment, Raphthan of Rusted Blade, Wisson of Misty Woods, and Emna of Crimson Hall all made their presences known, charging for Raelian, Sail, and Hephaestus. The instant the latter three were occupied, a slaughter would commence. They all knew this well. Raphthan grinned wildly, sending Emna a wink as he brandished his massive 3-meter-long rusted blade. "Come die!" His boisterous laughter filled the skies as he prepared to swing. But it was at that exact moment that a suffocating aura suddenly pressed down upon the battlefield. The expressions of everyone changed, especially those of the elders observing things from the side of Valiant Heart and the three organizations. No fifth-dimensional existences were supposed to take action yet. What was going on? Each side thought the other had shamelessly duped them and prepared to rush out. But what they saw next left them completely stunned, their hearts shuddering. Leonel fell down from the skies, his expression indifferent as his sweats rustled through the whistling wind. He seemed completely at ease. The closer he got, the more suffocating his aura became. Bang! As loud as the sound of his landing was, it wasn't nearly loud enough. To fall from several kilometers up in the sky and to barely cause the earth to tremble was a feat that made little to no sense. In fact, Leonel's knees hardly bent on impact. One would have thought that he had been standing there the entire time. In an instant, he had appeared at the dividing line between two armies, his right hand casually swinging his spear in what seemed to be a more and more refined arc. It took no more than a moment for most to recognize Leonel. The spear, that light violet hair, that bronzed skin, it was undeniable. But as soon as they realized this, the reactions were vastly different. One side couldn't believe he had appeared while the other was caught in the excitement he had crossed with the shock he felt so imposing now. Raphthan, who had raised his blade to attack already, narrowed his gaze, a sinister light flashing within their depths. Before, he had lost to Leonel handily, but he couldn't display even a tenth of his power. He felt like he had been suppressed from all angles and he couldn't manage to get a foothold anywhere. But now, they were on solid ground, not those ridiculous waving pillars. The power he could display now was like night and day. After just a moment's delay, Rathan shot forward, the aura of his blade rising again and against as the manifestations of his 4 seasons realm comprehension rose into the skies. On one side, there was a blazing heat. On the other, there was a treacherous cold. They wrapped around one another, threatening to implode in a cacophonic boom. Leonel, you shouldn't have appeared here. Sale's voice was caught between anxiousness, anxiety, and a shrill disbelief. Leonel sighed and looked back toward Sale. I'm sorry about this. Sale was stunned by Leonel's words, her expression warping. What was that supposed to mean? Her mind was too befuddled to come up with a conclusion immediately, and, by the time she was on the precipice, she suddenly noticed Rathan's actions. Watch out! Leonel shook his head, seemingly still lost in his apology. It really was hard for him to cross Sale like this. Though he had reprimanded her almost a year earlier for expecting him to help an organization that didn't want to help itself, that didn't mean he wouldn't feel bad doing what he was about to do, or rather, what he had already done. But there was no changing that now. At that moment, Rafton had appeared before Leonel, his long blade raised high in the air. Getting distracted on a battlefield? DIE. Rafton released all his resentment. Because of Leonel, he had to spend months recovering from his wounds. The result was his progression slowing by several measures, all because of this bastard. Sale didn't even get a chance to reach out a helping hand. Just as she was about to go all out, the casual arc of Leonel's wooden spear suddenly shifted completely. Rafton's roar was caught in his throat, his eyes widened in shock even as he suddenly found himself staring at a headless corpse. His headless corpse. With a single blow, Leonel had felled a genius of the Rusted Blade organization. He turned to face the remainder of the army, his aura steadily growing the point they felt their knees go weak. Without Leonel raising a finger, they began to collapse one after another, the resolve in their hearts shattering. Chapter 907, Shrill Cry. Chapter 907, Shrill Cry. Leonel's aura continued to rise as one group after another fell to their knees. It felt like no matter how hard they tried, there was simply nothing they could do before His Majesty. They could only watch in horror as the head of a genius spun through the air before landing on the ground with a dull plop. Let alone the enemy organizations, even those to Leonel's back, were in shock. It wasn't just that he dared to appear here, but also that he had taken just a single strike to deal with Rathan, who had just moments ago displayed a strength that made them all shiver. Wissan's chubby cheeks trembled. The moment he saw Leonel attack, he felt the threat of death force the hair on the back of his head to stand tall. Out of reflex, he formed as many shields as he could in the blink of an eye and shot backward. However, even then, his knees continued to tremble, a deep fear taking root in his heart. Emna clutched 2 daggers so forcefully that despite her palms never having touched the blade, blood still began to fall from them. Her senses were even sharper than Wissan and Rathan's. After Leonel appeared, she didn't move a single inch because she felt that it wouldn't make a difference. Whether she was 1 meter away or 100, it would only take a single thought for her to die. The only way for her to have preserved her life on this day was to not have stepped onto the battlefield at all. Of course, Emna was also smart enough to know that Leonel's appearance here was like a death sentence to Valiant Heart, but who cared? She would be dead by then. Why should she care about her organization ultimately winning in the end? How dare you? Rage-filled roars rose up from the backline of the 3 organizations. Their auras surged forward, trying to dispel Leonel's hold on their armies, but it was to no avail. Leonel's foot rose. The clear movement of his toes, the glimpse of his soul, and the casual flex of his ankle made his actions seem as mundane as they could. And yet, by the time his foot touched the ground once more, he had vanished, appearing before Wissan, who was just a moment away from pissing his pants. The swing of Leonel's spear seemed slow. Every half a foot it moved, and an arc left behind another clear image, harmonizing with the light elemental force in the surroundings. Leonel had found that practicing the swing of his spear while activating harmonic spear caused the nerves that made up his spear domain lineage factor to fire multiple times for just a single swing. The result was a single swing being worth up to 10 or even more depending on the afterimages he produced. He found it to be fascinating. The act of mapping out exactly the position his body had been to relay it to harmonic spear and thus leave a cloned afterimage in the air was actually helping him to train. It seemed that this low-level technique would have to follow him for a while. PCHU. Wissan's energy shields were sliced through like partially melted butter. He didn't stand a chance before he too found himself looking at his headless corpse. However, unlike Rathan, he had been aware that he was about to die from start to finish. The result was him being forced to watch as a moist patch spread across the crotch of his corpse. He died, humiliated. At that moment, the enraged auras of the elders of the 3 organizations charged through the army. It seemed that none of them had the ability to fly, so they could only take large leaps forward, crossing hundreds of meters at a time with fury lighting their gazes. Among them was the elder from Rusted Blade with the exaggeratedly large great sword that had previously made Leonel chuckle, the old woman with a foot in the grave from Crimson Hall, and finally the silent old man from Misty Woods. Even the silent old man couldn't seem to hold back his rage. He stared at Leonel with a brewing storm threatening to leap from his chest. They had never thought that such a thing would have happened right at the start of the battle. There was supposed to be a tacit agreement against such things, and yet here was Valiant Heart breaking those rules. But when they saw Leonel's face, they suddenly understood that his appearance couldn't have possibly been related to Valiant Heart. Sending him out, especially when the battle had just begun and they weren't anywhere near being in dire straits, was foolish to an extreme. It was like nailing their own coffin. The fact that Leonel had come out of his own volition was obvious to anyone with half a brain. However, why would they give up this opportunity by admitting such a thing? Valiant Heart. The shrill cry of the old woman shook the skies. My Crimson Hall won't rest until only one of us remains. Such a shameless organization has no right to exist. Valiant? What exactly is Valiant about why? The old woman's shrieks were suddenly cut off as she rapidly moved to the side, horror painting her face. In one moment, she looked perfectly fine. In the next, her arm flew into the air, flipping continuously amidst a fountain of blood. It looked oddly poetic. Leonel shook his head. He should have been able to kill her with one stroke. The power gap between them was enormous. And yet, he was only able to take an arm. Granted, he hadn't activated his spear domain lineage factor and was only using a single neuron at a time. But he shouldn't have to go so far against such a weak opponent. He needed more practice. Y-O-U. The old woman froze. In the next moment, a thin line of red appeared at her forehead and quickly grew. Before the stunned eyes of those watching, she was suddenly split into two, falling to the ground in two gory halves. Chapter 908, Good Time. Chapter 908, Good Time. The silent old man and the Rusted Blade elder were stunned. Their raging blood suddenly iced over, whatever momentum they had dying out like the last embers of a fire. Leonel had no idea why the old woman had been the most enraged of them. After all, her genius, Emna, was the only one that Leonel hadn't killed. Of course, that was because Leonel still wanted to recruit Emna, but that was beside the point. The fact she was still so shrill and annoying, despite the fact her Crimson Hall had suffered the least, was enough to prove that they had already latched on to Valiant Heart's weakness and were prepared to eradicate them for Leonel's appearance. This much Leonel had already expected, but he still found it annoying that they would bloviate about having the high moral ground so grandly. So, he decided to kill her first. Plus, what got to Leonel the most was the mantra of Crimson Hall. They were an organization that loved blood and murder. They even taught their disciples that there was nothing more important. And yet here was their leader, shrieking over the death of warriors who had come to a battlefield. It was ridiculous. By now, there wasn't a single soul who didn't know Leonel was in the fifth dimension. It was hard to tell because he couldn't be quite considered to have firmly stepped into Tier 1, but his battle prowess was more than enough to force the elders to ignore this small difference. To become an official elder of a bronze organization at their level, one needed to enter Tier 1. The organization heads like the shrill old lady and Hutchin of Valiant Heart would be either Tier 2 or 3. As for the mysterious protector elders that had followed them to the competition on planet Vincero, they would be Tier 4. Much like in the third and fourth dimensions, every 3 tiers resulted in a large watershed, causing the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 to be quite large. This gap was enough for these old men and women to become the trump cards of a bronze organization. However, what these numbers also showed was that Valiant Heart, Rusted Blade, and the other 2 organizations were at the bottom of the barrel in terms of bronze organizations. They most definitely couldn't be compared to the Milky Way Guild, which stood amongst the peak of bronze organizations, having a quasi-sixth-dimension existence as their head. Knowing this now, it was no wonder the 2 heads were frozen into silence. A Tier 3 expert had been killed with just 2 swings. Didn't that mean that Leonel already had the ability to single-handedly eradicate their organizations? The head of Rusted Blade took a step back, slowly communicating with his 4-meter-long great sword. For the first time in his life, he regretted just how enormous his weapon was. Why was it taking so long to enter his palm? The silent head of Misty Woods released his aura, shattering his shoes into scattered, fluttering pieces of leather and fabric. His toes dug into the soil of the mountain pass, a strong surge of wood elemental force pervading the surroundings as he kept his nerves tight and primed. Oh? Tier 4. Surprisingly, the head of Misty Woods was already at the level of a mysterious elder. Clearly, he had kept this card close to his vest until now, because even the head of Rusted Blade was stunned. Of course, it wasn't that Leonel couldn't have pried into the secret previously. It was that there was simply no point until just now. Who knows, maybe the gap between Tier 3 and 4 would be large enough to make this interesting. If you are doing this for your friends, I can tell you that they've already returned to Earth. Leonel blinked when the usually silent old man spoke. Was he trying to get him to give up? What a sly old man. If he left now, Valiant Heart would still be labeled as traitorous, and it would only make it easier for them to take down. It seems the head of Misty Woods thought that Leonel was worried about his friends, so he took this risk. The reality was that Leonel already knew his brother's return to Earth. It couldn't have been more perfect timing. By now, Earth should have already entered the fifth dimension. Its speed was shocking to many indeed. Leonel simply smiled in response. Let's fight. Leonel shot forward, his figure leaving after images in its wake. In that same instant, a tsunami of tree roots surged out of the ground, causing Leonel's brows to raise. The power of this move was not small. Surrounded by forest from all sides, it seemed that the head of Misty Woods wasn't a pushover. The head of Rusted Blade finally got his blade into his hands, his aura flourishing. His gaze locked onto Leonel, his mind filled with murderous thoughts and intentions as universal force began to formulate around him. Leonel suddenly found himself dashing through a death trap of thick trees, roots, and branches. Sometimes he was right side up, but he often found himself running sideways and upside down just to dodge out of the next vice trap. Leonel quickly realized, though, that the head of Misty Woods' goal wasn't to immediately kill him. He was changing the terrain to make the battlefield as beneficial to himself as possible. It was clear that compared to the shrill old woman and the head of Rusted Blade, this old man knew how to use his head. The head of Misty Woods took a deep breath as scales of bark began to cover him from head to toe. An ancient, wizened aura exuded from him as his strength and momentum continued to grow. He rose his palms before him and turned them to face the sky, angling them at a 45-degree angle to make it seem as though he was holding a large book with pages twice the size of his head. At that moment, Leonel's pupils constricted as he felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Today would be the day he met his first religion of the dimensional verse. It was most definitely not going to be a good time. O Goddess of the Evergreen, hear my call. Chapter 909, Time, Chapter 909, Time and Energy. Leonel had never sensed before pervaded the air. If he had to describe it, he would say that it felt as though world force and universal force had fused into an all-new sort of force that suddenly gave this head before him, who was already going to be slightly difficult to deal with, even more strength to work with. The trouble with Leonel's current level was that he had yet to create or learn fifth-dimensional techniques that could supplement his raw strength. The only exception to this was star fusion, but he couldn't very well take out his trump card for this battle, right? Now with the head suddenly bringing out his full power, feeling the threat of Leonel, this would be troublesome indeed. At that moment, the countless layers of wooden vines around Leonel suddenly began to rise up and fuse into one. The odd force grew into a tempest, even faintly suppressing Leonel's own aura to the point he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In one moment, Leonel was jumping through an obstacle course of tree roots. In the next, a large palm formed of wood suddenly blotted out the sky. It was 10 meters from palm to tip and was constructed of numerous overlapping vines. Just the momentum of its downward swing alone made it feel as though the air around Leonel was solidifying, the harsh whistling and whining grating on the ears. It felt to anyone observing that the moment the palm fell, everything beneath it would be eradicated. But what was most shocking to Leonel was that he found his force being restricted as though he had suddenly stepped into a higher dimensional world. Even his spatial force didn't seem to want to allow him to dodge out of the way. How could Leonel not be shocked? He had never heard of such a force before, and he had definitely not expected someone like the head of Misty Woods to have access to it. The head continues to hold out his palms, his face the picture of piety and reverence. It was like he could almost feel his goddess embracing him, like he could sense the touch of her lips to his forehead. For her, he would do anything. Leonel found his ankles bound, and his wooden spear refused to listen to him. It was clear that his spear preferred to listen to the call of the wood elemental force around it rather than Leonel himself. Leonel shook his head. He had a feeling that if it was a Mary, even a seventh-dimensional wood elemental force user wouldn't be able to make his sword react like this. Leonel's spear couldn't have been more common. With a simple knife, he could easily carve one far better. But Leonel still felt like this was true. It might be in the way I use spear force. Is it just a blade for sharpening, or is it more than that? If it's just a blade, what would be different between different weapon forces? Wouldn't they all be the same? Leonel felt like he had grasped onto something. His dreamscape began sparking, but what was especially curious was the fact the sparks were trying to connect his spear force, his mage arts, and the head of Misty Woods' odd force. What could possibly link these? Seeing that Leonel was actually absent-minded in battle, the people of Valiant Heart panicked. By this point, the palm was only 5 meters above Leonel's head. Depending on the angle, it seemed that he had already been engulfed. There was already nowhere to run. Leonel's clothing fluttered wildly beneath the pressure, his hair almost threatening to fly from his scalp. Even keeping his eyes open at this moment was a difficult task as hurricane-force winds whipped about with impunity. Leonel finally looked upward, a calm expression on his face. For a moment, the winds around him settled down as though they couldn't move in his presence. Meteoric impact. Leonel sent out a simple piercing strike upward, its image layering several times over. The instant his spear blade met the palm of wood, the world went silent for a moment, and then it all imploded. Bang! A tempest of raging flames shot into the air like a crimson cone. It blasted a hole through the palm so wide that Leonel's figure was completely unharmed when the rest of it descended. Leonel's sudden burst of fire elemental force was so massive that all the water vapor in the air vanished in an instant. The temperature skyrocketed, the air became dry, and the skin of those in the surrounding began to crackle and redden. Flames licked across the head of Misty Wood's technique, threatening to burn an entire forest of trees along with it. At that moment, the head of Rusted Blade appeared before Leonel, his 4-meter-long blade descending from the skies with every intention of severing everything in its path. Despite having blade in their title, the men and women of Rusted Blade all used blunt weapons. Their mantra focused on power. They didn't care if their edge was dulled by rust, their strength alone was supreme. The head was a veteran of battle. He had chosen the instant Leonel released a devastating attack to make his move, believing that the latter wouldn't be able to release another so powerful in a short time. His action would also give the Misty Woods head a chance to regroup and form an even more powerful attack. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing that Leonel saw meteoric impact as a foundational skill to his combat style, meaning it was his least taxing technique and the one he would use the most often. A powerful attack? Sure, maybe to him. But to Leonel, Vanishing Blade. Leonel stabbed out his spear at empty air. Before the head could even be happy that it seemed his guess was correct, he felt a splitting pain at his forehead. Just like that, before he could even cross the last 100-meter distance between himself and Leonel, and even before he could get a clear view of Leonel's face through all the branches and roots, his life was snuffed out. Leonel, though, was shaking his head. He hadn't wanted to use techniques in this battle, but he had already been forced to. It seemed he had a long way to go. The head of Rusted Blade's sacrifice had done something, though. It didn't buy a lot of time, but just a small bit of breathing room was all the silent old man needed. His aura was pushed to a new level, and Leonel's flames were snuffed out in a single breath. Chapter 910, Familiar Feeling. Chapter 910, Familiar Feeling. Leonel's eyes narrowed. He felt that mysterious energy snuff out his flames much like it had suppressed his other forces previously. Wood should naturally had a weakness to fire, but it seemed that whatever this mysterious force was had the ability to counteract this weakness to a small extent. What Leonel saw next, though, left him baffled. A lotus began to form amidst the winding wooden structures. But it was completely unlike any lotus Leonel had ever seen or read about before. This lotus was constructed entirely of arms and hands. They overlapped over one another to form petal-like structures, each layer exuding a more and more powerful aura. Although the head of Misty Woods seemed to only be capable of forming 3 of these layers, it was more than enough to display his might to an almost heavenly degree. The skies trembled, the earth shook, and the density of wood elemental force only seemed to grow exponentially with each passing moment. After a few breaths, it felt less like his forces were being suppressed, and more like there was simply no other forces to call upon to begin with. The lotus of arms and hands began to rotate, the piety in the head's face only growing as he closed his eyes, feeling the world around him through his countless roots and branches. It was like the death of his comrade meant nothing to him. All there was in his mind was his goddess. Nothing more, and most definitely not anything less. It was hard to tell if he wanted to prostrate himself before this invisible goddess, or if he wanted to worship the lotus itself. But those worshippers of the evergreen goddess had a hard time distinguishing between the two. The evergreen lotus was the symbol of their goddess. It was their privilege to be able to use even a portion of its power like this. They were blessed beyond belief, and gratefulness overflowed in their hearts. To kill the enemies of the evergreen goddess, that was their duty. D.I. A roar left the lips of the silent old man. He seemed to have changed into a completely different person. The bark that covered his skin became an ink-black color. His irises were painted over in an unnatural, almost poisonous sort of green. He bared his teeth, their pearly white sparkling amidst the contrast of black and harsh green. At that moment, his murderous intent even made those of Crimson Hall bow out in inferiority. The rotating lotus of arms and hands suddenly began to lash out. Each whipping palm was more furious than the last, leaving cracks of thunder and shattering sound barriers in their wake as they cratered the ground beneath Leonel's feet. Without even touching the ground, the wind pressure of the palms alone made it feel like meteors were falling from the sky. The earth exploded apart, mushroom clouds of dirt and rock shooting upward and showering the battlefield in a fog of brown. Even as he rolled and dodged for his life, Leonel couldn't help but be astonished. He could tell that the power of these palm strikes was beyond just the wood element alone. It wasn't that a powerful enough wood elemental expert couldn't create such an affect, but rather that the head of Misty Wood's organization wasn't using enough raw force to cause such devastation. There was something else hidden within, a secret Leonel felt stemmed from the palms themselves that held a mysterious power. Leonel felt that it was related to that mysterious force that seemed to be a cross of world force and universal force, but he simultaneously felt that it was a layer even deeper than that. O goddess of the evergreen, shower your blessings down upon me so that I might cleanse the world of a scourge. The aura only seemed to grow. The longer the usually silent old man held his palms upward, the longer his prayer lasted, the more powerful he seemed to become. Leonel's pupils constricted. The lotus of arms and hands was originally a gorgeous shade of brown, a beautiful grain of wood that woodworkers would give an arm and a leg to work with. But now, it suddenly became even more so, gaining vein patterns of gold that reminded Leonel a lot of his bronze runes. The instant these veins appeared, the aura of the lotus of arms and hands skyrocketed, their strength more than just doubling in a single breath. A palm shot out with such blazing speed that Leonel's knees bent beneath the wind pressure before he managed to dodge out of the way. Bang! An abyssal hole of at least 20 meters deep was excavated in the blink of an eye. Yet the palm had already retracted, shooting forward in 2s, 3s, and even 4s as the aura of the lotus continued to climb. Infernal cyclone. Leonel's spear began to spin in his hands, causing wheels of fire to jet outward, rolling through the ground and slicing through the air as they took out one arm after another. I have to end this, Leonel sighed. He realized that battling like this really wasn't his style. He was relying a lot on skill and technique, not to mention raw strength, as opposed to his mind. If he was using his ability like he usually did, this battle would have ended dozens of exchanges ago. He needed to find a balance. But, right now, he couldn't afford to get embroiled in a battle that might injure him and also drain his stamina. After all, he had enemies closing in from all sides right now. It would be foolish to continue like this. Still, I have to thank you for opening up a new world to me now. I think I understand how to progress my universal force after so long. Leonel stopped holding back, his gaze suddenly turning a deathly shade of cold. The entire world reflected in his mind. If he wanted, he could envelop the whole planet in his senses. Leonel's steps flickered, his body vanishing and reappearing as it weaved in and out of sweeping roots. In the midst of prayer, the silent old man was shocked to find Leonel suddenly before him, holding a spear that had gone through his chest. And yet he couldn't understand how Leonel had done so while standing more than 20 meters from him, vanishing blade. Leonel retracted his spear, his head tilting up to the skies as the jungle of wooden vines collapsed all around him. Were they finally going to take action now? Suddenly, Leonel's expression changed. This feeling. It was the same as when Shield Crossstars branded him with a slave mark. His head snapped toward the head's corpse, the latter's face still etched with an endless piety. It's coming from there. Shit. Chapter 911, Furious. Chapter 911, Furious. The temperature around Leonel dropped by several measures, a shocking feat considering tongues of fire were still nipping around the battlefield in him. But this was simply the representation of how much rage he was feeling. Leonel had never truly gotten a chance to vent out what had happened to him almost 3 years ago now, but that didn't mean that he had gotten over it. He usually wore a charismatic smile and had a carefree attitude, but that only hid a deep-rooted pride that he didn't often show, a pride that had been encroached upon in this way once before, and a pride he refused to allow to be encroached upon again in this very same way. The moment Leonel sensed the change, he reacted, shooting backward as his gaze became frightening. He didn't need to think very much to understand what was going on. With all the prayers that the head of Misty Woods had been so pious in chanting, it didn't take a genius to understand that he was a very religiously devout man. It also wasn't that much of a leap for Leonel to conclude that his strength and that odd, mysterious force also came from his worship. For someone like Leonel, he might not have believed in a god back when he was on third-dimensional Earth, but he was also a person who was very flexible when presented with new information. He wasn't stubborn to a fault. In fact, he could very easily accept new theories with solid proof behind them. Since he was aware that there was higher dimensional beings far greater than himself, and he could see how the head's prayer led to an increase in his strength, was it that great of a leap to accept that gods and goddesses, or at least what lower dimensional beings would perceive as gods and goddesses, did exist? And, in the case that such a being existed, it also wouldn't be too large of a leap to believe that they got something out of people worshipping them, not much different from how Leonel's king's might grew stronger the more subordinates he had. In fact, it was quite eerily similar in that way. Having reached a conclusion up to here, what would a god that lost a devout follower do? Shouldn't there be some sort of punishment so that no one dared to casually target their people? By this point, everything made sense. Clearly, Leonel was being targeted for having killed a follower of this evergreen goddess. In fact, he was precisely being punished because the man in question, Osan Jovire, was deeply involved to the religion to the point where he had become a titled member. This so-called title differed depending on the religion, but the label of titled member was the same across all of them. Simply put, they were individuals who had enough belief to gain some small favor from their god or goddess. However, understanding this didn't lessen Leonel's fury in the slightest. In fact, it only made his rage all the more palpable. What was the underlying meaning of this action? Wasn't it that the followers of this religion could kill as they pleased, and those without a god or goddesses to protect them could only accept whatever punishment such a person deemed them deserving of? What kind of bullshit was that? Leonel's pupils flickered with red. If this seal was on the same level as the one Shield Crossstars had put on him, it would have only been a matter of a thought to obliterate it. After all, the current Leonel was so far beyond that previous sale in strength that it would be child's play. But clearly this one was on a completely different level. Leonel could tell that not only would it brand him, but it would even weaken him like a curse. The sight of Leonel shooting back and dodging air was a shocking one for many to behold. Most here weren't even qualified to sense what was chasing Leonel. In fact, any member of the Evergreen religion or church would be shocked at Leonel's mere reaction to it, let alone the fact he was actually still dodging it. Fuck off. Updated from COM. Leonel's roar shook the skies. He pointed his finger forward at what seemed like empty air, his gaze alight with a furious crimson. At that moment, a beautiful light of twisting golden red appeared. Those that saw it initially felt it was among the most gorgeous colors they had ever seen. Something about it seemed otherworldly and transcendental. But in the blink of an eye, that fascination turned to horror. A fear the likes of which rose up from the very depths of their hearts took hold. It was a kind of instinctual fear, like one a child would have to the dark or prey would have toward its predator. This energy felt like it was meant to take hold and destroy the world. Everything in its path turned to ash. Bang! The energy exploded, clashing with the air before blasting through in the next moment. It tore into the ground and incinerated a line down the army of the three organizations. Anyone touched by this force was left without a body. Anyone even near it burst from the inside out, every ounce of liquid in their body vaporizing in an instant. The world fell into silence. A moment later, all that was left was a certain young man heaving out deep breaths, his gasps radiating out with a black fog that seemed to originate from his inner organs. Leonel had suddenly gone from a man who finished a battle with 3 fifth-dimensional existences without breaking a sweat to a mortal man who looked like he had just finished running a marathon. If marathons also charred your inner organs black, that is. It was safe to say that Leonel was furious, even now. He shouldn't have been pushed so far just to deal with something like this. Planet Valiant began to rumble. The line Leonel had cut through the earth bubbled forth with waves of lava that seemed to originate from its core. The destruction such a small beam of energy was beyond their wildest imagination. They could only look toward Leonel as though he was some sort of monster. It was at that moment that several cloaked figures descended from the skies, seemingly not worried about the planet's state in the slightest. All of their gazes locked onto Leonel. Chapter 912, Forget Lee, Chapter 912, Forget Lee. The destruction Leonel had just caused was enough to, ironically, put the fear of God in anyone. It was just an instinctual, ingrained fear that one would find it hard even to face this force, let alone fight against it. The truth was that as Leonel's body grew through the dimensions, so too did his Scarlet Star Force. To have a force known to cause the greatest destruction in his body made it a miracle that Leonel was even alive at this point. But that was the benefit he gained for having been born with such an innate force node. One might wonder then, did this mean that Leonel would never be capable of using his Scarlet Star Force? If it increased in difficulty to use every time he broke through, then what was the point of being born with such a force node to begin with? The reality, though, didn't quite work like this. It could be said that rather than Scarlet Star Force shackling Leonel, it was actually the other way around. For a force to be ranked amongst the top 10 of a powerful force like Star Force, one could imagine that this wouldn't just be for lower dimensions, but especially so for higher dimensions. In fact, the ranking system was based on the highest dimension said force could reach. Scarlet Star Force was essentially a high-dimensional force, forced to restrain itself in Leonel's body to an artificially lower dimension. This meant that every time Leonel broke through, Scarlet Star Force was actually just undoing chains Leonel placed on it. What was the difference between this and Scarlet Star Force growing with Leonel? The difference was that, eventually, the Scarlet Star Force would return to its original state and stop outgrowing Leonel. When that day came, Leonel would finally be able to use the gift he was born with without reserve. For now, though, even in the 5th dimension, Leonel felt like he was on the verge of dying after having used it for just a small moment. Still, the result shocked even Leonel himself. Leonel had been racking his brain trying to figure a way out of this, but he knew that even his current Dream Force wasn't enough to counter that seal. In the end, he had no choice but to bring out one of his greatest trump cards. What he hadn't expected, though, was to almost cause the destruction of the planet. Leonel had felt it. Had he been able to hold out for about 10 more seconds, he could have caused the entire planet to implode. Of course, asking for 10 more seconds when he had barely just held it for a split moment just now was far too much to ask, but the reality was shocking nonetheless, and it happened to be a reality that these cloaked figures had all witnessed. Even as lava overflowed from the split in the earth, they only had eyes for Leonel himself. Innate force node, and a very powerful one at that. I have a feeling that you can't use that attack more than once, right? I wonder what kind of state your body is in right now. The man chuckled. Who asked you to blaspheme a 3-layer hand of the evergreen goddess? I would take a step back and let them hunt you down to the death, but they won't mind if I present your corpse to them with a small piece missing, right? The lead cloaked figure stared at Leonel as though he was looking at a priceless treasure. Leonel paused practically mid-cough. What did you just say? His tone was icy to an extreme. As ridiculous as it had been for the temperature to drop previously, it was even more ridiculous now. The heat of Scarlet Star Force still hung in the air. Even now, the foliage of the trees in the surroundings would spontaneously combust from time to time, erupting in a new rain of fire that would only make the situation worse. As though that wasn't enough, lava continuously pooled out from the split in the earth, forcing the youths in the surroundings to scatter and run, breaking the formation of the three organizations with absolute ease. And yet, the temperature still plummeted. Leonel's gaze locked onto the man before him, his fury from before still not having faded before this man dared to poke at the flames. When Leonel had learned that something of his had been taken out of his body when he was too young to do anything about it, he had already been furious. That anger wasn't satiated by his father helping him to regrow his innate force node. Rather, it was simply stored away. Leonel didn't care about the innate force node in all reality. After all, he hardly got to use it and had been living life just fine without knowing it existed. However, the principle of it all infuriated him to an extreme. He had a feeling that if he hadn't had such a powerful father, wouldn't he be dead right now? Wasn't this yet another example of the people of the dimensional verse doing as they pleased to the weak, prattling on about survival of the fittest, etc., etc.? Leonel had no idea whether his parents had already made those who did this to him pay or not, nor did he care. Even if they had, this anger wouldn't fade because it was rooted in something deeper than just himself. And yet, this cloaked bastard, come from nowhere, had actually thought to poke at that open wound. It was difficult to see the face of the cloaked figure, but Leonel could almost feel his smile spread out into a wide grin. His chest puffed out, his gaze flared with derision, his contempt was so palpable that it hung in the air like a foul odor. I said, "Forget it, just die," Leonel said coldly. An enormous sniper rifle appeared in Leonel's hands. Before anyone could react, a beam of blinding golden light cut through the air. The cloaked man didn't even get a chance to finish his words before his head was eviscerated into nothing, his headless corpse teetering back and forth before failing to maintain its balance and plopping to the ground. Chapter 913, no longer. Chapter 913, no longer. The cloaked figures that had been standing around the leading man stood in shock. Though he had a big mouth, that man was still a Tier 4 expert. One had to understand that not all Tier 4 experts were of the same strength. Just like Leonel could battle them with ease despite not having firmly stepped into Tier 1, there were many Tier 4 experts stronger than what the head of Misty Woods had displayed. The truth was that the head of Misty Woods had a large weakness. He needed to be in a state of prayer to display such strength. However, the cloaked man Leonel had just killed could display the same strength without needing to rely on a god or goddess. And yet, just like that, he had been killed. To make matters worse, they were standing almost half a kilometer from Leonel. They had thought to probe him to see if he really could use that attack again or not. And yet, the result was absolutely devastating. In the blink of an eye, one of theirs had been killed. Leonel didn't even react to this. Standing within 500 meters of a sniper even back on third-dimensional Earth was a death sentence. To the current Leonel, they would have to stand more than 10 kilometers away to have a chance at dodging. Leonel had wanted to use this battlefield as a chance to gain some battlefield experience and maybe hone himself a bit. The fact he wasn't taking this seriously was almost too obvious. He hadn't activated his bronze runes nor his spear domain. He was using a wooden spear, and he had initially not even wanted to use the spear techniques he had learned previously. Unfortunately, his nonchalance almost caused him to suffer. Of course, there wasn't much he could do about being targeted by a god's seal, but it still pissed him off. Then, these cloaked figures, obviously being the hidden experts the Milky Way Guild had sent, pissed him off even more. Clearly, this wasn't going to be the battlefield he got to practice on. In that case, he might as well just end this all as quickly as he could have before. With a slight shift of his barrel, Leonel's sniper rifle whirred to life again. It was unlike anything those around had ever seen. The moment it jumped to life, the barrel began to radiate with a beautiful golden light, following the pattern of force arts etched directly onto it. Before the light could make it to the end, though, several hovering discs of precious metals appeared before the barrel of the rifle, each with a slight curve of their own. Bang! The instant the rifle fired, the light charged out, coursing through these hovering discs of gold. If one looked closely, with every one it passed through, the beam of light only became more concentrated and faster. By the time it exited the last of the discs, it had a speed so fast that it was almost impossible to react to it all. In the blink of an eye, another head imploded. Run! The rest of the cloaked figures didn't dare to stay around any longer. Their hair stood on end and fear gripped their hearts. But what would running now do? With cold precision, Leonel sniped them down one after another. The last one, that Fael had already managed to make it more than 7 kilometers away despite how fast Leonel was shooting, and yet it didn't matter at all. He fell just the same. Leonel swept a gaze over the scattered remains of the three organizations' army. Are you all going to run, or would you like me to kill you too? The army, which had already been scattered, didn't need to hear this twice. Without hesitation, they all dashed off, returning to the platform they had used to descend to the planet in the first place. They raged and jostled for position as they fought to be the first ones to leave. In the end, they ended up using far more time than they needed to eventually completely evacuate. Leonel's gaze on their backs was like the sigh of a reaper weighing down on them with a scythe. None of them even dared to look back as they rushed forward, unwilling to stay even a moment longer. Moments later, the battlefield was silent. Right then, there were several pairs of eyes on Leonel's back, which seemed all too ridiculous considering the sight of lava still gushing forth before them all. And yet, Leonel seemed far more fascinating than it all. Hephaestus clutched his daggers. Raelian didn't seem to have much of an expression at all, but something within his eye told a different story. As for Sail, she felt a whirl of complicated emotions. Just 2 years ago, she was powerful enough even to extend favors to Leonel, but now, the difference between them was so great that she almost felt embarrassed. Was this the benefit of being born from such a large family? Even if Leonel didn't benefit from their resources, was just having a portion of their genes enough to warrant such an enormous gap between the two of them? Unfortunately, that seemed to be the way of the world. Leonel coughed lightly, another clump of black fog flying from his mouth. Luckily, the passive healing of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor had increased. Unluckily, so had his Scarlet Star Force's ability to cause trouble. Leonel didn't even bother to cast Grand Heal. He knew that at his current level, it was absolutely meaningless. It wouldn't even heal a paper cut for him right now. He needed to research stronger spells. Luckily, his run-in with Goddess Evergreen had given him some ideas. Finally, Leonel looked up into the skies, his gaze narrowing. Without looking back, he spoke. I'm sure you all are smart enough to understand. From this day forth, Valiant Heart Mountain can no longer exist. For your own safety, I hope that none of you are stubborn about this. Chapter 914, All Her Fault. Chapter 914, All Her Fault. Sail's heart sunk when she heard these words. At that moment, it all clicked. She understood exactly why Leonel had apologized to her before the battle even began. From the very beginning, he had already planned to say these exact words. This was his goal from the very beginning. You, Sail's voice trembled. She had tried so very hard, giving everything she had for the sake of keeping the organization she had been born in together. She owed Valiant Heart and her master everything she had. She had scratched and clawed, working herself to the bone so that she would never have to watch it crumble in her lifetime. The result of her hard work resulted in her neglecting her training. She had been so caught up in the politics that she forgot to raise her own strength. The result was her losing to Hephaestus, and that reality slipping even further from her. After that, she had reapplied herself, nearly entirely forgetting politics just for the sake of gaining a larger fist. In fact, even now, she had finally stepped into the quasi-fifth dimension. It was just unfortunate that this breakthrough often took decades, sometimes even more for those born in this region of the dimensional verse to complete. But once again, all of that was meaningless. Now she was being told the home she had done her all to protect was finished, and it would mostly be by the hands of the young man she brought here. Emotions of guilt, fury, unwillingness, all of it bubbled up within her. She didn't know whether she should cry, shriek, or rain down all the curses she could think of onto Leonel. She wanted him to both vanish from her sight and somehow repay Valiant Heart for all the harm he had caused at the same time. The result of all of this was her body trembling beside herself. She clenched her fist so tightly that even the blood that began to pool on her palm couldn't find a path out. It only seemed to make her skin more crimson, her emotions slowly spiraling out of control. All the while, Leonel didn't even look at her as though he couldn't be bothered to. Just as Sail was about to implode, she found a wrinkled hand suddenly find its place on her shoulder. When Sail looked over out of reflex, she was stunned to see that it was actually her master. It only took a moment for Leonel to recognize this old man as one of the 4 mysterious experts who had moved out with all of them that day. His aura seemed to be particularly weak, as though he had been injured some time before. However, it was still just as strong as anyone else within Tier 4 that Leonel had ever met. This made Leonel believe that he might have even actually been Tier 5, or maybe even Tier 6, maybe even stronger. Leonel's mind instantly flashed with a thought. Case 793, Teacher Ingsan, guilty of gross negligence. In a campaign against our sworn enemy, the Oryx tribe, his decisions led to the death of 14 geniuses of our Valiant Heart Mountain. The only survivor has been bribed into silence and has suffered through untold humiliation, Sail leers. Those were the exact words Raelian had said back then. Clearly, Ingsan was more than just a teacher's. In addition, the price he had paid to allow Sail to be the only survivors wasn't small in the slightest. The old man was practically on his deathbed. Beyond this, Leonel had a feeling that those 14 geniuses weren't just any geniuses either. They might have even been beyond Raelian in talent if they could go on a mission with Ingsan. The question was, then, why was Sail there? Of course, this was all just speculation. Leonel had no way of knowing these things. Thank you. Ingsan spoke lightly. From this day forth, Valiant Heart Mountain will be no more. But Mishes and I, Sikas and Is and Arses, Rang, Sikas and Ashes and Ashe. That's enough, Sail. You're not a little girl anymore. If you want Valiant Heart to be revived one day, you just need to be strong enough that no one would dare to stop you. Sail opened her mouth to speak, but all that came out was a sob. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and dove into her master's arms. It's my fault. It's all my fault, Ingsan sighed, stroking Sail's hair. It's not your fault. This is the fault of us old men. We lost out edge and let our enemies eat away at us until there was nothing left. Ingsan knew how Sail felt. She thought that everything she tried to do to help only ended in disaster. Ingsan even had a feeling that if it wasn't for the fact she was so weighed down by the matters of the past, she would have long since entered the fifth dimension. Let alone Raelian and Hephaestus, Sail was probably the most talented disciple Valiant Heart Mountain had ever produced, including their founder who managed to gain the favor of a Morales family heir. Back then, Sail was too eager, wanting to skip steps and grow more powerful more quickly. She ended up sneaking her way onto a mission she had no business taking part in. The result was the death of 14 of her seniors and her own master being heavily injured to the point of near death. Of course, Ingsan had told her many times that it wasn't her fault. Even if she hadn't been there, the casualties would have been terrible. It was a mistake on his part, not hers, that had caused such a thing. But the little girl had already internalized her guilt. And now she felt like she had done it again. It wasn't hard to point toward Leonel as the reason they would collapse now. He was, at the very least, a catalyst, if not the cause. Without him, maybe they could have survived a few more centuries and found a chance to turn it all around. But with his appearance, they were finished. It was her fault again. It was her fault Valiant Heart lost 14 geniuses that would have been their chance to turn things around. It was her fault Valiant Heart's most powerful expert was so severely injured that they were no longer feared anymore. It was her fault that Leonel had been able to come here and quicken their destruction. It was all her fault. All her fault. Chapter 915, Unexpected Voice. Chapter 915, Unexpected Voice. Leonel sighed inwardly. It wasn't in his heart to do things like this, but he had no choice in the matter. The moment he had decided to take the side of the Oryx, the fate of Valiant Heart had already been sealed. He couldn't help but shake his head to himself. Was he very much different from those people he hated so much? Why was it that he chose the Oryx over Valiant Heart? Wasn't it because he felt that their talent was greater? In their state of hyper-evolution, they even had a chance at becoming monsters that could rival talents from dimensions far higher than this one. Due to this, Leonel had felt that if he was going to invest in a group, the Oryx would be the very best. He could tell himself now that he was just doing this out of necessity, that after he accomplished his goals he would treat everyone equally, but would things really work out that way? History told tales of absolute power corrupting absolutely. Leonel wouldn't deem himself to be the perfect human being, and, no matter how logical he was, he would often find himself fighting against that side of his being. Often, Leonel felt that he only leaned into his own morality so much because he was scared that if he didn't follow archetype of good person to the final point, he would be giving himself up to that darkness within him. Leonel had always said that he didn't fear losing his life to save someone others would deem worthless. What he feared was the day he would convince himself that his life was worth more than others. If that day ever came, even he was scared of the monster he would become. Despite thinking and being aware of all of this, though, there was one reason Leonel didn't label himself a hypocrite, at least not completely. Valiant Heart had never wanted to help itself. During the time Leonel had spent with this organization, they were always fighting against progress, always gripped by a fear that not only stopped them from moving forward, but even forced them to regress. Despite knowing that he was a member of the Morales family, rather than taking this opportunity to soar into the skies once more, they cowered from it, worried about the consequences choosing to place their hopes in Leonel might cause. These simply weren't people that Leonel could take under his wing, at least not with how they were presently constructed. Unless they could change their mentality, this would be as far as any of them went. Leonel knew that he had a very fine line to toe. He both acknowledged that talent was necessary to make it in this world, while simultaneously believing that it didn't make one person worth more than another. If he wanted to stick to such ideals, it would be difficult to keep his head straight. The good news was that he had been blessed with opportunity. He had Little Black Star's ability steal powers on his side, and he had the silver tablet to wipe the consciousnesses away from them. This combination of treasures was almost perfect to deal with this moral dilemma, but it also made Leonel realize just how much luck was involved in this thing he called life. He had done all he could do for Valiant Heart. What was left was up to them. Young heir, Ingsan called out once again to Leonel, trying to comfort Sail at the same time. Please take the pillars with you. They were the treasures of the Morales family to begin with, and were in no position to continue protecting them. Leonel, who was still facing away from the group and monitoring the air above, frowned. Those pillars, they had the ability to keep zones from permanently closing, thus allowing them to be repeatedly used as training grounds. It was a valuable set of equipment to have, especially if you managed to use them on a variant zone designed to bestow treasures to begin with. As good as this sounded, though, to the current Leonel, they were useless. Leonel's dreamscape suddenly flashed. Well, not completely useless, actually. With the new path of mage arts he was thinking up in his mind currently, the pillars would be a valuable asset and might even allow him to create an extremely powerful earth, space elemental art. However, Leonel couldn't help but feel disappointed. The fact that Ingzan was trying to give these pillars to me signified that he truly had given up. Maybe it's wrong of me to judge him for this. He's been injured for several decades now, and probably feels he's at the end of his rope with no chance to progress forward or even just heal himself back to his original height. Blaming him for this decision is cruel. Leonel took a deep breath, not responding immediately. After a while, he nodded. I will hold them for you. If anyone of valiant heart decides that they are ready in the future, they can come to find me. A light of gratitude lit in Ingsan's eyes, but he couldn't help but sigh when he looked down at the young girl in his arms. She had just been starting to cast the previous shadow on her heart away, finally allowing her to continue progressing. Would she ever manage to get rid of this one? Everyone, you've heard it well. This is no longer our home. You have half an hour to pack your belongings. The organization will send you all to a safe place as a final thank you for your service. Go. With heavy hearts, the students of Valiant Heart followed their orders. Those who had stayed behind so long despite the danger their lives were in were already the most loyal members of Valiant Heart to begin with. It was clear that none of them were willing. I guess they're not going to attack anymore, Leonel concluded. Just as Leonel was about to make a move to stop the flow of lava and dig up the pillars to his back, he heard an unexpected voice. Too cowardly to face what you've done, huh? Chapter 9116, Ellen-Cesiv. Chapter 9116, Ellen-Cesiv. Leonel didn't need to look back to recognize the voice of Hephaestus, of all people. Of course, Leonel knew why Hephaestus was saying these words. Leonel hadn't looked back from start to finish, so it wasn't too hard to guess that he was feeling guilty. However, it was still a bit of a surprise that Hephaestus would be the one to come to speak with him. From what Leonel could tell, everyone else had already rushed up the mountain. There wasn't even another line of defense here. It was clear that Ingzan had trusted Leonel with protecting them while they went off to evacuate. But Hephaestus didn't seem to care much about this so-called evacuation. Cowardly. No, guilty? I guess you can argue that, Leonel replied. Hephaestus snorted. Semantics. That's a pretty big word for a muscle brain like you. Hephaestus's lip twitched. Wasn't this bastard supposed to be feeling guilty? Where did he find the face to quibble like this? Plus, looking at Leonel now, even though it was hidden beneath his clothing, Hephaestus could tell that somehow this brat had come back with a physique even better than his own. So, who was the muscle brain exactly? Were you serious about keeping the pillars for us? Yes. Anyone who feels ready can come and get them from me, even if I disagree that you are. It's not mine to begin with. I won't police which of you can take it. To be honest, it's not very useful to me now, or rather, it will be in the short term, but not in the long term. So you're just going to wipe your hands clean of it all, huh? Don't you think you hold a bit of responsibility? Leonel shook his head and sighed, finally looking back toward Hephaestus. He was a bit surprised to find the abrasive young man to be red-eyed. He seemed caught between tears and rage despite how calm his voice had sounded previously. Hephaestus seemed as though he might eat Leonel alive. Who knows, maybe his ability would kick in and he would gain Leonel's ability as well. Who cared if he became a cannibal if he could accomplish what he and Raelian had always hoped to accomplish? However, he didn't move. He knew that he was no match for Leonel 2 years ago, let alone now. He would just be setting himself up for death. Unlike Sale, he still hadn't given up. Raelian was too prideful to ask anything of Leonel. But he, as Raelian's right-hand man, would scratch and claw for anything he thought could help his brother rise to the very top. Leonel stared into Hephaestus's eyes for a long time. Despite the bestial aura radiating out from the latter, he seemed completely unmoved. Aren't you the one who's very cowardly now? Leonel spoke. Why are you beating around the bush? Just say what you want to say. What's there to be scared of? Hephaestus's jaw clenched. If a gaze could murder, Leonel would probably have died 10 times over. It's impossible for us to progress on our own. We'll always be labeled as the disciples of Valiant Heart. The other students might be fine, but those like Sale, myself, and Raelian are too famous. We'll never be able to escape that label. No one would let us join their organization, and that would just be the bright side. The more likely scenario is that they'd offer us up to the 3 organizations or the Milky Way Guild to curry favor. Stop beating around the bush, Leonel repeated. Hephaestus's eyes were practically spewing fire at this point. Take responsibility. We will fight for you and even help in your air wars. We just want resources to help us grow. If we're left like this, we'll never be able to reach a point where we can take those pillars back. Hephaestus had expected Leonel to pause for a moment and think about it. After all, even if they couldn't compare to Leonel, they were still great talents, right? Even ignoring Sale and Raelian, he, himself, was mostly limited by the caliber of beast he got the chance to eat. Hephaestus was slotted into the Swallower Ability Index, which was also separated into 5 stages. Speed, Efficient, Black Body, Steel, and Dimensional Gut. Speed allowed one to digest at impossibly fast speeds. Such a person could consume far more energy than another and thus recover far faster as well. Efficient allowed one to not only have the abilities of speed, but allowed them to eat with less wastage. Black Body allowed one to consume 100% of the energy of their food and even directly convert it into power. It could be considered the pinnacle of efficient. Finally, there was steel. The next step from converting food directly into power was snatching the powers their food had had back when they were alive. As usual, the fifth-dimensional gut was reserved for savants. Such existences were practically void beasts in human form. The things they swallowed no longer had to be living, and some could even digest entire worlds with a single bite. By this, Hephaestus's talent was clear. He was actually at the 4th steel level. Even Raelian was only at the 3rd stage of his telekinesis ability index. Of course, this was the case when Hephaestus was swallowing 4th-dimensional beasts. But who was to say he couldn't do the same with 5th-dimensional ones as well? After all, he had never had the chance to try. This was all to say that Hephaestus thought Leonel would at least think about it. But Leonel didn't hesitate in his reply. Not only did he not hesitate, it was sharp, incisive, and left no room for rebuttal. After hearing it, Hephaestus was stuck in limbo, forgetting even the fact that he should have been enraged. He almost couldn't believe what it was that he was hearing to begin with. He was that close from asking Leonel to repeat himself. Absolutely not. I will not accept murderers into my people. As far as I'm concerned, you deserve to die. Chapter 917, Deal. Chapter 917, Deal. Leonel didn't understand these people. Did they just expect him to forget? What happened to those 3 disciples that he had hung from a tree? What happened to those disciples that had died testing his apparently faulty products? Was he just supposed to ignore the fact that ever happened? In fact, maybe the fact he wasn't cutting Hephaestus and Raelian down where they stood was him failing those victims. Hephaestus blinked and shook his head before he truly registered what had just happened. The rage in Leonel's voice was hidden under a layer of coldness, and just listening to it made him feel as though a bell was ringing in his ears. What Hephaestus didn't know was that this was Leonel's king's might seeping outward. If Leonel had been more intentional with his actions, Hephaestus's head might have already imploded just from his words alone. At this point, the coercion in Leonel's voice was such that he could almost manifest his will into existence. Since Hephaestus was a dimension below him, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back before his body listened to Leonel's will, almost as though these events were a story and Hephaestus was a character Leonel was writing. This was the difference between dimensions. A talent like Leonel might be able to rely on his lineage to fight above. But when a talent like Leonel was above a lesser talent like Hephaestus, the true difference between dimensions was as clear as day. The current Leonel might as well have been a god to Hephaestus. He could die to a single one of Leonel's thoughts. It took a long while for Hephaestus to finally regain his bearings, but he felt as though his IQ had dropped by several points, like his brain had turned to mush. He completely forgot that he should have been enraged. When his vision cleared, he found Leonel still looking at him expressionlessly. But at that moment, he felt a deep-rooted fear in his heart that seemed birthed from something intangible to become a heavy representation of his reality. Hephaestus shook his head. They're not dead. We just sent them away. They didn't have much talent as disciples anyway, so we just staged some stuff, gave them some money, and shipped them off to enjoy the rest of their lives. The moment Hephaestus finished saying these words, he suddenly snapped. Fuck you. Hephaestus regained his fiery edge, his canines extending and his pupils becoming slits. He suddenly realized that he had fallen under Leonel's coercion. His rebuttal should have been a gotcha moment, but instead, it came out weak as though he was pleading with Leonel to understand his plight. How could he not be seething? Yang Zan might have let them slander him, but he would have never allowed them to start killing disciples. For proof of this, one only needed to look at what happened to the seniors that tried to block Leonel, Ina, and the other freshmen from entering the ore mines. Those seniors, for causing the potential deaths of their juniors, had been punished swiftly, harshly, and without mercy. How could the seniors of Valiant Heart have reacted like that then, but suddenly let Raelian do as he pleased? Of course, Raelian was talented, so one might think he would get a bit of extra leeway. But even in his injured state, Ingsan was still the most powerful individual in Valiant Heart Mountain. He could have done as he pleased, especially to a disciple that was blaspheming his name. Oh, so it's like that? Leonel's coldness vanished and he smiled lightly. Didn't you still try to kill me, though? That's hard to forgive. Fuck you. You think I'm gonna grovel at your feet? D.I. Hephaestus attacked as swiftly and viciously as he could, his aura climbing to the point that the ground beneath his feet shattered, quite a decent feat for someone in the 4th dimension to accomplish on a 5th-dimensional world. However, Leonel only chuckled and caught his wrist. All right. There's no need to throw a temper tantrum, right? I was just joking around. Leonel had used a bit of his coercion to force down Hephaestus's barriers and get him to tell the truth. But, surprisingly, the truth was different from what he thought it would be. It could be considered to be a pleasant surprise, actually. Hephaestus kept attacking furiously, even trying with his legs and feet, but it was all to no avail. Leonel knocked him out and threw him over his shoulder, casually strolling to the pillars with a grown man hanging from his side. He placed a palm on the pillars, feeling the ancient carvings dance across his fingers. Yes, this could definitely work, definitely. Gross. Stop drooling, will you? In the spaceship above Planet Valiant, it was safe to say that Greta was seething. But at the same time, she didn't dare to go down. Contrary to what one might expect, this wasn't because she was afraid of Leonel, but rather that she didn't dare to show her face. If she did, things would only become even worse for the Milky Way Guild, which was already experiencing some trouble. At that moment, a welling up of dread filled her heart. She had already taken a risk by okaying this operation. Now, not only had the three organizations suffered great losses, but among them, 3 fifth-dimensional existences fell. As though that wasn't bad enough, she had lost 5 fifth-dimensional subordinates that she had worked hard to groom over the last several decades. There was no way that she could make up for such a loss to herself in a short time. None of this even mentioned the kind of punishment she would receive this time. Greta even began to think of running away. Maybe this time, if she dared to go back to the guild, she would really be finished. Was there any coming back from this? However, where would she go? To another galaxy? Traveling between galaxies required at least a 6th-dimensional ship, though. How would she procure such a thing? She definitely couldn't stay in the Milky Way. If she did, there wasn't a single corner she could hide in where she wouldn't be found. Fear began to flood Greta's heart, more and more crazed thoughts forcing her scar to tremble and wiggle about as though it had a mind of its own. She had to kill Leonel. That was the only way to survive. It was the only way to survive. It was exactly at that moment that Greta received a call. But when she heard the voice on the other side, she couldn't help but be frozen solid. Hello, little sister. Your big sis is here to save you. How about we make a deal? Chapter 918, Blasted Open. Chapter 918, Blasted Open Sale, stood in a training room, her expression quite blank. Dried streaks of tears left trails of salt down her cheeks, but she didn't seem to notice. She had lost count of how much time she had spent in this training room. It was quite funny, she had made so little progress despite how much time she had put it. At the same time, as much as she would miss Valiant Heart Mountain, she probably had the most memories in this place as opposed to any other, this bland, gray-walled, vacuous space. As for packing her things up, Sale realized that there really wasn't much to take. When it came to the resources, she decided to let those lesser than herself have those things. When it came to her personal things, all of the most important items were in her storage ring anyway. She just wanted to stand here. Sale forgot about the half-an-hour time limit and just stood without a word for a length even she wasn't aware of. It wasn't until there was a sudden click at the door that she snapped away, turning her head over. But when she saw who it was, she simply looked away, her gaze remaining blank. "What do you want?" she asked. In her mind, she thought her voice would come off colder. But the reality was just that it sounded quite broken and hollow. She didn't have enough energy to put up a tough front. She just turned away, not facing the person. This person was, surprisingly, Raelian. "Are you done?" he asked. The words in context sounded like he was asking about Sale's state of packing. But both of them knew quite well that Raelian was actually referring to something far deeper than just this. "Isn't that exactly what you wanted?" Sale replied. "For me to give up and hand everything to you? Well, now you've gotten your wish. Congratulations. Enjoy these empty walls none of us can protect." Raelian didn't answer for a long while as the two stood in silence. "You aren't the woman I've been chasing after." The words were like a stone thrown into a still lake. They seemed to be layered with two meanings that made Sale tremble. All those years ago, Teacher Ingsan chose you as his 15th disciple. I didn't say anything and just accepted it, even after he said that he would never take another. I've always been jealous of you. You are more talented than I am. You have more support than I do. And even though we are both without family, you at least had a little brother left while I have nothing. As much as you love Valiant Heart Mountain, I love it 10 times more. As much as this might pain you, it pains me 100 times more. As much as you want to give up, I want to give up 1,000 times more. But I haven't." Raelian turned to walk away. "I really look down on you, Sale." Sale's shoulders shuddered, her eyes reddening as her dried tears threatened to burst forth once again. Leonel stood at the mountain pass, continuously drawing in the air with a finger. Every swipe he made seemed to carry a unique air to it. If it wasn't for the fact he was carrying a grown man over his shoulder, he might have even looked to be quite enigmatic. An odd force began to follow the flow of Leonel's finger. It was an extremely pale violet that was difficult to spot with the high sun above their heads like this, and it didn't seem intent on growing any brighter. Even Leonel himself could only gain a faint glimpse of it. To others, it might not seem to be there at all. Leonel had spent a long time thinking about how to strengthen his mage arts, but he realized that his thinking had been far too rigid in this regard. Whenever he prepared to create a mage art, his first thought would be about the practicality of the element and what it could accomplish. For example, the light element was good for healing, the star element was quite hefty and good for energy, etc., etc. But after seeing the lotus of arms and hands, Leonel realized that his thinking was lacking. He thought to himself, if he had the wood element as an affinity, how would he use it? Would he be able to create such a powerful result? The answer to that was no. He probably wouldn't even consider using the wood element to attack. He would use it for area control and at most use it for life-stealing. However, he would never even consider the possibility that it could create such flexible, powerful attacks. It was then that he realized what he was missing. Granbell Construct had been one of the most powerful defensive spells Leonel had. But why was its shape important? Why was it a bell and not a shield or a dome? Why was it that if Leonel tried to change its form, it would weaken? Leonel's conclusion was that there was an underlying natural force to the substance of an object. Wasn't this where universal force originated from? It was the comprehension of one of the most natural and ubiquitous cycles of the dimensional verse. Reflecting the four-season or heavenly bodies in one's comprehension gave a tangible boost to one's strength. But who was to say that these cycles were the only things that held such a power? What if Grand Bell Construct was so powerful because it embodied the essence of an ancient bell? What if his snowy star owl's instant recovery was so powerful because it embodied the essence of a mythical creature? What if he started forming spells not from scratch, but rather using natural phenomena and powerful treasures of the dimensional verse instead? The possibilities were endless when he thought of things this way. He could imagine fire arts created from powerful mythical creatures. He could imagine star arts formed by observing real stars. He could imagine using medicinal herbs to form recovery arts. He could even imagine space arts created from observing void beasts. Just what kind of result would that have? And right now, observing the force arts that formed this pillar, Leonel felt like he was on the verge of creating a spell so powerful it even made him shudder. A world of fifth-dimensional mage arts had been blasted wide open. Chapter 919, Weed. Chapter 919, Weed. Something within Leonel clicked. If one looked within his dream world, it would be possible to find a partially complete dream sculpt of the Valiant Pillars. The truth was that the Valiant Pillars weren't a simple treasure. They had aspects far above the fifth dimension to their design, and obviously Leonel didn't have the time to dream sculpt all of it, nor would there be a point to. After all, in his current state, the best mage arts he could use would be in the fifth dimension. Luckily, Leonel's skill in dream sculpt had increased. He was able to lower the resolution of portions that would slow his progress and sculpt the parts he needed in the highest resolution possible. This technique not only allowed him to dream sculpt things with greater speed, but it also left him with just enough information to go back and complete the dream sculpt later should he need it, using the parts of lower resolution to deduce a higher resolution result. This dream sculpt had been completed by Leonel long ago. In the past several minutes, he had been using it as the foundation for a new mage art, his finger continuously sweeping through the air. Fascinating. King's Might makes it easier for me to see through the essence of something and capture what makes it, it. Then these mage arts would probably benefit from having King's Might incorporated into them. Leonel took a deep breath. Valiant seal. In that moment, all the wind of the world seemed to freeze as though time itself had come to a halt. The air itself solidified, compressing onto itself in layers and making it harder and harder to move. Just then, the ground began to tremble. Something began to rise from beneath the surface, forming a dome of earth at first and quickly refining itself into a polished, cylindrical construct. The moment this odd pillar began to manifest, the impact on the world it had accelerated. By this point, the green leaves of trees stopped swaying, the grass no longer rustled, and even the lava that had been flowing in the area came to a grinding halt, not moving forward a single inch more. The pillar had only risen half a foot out of the ground when Leonel cut his force off, forcing the spine-tingling phenomena to come to a stop. Leonel coughed, his charred organs acting up again. Toward this, he could only shake his head. If he was still in the fourth dimension of his metal body, he could probably try absorbing some star core, refractive gold, or blazing night to heal himself. But he had already broken into the fifth. He wasn't sure if those fourth-dimensional ores would still have the impact he wanted. The good news, though, was that those combination of ores had indeed helped his body to withstand his Scarlet Star Force a bit better. If not for this, his metal body, which currently couldn't even truly be considered Tier 1, wouldn't stand a chance. I need to find fifth-dimensional ores very soon. I also need to heal myself. It seems that the Force Crafting Guild really is the place I have to go. But maybe, Leonel narrowed his eyes. His experience with creating Valiant Seal taught him a few things. First, with a reference to work with, creating new mage arts was far easier and tens of times faster. This was probably the inverse for someone else. But for Leonel, who had his dream sculpt ability, it wasn't a problem in the slightest. In fact, it could be said that Leonel practically had a cheat code toward creating mage arts now. The second thing he learned, which was a proxy to the first, was that these mage arts he created would be far more powerful, not to mention having far less drain on his stamina. This latter conclusion was a surprise to Leonel, but he came to understand after a moment. When Leonel deduced the creation of new mage arts, he was building something from the ground up. In addition, though he could streamline the process later, this would often weaken the effective result of the mage art. Leonel's attempts at building mage arts from the ground up resulted in overly elaborate, though quite beautiful and intricate constructs. Unfortunately, that made it so that they took time and effort to draw in battle. To Leonel, it was still possible due to his abilities. But just because he could do it didn't mean that he should, even if he could often quickly replenish the dream force he used thanks to his stars. However now, with King's Might involved, Leonel only had to use half the dream force he would have to otherwise, coupling that with a far less complex mage art overall, and this resulted in an added ease that could be measured in tens of times. Of course, this was only in comparison to if Leonel had to build up a mage art from scratch that accomplished the same goal. Just now, Leonel had felt that if he completed the cast of Valiant Seal, it would have taken up 10% of his stamina, and that was just with the formation of one pillar. He had already calculated that for the best, foolproof method of use, he would need to form 4 pillars. That meant a single cast of Valiant Seal would take almost half of his stamina up, and that was the simplest form of Valiant Seal, with much of its more complex portion drawn out in low resolution. On the other hand, if he used his original method, he would have needed to wait until he reached the peak of the 5th dimension to even dream of casting it at all. If that was the case, what Leonel needed to think of wasn't new mage arts to use, but he rather needed valuable references that were worth him creating mage arts based off on. With a thought, Leonel took out a special herb he had had with him for years. Back during the Hive Island event, he managed to plunder this herb, 3-vein mending weed. Leonel remembered his curiosity back then quite well. He wondered if he could incorporate the natural force arts of this quasi-black-grade herb into his armor to give it self-healing properties. Of course, back then, he hadn't known enough about his divine armor to know that it was naturally ingrained with such an ability to begin with. Now that he thought about it, he had definitely been really close to using nature as his muse back then. This was just a quasi-black-grade herb, but it was a good test to see just how powerful this new method of force art creation was. Chapter 920, Chapter 920, Leonel didn't have to dream sculpt this herb. He had already done so back then, and it took him an entire 2 days. Of course, it would only take him a split second now, but that hardly mattered. Leonel closed his eyes for a moment before they flashed open. Mending light. Leonel's body suddenly began to glow as crisscross patterns of what looked like blade marks erupted across him. One could have thought that some sort of light elemental swordsman had instantly cut him into 1,000 pieces before retracting his blade. Soon, the patterns solidified and sunk into Leonel's body like some sort of binding rope. Even Leonel couldn't help but be fascinated by the method the mage art took. Usually, when he built mage arts from the ground up, he would know exactly how it would function before he cast it. But this form of mage arts gave him little surprises from time to time. I wonder, no 2 herbs are identical. What would happen if I had used a different herb of this exact same species? Would the pattern be different? Leonel was completely intrigued. It took him a moment to actually begin analyzing the results. The impact was minimal. But the fact there was a slight change at all is shocking enough. That was a 3rd-dimensional mage art, yet it still had some impact, though some of that is because it was created with 5th-dimensional light force. There's a glaring problem, though. The 3-vein mending weed is a wood elemental herb. Using it as the basis of a light elemental art is already handicapping it. I not only need to find a stronger herb as a foundation, it also needs to be one that fits with the affinities I have. This was the 3rd thing Leonel realized. He couldn't just use any reference. Why was his Valiant Seal so powerful? It was because he had the appropriate earth and space elemental affinities. In fact, because his space affinity was reliant on his divine armor. If he ever chose to build a divine armor with a different element, he likely would never be able to reach the full potential of Valiant Seal. That was something he needed to be aware of. This path, it's excellent. AllMinorSealFull.com, Leonel found himself to be quite excited about this. But at the same time, the dread of missing out creeped back up again. If he hadn't run into the head of Misty Woods and he hadn't been forced to use his religion in a bid against him, how long would it have taken Leonel to have this breakthrough? There was just so much of this world that he had no idea about. Holding myself up and thinking of ways to accelerate my strength will never work. I need to experience the world. A groggy voice suddenly caught Leonel's attention. Hey, what the hell is this? Let me down right. Leonel let Hephaestus go, causing the latter to fall right onto his large nose. It was safe to say that Hephaestus was furious. First he had been humiliated by Leonel, then he had been easily defeated. Then, as though that wasn't bad enough, he was held up like a sack of potatoes, then dropped to the ground like trash. He jumped to his feet. Though his nose wasn't broken, as it would take far more than just that to harm his body, it still began to bleed, making his fury funnier than it should be. Just when Hephaestus was going to implode, he and Leonel both noticed a figure descending from the skies. Flying was a difficult thing to do unless you had an ability or a treasure that helped you. Clearly, this person was among the former group and had an ability. It didn't take long for Leonel to realize that it was Raelian. Raelian touched down to the ground, standing exactly 2 meters from Leonel and the furious Hephaestus. He was just as apathetic as ever. This was the same expression he had worn even after Ina had beaten him all those months ago. He just seemed unmoved by most things. Let's go, Hephaestus. But Hephaestus had gone through all that trouble to lower himself and ask Leonel to let them join all so that Raelian didn't have to do the same. But clearly, Raelian still had no intention of staying like this. Raelian didn't say anything to convince Hephaestus. He simply turned and walked away. Hephaestus let out a deep sigh. He knew that there wasn't anyone more prideful than Raelian. Or maybe there was, but he had just yet to meet the person. Even against such odds, he had no intention of bending a knee. Hephaestus swept a glance at Leonel, half pleading. But it soon became obvious to him that Leonel had no intention of saying anything either. He felt a flash of hatred for Leonel, but it was quickly overwhelmed by helplessness. Why would the potential heir of such a powerful family care about them enough to lower his pride for their sake? He probably thought Raelian's so-called pride to be nothing more than a joke. Hephaestus clenched his fists and his canines nearly shattered as his jaw trembled. They hadn't known previously that Leonel had such a strong background. Ingsan and Hutchin had only recently let it slip. Their meaning had been clear. They hoped that some of them would be taken under Leonel's wing. But Sael was broken, Raelian was too prideful, and he wanted to stay by Raelian's side. That was his brother. He couldn't leave him for greener grass now. Hephaestus turned and walked away, his poor posture straightening in a rare instance. I need information. The voice came suddenly and out of nowhere. It was clearly from Leonel, but when Hephaestus's head snapped back, Leonel was already no longer there. And I need a lot of it. Raelian didn't seem to have stopped his steps for even a moment. But, if one could gaze into his eyes, it would be possible to witness a blazing fire. Chapter 921, Bureaucracy. Chapter 921, Bureaucracy. Chapter 922, Charges. Chapter 922, Charges. The guards were stunned by Leonel's question. Were they being doubted? The two suddenly began to look around as though to check whether or not they were in a dream world. Seeing the individuals walking around, some of which had actually noticed that something was off only to begin observing, they quickly came to the realization that they were, indeed, not in a dream. Some Tier 1 fool was actually questioning them. Leonel stood in silence, his gaze carrying with it a hint of cold. However, without even answering, the sound of tearing paper resonated through the gate entrance. Leonel could only watch as the documents it had taken him half a day to earn were torn to pieces. His gaze followed the fluttering pieces of paper as they were whisked away by the wind. The guard who acted seemed intent on staring him down as he tore the documents into smaller and smaller pieces, trying to humiliate Leonel to the greatest extent. It was as though they were eager for Leonel to snap, waiting for him to attack so that they'd have all the reason in the world to teach him a more physical lesson. The Forcecrafters exam will not be taking place today. Come again another time. The words were repeated by the sneering guard. If you can, that is. The spectators watched on in curiosity, some who were even waiting to enter the guild after Leonel, rolling their lips over one another as though to hold themselves back from laughing. One of the first rules anyone who came to this planet would learn was the importance of status. The second rule they would learn was the importance of not offending those your status couldn't be above. As long as you followed these two rules, even if you were trampled all over, you would at least be left with a small bit of a face. The question was if you were willing or able to protect this small bit and go about your merry way. Over the years, there weren't a small number of individuals who hadn't managed to control their anger. However, each one of them had a more miserable ending than the last. By now, it had already been a very long time since anyone tried to stir up trouble. Or, at the very least, it had been a very long time since anyone who dared to cause trouble actually managed to stir up any waves. Usually, such people would end up like Leonel here, having barely gotten a question out before suddenly and harshly being ruthlessly suppressed without even room to breathe. Leonel didn't say a word as the guards continued to sneer. What are your names? The second question came out of nowhere, almost like the first. In fact, it stunned the two guards once more before the one who tore up the documents began to laugh uproariously. Who the hell are you to ask for our names? Didn't you hear me earlier? Scram. The second guard laughed maybe even harder than the first. No, hold on. The little guy must be thinking of revenge. How about we give him some hope, Riel? My name is Xander. Now that you know, what are you going to do about it? I'll give you 3 seconds before we throw you out of here. Xander already had at least 3 charges he could drop on Leonel's head. With how harsh the punishment was in the guild's territory, this alone would be able to get him locked away for years, not to mention being pinned with an additional ban even after he got out. He couldn't help but chuckle as he thought of how this bastard was just ruining himself because he didn't know how to control his rage. DNS, few ICC in him. What Xander and Rio didn't know, though, was that if Leonel really wasn't able to control his anger, they would already be dead. Leonel didn't even look them in the eye as they reported their names. He stretched out a finger, causing dozens of thin strings of neutral force to connect with the fluttering torn pieces of document. The moment these 4 strings connected, the papers vanished into Leonel's spatial ring. Xander and Rio put on odd expressions when they saw this. What was the point of that exactly? They were more baffled by the action and didn't even register just how much skill it would have taken to replicate what Leonel had just done. Do you know how many monitoring force arts there are in this region? Xander? Rio? Leonel asked a third question. The 2 guards frowned, but this time Leonel didn't let them answer as he began to point. There's 1 at every street corner. Given their scopes, there were 4 that had a vantage point toward this location. There are 2 at the top of this very gate. That makes 6. And finally, there's my own, making 7 in total. Leonel finally looked up again. But even when his gaze met theirs, it felt as though he was seeing right through them, as though they weren't truly worthy of him gazing upon them. Do you know why I bothered to tell you all of this? The reason is quite simple. Leonel's fingers flipped over, suddenly revealing a piece of torn paper pinched between two of them. On this torn piece of paper, there was a symbol that looked like it had just been freshly stamped. Clearly, it was an authentication seal, something that represented the guild's bureaucracy department. What do you think the punishment for destroying government documents is, exactly? The two guards froze. Back in a certain office, a young woman with a cold expression sat at her desk, reviewing some things. She had her hair up in a neat bun without even a single strand out of place and skin-tight office clothing that clung tightly to her curvaceous body. However, with her expression, it was hard for anyone to sexualize her. Suddenly, she froze. He was approved? How? That should be impossible. Before the young woman could even investigate, a man with an expression just as cold walked into her office. Chapter 923, Bad Luck, Chapter 923, Bad Luck, Amore. What is the meaning of this? The stoic middle-aged man stood before the cold young woman, his expression even colder than it usually was. Amore, who had just been delving deep into her own thoughts, was thrown completely off guard by this line of questioning. She hurriedly stood to display her respect, but this didn't help her understand what her superior was getting at. Sir Engneril. Amore's back stood tall and straight, as though she was a soldier rather than the office worker she truly was. She was maybe a bit too eager in her actions because her button-down shirt almost threatened to burst. Luckily, the material was flexible and durable enough to hold up. Engneril, though, didn't seem to notice this in the slightest. Instead, he pulled out a tablet that looked as though it was pulled right from Earth's technological age. And yet, when one looked at its screen, there were nothing but floating force art nodes. It was impossible for a layman to understand just what it was that they were seeing. But Engneril read through it as though it was written in plain and simple English. According to this, there was an indefinite visa approved for entry into the guild's territory today. Didn't I tell you that all such processes should be stopped? This is a sensitive time. Only those who had already been accepted into an affiliation should be allowed here at this time. You don't usually make such mistakes. What is happening? Amore blinked in shock. So, it really was about that. Sir, I did everything according to your orders, but it would cause problems if everyone who came was simply turned away, so Subordinate adjusted the entry requirements to make it so that it should be impossible to enter. Subordinate has no idea how one slipped through. I triple and quadruple checked the algorithm. Engneril frowned. Though Amore didn't follow what he asked her to do exactly, this was part of the reason she had risen through the ranks so quickly. She understood how to not only follow orders, but how to also choose the best method to do so as well. In this case, she was once again thinking of the larger picture. The Force Crafting Guild was already labeled as quite uppity and noble by outside sources. It was just that they provided such a necessary service and they were so powerful that the quibbles of the commoners hardly mattered. However, even for their guild, simply turning everyone away without cause or reason would breed more resentment than they were willing to handle. After all, they were just a small branch of the main guild. Even if they enraged all the powers in this region and ended up getting destroyed, there was little the main guild would be able to do. Of course, getting revenge for the main guild would be as easy as snapping a finger, but by then they would already be dead. So, how would that help them? To make matters worse, it was unlikely that the powers in this region would do such a thing. It was more likely that they would try to suppress the guild in various ways, and that would be even more annoying to deal with. In truth, the odds of these things happening was very small, but there were always a few madmen who couldn't understand logic and reason, only to go about doing as they pleased anyway. Though these madmen would often suffer terrible fates, it wasn't like their victims could come back to life. This was all to say that maintaining a balance and at least a facade of fairness wasn't a bad idea for the longevity of the guild in this region. So, rather than just turning everyone away due to the special guests they were receiving, Amore decided to modify the algorithm that decided whether a visa would be granted or not to make it so that it would be impossible for anyone to be granted access. Fuget.cnm. And yet, somehow, Leonel was still approved. Show me his documents, Honoril said coldly. Yes, sir. Amore reacted quickly, finding Leonel Morales and passing everything on to her superior. She had just been about to look through them after realizing what happened. But she suppressed her curiosity. Honoril flipped through Leonel's answers, realizing that each one only got more and more sarcastic as he went on. He could almost feel Leonel's contempt for them all, and yet he didn't miss even a single line. Honoril had turned his fair share of people away for accidentally missing questions, and most of them had been annoyed with the long process like Leonel. Yet Leonel himself hadn't made this mistake. There's nothing special about these answers. Could it be a mistake with Amore's change to the algorithm? But that was unlikely with her thoroughness. In addition, there were 10 877 people who tried to gain entry today, yet only one of them got through? If it was a problem with the algorithm, there would have been more than this, unless Engneril suddenly threw of a possibility. Give me his biometrics. Amore was stunned. Biometrics were saved and stored, but once again to protect against public outrage, there was a large burden that needed to be proven to allow them to be accessed. After all, no one wanted themselves to be laid bare like this just to visit a place. But this was the way of the world. Rules were only for the weak. Ignoril got his hands on everything from Leonel's teeth x-rays to his blood samples. What he saw made him widen his eyes. By the end of it, his pupils simply couldn't constrict any further. What bad luck! A talent like this shouldn't be in this galaxy. Where did he come from, and why on this day of them all? What he saw could all be summed up in 2 lines. Age, 21 dimension, tier 1, 5th. Before Ignoril could even think of making a decision, his tablet vibrated and a voice began to speak. Ignoril, Lady Anya is prepared to take her Forcecrafter's exam. Chapter 924, Blood Mercury. Chapter 924, Blood Mercury. Leonel stood before the gates indifferently. Did he think that this would be enough to make it in? Quite frankly, he doubted it. However, he had to try no matter what. The truth of the matter was that the greatest issue he was facing weren't his injuries or even the time it would take to go through this process all over again. Of course, these things were major problems, but they weren't existential. The main issue was that this might be one of the only chances he ever got to enter the guild normally. Leonel hadn't forgotten that he was still a wanted criminal. The universe was just so large that enforcing such things was difficult, especially when the information had been suppressed by those who put out his warrant to begin with. However, Leonel wasn't a fool. There was still very much a chance that he would be exposed soon. When that time came, this matter would only blow up all the more. By then, he wouldn't have a chance to exchange 12 hours for entry into this place at all, even if he was willing. He had to take this opportunity while his name and face weren't known galaxy-wide to accomplish some things, or else he would just ram headfirst into trouble wherever he went. If Leonel had to point out what his goals were right now, it was to place down a solid foothold in the Milky Way that extended beyond what he could build on Earth. He didn't know why, at least it wasn't something he could put into words, but for some reason, he innately saw his own grandfather as competition. He saw Earth as a place to be conquered, not as a power backing him. Looking at things this way, Leonel was on his own. But he wasn't aimless. Since the Milky Way Guild was targeting him, he didn't mind sacrificing it toward his goals. What better way to lay a foundation than to use the resources of the largest merchant guild in the galaxy? This was all to say that Leonel couldn't be stalled here, not now. For all he knew, Shield Cross Stars was already aware of his appearance here. He didn't know how deep their hooks had sunk into this galaxy, but he had to be cautious. Just as Leonel was fully prepared for the worst-case scenario, a commotion to his back never allowed the guards to reply to his hardly veiled threat. Turning back, Leonel found a carriage of white wood and golden leaves being pulled along by a white steed. The beast's limbs were powerful, and its mane was long and pristinely tailored. In truth, it felt as though the beast had stepped right out a fairy tale. The only thing it was missing was a horn, and Leonel would believe he had been teleported into another mythological zone, this one being for Cinderella. However, though this horse looked like a relatively normal horse Leonel would even be able to find on Earth, this was only on the surface. Leonel could sense that its blood was very heavy, rushing through its veins like mercury. Its eyes didn't seem to be formed of flesh, but rather of an intangible light that floated within their sockets. And, most shocking of all, this steed was within the quasi-sixth dimension, and yet it was only tasked with pulling a carriage. That carriage is a silver treasure. The longer Leonel observed, the more ridiculous it all seemed to become. Carriages weren't exactly frequently seen, especially not on this planet. As one might have expected, those who were allowed vehicles were those of high standing, and most of them chose to travel through the air in sleek, top-of-the-line shuttles. Everyone else had to use their own 2 feet. Only when it was necessary to cross large distances would they use convenient teleportation hubs drawn from Force Arts. This was to say that this carriage was the only one on the streets, and its destination was also quite clear. Fleer sha 5 few ee, flee ya 55 tai few.cnm. The expressions of Xander and Rio changed. Get out the way. Move, move, Rio barked at both Leonel and the others lining up behind him. Currently there was a queue waiting to enter the main territory of the guild. Of these queues there were 2. One door for those who could enter and exit the main guild freely, and a second for those like Leonel who had more special circumstances. These 2 doors were only small side entrances to the main gate. However, in order to open the main gate, both doors had to be closed and the mechanisms had to be activated. Obviously, whoever could ride in a silver-grade treasure pulled along by a quasi-sixth-dimensional beast couldn't possibly use a side entrance to enter the guild. Xander and Rio hadn't expected the special guest to come so early on, so they were already shouting orders. Truthfully, most hadn't needed their warnings. They knew their place well. They had no intention of getting in the way of such a big shot. However, Leonel didn't move an inch. He stood in the middle of the gates as though they were being prepared to be opened for him, and him alone. Did you not hear what we said? Scram. This was their last chance to scare Leonel away. They couldn't show such an unsightly appearance to this guest. They had been warned so many times that everything needed to be perfect. This was why they couldn't allow Leonel into the guild, and yet this bastard was still causing trouble. They immediately unleashed their strength, bearing down on Leonel as though to show him that they weren't joking. Unfortunately for them, other than a slight fluttering of his hair, Leonel was completely unmoved. Both Xander and Rio were tier 4, making them quite powerful, truth be told. But Leonel had killed 4 such experts just yesterday. The horse and carriage continued to move forward. The oppressive pressure of the steed alone made Xander and Rio shiver, fear lighting their eyes. Leonel might not know the exact species of this steed, but they did. The Blood Mercury race, a steed with the temper of a demon and the patience of a lit fuse. And now, it was too late to get out of its way. Leonel felt a billowing heat suddenly blow down the back of his neck. Chapter 925, Lady Anya. Chapter 925, Lady Anya. Leonel's hair wafted beneath the wind. He could tell that if it wasn't for his innate fire elemental affinity, this breath alone might have been enough to scorch his skin. He turned back, an indifferent look lighting his eyes. It was as though he couldn't see the fear in the guards nor the surrounding experts. When Leonel's gaze met the steed's, the latter trembled slightly, its nostrils flaring and its body tensing. For some reason, this steed felt a large amount of pressure from Leonel. It wasn't the kind of pressure that said Leonel was stronger than it, but rather just the kind of pressure that said it should be afraid. It was a very subtle difference, almost like it was looking at what Leonel might become rather than what he was. There were many races of people in the dimensional verse, humans and the Oryx being just 2 that Leonel had met to this point. However, there was a large dividing line between species, and this dividing line was humanoid versus bestial. Humanoid races of people like humans and Oryx evolved more to rely on their active abilities, and their talent was more malleable. But the consequence of this is that there are more untalented humans than there are talented ones. Bestial races evolve to rely on their innate abilities, and their talent is far less malleable. However, this likewise means that there are more talented beasts than there are humanoids. This major dividing line of knowing how to take and accepting what is given is maybe the most fundamental diverging path of evolution the dimensional verse had to offer, from which there were a myriad of differences that could be deduced. One such difference was that the instinct of bestial races happened to be far sharper than humanoid races. As such, this steed of the Blood Mercury race was very much in tune with how much fear it should have for Leonel, and was thus far more prepared to act on it compared to humans. Leonel, who had been indifferent, suddenly smiled and reached out a hand. Under the stunned gazes of those watching, Leonel stroked the horse's jaw. At first, the steed trembled as though afraid that Leonel would harm it. But when it sensed that Leonel had no ill intent, it neighed lightly, nudging at Leonel's hand. Xander and Rio were frozen in shock. Was this a horse of the Blood Mercury race? Weren't they known for their fiery tempers? Weren't they able to stomp a mountain to rubble with a single hoof and disperse the clouds with a single neigh? What the hell was going on here? Little White, is something the matter? At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. It was so melodious and sweet that silence almost fell, the only thing gracing their ears being the flute-like whistling of the wind, as though it too wanted to show its appreciation. Leonel couldn't help but look up and toward the carriage. In his life, he had only heard one other voice comparable. Suddenly hearing such a thing now caught him somewhat off guard. Tal 4GFUF. This voice didn't carry the same innate coercion, but something told Leonel that this was only because she was able to control it better. And, even without this coercion, even without seeing her face, one could already feel the innate want and need to protect her. Just from this voice alone, Leonel could tell that this woman within the carriage was powerful. It had to be said that the carriage itself didn't have a driver, nor were there any windows. Clearly, this Blood Mercury steed had more than enough intelligence of its own to find its destination on its own. But it was exactly because of this that the sudden and abrupt stop was out of the young woman's expectations. The guards suddenly snapped out of their shock and remembered their duty. However, by the time they wanted to figure out a path to take out of this so that they could avoid blame, the clicking sound of the carriage's doors opened, and then they all witnessed the descent of a goddess. The first thing any of them saw was the hem of her long white dress, so long in fact that it completely masked her feet, leaving it all to their imagination. The dress itself was quite plain and wasn't overly embroidered, but despite how loose it was around her legs, it still couldn't help but cling slightly to her hips. When the young woman's head dipped out of the carriage, it was like a refreshing breeze whistled through the world. The sun seemed dimmer, the skies more somber. Even the beautiful streets of the guild paled, unable to match up. And this was all despite the fact this young woman wore a veil. Her long white hair fluttered, disappearing into the folds of her dress. A pair of golden eyes looked around curiously, an innocent twinkling within their depths that made one hope no harm would ever come to her. The only patches of her soft, fair skin one could see were upon her forehead and her slender, swan-like neck, and yet it was still enough to entice the masses. The young woman blinked when she saw Leonel petting her horse. She knew well the kind of temper her little White had. It didn't even allow others to get close, let alone touch her. This was a shocking scene indeed. I'm sorry for failing to greet you." At that moment, several powerful auras surged out from the guild, each wearing aggrieved expressions as the large gates were finally opened wide. This Lady Anya was really too difficult to get a read on. She had just informed them minutes ago that she wanted to take her exam now, yet she was already here. She didn't give them time to prepare much of anything. All this time, though, Lady Anya, who was still part descended and part not from her carriage, continued to look at Leonel with an almost childlike curiosity in her eyes. "Who are you? Why are you in Lady Anya's way?" One of the elders immediately snapped upon seeing Leonel's back, her aura bearing down with the pressure of a Tier 7 existence as though she had every intention of slaughtering him where he stood. Chapter 926, Justice. Chapter 926, Justice. The aura washed through the streets. The spectators felt as though their hearts were suddenly caught in their throats, and the two guards, Xander and Rio, caught in the line of fire, almost wanted to prostrate themselves to the ground. Everyone seemed to look toward Leonel, who must have been feeling the brunt of it. Some had expressions of subterfuge, others pity, and others were just focused on staying out of it, not wanting to get dragged into this mess. However, what no one expected was for Leonel to suddenly look back and gaze toward the older woman who had yelled at him as though he was seeing a savior. "Ah, you finally came. I really need your help." Leonel dashed to stand before the woman, ignoring the beautiful Lady Anya and Little White. Among the two of them, though, it seemed that Little White was the most dissatisfied with Leonel's departure, as she was very much enjoying being pet. Leonel stood before the older woman with a half-pleading expression, as though a child seeking out his grandmother for being wronged. Obviously, the older woman had no security to speak of. After all, even though crafters usually had poor combat prowess, they were also known for having various crafts to make up for that gap. If there was any singular group of people with the most trump cards in the world, it was definitely a force crafter. And, more specifically, a force crafter who was nearing the end of their lifespan and had little else to do but tinker in hopes of a breakthrough. Plus, the older woman was a Tier 7 existence. She wasn't under any threat from anyone. Even the guards of the guild should be afraid of her. The only reason she was even making a public appearance now was due to Lady Anya's own appearance. This was all to say that not only was there no one who blocked Leonel, but there was also no one even in position to block him to begin with. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before the older woman. Due to their difference in height, he was practically towering over her, and yet he still managed to seem like the harmless child in this exchange. "Ma'am, you seem to be very powerful and have high standing, right? Then I ask that you please administer justice for me. I just spent the last half day going through customs, and this is my first time in the guild's territory. I have to say that I'm in awe of its beauty and grandeur, and up until the moment I reached the gates, I was enthusiastic and excited to become a great crafter. However, when I got to the gates and presented my documents, these two guards here actually tore them up. I was appalled. The dignity of the guild was actually being blasphemed in such a way. Even two guards dared to simply shred its prestige in the face of so many eyewitnesses. I have to say that I've never felt more terrible. Even my heart aches. I was told that the Force Crafting Guild was the best place to be for my future, that it was a place where anyone could become a crafter so long as you had the skill. But I was turned away just because I wanted to take the Force Crafter's exam. These two, Xander and Rio, even implied that they'd turn me away every time I came. Please help me." CNWF, CDM Leonel's voice was imploring and moving. It even looked like he might shed a real tear at any moment. On top of that, he had spoken so quickly and with such conviction and clarity that despite being stunned, the old woman who had had every intention of blowing her top could only be shocked to the point of deflating like a balloon. It was clear that even she couldn't ignore the slight coercion in Leonel's voice. In fact, many of those who were listening, even when they had been sneering before, suddenly felt the need to feel bad for him. If the old woman had gathered her thoughts first, maybe she would have had a different reaction. But, seeing Leonel's plea and how he suddenly swung his body to point toward the two pale guards, she spoke before she even realized what was happening. "Is what he says true?" The old woman regretted her words almost instantly. This wasn't what she should have asked. She should have pretended that Leonel was speaking nonsense and told him to scram, maybe even find a trumped-up charge to have him arrested or banned from their world. However, since she asked this, she had opened up a can of worms. "Damn it, deny it, you fools," the old woman screamed in her mind. Xander and Rio, having no idea what the old woman was thinking, panicked. All they could remember was Leonel pointing out all of the cameras, not to mention pointing out that he had recorded the event personally as well. How could they assume that the older woman would be willing to lie for them? They both thought they were caught. They only hoped that by telling the truth, they could get a lesser punishment. The two lowered their heads and gripped their fists. "Why, yes. It's true. You, the older woman pointed a wrinkled finger toward the both of them. To outsiders, it looked as though she was enraged by their foul conduct. But the reality was that she was infuriated by the fact they hadn't dared to be foul enough. How was she supposed to deal with this situation now? Not only had their branch guild made a terrible first impression, but in order to save some face, she might even have to extend some sort of olive branch to this troublemaker. She practically seared Leonel's face into her memories. She was already thinking of several ways to make Leonel's life a living hell. Since you wanted to be in the guild so bad, she would show him what it meant to be in the guild. Chapter 927, Who Said? Chapter 927, Who Said? Just when the older woman was about to reach a decision for what to do, a sudden aura approached. Ungnaril appeared in their midst not long later, scanning the situation with a hint of helplessness marring his brow. After a split moment, he bowed respectfully. Lady Anya, Elder Isoltine, he greeted Anya and the older woman, giving the other elders a cursory greeting as well. My apologies, there's been a mistake at the border. Leonel Morales, correct? Since this mistake is on me and my department, how about I extend you a green VIP card? You'll be able to enter and exit guild territory for a year without fees or due process. It'll just take a day to finish the procedures and then you can go about your business. Will that be okay? Leonel's pleading expression had already vanished toward one of neutrality. He already realized that there wasn't much of a point in keeping the act up. The moment this Ingnaril appeared, the situation was already far out of his control. Unless he was willing to completely fall out with the Force Crafting Guild and battle it out right here, this was as far as he would go. Plus, how would that end anyway? In order to get anything out of it, he would probably have to just plunder the treasure stores of the guild. If he really did that, he'd just gain himself another powerful enemy. From what Leonel understood, this Force Crafting Guild was just a small branch. But it represented the prestige of the main branch as well. No one would be let off after just randomly plundering an entire guild unless he could hide his identity. But it was already too late for that. He didn't have enough skill to fool all those scanners and sensors just yet, nor did he have the time to invest in creating the force crafts or arts that could. This was why he didn't even bother to try for a disguise this time. However, if he kept running into trouble like this, it might be a worthwhile investment. All this said, this so-called green VIPs Ingnaril spoke of might be a worthy trade-off, if he ever got his hands on it, that is. It was clear that by Ingnaril saying it would take a day, that they still wanted Leonel to get out of their sights as quickly as possible. And it didn't take a genius to understand that all of this was for Anya. Seeing the sudden indifference on Leonel's face, Ingnaril's gaze narrowed. He knew well how Leonel had managed to slip through the cracks. The immigration practices across the universe was actually not much different from what you might find on Earth. Visas, citizenship, green cards, workers' permits, even if they might not always go by the same name, the concepts are the same. For more stringent worlds like this one, even for a vacation, you had to meet certain standards comparable to what most worlds would ask to become a citizen. In that case, the algorithm had a test for youth and talent, obviously preferring people of a certain caliber to enter these walls. Leonel's talent was so great that even under the modified algorithm, he still managed to get through the screening which led to this situation. Ultimately, everyone else thought that Leonel was a country bumpkin stirring up trouble. But Ingnaril knew well that things weren't so simple. In fact, if it wasn't because of Anya, he might be forced to fawn over Leonel instead. Still, he had no choice but to pick his battles. At that moment, though, he felt as though Leonel was seeing right through him, unfazed by his word games and his attempts at pleasing both parties. Siam Li, Fuars, Siam Li Y, in truth. In truth, Leonel was infuriated. He valued respect above most things, and right now he felt like his time was being wasted, because these people thought it was better to anger him en route to pleasing Lady Anya. This so-called green VIP's card he would be given, regardless of how rare or nice it was, practically felt like a pat on the head he would receive for being a good boy. He had followed all the rules, done everything he needed to do, and even up until this point he had yet to lash out at anyone, but it simply didn't matter. Even in a situation where you did everything perfectly and as they should be done, if those with power wanted to find fault with you, they would find it. So, while Leonel stared at Ingnaril emotionlessly, about to begrudgingly accept his proposal since he had no real choice in the matter, he had already remembered these matters in his heart. Excuse me? Before Leonel could speak, that sweet voice rang out again. As though moths to a flame, all the elders in Ingnaril turned over. All they were missing were tails to wag. Anya blinked her large golden eyes. Though it was hard to tell with her veil on, she looked to be at most around 17 years old, though she had the voice of a mature woman. Did I come at the wrong time? If we can't take our exams today, I can just come back another time. The expressions of the elders changed. How were they supposed to respond to this? Were they supposed to say that they were barring others from taking their exams just so that she could do so alone? But saying such a thing so bluntly would cause problems. Plus, no one had known she was here to take an exam even if they had some guesses, until right this very moment. Now it was almost impossible to hide it. Luckily, Ingnaril was quick on his feet. No, it isn't that, Lady Anya. The problem is that our small branch is most suited to give black grade exams. Even all the elders here had to travel to larger branches to receive their bronze certifications. So, in order to prepare and be certified for you bronze grade exams, we had to set up a lot of things. As of right now, we couldn't hand out a black grade exam even if we wanted to. That is why we're turning so many people away. The elders quickly nodded, feeling that Ignoril was truly quick on his feet to think of such an excuse. Plus, it wasn't entirely incorrect either. It had some kernels of truth to it. But it was then that Leonel's lip curled. Who said I wasn't here to take a bronze grade exam? Did you even ask? Chapter 928, target Chapter 928, target Ignoril was stunned. He had thought his plan to be foolproof, but now he could only try his best to hold back an ugly expression. According to the files, Leonel was Tier 1. In addition, the scan hadn't caught the sign of any other life forms on him, so it was most likely that he didn't have a spirit by his side, making it so that his force crafting would be limited. Of course, spirits were rare, so this wasn't exactly a negative on Leonel, it was just an observation, one that was just as important as the first. As someone who is in Tier 1, it was impossible for Leonel to have had the soul force needed to craft bronze treasures for long. In addition, considering Leonel's age, Ignoril would guess that Leonel had been in the 5th dimension for a month or two at best. Any longer, and considering his talent, he would have progressed far more than he had. This was all to say that if Ignoril had to assign a probability, he would guess with 97% assuredness that Leonel was not a bronze crafter and was, at best, a quasi-bronze crafter, a feat that was still very much excellent for his age. In fact, Ignoril thought that he had vastly overestimated Leonel as well. But hearing this, he felt like he was at a loss for words. The elders looked over toward Leonel as though they wanted to tear him to shreds, especially Isoltine. It was clear that none of them believed Leonel. They weren't aware of what Lady Anya's backing was exactly, but they knew of the person who requested for them to take care of her. Such a person wasn't an individual they could afford to offend, and yet even they were subservient to Anya. This was enough to tell them just what a fearsome existence Lady Anya must be. And yet, this little troublemaker was trying to ruin everything. Unfortunately, before they could say anything, Anya's expression lit up. She clapped her hands together, her slender fingers and delicate palms turning red at just the slight strain. That's excellent. Then we can take the exams together. Anya seemed to be excited. Her smile bloomed beneath her veil, but it was just a shame that they could only catch the faintest shadow of it all. At that moment, the elders knew the situation was helpless. They didn't even get the chance to twist Leonel's arm into admitting that he was lying. It was all very infuriating. However, the troublemaker himself no longer spared them a glance, smiling in thanks to Anya. Leonel had never blamed Anya to begin with. After all, it was clear that this had all been done without her knowledge. At the same time, he also had a feeling that she wasn't as naive as she was pretending to be. Clearly, she was helping him. For this, he was grateful. A beauty who also had a kind heart, worthy of praise indeed. Ignoril and the elders looked at each other, not quite knowing what to do, but Anya pushed them along with her next words. Little White is getting tired after pulling my carriage along all day. She would like to graze and relax a bit. I hope that we can start the exam sooner rather than later so she can have some rest. Ah, yes, Isoltina reacted. Please, this way. Anya didn't bother to enter her carriage once again, walking beside Little White with a light smile on her face. Thank you. Leonel's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, so the elders leading the way forward, including Ignoril, definitely heard him aim these words toward Anya. And yet, they could only pretend like they hadn't heard a thing. Anya looked over toward Leonel with sparkling eyes, her gaze carrying a hint of mischief, another hint of intelligence, and a splash of curiosity and kindness as she examined Leonel's face. Tali ul LDULs vuitimir.cmir. I'm Anya. Leonel chuckled. I'm Leonel. Just Leonel? Anya blinked. Just Anya? Leonel replied. Ah, right, Lady Anya. Anya said triumphantly. Leonel was speechless for a moment before he burst out into a fit of laughter. What was truly adorable was that Little White followed along with Leonel's lead, letting out successive GGG sounds. Anya felt betrayed. Little White seemed to like Leonel even more than her. Across galaxies, Ina walked through a mansion under the escort of a maid, a cold expression hidden beneath her black mask. Here, Miss Brasinger. Ina nodded and entered the room. However, she was a bit surprised to find that there wasn't anything but an empty desk and chair. Of course, there were other office-like decorations like bookcases and the like. But, other than that, the person she was sent here to meet was nowhere to be seen. Sorry for not being able to meet you face-to-face, Miss Brasinger. However, we're in a bit of a sensitive time at the moment. I had no choice but to bring you forward like this. Ina understood and didn't say much as the sudden voice pervaded the room. It was impossible to tell where it came from, and even more impossible to pinpoint where the force art sustaining it was. So, there was no point in bothering. I'll get right to the point. I have a mission for you. Ina was prepared for as much. She had accepted Richard's proposal to join his faction for a few simple reasons. For one, she didn't particularly care what sort of position it put her father in. This wasn't to say that she didn't care about her father, but rather that they weren't a family that harped over minor details. Political strife wasn't something they took seriously. Secondly, Richard's proposal provided her the most training resources. It was as simple as that. Nothing more, nothing less. However, she was also aware that there was nothing free in this world. But she didn't mind. These missions would just be more opportunity to train and hone her skills. Your target is the Luxnix family. Chapter 929, Show Me. Chapter 929, Show Me. Leonel and Anya were escorted into a large room. There was just a single workbench present at the very center of it all, and 5 chairs prepared for the elders that would be, presumably, overseeing it all. Clearly, they had only prepared a single workbench believing that Anya would be the only one taking her exams, but Leonel had thrown a wrench into those plans. To make matters worse, Leonel and Anya seemed to be laughing and joking amongst each other as though they were 2 old friends. It was difficult for the elders to even interject with any snide remarks without simultaneously offending Anya herself, who was clearly enthusiastically responding to everything Leonel said. So, they could only bite their tongues. In truth, they didn't care about whether 1 or 2 people took the exam now. Their issue with Leonel wasn't that he was here, but rather that he had made them lose face. Every happy interaction Leonel had with Anya was like another slap to their faces. It was as though they felt like he was snatching the good impression Anya was supposed to have of them for himself. Engnaril followed along with furrowed brows. He was meant to act as an ambassador for Anya, so he wasn't necessarily participating in this as a crafter. But that only made his emotions even more complicated than the other elders. In the end, there was Elder Isoltine, who would have very much liked to lop Leonel's head off his neck, but she too could only stifle herself. I thought that you would be mean, but you're actually very nice, Anya said with a giggle. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Him? Mean? Since when did he give off that sort of impression? Mean? Your eyes always look like they're calculating something, like you have a barrier up for the world. Plus, there's something dangerous coming off from your body that you seem to be suppressing. You should smile more. Yours is not bad to look at. Anya seemed to be commenting offhand, not thinking very much about what she was saying as her soothing voice tickled their eardrums. But Leonel felt his heart skip a beat. Was he like that? He had always thought himself to be quite charismatic. He had even managed to turn a school of nobles into one with a student body that actually respected a commoner like him. Leonel would often think of those times as he hopped from organization to organization, baffled as to why he couldn't have the same positive effect on them he had had on Royal Blue Academy. Why was it that he made enemies everywhere he went, and yet he was probably the most popular guy in his school? The dichotomy was something he had always blamed on the dimensional verse. It was a place that could even ignore his own charisma because it was more intent on fighting and killing than forging relationships and building a kind heart. But was that true? What if he was just receiving the energy he was putting out? Leonel didn't think the answer was so simple. There definitely were cruel factors in the dimensional verse he couldn't control. But did that mean he had to close himself off completely? Leonel's pale violet eyes seemed to glow lightly. His emotional intelligence and charisma were among the most useful traits he had, but it seemed that he had been handicapping himself. He rarely led with his charisma anymore. He was more apt these days to lead with indifference and only open up to a smile if someone responded the way he wanted them to. But that built up a flaw in his character. He had been so on guard against the dimensional verse that he was changing even himself to fit the parts he hated so much about it. What an irony. Leonel couldn't help but gaze at Anya quite deeply. This woman had only known him for about 10 minutes. Was it a coincidence she had said something so profound, or was it deeper than that? There you go, calculating again, Anya said with a pout. Leonel didn't seem to mind this and smiled instead. You're quite smart for a little girl. Hey, who's a little girl? I'm already a woman, I'll have you know. I'm 20 years old. Anya stuck her ample chest out as though to prove a point, but all she got from Leonel was more laughter, causing her pout to only grow more pronounced. Thank you, Leonel suddenly spoke seriously. That's already twice today. I guess I owe you 2 favors now. Anya smiled knowingly, but didn't say much of anything else. At that moment, Elder Isoltine cleared her throat, taking the central position of the 5 chairs. The room was exceptionally hollow, making their voices echo. It was obvious that this room was usually able to test thousands of amateur crafters at a time, but now it would only test 2. Apologies, we only prepared a single bronze workbench. No problem, Granny, I don't really need a workbench. Elder Isoltine's jaw clenched so hard it twitched. Who was your granny? She cleared her throat, trying to bury her rage. We didn't prepare the theory section of the crafter's exam because we have reason to believe that Anya has already met the standard. But it is uncertain that ALNOVLFULLLCACOM. Elder Isoltina looked up toward Leonel, clearly wanting his name for the record. Usually, Leonel would just hand over his documents, but obviously this was impossible now, unless he got a whole bunch of tape first. Leonel, he finished. Elder Isoltina all but rolled her eyes. We need your full name for the records. Right, Leonel chuckled, forgetting that he was no longer playing a game with Anya, Leonel Morales. Ah, Anya's eyes widened. She lifted her skirt, hopping to stand before Leonel and looking him up and down. She looked like a little girl who had found a new toy. The elders had no idea how to react to her antics. Do you have one? Show me, Leonel's lip twitched. Couldn't this girl choose her words more carefully? Chapter 930, Certification. Chapter 930, Certification. What are you talking about? Leonel chuckled and shook his head. Though he could make a few guesses, he still didn't jump to any conclusions. Who knew what this girl was asking to see? In truth, Leonel knew that he was a bit too casual with his treasures. He didn't put enough effort into hiding them. A portion of the reason why was because he didn't have a good frame of what was rare and what wasn't, but another was definitely that he was just a bit careless. The more powerful Leonel became, the more he felt that the people of this quadrant were actually quite weak. He felt like the difference between him and them wasn't very far apart even while he was in the third dimension, let alone now that he was in the fifth. Even Elder Isoltine, who had experienced 2 watersheds of the fifth dimension, wasn't able to make him feel any pressure. However, Leonel's experiences in the dimensional cleanse trial world showed him that it wasn't that the world was weak, but rather that his scope of the world was too small. Even while so heavily suppressed and with himself having every advantage, he had still lost so miserably to Amory. If it was just this, things might have been fine. After all, Amory was in the 6th dimension while he hadn't even truly stepped into Tier 1 of the 5th dimension. However, Leonel felt that if it wasn't for the suppression of the trial, he wouldn't have stood a chance against Kira while he had been at the peak of the 4th dimension. Even beyond that, he didn't believe that defeating even the likes of Richard and that other man would have been a simple matter either. If there was anything that trial taught Leonel, it was that he shouldn't underestimate this world. There would be nothing simple about achieving his goals. This was all to say that he felt that if he was going to really do this, he had to learn to be a bit more cautious about some things. So, he didn't immediately guess at what it was Anya wanted to see. "Don't be like that," Anya said with an almost pleading tone. "You know, just because you heard my last name, are you really sure of my origins? Can't there be other people with the Morales name that aren't from where you think I'm from?" Anya pouted. "Isn't the fact you said that enough to prove that I am right? Then again, only ignorant people say stuff like that. Maybe you really aren't from them." Leonel's lip twitched. He was finding it harder and harder to get a read on this girl. Was she mischievous, introspective, empathic? Or was it just that she enjoyed pointing out his flaws so much? Seeing that Leonel wasn't reacting as fast as she wanted him to, Anya shook her head and turned toward the elders. "I can vouch for Leonel. His skill in theory is maybe better than mine. I don't come from a family of crafters, but his family is one that can ignore even the main branch of the Force Crafting Guild and not suffer from it. In fact, the main branch was only created so that other families would have a way of countering them. Good enough? Okay. Let's move on to the application part." Hearing these words, the elders froze, looking toward Leonel with incredulous expressions. By now, though, Leonel was certain that what Anya wanted to see was little Tolly. If not for this, she wouldn't be so eager to move on to the application portion of the exam. As for the reaction of the elders, he didn't particularly care. Leonel knew that he didn't have much relation to the Morales family. For all he knew, they were quite hostile to him. Of course, this wouldn't stop him from participating in their air wars. And it most definitely wouldn't stop him from allowing these elders to misunderstand. This was an opportunity to save himself some trouble, so why wouldn't he take advantage? Elder Isoltine wasn't sure how to accept this information. On the one hand, she didn't want to believe it. But on the other, she couldn't refute this young girl either. Even if she reached out and said that she wanted half the resources of their branch, Isoltine would just have to accept it. And Neril stood a distance away with his face also having frozen. But there was nothing he could do either. Then, Isoltine cleared her throat. "We will begin with the spirit control portion of the exam." A strong pressure descended after Isoltine clapped her hands. However, Leonel felt that his body was perfectly fine. If there was any change at all, it was a slight sluggishness in his soul force. That was when he understood. This pressure was supposed to make it more difficult for you to use your soul force freely. This sort of control was invaluable for a crafter. 2 sets of rings appeared before Leonel and Anya, stretching out a 10-meter distance from them. There were just a pair of rings before each of them, one within arm's reach and the other exactly 10 meters away. However, somehow, this 10-meter distance felt like infinity. Take control of your familiars to travel the distance between these rings. A minimum travel distance of 1 meter is necessary to pass. Please begin. One moment. Leonel suddenly called out, "I have a question." ALNOVLLLLWCEM Isoltine, who still couldn't stand the sight of Leonel's face, still had no choice but to accommodate him for now. At the very least, she had to until they could corroborate Anya's words. It was obvious that Anya had just met Leonel, so how could they take her words for fact, especially when they didn't want to believe these words to begin with, yes? Is it only possible to become a Tier 1 bronze crafter during this exam? What do I need to do to aim for a higher certification? Isoltine's expression darkened. "We can certify up to the Tier 3 bronze grade. However, that requires a minimum of 3 meters crossed for this test." She truly felt like her time was being wasted. Leonel shook his head. Was there that much of a difference between Tier 1 and 3? If it wasn't for the fact he needed the resources of this place, he wouldn't even bother. All right. Leonel nodded. Flipping his palm over, a smooth ball of silver appeared, bobbing up and down above his hand. Anya's eyes lit up. However, when the elders saw it, their gazes lit up with something far different than an innocent curiosity. Chapter 931, Rumors. Chapter 931, Rumors. Chapter 932, 10% faster. Chapter 932, 10% faster. The moment the young men around Osan heard his words, their expressions twisted. Whenever this fool got a few shots of alcohol in him, he always forgot about everything else. They were quite literally in Luxnick's territory, all while having lunch in one of their more famous restaurants. This was the worst time to bring up a scandal like this. As young nobles of their families, they had been trained in etiquette and personal brand and safety since they were old enough to put their clothes on by themselves. Among those lessons was the care they needed to take when out in public, especially when there were so many flies with ears buzzing around. Who knew how many young masters had had their lives ruined by being overheard by a pretty waitress? The truth was that they weren't meant to be there to begin with. The moment such rumors started floating around, Osan's elder brother had strictly banned his young buffoon of a younger brother from coming to Planet Luxnix to begin with. However, it was exactly this ban that made Osan want to come all the more. The current Osan was followed by two youths, one of which was from First City but wasn't an heir candidate. The second was also from the First City, but was the son of a vassal. Their names were Maul and Wilaith, respectively. The moment the words fell, both Maul and Wilaith's necks snapped in a particular direction. But what they saw allowed them to sigh a breath of relief. The waitress whose bottom Osan had just been leering at seemed too far away and also hadn't reacted to the words. This set their hearts at ease. Maul waved a hand, causing a thin barrier of force to appear around their table that was nearly completely invisible to the eye. This was part of his ability, but it was slightly different in comparison to other energy shield abilities of the like. Osan, please watch your words. Osan snorted. I can't ask questions? He took another chug of his beer, his cheeks already turning rosy. One would have thought that his alcohol tolerance would be far greater with how burly he was. But a secondary look would tell you that Osan was far less burly than he was just chubby. He was just quite lucky in the fact that his frame was quite large thanks to his lineage. But rather than filling it out with muscle, you could probably cut him open for a few pints of beer if you were so inclined. Maul and Wilaith sighed in relief, thinking that Osan was going to lay the topic to rest. But when he sat back up from swinging his head back, Osan's gaze seemed more fiery than ever. You two don't remember? Probably not, actually. I don't really remember either. I've just heard my brother talk about her a few times. I've never seen Gradier take a liking to anything. You guys know my older brother. He's a stone-faced statue. If it wasn't because I've seen him a few times in the bathhouse, I'd think he was stoned down there too. But when it came to that woman, his eyes always used to light up like two gems. You could say that he's an outright simp, a simp of epic proportions, a simp to end all simps. He's actually pining over a woman that apparently let a country bumpkin put a baby in her. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Maul and Wilaith looked toward one another with pale expressions. ALLNOVELFULLL only. Osan would dare to say something like this about Gradier. But luckily, they had the barrier up, and Osan's words were still vague enough that even if it wasn't, people wouldn't necessarily tie the two events together. Whenever Osan got like this, they didn't quite dare to stop him. Not out of fear of Osan himself, but rather his elder brother. At the same time, though, they didn't dare to join in either. What a joke, they still wanted their lives. And Gradier always seemed to have a method of finding out things other people didn't want him to figure out. So, they remained silent. Ha ha! That big brother of mine has always been so perfect, and yet he made such a mistake. I really can't stop laughing. It's too funny. Osan hiccuped, his awkward breath getting caught somewhere between a gasp, a heave, and a burp. It was like the mouth equivalent of not trusting a fart. Only Osan could accomplish such a great feat. Admirable indeed. In the end, what came out was a bubble of spit before Osan fell over in his chair. He hadn't even reached the ground before he was suddenly snoring so loudly that Maul and Wilaith almost felt the need to cover their ears. Maul shook his head. Waving his hand again, he dispelled the barrier and called a waitress over. He then used a connected service to book a room in a nearby inn the owner of this restaurant had a stake in. He had flown in a shuttle with a drunk, bloated, and burping Osan before. He refused to do it again. One such event was enough trauma for a lifetime. Plus, there was still some business to handle. Hours later, the sun set and planet Luxnix fell into darkness. With how the three planets rotated around one another, there was always at least one that was experiencing a bright day. This coupled with how frequent and easy travel between them was, there was no such thing as closing time for most establishments. However, this didn't mean that workers didn't have off shifts. It was right then that a particular young lady with a perky bottom accentuated by her tight short skirt waved her goodbyes to her colleagues and boss. She drifted out of the restaurant, a peculiar light in her eyes glowing bright after being hidden all day. Her steps were about 10% quicker than they usually were, and her breathing was also slightly shallower than normal. It was like she had an excitement within that could hardly be contained. And yet, all of that deflated the instant she chose to take a shortcut through an alleyway. An alarming feeling of danger gripped her as two figures blocked her path forward and back. Chapter 933, Young Waitress. Chapter 933, Young Waitress. The waitress froze, her small frame trembling. She suddenly felt as though it was particularly cold despite the fact planet Luxnix had spring-like temperatures year-round. There was no surprise that the two figures that had blocked her path were Maul and Wilaith. Likewise, it was also no surprise that this young woman was the very same waitress with a perky butt that Osan had been ogling at. Maul and Wilaith were too experienced with cleaning up Osan's messes to take a chance like this. At the same time, these waitresses knew well the kind of job they had. Not a single waitress picked out for such a high-end restaurant wouldn't be extremely beautiful, extremely skilled, and most importantly of all, extremely intelligent. A waitress might be a position many stereotypically look down upon. But the higher end the restaurant, the more stringent the requirements. At a certain level, becoming a waitress was not only exceptionally lucrative, but highly revered as well. Due to knowing such things, Maul and Wilaith had even come together, cutting off all paths of retreat and not taking a single chance. Even when this young woman began to shiver in fear, they didn't lower their guards in the slightest. It was possible that she really was so weak, but it was equally as possible that she was a talent that surpassed the two of them. In that moment, without even waiting for any words to be exchanged, the two shot forward, killing intent thick in their gazes. Maul had already set up a barrier to block out all sounds. This one was even thicker than the one he laid in the restaurant. A vast energy coated Maul's palm as he struck toward her chest. A spark of lightning ran through Wilaith's irises as he too struck out, but toward her back. It was right then that the seemingly frail young lady sprung to life. She slipped out of her high-heeled shoes in one smooth motion and tore a line up the thigh of her pencil skirt, uncaring for the skin or undergarments she exposed in the process. What was her dignity if she couldn't keep her life? She knew exactly what was happening here. It seemed that her act in pretending not to hear a thing earlier hadn't worked. Or rather, maybe it had worked, but they still chose to cut away loose ends and not leave anything up to chance. It seemed that after a few years of working in the industry, she finally ran into her first life-and-death situation. But all hope wasn't lost. They were in the middle of the city. As long as she could find a chance to break through those barriers, the guards would be alerted and she would have a good chance to live. If this was Viola family territory, it would be helpless. But, luckily, this wasn't their arena to control. The young woman's body became as nimble as a panther's, her body taking a quarter spin to the side and arching out of the way of the two strikes. Maul and Wilaith's palms smashed against one another, missing their target. The resulting impact sent the woman flying toward a wall of the alleyway, something she took full advantage of. Her toenails seemed to grow into 2-inch claws, tearing through her black stockings and cutting into the wall to anchor her propulsion upward. Before Maul and Wilaith could react, she was already more than 10 meters in the air, her arm cocking back as her fingers also grew with claws, each one having their own metallic sheen beneath the twinkling golden moonlight. The young waitress's back was bloody from the impact of Maul and Wilaith's strike, her once tight shirt having been ravaged by violent force and her trickling blood. She could feel her vision swimming as she forcefully kept it together. Just the aftershocks of their strikes put her in such a state. Yet, even without looking back, she could tell that both of them weren't injured even after exchanging blows like that. The difference between them was clear and obvious, at least in terms of defenses. This was her one chance. She had to break through this barrier. The young woman's eyes lit up with excitement. She had made it. Her claw ripped forward, coated by a menacingly sharp force. It tore through the energy barrier Maul had set up like a knife through butter. The young waitress's chest expanded as she took a deep breath. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me," she roared out at the top of her lungs. She put so much effort into tearing through the barrier that she lost sight of the building before her. In the back of her mind, she felt that tearing through that energy wall had been too easy. She had put so much effort in the swing that it knocked her off balance, causing her to lose a chance at staying latched onto the tall walls. The young waitress found her falling back to the ground, her expression changing. She realized in that moment that she still couldn't hear the bustle of the city even after tearing through the barrier. There's more than one barrier? She realized in that moment that she had made a mistake. It wasn't that Maul and Wilaith couldn't chase after her, but rather that they didn't have to. In all likelihood, they were confident that even if she realized this earlier on, she would have been blocked and sent tumbling down by the second barrier. Who would have known that she would ruin herself before she could even make it that far? Despair sunk its hooks into the young woman's heart. She too had her own story, who didn't? She thought that this would be her chance to take a step forward. But it seemed that she would be like so many who got snuffed out by the harsh realities of the world long before they got a chance. Maul and Wilaith's gazes locked onto her as she fell to the ground, hopeless to do anything. They brandished their palms again, ready to kill her in one blow, until, they sensed a killing intent sharper than even their own. Before the two men could react, a shadow had appeared between them, catching the young waitress who had accepted her fate out of the air. The masked shadow swept an indifferent gaze toward the two of them. Chapter 934, 8 of 12, Chapter 934, 8 of 12 Maul and Wilaith felt a deep sense of fear for some reason. They didn't even register that this shadow was a woman until they breathed their last breaths. Maybe it was only then, when they could finally release their worries, that they could notice something so meaningless. The battle lasted less than 100 exchanges, and there were even some points they believed they might be able to win. But the rate of improvement the masked shadow underwent was far beyond their expectations or anything they could handle. No, it wasn't improvement. It was as though this shadow was adapting their already ridiculously strong combat capabilities to counter the two of them specifically. It was the most shocking feat of battle they had ever seen. Even in death, they couldn't help but admire it. The sound of two bodies falling to the ground resonated as the masked shadow finally put the young woman down. Thank you, thank you. The young woman bowed deeply. Even though her back had been torn open and was still bleeding, she still took the effort to properly bow. The masked shadow, who was obviously none other than Aina, nodded lightly. In her hand, she brandished a spear, much different from her usual battle axe. But it was hard to tell that if this was another training method to help her break through, or if she was just trying to hide her identity. If Maul and Willith had known that they died to someone not even using the weapon they were most comfortable with, who knew how they would react? Seeing that gratitude of the young woman, Aina nodded lightly before vanishing. Her mission had already been complete. In truth, she was supposed to follow Osan around until he slipped up and could be pinned with the crime of spreading false rumors by the Luxnix family. But this was just the third day, and he had already failed so epically. Richard knew that Osan had his elder brother's followers cleaning up after him, so he had sent Aina here to interfere with their cleanup duties. The fact that Maul had put up such a convenient barrier only helped her out. The battle had been more difficult than she thought it would be, though. The two might have been from the first city, however they were under the umbrella of their families. Only when you became junior general would you be assigned to a city based on your own strength. This was to say that a junior general from City 6, like Samson, was far stronger than a youth without a title form the first city. But it was clear that Maul and Willith had been refraining from applying to become junior generals so that they could continue to protect and clean up after Osan. If they applied now, Aina guessed that they would either be elites in City 6 or even mainstays of City 5. They weren't simple characters indeed. But that also meant that since Osan's elder brother, Great Ear, dared to send them here without worrying for their dissatisfaction, his true subordinates were far more powerful than this. It seemed that the competition of heirs was ramping up as they slowly reached maturity. The closer they got to the sixth dimension, the closer the elders of the past generations would be toward having to make a final decision. And now, Richard had thrown down the gauntlet. The young woman watched as Aina vanished, the sounds of the city entering her ears once more. She looked toward the dead bodies and panicked slightly before regaining her bearings. One part of her wanted to go home and forget that any of this had ever happened, but she was much smarter than this. She knew that the fact Aina had come here to save her was not a coincidence. This was definitely planned. Now, even if she wanted to, there was no way out of this. If she really went home, she bet it wouldn't be long before Aina appeared before her again, and, if that happened, rewards she could have monopolized for herself would probably end up in someone else's hands. Gritting her teeth, the young woman made her resolve. It was exactly like this that a small character set rolling the events that would embroil 3 planets into chaos. Osan snored away like some sort of big baby. The bed he rolled about on was easily enough to fit half a dozen people comfortably, and yet he somehow managed to go from edge to edge without much effort. The smell in the room was absolutely foul, despite how high-end and luxurious the accommodations were. Unfortunately, no amount candles and incense sticks could match the fog of alcohol, vomit, and shit-stain-inducing farts. However, it was exactly then that Osan's dreams came to an abrupt end. Bang! The heavy oak doors of the hotel room flew off their hinges, shards of splintered wood sprinkling through the air and falling to the ground. Osan, no matter how much of a deep sleeper he was instantly awoken. Fear, shock, and confusion colored his features. It was clear that he had no idea what was going on. He had just been in a land of dreams when he suddenly heard a lot of banging, shouting, and roaring. If it was just a battle, that would be fine. But it felt like all this noise was being aimed at him. Why? What had he done? What the hell? At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing tight white leather armor walked in. He had a 12-pointed star radiating a delicate light on the left of his chest and 2 beautifully embroidered feathers on both of his tall collars. To his waist, an exceptionally thin sword could be found. So thin, in fact, that one might not even be able to tell that they had been stabbed until it was far too late. Osan's expression changed, and the fog of his mind finally vanished when he saw this middle-aged man. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head as he was stunned awake. This uniform could only be worn by the most elite guard of the Luxnix family. While the Viola family had vassals, the Luxnix family had Feather Star warriors, and this man actually had 8 of his 12 star points illuminated. Osan didn't know what he had done, but he knew that it was serious now. Chapter 935, try. Chapter 935, try bind him. The middle-aged man said coldly. Osan's expression changed. What is the meaning of this? I am a seed of the Viola family's main bloodline. You can't do this to me. The middle-aged man hardly reacted to this realization. It was clear that he was perfectly aware of Osan's identity as the young waitress had reported this. This was part of the reason why they had sent someone of his stature to deal with such a thing to begin with. The Feather Star warriors of the Luxnix family were not a joke. They were an elite guard that rarely, if ever, saw the light of day. They were split into 4 tiers: Starless, 4-point, 8-point, and 12-point. Of course, this ranking system was based on the most famous symbol of the Luxnix family, the 12-pointed star. Not many knew or understood the secrets behind this symbol, or how it related to the snowy star owl, or if it was related at all, but what they did know was that the Luxnix family would be willing to go to war to protect its prestige. To be a 12-point Feather Star Guard was the absolute highest honor, and such trump cards rarely left the family grounds. But this could even be said for the Starless Guards as well. The fact that an 8-point Feather Star Guard was actually sent here was enough to show just how serious this matter was and how furious the Luxnix family was about these circulating rumors. Osan wasn't able to resist as he found his wrists and ankles chained. His combat prowess wasn't very high to begin with, so how could he be a match for such elite warriors? The entire city fell into silence as Osan was dragged away. The number of eyewitnesses were so numerous that it was impossible to hide, and maybe the Luxnix family didn't want to hide it. At the same time, though, those that had a guess as to what was happening didn't dare to say a word. There was a saying on 21st century Earth that said what appeared on the internet would always be there. It was just a way of letting everyone know that there were some things that couldn't be taken back, and it wasn't so easy to erase the truth. However, were things still so simple when the technology in question was far beyond that time? What if the government had absolute control? What if there was a powerful existence that could decide your life and death on a whim? Maybe in those cases it wouldn't necessarily be impossible to shape and change the truth. Unfortunately, the Luxnix family wasn't on its own. There were 2 other families with its level of strength in this region, and one of them was already targeting them. This was just the beginning of a brewing storm, and the one who started it all. Richard was nowhere near the destruction. Across the dimensional verse, back in a galaxy far weaker on the surface, that is, a group of elders sat in abject shock, unable to gather themselves. It felt like every test they gave Leonel, he passed with just enough to reach a Tier 3 standard. And yet, it was done with such ease that it couldn't have been more obvious to them that his skill was beyond just this. Even though Anya was also shocking in her own right, completing the Tier 1 trials with a steady and sweet smile on her face, they had already expected as much from her. But this Leonel came out of nowhere and even seemed to have more skill than many of them. The truth was that Leonel was only truly being held back by his designation. Due to his weak dimension in the past, his finger speed, dexterity, and strength couldn't keep up with the rest of him. The only reason he had even been able to forge bronze treasures back then was thanks to his metal body. Unfortunately, though it gave him strength, it didn't give him the corresponding dexterity and flexibility. Now, though, those shackles had been shattered. Leonel's hand speed was at a superior grade 1 designation for the bronze grade, granting him perfection. Leonel also felt that if he used star fusion, he could even push past this to a silver grade designation. In the end, there was no fault Elder Isoltine could find. Somehow, their small branch had gained another Tier 3 bronze crafter, leaving them at a loss for words. Even their best crafter, an older man who was currently not present, was only Tier 4. Right behind him was Isoltine, but she was only Tier 3, just like Leonel. They truly didn't know how to wrap their heads around this. One had to know that in the guild, status wasn't based on seniority or family power. It was all based on skill. In the blink of an eye, Leonel suddenly had the same level of authority they all did, and also had the same amount of say. He had gone from someone who could be blocked at a gate to an existence that could directly kill a guard for even daring to think of doing such a thing. Done? Leonel asked. His expression didn't look like he had done anything particularly impressive. In fact, he looked quite calm and relaxed. In truth, as he had been undergoing these tests, he had been thinking more about what Anya had said to him as opposed to anything else. He felt that she was definitely correct, no matter what her motives were. He couldn't enter every situation bracing for hostility, then be shocked when that was exactly the energy he received. And, even when he still received hostility in return, who knew if he was just meeting someone who was as jaded as he had once been? In that case, shouldn't he also give them a chance to change their tune like he would? He needed friends and allies right now, not enemies. He was well aware that he couldn't do all of this alone. If his attempts still failed in the end, at least he would know that he tried. So, Leonel smiled. Miss Isoltine, I noticed that pendant around your neck has a bit of damage on it. How about you let me take a look, free of charge? Take it as a gift to a fellow crafter. Leonel smiled warmly. Isoltine suddenly found her old heart skipping a beat. Chapter 936, Not a Big Deal. Chapter 936, Not a Big Deal. Isoltine snapped out of her surprise, subconsciously shaking her head. She had been so annoyed with Leonel all this time that she hadn't noticed until just now that this boy was quite handsome. Wait, what was she thinking? She was old enough to be his grandmother's grandmother. She had grown out of the swooning over pretty men stage a long time ago. Though there were still some faint lines of beauty on her aged features, definitely above average for a woman as lived as her, she wasn't under the illusion that she could still attract men with her looks. At least not men who weren't at least as old as she was, that is. But even those old bastards would prefer to chase after youthful swan meat. It was quite the double-edged sword. As a crafter, Isoltine's thinking speed might not match up to Leonel's, but it was still far greater than most. This was usually a good thing, but at the moment she felt like she'd overthought something as benign as a smile. It was embarrassing to the point her cheeks flushed slightly. Of course, this flushing had little to do with her attraction to Leonel and everything to do with the embarrassing train of her thoughts. After all, as she had told herself previously, she had long since grown out of such a stage. However, before she could regain her bearings, she found that Leonel was before her, his hand having already reached out to lightly grasp the pendant that had hung from her neck. In that moment, she found herself frozen again. This time, it was because of two things. For one, Leonel's scent was unique. It wasn't masked by cologne and felt fresh and natural, and yet it still held an edge of intoxication to it. The best thing it could be likened to, for lack of a better comparison, was fresh paper. When one entered an office, especially one that had large printers blasting at full tilt all hours of the day, the first few whiffs of that new paper smell was almost drug-like. Isoltine felt that Leonel's scent was like this, but it was far more layered, complex, and fragrant. But at the same time, it wasn't as overpowering, nor was it as easy to get over as the smell of paper. The second that shocked Isoltine, though, was that Leonel actually dared to get so close to her without warning. Maybe if she still had that same hate for Leonel, she would have slapped him to death for doing such a thing. Or, maybe if he wasn't so nice to look at or smell, she would have reacted in that way even if she had a good impression of him. But, for some reason, she just froze, her gaze locked onto Leonel's fingers as they twirled her jade pendant between them. Compared to Leonel's face or his scent, Isoltine found Leonel's hands to be the most enticing. She couldn't take her eyes off of them. They were slender and well-kempt, but they also coursed with veins that traveled up his forearm. Their beauty was beyond anything she had ever seen, and the longer she looked at them, the more she felt her chest being taken over by a searing heat. By the time Isoltine realized that there was something wrong with her actions, a flash of silver covered Leonel's hands for a moment before retreating. Leonel lowered the elder's pendant back down, careful not to touch the skin of her chest before taking a step back. Isoltines was going to speak before her pendant began to glow lightly. At that moment, a gentle green energy wafted out from it, pouring into her skin and coursing through her veins. In just a few circulations, Isoltine's cheeks seemed rosier, her skin less wrinkled, and she felt as if her energy reserves had been replenished 3 times over. In just a few minutes, under their astonished gazes, her age regressed by at least 5 years. Though she still looked like she could be a grandmother, it was now to the point one might have to ask her just how young had she had her first child to still be so youthful. Isoltine was stunned. He actually repaired it? What Leonel didn't know was that Isoltine had won this pendant at an auction about 10 years ago. It was made of a very precious jade known as revitalizing jade. Much like many other precious ores, revitalizing jade came in several grades, and this one just so happened to be of the bronze grade, allowing it to have great effects on helping a fifth-dimensional existence to retain their youth. As one might expect, it was extremely expensive. It took trading off decades, centuries even, of hard work for Isoltine to get her hands on it. And, even then, she only managed to succeed thanks to the fact this was an incredibly small piece and the fact it was sold damaged. If it was so easy to repair, Isoltine would have done it herself long ago, or the auction house would have taken those steps long before they decided to auction this piece off. And yet, it took Leonel a brief moment. What kind of exaggerated nonsense was this? The jade around her neck now was easily worth 100 times what she paid for it. This amount of wealth dangling from her neck almost made her want to forego youth and sell it off again. Was this really just a gift? No matter how stone-hearted Isoltine was, she couldn't muster up the same hatred she had before. In fact, what happened before couldn't even be considered hatred, it was more like annoyance. It was just that in her position, when someone or something annoyed her, the results would be devastating for them. Thank you. The word sounded so foreign rolling off her tongue that Isoltine flushed red again beside herself. This Leonel was truly the bane of her existence. Leonel just grinned. It's not a big deal. A metal spirit is especially good at forging small, intricate parts, and is also excellent at repairing items. It was just a small task. Chapter 937, Question. Chapter 937, Question. Isoltine's mood and attitude seemed to shift on a dime. Quite frankly, rather than being shocked, her colleagues were more jealous than anything else. As crafters, they understood the value of her jade pendant quite well. But after Leonel also extended helping hands to them, their tunes couldn't help but change. Before Anya and Ingneril understood what was happening, the five of them were happily chatting about their crafts, completely forgetting that there was a certification exam going on. If not for Ingneril clearing his throat and excusing himself, who knew how long it would have gone on for? Ingneril walked out of the guild house shaking his head. He really didn't know what to make of this day. He had some crafting experience of his own, and he had never seen a youth as talented in this aspect. Even Anya, who had gained acknowledgement of that person, couldn't match up. Though it was clear that Anya was also holding back, Leonel did the same with far more elegance and ease. The gap between them was as clear as day. Still, Ingneril felt that much of this gap could be explained by their familiars. A metal spirit was just too perfect for crafters. Though it couldn't be used across disciplines like a flame spirit, for example, within its niche, it was untouchable. As for Anya, though she had a great background, she only had an ordinary flame spirit. Ingneril shook his head. There was nothing normal about having a flame spirit. His perspective had been twisted by Leonel to the point where he forgot that Anya's flame spirit was the first he had seen in his lifetime. Beyond that, even if Anya could get a metal spirit, not just anyone could control one. As far as Ingneril knew, they were incredibly dangerous, which was what made it even more shocking that Leonel didn't even use force crafting gloves. Just what kind of monster is he? Ingneril shook his head, putting his greed away. He didn't have a death wish. Even if he could defeat Leonel, what about his backers? The fact that everyone who came here had to be registered was a double-edged sword. He couldn't just erase information that Leonel had been here. And because of that, if something happened to Leonel, it wouldn't be long before he and the other elders became suspects. By then, he would be finished. Plus, if Anya was correct about Leonel's origins, let alone him being implicated, his entire family and even the guild itself might be eradicated because of him. He had no intentions of getting embroiled in such nonsense. Ingneril shook his head for the third time in just as many minutes. At that moment, he suddenly got another message from his tablet. This time, though, the gears and force arts that ran across its surface shifted, forming the emblem of an organization Leonel recognized all too well, Shield Cross Stars. This wasn't a very surprising development, at least not for Ingneril. The truth was that the security of worlds like this one were often left up to Shield Cross Stars. After all, they were the universe's police force. At the request of powers, they could take root at your borders and give a layer of protection you wouldn't otherwise have. The concept was similar to someone on Earth buying a security service and planting their emblem in their front yard for all to see. Sometimes, the fact that there was a certain level of security to begin with was more important than the security or its level itself. This was mostly a route taken on by guilds and merchant hubs, while organizations, kingdoms, families, and empires usually handled their own security, though there would always be exceptions. Of course, this came with a fee. But for the Force Crafters Guild, it was negligible. As for Ingneril himself, he worked for Shield Cross Stars and could be considered to be a hired hand of the guild. As such, though he answered to the guild directly, those orders could be overruled by Shield Cross Stars in some circumstances. He had been tasked with Anya's safety by both the Force Crafting Guild and Shield Cross Stars. So, the seriousness of this charge couldn't be underestimated, which was why he had been especially sensitive to Leonel's arrival. Even now, he hadn't forgotten his job. Hours ago, he had ordered a detailed background check for Leonel, but he had already expected not to find much of anything. If Anya was right about Leonel's identity, he didn't have the cachet to access information on those higher-order families and organizations, so he had fully expected to receive an access denied. But when he looked down to casually accept his fate, he froze instead. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Leonel smiled, looking toward Anya, who was observing him curiously behind her veil. She seemed to be trying to look into his mind. The two walked through the hallways of the guild house, heading toward the treasure house. Though they had yet to build up any merits, in all their gratitude, the elders and Isoltine had given 1,000,000 guild points to Leonel directly. Leonel had no idea if this was a lot or not, but he still accepted them enthusiastically. It seemed that being kind, no matter the circumstances, came with its own perks. Anya blinked. My mom said to avoid men who were too charismatic. Leonel's lip twitched. First he was too mean, but now he was too nice. Maybe he should have been used to the difficulty of pleasing women by now. He couldn't help but sigh as his mind wandered to Ina again. Oh, right. Leonel suddenly thought of something he had meant to ask Anya before, but it felt inappropriate to do so. You said that only the ignorant would say what I said about family names. What did you mean by that? Is it not possible for others to be called Morales? Leonel felt that there was something off about that. Morales wasn't exactly a unique family name on Earth. Chapter 938, like you do. Chapter 938, like you do. Anya blinked, checking over Leonel to see if he was being serious. Before, she had thought that Leonel was just trying to be cheeky. After all, someone of his standing should be well aware of the reason. But she was confused to see that Leonel was actually serious. Was he really not from the Morales family? No, that didn't make sense. Metal spirits rarely submitted to anyone outside of members of that family, and little Tali seemed far too obedient. Plus, she could sense a strong Earth variant affinity coming from him. Anya shook her head, not minding it anymore. The higher level someone is, the more unlikely it is for them to share a name with such a powerful family. The fifth dimension is already too high for you to still be able to casually call yourself Morales without truly being from that family, especially since you're so young. Why, though? Well, just the same as the future can influence that past, the inverse should obviously be true as well. In fact, though that much should be intuitive, it's even deeper than you think. It's more accurate to say that the past can change the future. Leonel's brows furrowed. He felt like he was back in school learning algebra for the first time. What kind of nonsense was this? It was both obvious and baffling at the same time. It was obvious that the past affected the future, but what did it mean for it to change it? After the past happened, wouldn't a set future decided by cause and effect already be set into motion? What did it mean to change it? If I had to explain it as simple as possible, if someone of your caliber appeared and shared the Morales family name, all while not being affiliated with them, it would mean that the destruction of the Morales family wouldn't be too far away. Well, it might not be so exaggerated. But the Morales family probably wouldn't allow it to happen. You'd probably have your own personal swarm of bodyguards coming after you. Leonel's expression became weird. How could any of this be considered an explanation? Actually, Anya tapped a finger to her veil-covered lips. If it was you specifically, it would definitely mean that the destruction wouldn't be far away. They'd probably even send a seventh-dimensional existence a step away from the eighth dimension after you. Anya kept babbling on and on as though Leonel should already understand what she was saying, but he was only growing more confused. And why him specifically? Why me specifically? Anya blinked and turned her golden gaze toward Leonel. Something about her felt far more profound than it had before, an odd, almost ancient force swirling about her. Because you're dangerous. For a moment, it didn't even seem that Anya was the one who was speaking, but rather someone far more aged and mature. Compared to the mischievous girl that Leonel knew, she was completely different to the point they could only be comparable in looks and nothing else. Leonel didn't know how to respond to this in the slightest. What about him was dangerous exactly? He couldn't help but think back to the words his coach had spoken about and the backstory that connected him and Leonel. He still didn't know how those machines of Earth had concluded him to be a danger to society. However, Leonel believed he had come up with an explanation for this. Back then, Earth couldn't even properly categorize his ability because it could only properly read 5% of his DNA and was confused by the remaining 95%. Wasn't it obvious then that it could have misread him in this situation as well? This conclusion had helped Leonel to throw those matters to the back of his mind. He had always subconsciously ignored it, even to the point where despite always telling Ina everything, when it came to this, he never did. Plus, hadn't he lived a perfectly normal life to this point? How could there be anything wrong with him? So why was Anya saying this stuff now? Anya looked away and Leonel shook his head. He found this woman too difficult to read. He just needed to focus on healing himself so that he could more confidently take his next steps. It was about time he checked in on Elthor and the Oryx. The guards of the treasure house were stunned to see two youths approaching, but they soon had no choice but to accept the reality. A duo of such youthful bronze crafters was something they had never seen before. This storehouse was shared between both force crafters and force pill crafters. It had shelves hundreds of meters tall and an eerily structured organization that made one think that someone had dedicated their lives to ensuring that everything would be perfect. Without much thought or a word toward Anya, Leonel found the section of healing herbs before he realized something especially intriguing. He didn't need to spend his guild points on these herbs. He just needed to use Dream Sculpt on them. That way he could save his points for ores he could use in the future. He doubted that this treasure vault would have the ores he would need for his next divine armor. But that didn't matter. He could do a lot with what was before him right now. He just had to be quick about it. The matters related to Anya had already been thrown to the back of his mind. It didn't take Leonel long to find several healing herbs with light elemental attributes. Though most were fourth-dimensional, there were a handful of fifth-dimensional ones. Each of these were worth hundreds of thousands of points, though, something that truly put Leonel's million points into perspective. Leonel, who was about to get lost in his own world, was suddenly startled. His head snapped back, only to find Anya had once again appeared by his side. Wait, had she appeared there, or had she never left? Now that Leonel thought about it, he wasn't sure of the answer to that. "What are you doing?" Leonel asked. Anya blinked. "I have 0 guild points. I don't have a sugar mama like you do." She spoke as though this was the most obvious thing ever. Why wouldn't she follow him around since she didn't have points of her own to spend? Leonel was speechless. Last chapter of the day. Didn't have the energy to start writing the chaos that's about to ensue? Lamaue, Chapter 939, Twinkling Bell Lily, Chapter 939, Twinkling Bell Lily. This girl was truly too loose with her lips. When she wasn't saying things that made no sense, she was teasing him as though they had known each other for decades. She was really too difficult to get a read on, and Leonel also had a feeling that her veil was only making it more difficult. In the end, Leonel could only shrug. He had thought that Anya was coming with him because she had free reign over the items in this treasure house. After all, with how the elders treated her likely due to her status, he had made certain assumptions. But it seemed that instead she was just stuck to him like glue, like a little girl chasing after her big brother. It reminded Leonel a bit of little Nana. He couldn't help but think back to that adorable little blue-haired girl. The trouble was that even little Nana was far more mature than Anya. Leonel found that his experience in the Valiant Zone had made him far more stoic and level-headed. Even when he had been with his brothers, he hadn't joked around with them as much as he usually did. What he couldn't tell was if that was a part of him maturing, or if he was just becoming jaded. Of course, he could turn his charisma on and off like a faucet, but was it really the same if he had to consciously act like that? It felt somewhat robotic. How many people could have heard Anya's advice about being two scaries and immediately change on a dime? Maybe Leonel was the only one, but a product of that was the realization that he was a bit too good at artificially producing his personality. Something like that made it difficult for him to tell who the real him was. Was he charismatic because he wanted to be, and that was just the type of person he was? Or was he just abusing his emotional intelligence to get what he wanted out of the world? Leonel shook his head again. It felt like Anya's presence was forcing him to introspect. It was an uncomfortable feeling. But if there was anything Leonel was good at, it was stonewalling those kind of things. In one moment, he had a pensive look in his eye. In the next, it vanished with a calculating light, scanning the array of light elemental healing herbs before him. Anya's irises twinkled with something imperceptible, but she stood obediently to the side, her sweet fragrance hanging in the air with a strange magnetism. Leonel, though, didn't seem to notice, his mind completely focused. As beautiful as Anya was, to the point where Leonel was certain if she removed her veil she wouldn't lose out to Ina in the slightest, there was still only one woman who could ever distract him from a task at hand. And Anya wasn't that woman. All the like herbs are here. Convenient, I don't even need to move. There are 38 variations of herbs in the 4th dimension. There are 3 variations for the 5th dimension. A 4th-dimensional mage art might be useful if I want to mass heal a large group of individuals. But my priority right now is forming the most powerful healing spell I can muster. I need an herb that not only matches the light element, but it also needs to be one that is compatible with Snow Force so it can synergize well with the healing branch of my Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. If those are the parameters I set, then there are only 3 of the 4th dimension that fit and only 1 of the 5th dimension. Leonel ignored the 3 4th-dimensional herbs for a moment, training his eyes on the 5th-dimensional one he felt responded the best to his Snow Force. By all measures, it was quite a beautiful herb. It had the 6 petals and delicate bell shape of a lily. It was a gorgeous white color and had veins of white that would even sometimes spring to life, dancing above its body for a moment and sprinkling down a heavenly light before going to rest once again. It had a long stem that attached it to 3 other companions identical to it. However, what was curious about this long stem was the fact it was covered in a white fur that waved about as though it had a life of its own. However, even this was just the tip of the iceberg. Amidst the 6 petals coming out from the center, several stamens that seemed shaped of pure gold metal sprung upward. On their ends, each of them held a twinkling gold bell. Every time the flower swayed, these bells would release a delicate sound that tickled the ears, filling one with warmth. Or rather, that's what would have happened had the twinkling bell lily not been enclosed by a glass case. Leonel didn't waste much time, immediately beginning to dream sculpt the twinkling bell lily. The root of this flower's artistic conception seems to be the ringing bells. Even its name says so. But I feel like the fur covering its stem is actually just as important. This beautiful plant is actually a bit carnivorous. No wonder it resonated so well with my Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. It might be more beast than plant. Leonel didn't know much about force herbs after all. He wasn't a force pill crafter. However, combining the dictionary and his dream sculpt allowed him to understand an herb far better than even an expert herbologist would. How fascinating, Leonel had come looking for a force herb that could replace Grand Heal. But he had never expected to find a combination heal attack mage art like this. If he shifted it to a light earth elemental mage art, the results might be even more shocking. However, for now, Twinkling Lily, Bell's blessing. At that moment, Leonel's eyes snapped open, his body beginning to glow with a fierce light. Chapter 940, Be careful. Chapter 940, Be careful. Right then, Anya's eyes widened. She had been wondering what Leonel was doing, but when she saw the result, her golden irises were completely filled with shock. At that moment, a lily manifested around Leonel, a strong surge of light elemental force causing the surrounding winds to pick up and surge. The sound of delicate chimes resounded, the golden bells dancing above Leonel's head. Every time they swayed, a sprinkle of golden light fell upon him, attaching to his skin and sinking into his body. Without a word, Leonel cast this spell 17 times before he finally exhaled a breath and gripped his fists. his body finally feeling light again as he expelled the last of the black ash that had been inside of him. It took 17 casts and 70% of my stamina just to heal from 1 split-second usage. This innate node of mine is really the bane of my existence. Leonel shook his head and chuckled. Though he had seemed fine all this time, he really only had about half his usual strength. He could only function normally thanks to dream sense dulling his pain. This Twinkling Lily series of mage arts I've come up with aren't bad. The Bell's Blessing only has about 20% of its max healing potential, but it still did so well. Should I find some Starforce healing herbs that could be used with my Vital Starforce? Leonel thought for a moment before he shook his head. His Vital Starforce was too precious and took too long to replenish after he used it. It was best to reserve it entirely for using Star Fusion at a critical moment. As for why Leonel had only used Bell's Blessing and not the full version of Twinkling Lily, that secret was rooted in the hidden carnivorous nature of the Force herb. He felt it wasn't appropriate to test the of the mage art's capabilities here. Leonel moved on without a word after dream sculpting the 3 fourth-dimensional Force herbs. He had already decided which 5th-dimensional ores he would use for his metal body, so he didn't need to think about it. Though his merit points weren't enough to trade for a ton of 5th-dimensional Force herbs, ores were a bit different in this regard since they were sold in quantities of kilograms. At the very least, he should be able to get enough to take a first step into and solidify his stance in Tier 1. Anya was so stunned she forgot to follow for a second. Did he just... Sri looked from the twinkling bell lily to Leonel's, disappearing back and back again. She was certain, that spell. It had given her the same feel of the plant right before her. How had he done that? How was that even possible? It took him 10 minutes, maybe, to create a technique that could be passed down in bronze organizations for generations to come. Anya picked up her dress and dashed after Leonel, catching up quite quickly considering he wasn't exactly sprinting. She continued to look at him as though he was some sort of monster, following closely behind. 5th-dimensional star core will still be my foundation, upgrading from 4th-dimensional. I'll replace refractive gold with dancing lantern ore, and I'll replace blazing night with a more volatile fuel-type ore in devil's shavings ore. Leonel still felt the star core was the best foundational ore for him. Dancing lantern ore worked similarly to refractive gold in that it could consume and concentrate the light elemental. But, whereas refractive gold was dangerous and could turn even a benign ray of sunlight into a deadly attack, a property that made Leonel's sniper rifle especially dangerous, Dancing lantern ore was very docile. Dancing lantern ore could accumulate the light element to the point of saturation. Once it reached that point, its internal structure would begin to move and shift, thus the dancing part of its name. This dancing wasn't just an optical illusion, though. Once it reached this state, it was possible to choose one of 2 paths. The first was a steady output of power, and the second was an immediate and violent burst that would put even refractive gold to shame. This made this ore quite good for armors, shields, and the exterior of vessels, or the body of weapons. Finally, Devil's Shavings ore was like a nuclear bomb in comparison to Blazing Night ore. However, much like its weaker counterpart, it was able to maintain a steady and relatively safe form in its complete form. Only after it was chipped and its shavings were introduced to flames would it cause a catastrophe. It didn't take long for Leonel to find what he needed. He wasn't stingy and directly spent all 1,000,000 of his points, and was even lucky enough to gather enough ores to enter Tier 3. Of course, he would need to be patient and couldn't enter it directly. However, it was possible to use the silver tablet to loosen and erase his bottlenecks before moving forward. But something told Leonel that he couldn't casually bring that tablet out just anywhere, so he would need a secluded place first. Anya remained silent as Leonel picked out his herbs, but the light in her eyes seemed to dim somewhat as she did. If Leonel had been paying attention, he might have even been able to notice that she sighed as well. But he had grown accustomed to ignoring her completely so that he could focus his mind. Only after he was finished and stored his things away did he finally look at her again. "Where will you go now? It can't be that you'll follow me home, right?" Leonel asked with a smile. Anya pouted. "What would be wrong with me doing that? Are you trying to get rid of me?" Leonel's lip twitched. He was indeed trying to get rid of her. He had things to do. He couldn't drag someone he barely knew around with him. Though, he had to admit, she was a pretty good shield. Thanks to her, things had gone far more smoothly than he thought they would. Just as Leonel was thinking of something to say in reply, a light lit on Anya's wrist, causing her playful expression to come with a touch of cold. "It seems I have to go," she said lightly. Her voice was just as enticing as it always was, but, for some reason, she seemed 10 years older without aging a single second. "Oh," Leonel blinked. "Be careful then." She opened her mouth to say something before hesitating. You be careful too," she finally said. "This galaxy isn't as simple as you think it is. Your ambitions might let you down." Leonel's brow furrowed. "What do you mean by that? My ambitions? Now, the birth of just a single planet of a certain caliber is enough to change the destiny of an entire galaxy. I'm sure you're smart enough to understand what that means." Leonel's pupils constricted. But before he could ask more, Anya seemed to vanish right before his eyes. It was like he was both aware and unaware of what was happening at the same time, as though she had both always been there and never been there. Leonel suddenly realized that he had no idea just how strong Anya was. Before he could even think any further, he felt several strong auras sweep through his surroundings. He didn't even have a chance to figure out what was going on before they all locked onto him. Leonel realized in an instant that their intentions weren't kind, but at the same time, he was confused. He was still in the guild. How could he be targeted like this? And for what reason? Author's note, oops. It seems that I'm bad at predicting chapter lengths as usual. Elmau. The action starts tomorrow, I guess. DKM. Chapter 941, Status Chapter 941. Status Leonel took a look around inside. If those auras could kill, he probably would have exploded several times over by now. He didn't believe that Anya's disappearance was a coincidence. But he also didn't think that she was involved in this. It was likely more accurate to say that whoever was moving in on him now had been waiting for exactly this moment. It seemed that his protective charm was gone now. They're not moving? Leonel's brows raised slightly. After locking onto him, these hostile auras didn't seem intent on moving in on him just yet. It was as though, they don't think I can sense them? Leonel suddenly realized something. He described this sweeping feeling as auras, but the truth was that they were just strands of internal sight. This was clearly different from an aura, so why was it that he felt that this was an appropriate description? Beyond that, how could he tell they were hostile? King's Might. Leonel's gaze narrowed. He understood that this grasp of auras, artistic conception, the emotions and mental states of those around him that he had were all related to this lineage factor. Whether it was his creation of new mage arts or a comprehension of a person's mental state all the way up to even being able to influence another's opinion of him, it all stemmed from this. I see, so they think I'm unable to sense them. Leonel almost chuckled to himself. Though as a crafter he definitely had strong internal sight, those that were targeting him right now likely believed that his control was far greater than his raw internal sight. They believed that even if they couldn't match him in control, the quality of their internal sight should be beyond his, since they were stronger. As such, they didn't need to worry about being detected. Another possibility was that these people were completely unaware of his level to begin with. After all, they seemed to be cautious about acting on the guild's grounds and were likely waiting for him to step out. In that case, they might not be related to the guild at all. Not related to the guild? Targeting me? Waiting for an opportunity? It's either the Milky Way Guild or Shield Cross Stars. But the Milky Way Guild wouldn't dare to be so brazen. I would dare to assume that over half of their profit is reliant on Force Crafters and Force Pill Crafters. Offending someone who just became a Tier 3 bronze crafter isn't something they would dare to do, at least not so openly. So, Shield Cross Stars finally caught up to me, huh? Well, they sure chose a nice time. Leonel looked around. It was a shame. If it was the guild targeting him, he wouldn't have minded sweeping this treasure house clean. But he had already decided not to burn down bridges unnecessarily. Leonel concluded his deductions in a split moment, his expression never changing. Those who were currently monitoring him would never guess that in just that second he had already guessed who they were, knew of exactly where they were, and understood their purpose. Well, since it's like this, maybe this could be an opportunity. Leonel slicked his hair back, rolling his neck as he stepped toward the exit of the treasure house. His face didn't seem to give anything away. His gait was casual and his expression carefree. When Leonel stepped out of the guild house, he was greeted by the fresh scent of this world once again. Long stretches of green grass, perfectly paved roads, little pockets of exotic flowers and fish ponds. It was quite a beautiful sight to behold. Leonel's bare feet glided across this grass, his sweatpants having been rolled up to his calves. By this point, he had even removed his shirt, revealing an exceptionally cut body that pulsed with a bronze life and vitality. To the current Leonel, wearing clothing into battle was just asking for them to be destroyed. There was only so much the silver chain dangling from his neck could do about it. He seemed to be meditating as he walked, his body entering an odd state. Leonel allowed his king's might to be the lens he saw the world through. It gave him the feeling of someone riding an emotional high, completely in tune with the world surrounding him. It was then that the alarms of the world began to sound. High above in the skies, 3 warships came into view, each about 20 meters from tip to end. They had a sleek black exterior and a platform upon which 3 men wearing a very familiar uniform stood. Long robes split into 4 at the waist, allowing the metallic leg armor they wore to shimmer beneath the sunlight every time the wind blew. And, most importantly, a star fused with a cross hanging from their lapels. Leonel smiled lightly, his eyes half closed. Those uniforms are still so cool. A pillar of light connected the hovering ships to the ground below, projecting a force art onto the ground. The moment the force art was burned into being, several squadrons of Shield Cross Star officers appeared at the guildhouse gates, taking up formation with those who had already taken position at the helm. Leonel didn't recognize most of those who took the front position, but there was one man that made everything click for him. It was none other than Engnaril. At that moment, Engnaril stood a respectful half-step behind a man who seemed to be a few years younger than him. By now, Engnaril had already switched into Shield Cross Star's signature uniform. Seeing such a lineup, Leonel realized that the charges that Scythe Person in collusion with Era had levied against him were not small in the slightest. These people didn't know the origin of Leonel's charges, nor did they understand that he was being framed. All they knew was that Leonel had colluded with a variant Invalid, evaded arrest, and, most importantly, was a Tier 3 fugitive, a status that was high enough to warrant him being hunted down by the entire galaxy. Chapter 942, Psi, Chapter 942, Psi, evacuate the surroundings. Tier 4 fugitive, Leonel Morales, stop all form of resistance. The voice came booming, but it made Leonel raise an eyebrow. Tier 4? I thought that previous guy said that if I wasn't handed in within 2 hours, I would become a Tier 3 fugitive. It seems that never got the chance to take affect. Leonel had no idea how lucky he was that this was the case. In fact, it could be said that Scythe was only using this as a threat to force Earth's hand. The threshold between a Tier 4 and Tier 3 fugitive was the difference between this matter being handled by an individual galaxy or pulling in the forces of others. What did this mean? It meant that up to Tier 4, one's fugitive status was still relative to the strength of your galaxy. But the moment you stepped into Tier 3, you would be the target of all Shield Cross Star branches across the dimensional verse. It could be said that the moment Leonel stepped outside of this galaxy, he would be a free man. But with how difficult it was to travel between galaxies, how could they believe that it would be a simple matter for Leonel to do so? And even then, where would he go? All this said, being Tier 4 was also equivalent to being among the most wanted of a galaxy. And the amount of vitriol pointed Leonel's way spoke volumes about this. Leonel's palm shifted slightly, causing a beautifully crafted wooden spear to appear in his hand. It was carved of a deep black grain, and it was continuous with its wooden blade. It was clear that the whole thing had been cut out of a single piece. Though Leonel hadn't said anything, his actions were clear as day for all to see. The laziness in his eyes seemed to vanish, his gait still steady as he walked toward the gates. Engnaril frowned. He had felt that something was off about this matter from the very beginning. The fact that Leonel was able to enter such a world without an alert going off in the first place was ridiculous. Then there was the fact it took hours to get back to him that this Leonel was actually a Tier 4 fugitive. If the system was always so terribly slow, then how would they protect the people? It all smelt of someone trying to cover up and protect Leonel. But now that the truth was out, he couldn't just stand idly by, right? The wind pressure of the hovering ships pressed down, flattening the stretches of grass and causing the ponds of water to ripple wildly. Leonel's own hair danced about, its short strands giving him a sort of carefree air. I'm quite disappointed in Shield Cross Stars, Leonel suddenly spoke. Despite not having the same amplifiers his enemy did, he still managed to cut through it all. His king's might didn't seem capable of being suppressed, even by volume. To accuse an innocent man without evidence, trial, or proper proceedings, is this the so-called protector of the universe you all claim to be? Leonel decided that he might as well try to talk. But he couldn't take an approach that was too soft either. The holes in this charge against him were too numerous. He colluded with a variant Invalid to attack his own planet, the very planet he was technically in line to potentially inherit. Then, when he was going to be punished for his actions, his grandfather, the ruler of said planet, still chose to step out to save him. From top to bottom, it made little sense. Just a little investigation would tell anyone this. So, Leonel knew that he couldn't take a casual stance with this. Anyone with half a brain would understand that there was something wrong. However, just in case, he still chose to say something. Unsurprisingly, he didn't receive an answer. The younger man, Engnaril, stood respectfully behind, raised up a hand before pointing 2 fingers forward. Captain Snyder, Engnaril spoke softly. However, a side glance from the younger man was all he needed to stop his words in their tracks. Sometimes the truth wasn't what mattered. Ignaril's gaze narrowed. If they were going to offend Leonel, they might as well offend him all the way. There were no chances for half measures. In that moment, a squadron usually led by Engnaril shot forward. They were usually tasked with guard duties on this world. In fact, amongst them, there were 2 very familiar faces in Rio and Xander. It was no surprise that these 2 had the most sinister expressions of the lot. While the others were simply doing their duty, it clearly meant more to them. They no longer wore their flashy, golden, diamond-encrusted armor. The change made their auras sharper and far less of a joke. It seemed that they did have some skill beyond being lackeys to noble men and women far above their station. But did it matter? Leonel sighed lightly, his body stretching. He felt a bit stiff after just healing from so many injuries, but with as much emphasis as he placed on his flexibility and training it, it wasn't long before he felt light and limber. The group of 5 had already cut the distance between themselves and him. Should I kill them? Leonel sighed again, shaking his head. Forget it. I'll just decide depending on the situation. DI. Leonel suddenly found 2 spears piercing toward him at once. He looked down at them, meeting the hostile gazes of both Rio and Xander. Before their blades could even pierce through his exposed abdomen, the situation changed. In an eruption of ash, their weapons crumbled to nothing. They continued forward in a piercing motion, but without their spears they stabbed at empty air, making it seem like more of a comedy routine than the instigation of battle. A light glow coated Leonel's black wooden spear. Before the two could react, their arms flew into the air in a rain of blood, their cries of agony filling the skies. Chapter 943, Pumping Blood, Chapter 943, Pumping Blood, Chapter 944, Best At, Chapter 944, Best At, an eruption of fire turned whatever blood and gore there would have been to ash. In that moment, a headless corpse fell to the ground, much of its shoulders and collarbone burnt to black. Leonel's fingers flickered, causing another pair of metallic leg sleeves to shoot to little Tolly. His feet glided past several attacks, his left hand continuously tapping in the air. The speed of his fingers was so fast that concentrated blasts of air would arc downward every time he struck. It was as though he was playing the piano on the back of the wind, his veins pulsing with an undying power. Meteoric impact. Whenever Leonel got even a semblance of breathing room, the rhythmic tapping of his fingers would come to a halt, and his spear would pierce out like a spiraling fire dragon, shaking the air and imploding the head of yet another warrior. Every time one died, another set of metallic leg sleeves would be added to little Tolly, and the rhythmic tapping would grow faster and somehow more controlled and deliberate. The snapping of Leonel's fingers became so fast that the sound barrier began to shatter with every tap. The speed was even beyond what Leonel could casually reach within such a strong world. Leonel sidestepped, allowing a pike to pass between his ribcage and elbow. He swung his arm down, pinching the polearm onto his body and twisting. A resounding snap caught the warrior off guard. Before he could realize that Leonel had targeted a weak point in his weapon's craft to shatter it, an elbow glowing with bronze runes was already traveling toward his face. The sickening sound of shattering bone resounded through the already rowdy battlefield. Meteoric impact. Leonel's visage had entered a state of cold excitement. He was hardly thinking about his next action before he took it. He subconsciously felt that he didn't need to calculate things in a battle of this level, and the result was his entering a state of free-flowing where his spear domain lineage factor took charge. A blinding golden spear appeared on his forehead long before anyone realized what was happening. Then, without even considering the consequences, Leonel applied a spear technique to his elbow. Bang! The head of the warrior imploded. This time, the explosion was much less controlled as compared to what it usually was, with Leonel's spear resulting in a tail of wild blackish-red flame to jet outward for several meters, catching a wave of warriors off guard. They hurried their force to block, but the heat was excruciating, some of them even feeling their skin being boiled in real time. Unfortunately for them, Leonel instinctually took advantage of this as though a predator stalking prey. He appeared in their midst, his harmonic spear activating. He stood amidst the flames, allowing them to trickle across his exposed torso. Yet it seemed to hardly affect him in the slightest. The confusion of fire, screams, and countless spears covering the surroundings left the warriors at a loss for how to react. In the blink of an eye, half a dozen fell to Leonel's spear, never to rise again. Leonel released a roar that shook the skies, his hair and gaze slowly gaining a crimson hue to them. His flames only seemed to become more powerful with each passing moment. Now, every time his finger tapped at the air, a ring of fire would spread out from it, turning the lush greenery of the guild house into a land of black ash. In that moment, little Tolly finally rose high into the skies, pile after pile of herby ore falling to the ground. With just a single look, it was possible to see hundreds of kilograms of fifth-dimensional herbe ore, an amount that was practically a fortune to anyone who wasn't a crafter. However, it was still continuing to pile. In just a few minutes, little Tolly had separated out the metallic leg sleeves to their fundamental components, effectively undoing all of the crafter's work. Just like that, several ores shaped into perfect javelins appeared. They looked like large needles, each 3 meters long and each being thicker toward their center and tapering out to their ends. Infernal cyclone. Leonel's spear began to spin in his hands. Every revolution it completed formed another wheel of fire that jetted out with his spear as the center. Some of these wheels of fire were vertical, some horizontal, some diagonal. They ravaged Leonel's surroundings so thoroughly that trenches dozens of meters deep were torn up. "Scatter!" one of the warriors roared. Leonel didn't pursue even as his infernal cyclone ravaged the warriors around him. Instead, his spear vanished, his right hand stretching out to his side. As though it had a mind of its own, one of the 6 javelins little Tolly had just completed fell into his palm, its aura completely changing as though Leonel was its one and only master. Leonel's stance shifted, his right foot rotating to the back and his left anchoring his front. Deep, semicircular lines followed the path of his soles, his back flexing and his chest expanding as he cocked the javelin back. However, what shocked those around him the most wasn't the fact he'd completed several bronze-grade crafts while in the middle of battle. Nor were they surprised that he had used their own equipment to do so. Nor was it even that he dared to use such untested crafts with his life on the line. No, none of that was surprising. What shook them to the core was that his gaze had suddenly locked onto the ships floating in the air. The fiendish grin on Leonel's face only seemed to grow wilder, his muscles bulging to the point every individual fiber could be seen. He, Leonel Morales, was a decent sniper. He guessed that he was also all right at using the bow. But, if there was a form of marksmanship he was the absolute best at, it was most definitely throwing. Bang! Leonel's body shot out like a loaded spring. The sound of the javelin leaving his hand was no different from an iron ball leaving a cannon. Even the earth beneath his feet shattered, sinking downward what was at least half a meter. The javelin drew a line through the skies, whistling wind and concentric circles of shattered air spiraling in its wake. Without anyone being able to react, it tore into the hull of the leftmost flying vessel before the world fell into silence. A moment later, chaos ensued. Chapter 945, Ablaze. Chapter 945, Ablaze. Chapter 946, Crime Pays. Chapter 946, Crime Pays on a corner of the guild world. Anya sighed and shook her head. It was hard to tell exactly what sort of place she was in. All the walls were white and had a slight glow to them. However, there were no windows or even a door. The only thing in this room outside of Anya herself was a statue of a woman with a beauty that felt almost computer-generated. She was too perfect, without a single flaw and without a weakness. Whether it was the symmetry of her face down to the ratio of her hips to waist, to her bust and bottom, even the individual strands of her hair, it was all immaculate. This statue radiated an aura that Leonel would find familiar, having sensed it once before in his life. However, even to someone who had never sensed it before, they would feel the need to bow and prostrate themselves before this woman. All this said, as difficult as it was to tell exactly where Anya was, deciding what it was she was sighing about was even more difficult. At that moment, Anya's bracelet rang once again. She bowed toward the statue and took a step toward the blank walls, vanishing as though she had walked through an invisible doorway. "You're trying to encroach on my territory?" The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once. This time, Anya was in a simply decorated room without an ounce of anything special to it. It seemed like any other luxurious hotel room, except for the fact this wasn't a hotel at all. "There is no such thing as encroachment when it comes to the word of the goddess," Anya replied lightly. "How sanctimonious of you. It might not be an encroachment to you, but if I see any of your disciples, I'll kill first and ask questions later." "Is there a need to be like this?" Anya asked with a sigh. "I'm getting tired of that loftier-than-thou tone. It would do you good to remember exactly what it is your goddess represents. No amount of pure light and white clothing can wash your stains away. I've already given you my warning. Don't test me." Anya shook her head. Earth has already entered the fifth dimension. Their fold of reality has already expanded past just their solar system and has consumed a dozen others. At this rate, they'll truly be on pace to swallow the whole galaxy by the time they are prepared to enter the seventh dimension. This piece of the pie isn't something any one person can swallow, and to try to do so is a foolish dream. Your attempts to monopolize these gains for yourself will end horribly for you. There is a harmony that must be achieved. All Anya received in return was a sneer she could practically hear through the phone. "You make stealing the territory of another sound so noble. People like you disgust me the most." The person didn't wait for Anya's response and simply ended the call. They had already given their warning. They didn't have the patience to say anything more. The longer they spoke with this Anya, the more they wanted to watch her head implode like a hammered watermelon. Anya shook her head once again and sighed. Leonel took deep breaths, beads of sweat falling down his brow. Much of this was from the difficulty of controlling the ship, but another large part was rooted in the fact he had entered that battle with just 30% of his stamina remaining. He had avoided using mage arts as a result for fear that he would be sucked dry before he could actually do anything. But this isn't bad too. We made a nice little profit. Leonel thought of the Urbi ore he had gained. He had only taken the metallic leg sleeves of about 60 or so warriors of Shield Cross stars, yet he had gotten over 1,000 kilograms of fifth-dimensional Urbi ore out of it. It seemed that crime really did pay. Leonel had half a mind to target the Shield Cross stars' offices so that he could build up the wealth he was lacking. But in the end, he decided against this. The current Leonel couldn't see the true depths of Shield Cross stars. Without fully understanding his opponent, it would be foolish to provoke them too much. At the same time, Anya's warning still lingered in his mind, making him realize that cornering this galaxy wouldn't be nearly as easy as he thought it would be. In that case, he had to change his plans. He still needed resources and information, but how he would use them would have to change. "I should also return to Earth since that's where the boys are. It's about time we regroup and make some moves." Leonel weighed his options and decided to put his other thoughts aside. He would return to Earth first, gather everyone up, then move forward. The chess pieces on the board were moving too fast. Leonel wasn't even at the point where he could see the whole board to begin with, but he was already being overwhelmed by a small corner of it. "No, I can't return to Earth empty-handed. Also, the Milky Way Guild has yet to properly suffer for their actions. At that moment, a talisman lit up within Leonel's spatial ring. At first he was stunned before his mouth spread into a wild grin. Your timing couldn't be any better, Elthor. Leonel's mind raced as it quickly memorized the information Elthor was sending to him. A list of disaster planets, branches, and stores the Milky Way Guild owned were all systematically organized by Leonel. In the blink of an eye, Leonel had a grasp of much of the Milky Way Guild situation. Leonel wasn't naive enough to believe that this represented all the assets the guild had, but it was more than enough. In fact, he was surprised that Elthor had managed to gather so much. That woman he's working with isn't simple, she knows too much. Who is she exactly? Leonel frowned for a moment before throwing it to the back of his mind. It didn't matter who this woman was. She might have all this information, but he would be the one to act on it. As they say, crime pays. Chapter 947, Elder Lumen. Chapter 947, Elder Lumen. In a particular room within the guild house, several elders could be found shaking their heads. Among them, there were the elders who had just given Leonel his certification and Isoltine. But at the moment, Isoltine was like a mama bear who had just witnessed her cub's tail being stepped on. Is this really what we're doing? You can just blatantly target one of our own now? Isol, that's Shield Cross. I don't care who it was, Isoltine snapped. So anyone can just accuse our crafters as they please, and then target them as long as their fist is large enough. Did you all forget that the guild has numerous branches just like Shield Cross Stars does? Why do we have to fear them? The lips of the elders twitched. Come on, Isol. You know we don't have the firepower to go against them. Plus, we have a symbiotic relationship. Oh, so you remember that too. How could they finish their fancy little uniforms without us? If we put our foot down and refuse to craft any more for them, what do you think would happen? On top of that, when has a crafter ever feared someone with power? We could have destroyed that whole fleet with a press of a button, but you bumbling buffoons didn't even let me go help little Leonel. Did you not see? They brought 3 enforcers with them. 3. Had you gone out, how long do you think you would have lasted? If you're a coward, just say so. Isoltine sneered. The elders looked toward one another at a loss for words. She was acting like Leonel was her grandson when they had known each other for all of one day. They couldn't even reason with her. And, to make matters worse, we agree with Isoltine. It's one thing if Leonel wasn't already one of us, but not only is he also has our branch's emblem. Because you all forced us to wait for the guild head's approval, for all we know, his heart might have grown cold toward us. This guild branch was just one of many not only in the dimensional verse, but of the Milky Way as well. There were dozens of branches across just this galaxy alone. They didn't particularly care about branches of other galaxies, but they were in constant competition with branches that called this place home alongside them. The addition of Leonel would have been a great help to them, even setting Isoltine's clear overprotection aside. When things were framed in that way, they were losing out not just face, but also tangible benefits, all because they took a step back to shield cross stars. The elders that hadn't participated in Leonel's certification suddenly had ugly expressions. They had all seen how Leonel took just a few minutes to complete 6 bronze-grade crafts. Granted, those materials had already been processed, but if they used that as an excuse, they would really lose all face. What's all this commotion about? What the hell happened to my gardens? An old man who seemed to have a foot in the grave but the mouth of a belligerent teenager strolled in. Despite his frail frame, his presence seemed to command the room. If Leonel had been there, it would have only taken him a moment to realize that this old man was a quasi-6th-dimensional existence. Guildhead. The elders respectfully greeted before Isoltine, as spitefully as she could, recounted the events. As he listened, the expression of the guildhead only became darker and darker. Shield Cross Stars has a lot of nerve. The near growl of the old man made those who realized the complexity of the situation nearly faint. They all knew that the old man treated Isoltine like his own daughter, and had for years he was too easily influenced by her emotions. If she felt wronged, then he would seek out vengeance for this wrong. The issue was that there were still dozens of other branches. They couldn't speak for all of them. In fact, there were most definitely many among those branches that would purposely stand in opposition to them just so they would lose out on a talent like Leonel. The more this blew up, the more disadvantageous it would become to them, especially if they took too hard of a stance. Doing such a thing would give their enemies license to counter. Don't worry, little Isol. Our Golden Path branch isn't made up of pushovers. At that moment, an older man who sat in a corner to himself, not having participated until just now, suddenly cleared his throat. Seeing him finally about to do something, the others sighed in relief. Isoltine and Jakrik, the guild head, were like 2 highly combustible bundles of TNT. This older man, though without their status, had always been the voice of reason. Elder Lumen, please advise, an elder said quickly before anyone could interrupt. Lumen coughed lightly. We should toe the line. Going directly against Shield Cross Stars is inadvisable, but this doesn't mean that the only other option is to be in lockstep with them, hold a ceremony to induct Leonel as one of our own. His name should appear amongst our crafters, and as a member of our Golden Path branch. However, we also don't need to explain our actions to Shield Cross Stars. We are simply following the rules of our guild. We allow people in based on skill, not their criminal record. This way, Leonel will know where we stand, and Shield Cross Stars also won't go too far. If they try to upgrade him to a Tier 3 fugitive now, this matter might blow up in their faces. At the same time, this will give Leonel free access to enter any of our guild branches without issue. If he's as smart as I believe he is, he will know what kind of opportunity that is, and he will take advantage. If he plays this well, then the other branches will have no choice but to stand on our side whether they want to or not. Once he finished saying these words, Elder Lumen returned to his nap, leaving the other elders gazing toward one another. Important note, author down, if my wrists had eyes, they'd be crying right now. I must have tweaked it sometime yesterday, and not writing feels like I'm being pricked 1,000 needles. There'll only be one more chapter today as a result. I'm hoping it'll be better tomorrow. It doesn't seem like too bad of an injury. Chapter 948, another Mad Aldea. Chapter 948, another Mad Aldea. Chapter 949, her destination, her goal. Chapter 949, her destination. Planet Luxnix entered an odd state. Regardless of their status, the capture of a main bloodline member of an opposing family would always be a serious matter. And yet, the Luxnix family had done so without hesitation and without warning. It was clear that of all the things the Luxnix family was, pushovers was not among them. Osan's true state wasn't as fierce as the Luxnix's family state, though. He couldn't be said to be comfortable, but at the very least, his life wasn't on the line. He sat on the floor of a relatively clean cell, his hands and feet bound by chains. There was a single metallic toilet to the side, and the empty tray in front of him had likely previously held food. Still, though he hadn't been roughed up, for a nobleman this sort of treatment might as well have been the worst of torture. This was only especially so for Osan. He couldn't see any pretty women, he couldn't eat the food he loved, he couldn't even have alcohol. It was inhumane. At that moment, there was a shuffle and large clanking doors and grinding gears sounded. After a dull boom, the sound of footsteps echoed in a leisurely cadence. It was as though the person wanted Osan to stay in suspense for as long as possible. "It's you!" When Osan finally laid eyes on this person, his heart couldn't help but tremble. In a lot of ways, he felt that seeing this person hit him harder than even being in the presence of a Feather Star warrior. The fact that this person was here let Osan know that there was no way this matter would end simply. The young man stood there with an indifferent expression on his face, his visage seemingly having been handcrafted by a god. He had exceptionally fair skin without a single flaw, his jawline was gentle but strong, and he seemed to radiate a dim golden light just with his presence alone. Gold hair flowed down the young man's shoulders down to the small of his back, equally golden eyes matching it in luster and brilliance. His body was wrapped in pristine, blemishless white robes, a single golden belt of delicately sculpted feathers wrapping around his waist. As ignorant as Osan was about a lot of things, there were certain matters that even he wouldn't be in the dark about. One was the Feather Star warrior. He would immediately recognize one of them so long as they were wearing their uniforms without fail, even if he was in a state of lethargy like he had been previously. Another was the heir of the Luxnix family, the sole heir, a man without match or competition, Mihail Luxnix. And it was this exact young man who happened to be standing before his cell right this moment. Unlike the Viola family, which was still deciding on its own heir, Michael had already claimed his position long ago. In this respect, he was without match or equal. Despite being several decades younger than Richard and Osan's brother, Michael was already at the quasi-sixth-dimensional level. He might very well be capable of breaking through at any moment. The difference was like night and day. Michael observed Osan in silence for a long while. The pressure of his gaze fell on Osan in waves. He couldn't help but tremble, his teeth chattering and his limbs turning cold. He found that just breathing alone was difficult beneath this man's presence. Without a word, Michael turned and left. Osan almost wanted to scream in frustration. Shouldn't he have at least said something? Done something? However, despite feeling so frustrated, Osan didn't dare to scream out, fearing that Michael would come out. Michael, though, didn't spare Osan a thought. He locked the gears behind him, turning toward the guards at the entrance. Each of them looked toward Michael with reverence, as though he was a god amongst men. "There is a chance that something will happen within the next coming days. Stay alert," Michael said evenly, the cadence of his voice almost able to lull someone to sleep. At that moment, an entourage was making their way to Luxnix territory swiftly. It was no surprise that this group was led by Gradier. Gradier would have been a handsome young man in his own right, with short-cut black hair and starry violet eyes. However, he had the stern look of a man already in his middle ages. It dulled his looks quite considerably and left a permanent wrinkle on his forehead as though he was perpetually frowning. He was truly frowning right then, though. He understood there was a very real possibility he would never see his younger brother again. Back within Viola family territory, in a particular section of an estate and within a familiar setting, a group of 3 women could be found. "You just came back? Are you really going out again so soon?" Sivan worriedly probed Ina. She had just disappeared for 3 days, but had now been back for barely a short time before she decided to set off again. Though Ina hadn't come back injured from her last venture, knowing her, this would only make her go harder this time. It wasn't just a feeling either. After what happened almost a year ago now, Ina had become a person of very few words. Yet this time she had actually told them that she might be away for a long while this time. This made all sorts of red flags go off for Sivan. Yuri's expressionlessly observed Ina, seemingly not certain of what to say for herself. Instead of replying to Sivan directly, Ina shook her head. "I'll be back." With that, she vanished into the shadows, her control over her Abyss Panther bloodline becoming no different from breathing to her. In her mind, she went over her orders again and again, her gaze narrowing as a tinge of red took hold of her. She knew it was practically suicidal, but she still chose to do it without hesitation. Her destination? The Luxnick's family dungeons. Her goal? Get caught trying to save Osan and somehow manage to escape. Chapter 9-5e, Little Rat. Chapter 9-5e, Little Rat Leonel timed his entry onto planet Solera using one of its lava flares. He trusted the segmented cube to withstand such pressure, though the pressure on himself was a completely different matter. He found himself gritting his teeth, withstanding the jarring impact. The segmented cube had never been great with defense, though it had great self-repair. Luckily, it seemed to have gotten better in this regard after entering its fourth phase, but it was all reliant on energy as opposed to its own physical ability. Leonel had a bit of a buffer for now in his use of the segmented cube, thanks to the excess energy it had accumulated within the trial zone. This was what allowed him to use it, at least for now, without much worry. But if he kept running into danger zones like this, he'd run out sooner rather than later. Luckily, this disaster world was likely another good opportunity to absorb more force. Leonel quickly landed on a planet, a large distance away from any hubs. He also instantly used his light elemental force to vanish from plain sight, certain that there were maybe even more monitoring stations on this planet in comparison to planet Vincero. Leonel had no way of knowing for certain whether he had been caught already, but it didn't particularly matter to him. Compared to his stint on planet Vincero, he was even more confident this time around, especially since this planet was dense in the elemental force he was most confident in using. Putting the segmented cube away, Leonel took a step out onto the stretch of obsidian land. He realized that compared to the endless peaks and valleys planet Vincero had, planet Solera was fairly flat. Most of the terrain depressions and peaks were caused by tides of lava and magma. Surprisingly though, there weren't any volcanoes, at least not from what Leonel could spot at a single glance. "My sneakers," Leonel shook his head, stripping down to the bare minimum. Eventually he realized that he had no choice but to be naked. That might have been bad news, but the good news was that this environment that would likely have made most at his level feel like they were on the brink of death felt like a spring breeze to him. Leonel took a deep breath, swallowing up the hot hair in the surroundings. He couldn't help but feel that compared to his Scarlet Star Force, the heat of this place was sorely lacking. Even though his bare skin was exposed, and even though the soles of his feet were touching the scorching lands, he felt unmoved. "This is good." Leonel nodded to himself. "But I still need to be careful. Heat isn't the only danger of this planet." If Leonel was suddenly hit was a storm of charged particles, it likely wouldn't be more than a few days before he died. Luckily, he had a contingency plan for this. Bloop Little Tolly was also unmoved by the heat, but this only made sense. The little guy was used to high concentrations of volatile heat while partnering with Leonel to complete crafts. In fact, Little Tolly wasn't only good at withstanding this heat, but was even better in insulating it, something that seemed counterintuitive for a metal spirit. With a thought, Little Tolly coated Leonel's body from top to bottom, turning the latter into somewhat of a metal man. Leonel shielded even his eyes, not taking any chances. He was confident enough in his internal sight to continue on in this way. In fact, in a lot of ways, his internal sight was more trustworthy in comparison to his eyes. Leonel felt a cooling sensation all over his body. He realized then that even without his fire elemental affinity, just his partnership with Little Tolly alone would make it quite easy to step onto this planet. Of course, Leonel didn't need Little Tolly for this. Rather, he was confident that Little Tolly could help him block against the radiation and volatile magnetic fields. As for the rest, that could be left up to him. With a leap, Leonel dove right into the lava, vanishing from sight as he swam into the depths of the world. If one could see him now, he would really look like a fish in water. With his earth and fire elemental affinities working as one, how could this world stop him from reaching its depths? It was truly hard to tell if Leonel had outstanding luck or if it truly was so terrible. The truth was that it was impossible for Leonel to have reached the surface of the planet undetected. He was simply too unfamiliar with the detection system such large organizations had in place. While on the other hand, these organizations treated these resources like their life's blood, how could they possibly leave it without proper security? That said, at this moment, planet Solera was focused on receiving extraordinarily important guests. Guests so important that even the hunt for Leonel had been placed on a slight hiatus. Guests so important that even Guildhead Ovaltine had personally made an appearance to greet them. Everyone was becoming more and more keenly aware of the convergence toward the Milky Way. Silent plots that had been brewing for centuries, sometimes even longer, were slowly starting to bear their fruits, and instances like Anya were just the tip of the iceberg. The next coming decades would decide who it would rise to the top and who would find themselves wiped out by the annals of history. Amongst these individuals beginning to slowly make themselves known were a small group of young men and women, all of which had fiery red hair and charcoal black eyes. Upon seeing them, even Leonel might have had the immediate instinct to draw a line of connection toward the Brazinger family. However, they were lacking in the crimson eyes needed and also had auras that were far different. At their helm, a young man with shark-like teeth and breath like sulfur stood at almost 2.5 meters tall. The air around him warped simply due to the heat his pores almost seemed to constantly release. He took a deep breath, causing spiraling winds of fire elemental force to jet toward him, his jagged teeth glistening beneath the blinding red-gold lights. Bang! An eruption of fire circled around his feet, shattering the sturdy grounds of the guild house. This world is not bad, indeed, Augustus. Despite being far younger, the young man didn't care, and directly called the guild head by his name. If the rest is as promised, my family won't mind providing you the crafters and backing you need. But it seems as though a little rat is taking part in my resources.